Belinda Audiobooks presents this unabridged recording of Solomon's Song, written by Bryce Courtney and read by Humphrey Bower. Be sure to visit our website on www.belinda.com. Details of other available and forthcoming Belinda audiobook releases can be found at the end of this recording.
Hello, I'm Bryce Courtney, the author of Solomon's Song, which I hope you're listening to right now. Obviously, you're listening to right now. This is the third in the three books that were, in a sense, my thank you note to Australia. When I arrived here 44 years ago, I decided it was the only way I could say thank you. It's taken me that long to write these books. And it's the final story of the two Solomon families who've been at each other's throats for roughly 150 years. And we're now into the third and fourth generation. The book leads up to Gallipoli, that time when Australia finally saw hell in their own right. We took our finest young sons, the best we had. In fact, the AIF, the very first troops to leave here, had to be 6 foot tall. If they had a tooth missing in their mouth, they couldn't go. They were the finest, leanest, most beautiful young men that we had. And that whore of a Mother England took them and sailed them against these massive cliffs at Gallipoli, and they were slaughtered in their tens of thousands. And we lost the genetic seed. We lost what our country was. It took us 3 generations for us to even reach the same height as the men who marched away. This generation that we have now, with a great influx of the migration of the 50s, has finally achieved the same kind of height and stature and feel as those young men who marched away. The story of Gallipoli is one that has never really been told in a fictional sense, but yet remained enormously accurate. The research was done for me at the War Memorial by the historians there, and we opened files that in fact hadn't been opened since 1918. And so when you read the story of Gallipoli, I hope you'll be as proud as I am to see how we became no longer surrogate Englishmen or Englishwomen, but Australians in our own right, a people who knew we had to depend on ourselves for everything forever on. Gallipoli was the time when we came of age. I do hope you enjoyed the story.
And now here's your narrator, Humphrey Bower, with Solomon's Song.
The dedication reads, "For my grandsons, Ben and Jake Courtney." Acknowledgements. One of the advantages of being older is that one has had the good fortune to meet a lot of people who are experts on a great many topics. I never cease to be amazed and gratified by friends and acquaintances who so willingly part with their hard-earned knowledge. Quite often a younger person, having read one or another of my books, says to me, "How do you know all those things, Bryce?" Well, of course I don't. My friends do. Authors steal stuff. Most of us have newsstand minds. We accommodate knowledge for very short periods. Here now are some of the generous people from whom I borrowed information and who allowed me to appropriate the wisdom I don't have. I have also included at the end of the book a bibliography of those writers without whose books it would have been impossible to write this one. To Margaret G., my line editor, proofreader, confidant and often fearless critic, my heartfelt thanks for being at my shoulder when I needed help, and quiet as a mouse when I didn't. To Benita Courtney, who reads each chapter while it is still warm from my desktop printer, and is never afraid to comment usefully, I am, as always, grateful to you. My admiration and gratitude go to 2 great professionals, Bruce G., who is best described as a polymath, and John Arnold, Deputy Director, National Key Centre for Australian Studies, Monash University, who, assisted by David Green and Robin Lucas, became the mainstay of my research. It has always been my contention that the historical facts in a work of fiction must be accurate, and that readers should be able to rely on them to obtain a knowledge of the times in which the narrative takes place. In this regard, Bruce and John and my editor, Kay Renai, have done me proud. I have a special debt of gratitude to Bill Fogarty, Senior Curator, Photographs, Sound and Film at the Australian War Memorial. Bill was with me at Gallipoli, and together we covered the battlegrounds, where, in a true sense, Australia forged many of those unique elements which make us who we are as a nation today. For the many bottles of cheap and utterly atrocious local red wine shared as we pondered over maps and explanations, for reading and correcting the military detail in this book, and for the willingness to help at high speed. I shall be forever grateful to you, Bill, and also to those of your colleagues who worked with you. There may be some who will disagree with my perspective of Gallipoli and France, but I would be very surprised if Bill Fogarty, Ashley Eakins, Historian, Official History Unit, and Graham Beveridge, Education Unit, all of the Australian War Memorial, who supplied material and painstakingly detailed my narrative, have got any of the hard facts wrong. And now for those who helped in 100 different ways. John Waller, Managing Director of Baronia Travel Centre in Melbourne, who generously allowed me at the last minute to accompany his official tour to Gallipoli. Essie Moses of Woollahra Library, who never fails me in matters Jewish and others. Owen Denmead, Dr. Irwin Light, Christine Lenton, Sylvia Manning, Sardine, Ethna Gallagher, Alex and Brenda Hamill, Tony Crosby, Danny Persky, Cheryl Bockman, John Robson, Robbie Spadafora for help with jacket designs, Alan Jacobs of Consensus Research, Harry Griffiths for further material and for good companionship on the Gallipoli tour. To Peter Darnell, who generously allowed me the use of personal family papers and letters concerning his grandfather, Major Aubrey Darnell, who was killed in France in 1918. ETT Imprint for their kind permission to reproduce Mary Gilmore's poem Gallipoli from Selected Poems, Sydney 1999. Wilfred Owen's poem Arms and the Boy from War Poems and Others, Random House, was first published by Chatto and Windus. The epigraph to Chapter 17 is Rudyard Kipling's Common Form from Epitaphs of the War 1914 to 18. The poem Gallipoli on page 573 is by W.S. Pakenham Walsh, 1916. Then there are the Mitchell Library, State Library of New South Wales, and the State Library of Victoria, two of the most splendid, resourceful and cooperative institutions in the land, without which this book could not possibly have been contemplated. I thank you for your scholarship, dedication, and the many examples of the best possible library practice. My thanks to my old friends, Sir William and Lady Dulcie Keyes, who will launch Solomon's Song, and I know will do so with great aplomb. At Penguin Books, I thank the staff who support me so generously, and those backroom people who quietly make things happen. In particular, my gratitude to Ali Watts, Senior Editor, Beverly Waldron, Production Manager, Leonie Stott, Design Manager, and her people in the design studio, Ellie Exarchos, Text Designer, and Nikki Townsend, Jacket Designer. You were all inspired. To Peter Field, Peter Blake, and Gabrielle Coyne, who are responsible for the marketing and publicity, I know of no publishing house that does it better. Then there are the Penguins who boss me around. My publishers, Bob Sessions, Julie Gibbs, and Claire Forster, with Claire in the hot seat, responsible for this book. You have all been patient, supporting, and as always, a delight with whom to work. Claire, I simply couldn't hope for a better working publisher. As always, the best is left for last. My editor, Kay Ronai. Kay, will you please edit my next book with me? You are simply the best. Absolur. Bryce Courtney. Arms and the Boy. Let the boy try along this bayonet blade how cold steel is, and keen with hunger of blood. Blue with all malice, like a madman's flash, and thinly drawn with famishing for flesh. Lend him to stroke these blind, blunt bullet leads, which long to nuzzle in the hearts of lads, or give him cartridges of fine zinc teeth, sharp with the sharpness of grief and death. For his teeth seem for laughing round an apple. There lurk no claws behind his fingers supple, and God will grow no talons at his heels, nor antlers through the thickness of his curls. Wilfred Owen, 1918. Book 1. Chapter 1. What Happened to Tomo. Sydney, 1861. On a dull early morning, with the cumulus clouds over the heads threatening rain, roiling and climbing, changing patterns and darkening at the centres, the incoming tide washes a body onto Camp Cove, a small inner harbour beach within Port Jackson, which is becoming increasingly known as Sydney Harbour. Paddy Doyle, the shipping telegraph operator stationed at South Head, out with his dog, hears its persistent and what seems to his ear urgent barking coming from the beach below him. He makes his way down the pathway onto the small jetty, to see his black mongrel yapping beside what, even at a distance, is plainly a human body lying high up on the wet sand. Doyle, a stout man not given to exertion, hesitates a moment, then jumps the 18 inches from the jetty onto the sand and breaks into a clumsy trot, the sand squeaking and giving way under his boots. Common sense tells him no amount of hurrying will make a difference, but death has a haste that ignores the good sense of walking slowly on a sultry morning. He is puffing heavily by the time he arrives at the wet bundle of wool and limbs, from which trail several long ribbons of translucent iodine-coloured seaweed. Immediately he sees that those parts of the body not protected by clothing are badly decomposed, and much pecked about by gulls, crabs, sea lice and other scavengers of the deep. But not until he comes right up to it does he realise the body is missing a head. The neck of the dead man protrudes from a dark woolen coat, a grotesque stump, ragged at the edges, torn about by the popping mouths of countless small fish. It is an aperture made less grisly by the cleansing effect of the salt water, but more macabre by its bloodless appearance. It looks like the gape of some prehensile sea plant designed to trap and feed on small fish and tiny molluscs, rather than something made of human flesh and blood. Paddy, an ex-convict brought to New South Wales on the bark Eden, the last transport of convicts to Sydney in November 1840, thinks of himself as a hard man. But 20 years of half-decent living have increased the size of his girth and heightened his sensibilities, and he vomits into the sand. After a fair endurance of spitting and gagging, he rinses his mouth in the salt wash and stands erect again, kicking the sand with the toe of his right boot to cover the mess he's made at his feet. The sun has broken through a break in the clouds, and almost immediately blowflies buzz around the corpse. A sickly stench starts to rise from the body, but with his belly emptied of his breakfast gruel, Doyle is now better able to withstand the smell, and he squats down to make a more thorough examination. A narrow leather thong around the base of the headless neck cuts deep into the swollen flesh and disappears inside the neck of a woolen vest. Doyle, reverting to his darker instincts, tugs tentatively at the cord. At first there is some resistance, then a small malachite amulet, a Maori tiki, is revealed. Doyle, like all past convicts, is deeply superstitious, and is alarmed by the presence of an amulet known to ward off evil spirits and put a curse on those who harm its wearer. He hurriedly tucks it back under the wet vest, afraid now even to have touched it. Without thinking, he rubs the palm of the offending hand in the wet sand to cleanse it. Then, crossing himself, he mutters, "Hail Mary, Mother of God, protect me." The body is that of a white male of unusually small stature. The fingers of both his hands are clenched to form puffy club-like fists. Whether from the sudden heat of the sun or the drying out of the corpse, the right hand begins to open, and Doyle observes that the nails have continued to grow after death, and are deeply embedded into the fleshy upper part of the dead man's palm. As the fingers unlock and open, there is no sign of blood oozing from the fissures the nails have made. Each finger now wears a hooked talon with the finger pads puckered and raised from the immersion in seawater, so that the skin surface seems to be covered by nests of tiny white worms. The nails are smooth and clean, with no cuts or scars, nor is there any permanently ingrained dirt etched into the lines on the palms to indicate a man accustomed to physical work. The skin on his arms is bluish-white from the seawater, but shows no signs of having ever been exposed to the sun. Some sort of tough, Doyle thinks. No doubt up to no good, and come to a sticky and untimely end. Good riddance. Still and all, chopping off his head's going a bit bloody for. Later, when he has pulled off his boots and placed them on the stone steps of his hut to dry and dusted the sand from his feet, he telegraphs Sydney to report the headless corpse. Then, in what Paddy thinks is an amusing appendage to his message, he taps out, "Best get a move on, it don't take long for them blowflies to lay their maggot eggs." 2 hours later, with the threatening clouds now well out to sea and the sun hot as Hades in a clear blue sky, a steam pinnace from the police mooring at Circular Quay, with 2 police constables aboard, puffs up to Camp Cove Jetty to claim the body from the Piermont morgue. While searching the corpse, the morgue attendant, observed closely by Senior Detective Darcy O'Reilly of the Darlinghurst Police Station, discovers a small leather wallet inside the jacket. It contains £4 and several personal calling cards, which identify the headless man as Tomo X. Solomon. Detective O'Reilly immediately sends a constable to Tucker & Co. to inform Hawk Solomon that he is required at the city morgue to identify what may be the remains of his brother. Hawke, at Mary's instigation, had reported Tomo missing in case any of Mr. Sparrow's lads might have seen him entering his lodgings on the night of Maggie's death and declared his presence to the police. A further search of the victim's clothing reveals a deck of dealeroo cards, the kind generally used by professional gamblers of a superior status. Finally, a gold hunter watch, with the ace of spades enamelled on its outer lid and a sovereign hanging from its fob chain, is discovered in a button-down pocket of his waistcoat. It is stopped at 20 minutes past 10 o'clock. Senior Detective O'Reilly writes this down as the presumed time of death and then pockets the watch. The corpse is left closed for the pathologist to examine and is lifted onto the zinc dissecting table in preparation for the autopsy by the Chief Government Medical Officer, William McRae, MD, who will closely examine the clothes before removal, noting any tears or stains that may help to define the method of death. Conscious of the corpse's advanced state of decomposition, Dr. McRae loses no time presenting his findings to the coroner, Mr. Manning Turnbull Noyes, known in the magistrates' courts as MT Noyes, and by the hoi polloi as Empty Noyes. The hearing and its immediate aftermath is best summed up by the following day's Sydney Morning Herald report on the murder by its popular senior crime reporter Samuel Cook. Although Mr. Cook's name is not used in the paper, his style is easily recognised by his many readers who know him for his fearless reportage. He enjoys their respect for his ability to ask awkward questions, which have a habit of greatly embarrassing nobs and government officials of every rank. Cook has even been known to take on the governor when a wealthy merchant of dubious reputation was included in the Queen's honours list. There are some who believe he wouldn't back down to the young Queen Victoria herself. Samuel Cook is the scourge of the police force, in particular of Senior Detective Darcy O'Reilly. And while every magistrate in New South Wales, given half a chance to nobble him, would cheerfully sentence the Sydney Morning Herald reporter to a 10-year stretch in Darlinghurst, it is Noyes who would call in the hangman. Like O'Reilly, MT Noyes is a special target for his remorseless and acerbic pen. Headless body washed up on Camp Cove Beach. A special report. The headless body of a white man, thought to be that of Mr. Tomo X. Solomon, was discovered yesterday washed up on the beach by Mr. Paddy Doyle, stationed at the Camp Cove Telegraph Office. Mr. Doyle reported that he had initially been alerted by the unusual barking of his dog and had walked down to the beach to investigate, thinking perhaps a seal had come ashore on the rocks at the far side of the beach, as they occasionally do at this time of the year. Upon discovering the murder victim, Mr. Doyle lost no time alerting the authorities, and the body, sans head, was recovered by the police some hours later and taken to the city morgue at Piermont. The investigation into the murder is under the direction of Senior Detective Darcy O'Reilly of Darlinghurst Police Station. Dr. William McRae, MD, Chief Government Medical Officer, successfully applied to the Magistrates' Court at Darlinghurst to submit his findings immediately to the coroner, Mr. M.T. Noyes, citing the humid and inclement weather and the decomposed nature of the corpse. Permission was granted by the stipendiary magistrate, and the inquest was held late yesterday afternoon. In his coroner's report, Mr. Noyes stated that the head of the deceased had been removed by an instrument thought to be an axe, with the blade prepared to a razor-sharp edge. Senior Detective O'Reilly stated in evidence that as the victim had not been robbed of his wallet or his gold watch and chain, he appeared to be the victim of an execution-style murder. The coroner, well known for his acerbic wit, remarked that in his experience on the bench he had not yet heard of a suicide where the deceased had entirely removed his own head with an axe. He hoped the senior detective might in future restrict himself to any information which might be useful to the constabulary in their efforts to solve the case. The senior detective then stated that the murder may have taken place on board a ship at sea. However, the more likely conclusion was that the head had been removed from the body and the body taken outside the Sydney Heads and dumped at sea. "I would be most surprised if the head isn't buried deep somewhere ashore, Detective O'Reilly," Mr. Noyes opined. The detective sighed audibly. "Yes, Your Honour, we are most grateful for your opinion." Though what he really thought of the coroner's gratuitous insight, this correspondent dares not even suppose. The coroner made a finding of murder by person or persons unknown, and the court was adjourned. Asked outside the court who he thought might have done such a grisly execution, Senior Detective O'Reilly stated, "Decapitation is not a common method of murder, but is known to be used among the Celestials, though I have not heard of it used against a white man before." When it was pointed out that the victim, Mr. Tomo Solomon, was a user of the opium poppy and well known in Chinatown, he refused to speculate further on the matter. "Our inquiry will determine soon enough what we need to know," he stated. "Did you know that the murder victim was a partner in a gaming syndicate run by the well-known sportsman Mr. F. R.T. Sparrow?" he was then asked. "No," came the prompt and surprising reply. "Did you know he was a member of a regular illegal card game that was known to take place in Chinatown on the premises of Tang Wing Hung, the Chinaman importer?" Not entirely surprising, his answer was no again. Your correspondent then asked if the murder of Mr. Solomon might be linked with the deaths on the premises of Mr. Sparrow's lodging of the boxing promoter known as Fat Fred and the prostitute Maggie Pye, the latter suffocating under the weight of the dead body of the former. Senior Detective O'Reilly replied that the coroner's report on the state of decomposition of the victim's body supported the theory that Mr. Tomo Solomon might have been murdered at around the same time, but that it would be foolish to link the two incidents. He stressed that the coroner's findings of the two previous deaths had been that Fat Fred, while involved in sexual intercourse, had died of a sudden and massive heart seizure, and Miss Pye of asphyxia while trapped beneath his body. "We have no reason to suspect foul play," Senior Detective O'Reilly added. "We are hoping that Mr. Sparrow will help the police with our inquiries, but as of this time we have been unable to locate him. I ask anyone who knows of his present whereabouts to come forward." The good detective was then asked if he thought it a mere coincidence that the murdered man was the twin brother of the professional pugilist Hawk Solomon, who in turn was betrothed to the murdered prostitute Maggie Pye. "All coincidences will be carefully examined," O'Reilly replied loftily. Your correspondent then asked if Senior Detective O'Reilly was aware that Mr. Sparrow was also known to owe Mr. Tang Wing Hung and Miss Mary Abacus, the mother of the adopted twins, Tomo and Hawk Solomon, a considerable sum of money, this being their winnings from bets made on the prize fight between Mr. Hawk Solomon and the Irish pugilist who goes under the sobriquet the Lightning Bolt. Senior Detective O'Reilly declined to comment, but pointed out gratuitously that both bare-fist boxing and wagering on such contests are illegal in the colony of New South Wales, and that no such claim, if true, would stand up in court. Did this not then suggest a reason why Mr. Sparrow might have gone missing? And wasn't it worthwhile following up the evidence of the lad known as Johnny Terrible, who stated that Mr. Sparrow had sent a note to Maggie Pye suggesting she be the emissary between himself, Tang Wing Hung, and Miss Mary Abacus? "Sir, you are fully aware that the particular note found on the premises belonging to Maggie Pye was tabled and read out in court. It simply contained the words, 'Come and see me, my dear,' and was signed by Mr. Sparrow." "And the evidence of the boy, Johnny Terrible?" "The magistrate chose not to take into consideration the boy's evidence, as he had been in trouble before and is known to lie under oath." Senior Detective O'Reilly then looked at your correspondent with an expression suggesting some bemusement. "I find myself surprised at your questions, sir. Given the known occupation of the deceased woman, the magistrate, I believe, has correctly concluded that she was acquired by Mr. Sparrow for the purposes usually associated with women of her profession. The note received by Maggie Pye can possess no other explanation," he concluded. Your correspondent then countered with the suggestion that it was common knowledge that Mr. Sparrow was not known to favour the fairer sex, and that his preferences lay, to put it in the kindest terms, elsewhere. Furthermore, it was a well-known joke among the Sydney lads employed by Mr. Sparrow that Fat Fred was usually incapable of dalliance of any sort, and that drink rendered him impotent. Senior Detective O'Reilly then said, "You are raking over old coals, sir," and declined to answer any more questions from your correspondent. Miss Mary Abacus and Mr. Hawk Solomon, who had earlier visited the morgue to identify the body, and later also attended the coroner's hearing, declined to be interviewed by this correspondent, pleading that they be allowed the right to mourn the loss of a beloved son and brother. Hawke stops off first at the hero of Waterloo, where Mary has her temporary lodgings, and together they go to the Piermont morgue to identify Tomo's corpse. Here they are made to place a tincture of camphor oil to their nostrils, to kill the unmistakable odour of decaying flesh, before they are taken into the morgue's cold room to examine the corpse, which has been stripped of its clothing, but at the suggestion of Senior Detective O'Reilly, the tiki remains with its leather thong about the tattered and truncated neck. A square of canvas has been neatly arranged over the top of the neck to conceal the absence of a head, though the Maori amulet can be clearly seen resting on the exposed chest 3 inches below the base of the neck. A second square of canvas in the form of a loincloth covers the private parts. Mary scarcely pauses to examine the body before confirming to Senior Detective O'Reilly that it is her adopted son, Tomo. She notices O'Reilly's bemused and doubtful countenance at so quick an identification of a corpse which, after all, lacks a head, the most common method of recognition. She points to a large mole high up on the left shoulder.
Born with it. Big as sixpence. Can't mistake it. Looks like a map of Tasmania,
she states. Remembering her grief, her voice quavers slightly, and she touches the corner of the small lace handkerchief to her right eye, and then to her left, and returns it perhaps a little too hastily to cover her nose, for the stench rising from the body has even defeated the efficacy of the camphor oil. Hawke is hard put to contain his surprise, for almost at once they have both seen that the naked body isn't that of Tomo. Hawke's twin has a small but distinctive birthmark on the calf of his left leg, and no such mark can now be seen. Hawke bends down to examine the amulet, and immediately sees what he is looking for. A small M has been scratched into the surface of the green malachite. The tiki. He points to the amulet. That's his, my brother's. It was given to his twin by his Maori wife, who died in childbirth, and the M scratched onto the surface is for her name, Makareta. It is a certain sign to Hawke of Tomo's efforts at deception, and his determination to make the murder victim seem to be himself. Tomo would have thought long and hard before parting with the tiki, which he greatly cherished as his talisman, the equivalent in his own mind of Mary's Waterloo medal. Then Hawke realizes that it is a message to him, Tomo's way of telling him that he is still in the world of the living. In fact, having received Johnny Terrible's message that Tomo was going after Mr. Sparrow, they have each silently concluded the corpse must belong to Ike Solomon's most accomplished graduate from the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers, the infamous Sparrow Fart, alias F. Artie Sparrow, the odious Mr. Sparrow. Tomo has completed what he had vowed to do and avenged the death of Maggie Pye. The sudden tears Senior Detective O'Reilly now sees streaming unabashedly down the tattooed cheeks of the giant black man are not, as he supposes, for the grotesque corpse on the zinc tray, but for Maggie Pye and the love of his twin. They are also tears of relief that Tomo is still alive. Using the only currency he knows, this headless corpse lying on a slab of ice is Tomo's payback for all the mongrels who have blighted his life. The ghastly manner of Mr. Sparrow's death is paradoxically also Tomo's last gift of love to his brother. Hawke cannot help but think that the pressure on Tomo's brain from the wound to his head has finally driven him insane. For this notion as well, he now weeps. O'Reilly brings his fist to his lips and clears his throat. Missus, if you'd be so kind as to turn your back. A matter of some delicacy, he says, looking directly at Mary. Mary turns away from the corpse, and the detective lifts the canvas loincloth and nods to Hawke. That's another common way of identification, he says abruptly. Then, supposing Mary can't hear him, he whispers sotto voce to Hawke. Pricks are like faces. Everyone's different. Hawke sees immediately that, unlike Tomo's, the penis is not circumcised. Well, what does you think? O'Reilly asks. Hawke sniffs and nods his head, but does not reply, not wishing to openly commit perjury. O'Reilly sighs and pulls the small canvas square back into place. It's all right to look now, missus, he says to Mary. As if he is anxious to conclude the identification, he casually produces a gold watch from his pocket. Clicking it open so that the ace of spades on its lid can be clearly seen by both Mary and Hawke, he pretends to consult it.
Goodness, that's our Tomo's watch,
Mary says, quick as a flash, for indeed it is Tomo's. Senior Detective O'Reilly grins. The identification of the headless victim is complete. It's been a satisfying afternoon's work all round. He nods. Good. He turns and calls over to the morgue assistant, who brings him a clipboard to which is attached a form. The assistant also holds a small glass pen and inkstand. Holding the clipboard in one hand and with the pen poised in the other, O'Reilly asks officially, "Are you, Hawke Solomon, and you, Mary Abacus, quite certain this is the body of Tomo Solomon?"
"With me hand on me heart,"
Mary lies, bringing her hand up to cover her left breast. The question is perfunctory. O'Reilly has witnessed a mother's quick and positive identification and the copious tears of grief still issuing from the giant nigger. "You'll sign here, then," he says, all businesslike, dipping the pen into the open ink bottle and handing it to Hawke. Mary and Hawke sign the paper confirming their identification, and the morgue assistant takes the clipboard and departs.
"When can we take possession of the body of our loved one?"
Mary asks plaintively, her eyes taking on a suitably sad expression.
"Give it a burial decent folk might attend."
Hawke is amazed at her assertiveness, her complete presence of mind. She wants the body buried and out of the clutches of the law as soon as possible.
"It ain't in a nice state, and we wish to preserve the best of our memories, sir,"
she adds, putting the finishing touches to what she hopes O'Reilly will see as a mother's anxiety and grief. The corners of the detective's mouth twitch slightly, and Mary reads this as a sign of his sympathy. "See what I can do, missus. It's in the hands of the coroner. He don't like being told his business, though." Mary takes a sovereign out of her purse and offers it to him.
"A small contribution to the orphans' fund,"
she says in a half-whisper. O'Reilly now gives her a genuine smile, knowing himself to be the orphan of particular benefit. "Might be able to give him a bit of a hurry-up, eh?" he says, taking the gold coin Mary holds out to him.
"Most grateful, I'm sure,"
Mary says, batting her eyes. "Mother, that were a bribe," Hawke says to Mary on their return to the hero of Waterloo.
"Blimey, and him a detective, fancy that,"
Mary laughs. The coroner, Magistrate M.T. Noyes, is happy enough to oblige, and he orders the body's release from the authorities and also the immediate return of Tomo's personal effects from the police. Though unable to resist the temptation to display his infamous wit, and first determining that Mr. Cook of the Sydney Morning Herald is not present, the magistrate quips, "In making this decision we have lost our head, and must quickly bury the evidence, or the case will stink to high heaven." By sundown, every pub in Sydney will be repeating his bon mot.
"Have you heard the latest from his nibs, Empty Noise?"
they will say gleefully to every newcomer. Mary, never one to take chances, orders an expensive black basalt tombstone, engraved in gold with the words, "Tomo X. Solomon, 1840 to 1861. Rest in peace." In a simple ceremony conducted by the Reverend Hannibal Peagsnit, the eccentric Congregationalist, with only Mary and Hawke in attendance, the remains of Mr. Sparrow are duly buried. Ikey's best pupil, Sparrow Fart, the lightest fingers in London town, the small boy who never knew his real name, ended the way he'd started his life, unknown, unwanted and unloved, his final epitaph a beak's joke in bad taste. He will lie headless beneath a tombstone, which when Satan asks him for a reckoning of his life, he won't even be able to call his own. Hawke wishes Mary long life, which is what Ikey would have done in the same circumstances. Mary returns to Hobart after the funeral. Hawke gives Maggie's two-room home and all her possessions to Flo, Maggie's little friend, now married to the grocer's son, Tom. He visits Caleb Soul, who accompanied Tomo and himself to the gold diggings at Lambing Flat, and has since become one of Hawke's dearest friends, to say his farewell. Then, after telling all at Tucker & Co. that he is going home to Hobart, and attending a gathering in the dock area of the entire company where he receives a handsome crystal goblet in gratitude for his services from Captain Tucker, Hawke sets sail for New Zealand. On his arrival, Hawke makes his way to the stretch of Auckland Harbour where the Maori boats moor, and catches a coastal ketch that will take him to the Ngāti Hoa tribe under Chief Tamahana, in whose household Tomo's daughter, Hinetitama, is being raised. Hawke discovers that Tomo is dying from the wound to his head and is in constant pain. Often he sinks into a delirium, but even when he is conscious, the pressure on his brain renders him incoherent, so that the words in his mouth twist into gibberish. But sometimes he has brief periods in the early mornings when he is quite lucid. During one such period, he asks Hawke to leave his daughter with the Maori until she comes of age and can decide for herself whether she wants the life of a Pākehā or wishes to stay with her people.
The Maori be her family now, even if her name be Solomon. Let her choose later, though God knows why she'd want to be one of us.
In these coherent periods, it is the same old sardonic Tomo, ever on the alert for the mongrels. "I shall see she never lacks for anything," Hawke promises. "I will respect your wish, though Mary pleads she would very much like her, as her granddaughter, to be brought up well at home with every privilege and the very best of education."
Tell her then to leave something in her will for my daughter, my share, Tomo replies. Although from what I've seen of privilege and education, it breeds only greed and superiority.
Hawke protests and Tomo laughs. "The Maori have all but lost their land, and it has been took from them by educated men, men of the church, committing a crime in the name of God, and the governor himself doing the same in the name of the Queen. These are all educated men, all greedy and superior, all mongrels." Hawke, ever the rational one, replies, "That is an oversimplification, Tomo. Goodness is not replaced by greed when a man becomes educated, nor is greed absent in the poor. Man is by his very nature rapacious, and wealth has forever been the precursor of power, the need to be seen as superior. Hinetitama must have some learning. You would not want your daughter to be shackled by ignorance and superstition." Tomo looks wearily up at Hawke.
"You are the only good man I know what's keen on book learning. Let my daughter grow up the natural way of her people. She will be taught to read and count, and that will be enough."
Tomo grins. It is near to being the old Tomo grin, and Hawke's heart is filled with love for his dying twin.
"Unless you can teach her how to handle a pack of cards, eh? You must give her my tiki."
He touches the tiki Hawke has returned to him, and his expression grows suddenly serious.
"Hawke, there is bad blood in me, and it will be in my daughter also. If she stays among the Maori, it will not come out so soon. Please tell her to wear it always, that the tiki will protect her."
"Your axe, is this the bad blood you talk of?" Hawke does not wait for Tomo to reply. "Tomo, there is no bad blood there. What you did was for me, and in memory of Maggie Pye. It was justice. You are good, Tomo, as good a man as ever had a conscience." For the first time, the death of Mr. Sparrow has been mentioned.
"Conscience,"
Tomo smiles ruefully.
"That is the difference between you and me. You would carry the murder on your conscience forever, and I have but scarcely thought about it. Mr. Sparrow was a mongrel, and when I chopped him there was that much less evil in the world."
Tomo looks up at Hawke.
"But it takes bad blood to murder a man, any man, even a mongrel. If they should string me up for it, it would be a fair bargain."
Hawke sighs and then looks at Tomo somewhat apprehensively. "Tomo, will you tell me about that night?" It is Tomo's turn to sigh.
"Aye, if you wish, but it weren't a pretty thing to tell of."
"Tomo, I grieve for Maggie every day, every hour of my life. It would make it more, complete." Hawke shrugs, not knowing how to continue. Tomo sees his confusion and starts right in.
"It takes me 5 or 6 minutes to run to Kellett's Wharf from the World Turned Upside Down, the pub where Mr. Sparrow stayed. It's 14 minutes to 9 o'clock, with the tide turning at some time shortly after 9, when the Kanaka ship Morning Star will sail. I have little time left to swim the 200 yards out to where she's moored. I'm sweating and panting from the run, and I remove me clothes and shoes, and using me belt, I wraps them around the axe holster and returns it to my back. Then I wades in and starts to swim. I'm still breathing hard from the run and me head's hurting terrible. It's a calm night and dark with cloud cover, so the moon is lost. The harbour water's cool and welcoming, and I strokes me way to the dark shape of the Morning Star, a trading schooner about 80 feet stem to stern. I can see she has her head to the wind, facing the land breeze coming down the harbour, and is preparing to sail. As I reach the port side, I can hear the Kanakas starting to sing as they lean into the capstan bars to take up the slack and begin to raise the anchor. I can hear the click of the pawls, and if I'm any judge, it's a task that will take anything up to 15 minutes. It means I can't climb up the anchor rope as I had supposed. But there is a God in heaven. As me eyes clear, I can see they've already raised the dinghy, but the ship's ladder has not yet been pulled up. Glory be, it's a doddle to climb on board up the rope ladder, and soon enough I sticks me head up to take a look over the deck. I'm panting hard, but there appears to be no one about. They've already set the mainsail, which is luffing in the light breeze, and will cover any sound I might make coming aboard. From where I am at the waist of the schooner, the Kanaka standing at the ship's wheel and the captain on the quarterdeck can't see me, and I can hear the first mate on the quarterdeck urging the men on with the raising of the anchor. I look around. There are a dozen or so barrels lashed to the starboard side, and the dark shape of the deckhouse with the dinghy atop is to me left. Then I hear a snuffling sound, and I go rigid. Somebody's coming. But it don't take long to realise, like all Kanaka ships, they've taken pigs on board. Island folk, as you well know, don't like to go to sea without a pig or two. Then I see it, the pig pen, close to the forecastle. Kanakas the only folk happy to put the pig pen near where they kips down. There's another shape next to it, and of course it's the chicken coop. Chicken's the second thing them silly buggers likes to have on board. All the bleeding home comforts. The rest of the deck is the usual mess what comes about before sailing. It will be to me advantage. Nobody moving quickly, plenty of time to see 'em coming, and if I has to, use me axe. Hawk looks aghast.
Tomo, you'd not kill an innocent.
Tomo grins. Nah, just tap him light with the blunt. Put him down for a bit. Anyway, it don't happen. It ain't necessary. There's nobody on the main deck, and I slips aboard and finds good concealment behind the barrels on the starboard side. I'm tucked away, so when they tidy the deck there is little chance I'll be discovered. I can see the deckhouse leading down to the saloon, where I figure I'll find Mr. Sparrow. It looks to be a typical trading schooner, with the one cabin below decks for a passenger or two, and the captain and the first mate in their own quarters aft, where it'd be the most comfortable to sail. From what Johnny Terrible's told me, Mr. Sparrow is on his own, and does not wish to be recognised, not even by the captain or the crew, let alone a fellow passenger, so it will be him and me alone if I can get down to him. I undoes me swag and removes me axe from the shoulder holster so it's at me side. I'm still bollocky, and I starts to shiver again, now me panting's stopped. As best I can, I wring out me wet clobber and get back into it, me clothes clinging to me skin, feeling horrible, and me feet squelching in soaked boots. Now it's waiting time, and me head's hurting real bad. The anchor's up at last, and the ship turns with the outgoing tide, with Sydney now, same as me, on the starboard side. I can see a few lights, and I thinks of you and Mama, and of Johnny Terrible breaking the news of Maggie's death to you, and giving you the magpie feathers. And I silently hopes that me going after the mongrel what done it will some day be of true comfort to you. Hawk's eyes fill with sudden tears. I thought that I'd lost you too. That of the three people I loved with all my heart, that I had lost two of them on the one night. If it were not for the strength of Mary, our mamma, I don't reckon I'd have wanted to go on living another hour. Hawk grins through his tears. She saw how I was, and she come right out and says, "Hawk Solomon," like she'd say when we were little uns, stern of face, the scar on her cheek pulled down to the corner of her mouth. "I didn't rescue you from the wild man in the wilderness just so you could snuff it by your own miserable hands. I've lost me beloved Tomo, and you, your beloved Maggie. But you ain't gonna do the dirty on me now, so get that into your thick nigger head." She points a crooked finger at me. "Dying is easy, son. It's living what takes the character, all right? Now let's get on with it." "Yeah, that be our I shall never surrender Mary, that's our mamma," Tomo laughs. "She's right, you know.
Living's what's the bastard. Hawk, hoping to change the sudden feeling of melancholy, changes tack. You're on deck, but with the ship moving down the harbour, soon to be out of the heads, however did you think you'd get back on shore? Tomo gives a rueful smile. Mate, with me head gone and all, I reckon there weren't much point to hanging around any longer. Just so long as I can get a crack at the miserable mongrel. Tell you the truth, I didn't think much about the next part of it. Tomo, you were willing to give your life for me, and you tell me you've got bad blood. It just isn't true, Hawk protests fiercely. Wait on, it ain't pretty what comes next. Hawk can see Tomo is tiring. You sure you want to go on? He asks, concerned. Tomo nods his head and takes up where he left off. It's getting bloody cold with spring not yet come, and me sitting shivering in me wet clobber. A couple of Kanakas pass by, and I reckons if I cough some are goner. Me chief are chattering that loud, I think they must surely hear me loud as a chisel chipping stone. But they goes about their work getting the sails up and trimmed, and several others come to join them. We've passed the Sow and Pigs, them cluster of rocks that stand inside the harbour, and we're just about through the heads. They've got the flying jib going as well as the topsail, with the main and staysail up and underway. I reckon the breeze from the land is now moving us at about 4 or 5 knots, a perfect night for sail. They'll all be in the forecastle abed not long after we've cleared the heads. You know how it is, you're pretty knackered after getting underway. Well, it were just like I said. Bloody ship would sail itself on a night like this. We clears the heads and turns to port, and hugs to the coast to take advantage of the shore breeze, and the crew turn in prompt as I had supposed. Now it's only the creaking of the ship, the bow waves and the sails luffing that breaks the silence. I reckon the only man left on deck is the helmsman, and he's got the light from the ship's compass in his eyes, so there's no way he can see the main deck from the quarter. It's dark as hell anyway. Best you can see clearly is about 10 feet. Besides, the deckhouse is cutting off his line of sight, so I reckon I'm clear to make me move. Then I see him, Mr. Sparrow. He's coming up from below. I watch as he turns, walking towards me. God in heaven, he's walking straight into a trap I didn't even know I'd set. But of course he sees the barrels and turns to the right, coming up to the starboard rails, not 6 feet from where I'm hiding. Me heart starts to pump. Jesus H. Christ, I can take him right here and now with the axe, throw it and put the blade into the side of his skull, and he'd be dead before he hit the deck or could even grunt. He's wearing a long coat, just like the one Ike used to wear. His hat is pulled down to his eyes, and he's got a woolen scarf wrapped round his fizz, so that only his eyes are to be seen between his hat and the scarf. He's looking out to sea, and all you can hear is the wash as the bow cuts through the waves. I've got F.R.T. Sparrow standing still as a scarecrow, the perfect target, and him no doubt lamenting the good life he's left behind in Sydney, and not knowing the next port of call will be the flames of hell itself. So that was it then, Hawk says, sighing, glad the telling is over.
Nah, too easy. I wanted the bastard to know it was me come after him, and that he's gonna die. No point in being alive one moment and dead the next without him knowing why. I want to see the fear in his miserable mongrel eyes. I want to see it for Maggie, for you, for myself. It's like he's all the mongrels that ever were, and I want to see how their kind take to dying.
Hawk can scarcely believe Tomo's courage. But he could have shouted and alerted the crew as he saw you coming, anything.
Not before I'd nailed him, he couldn't have.
Tomo pauses.
After that, I couldn't give a shit.
So what did you do?
I creep up and lift his hat and give him a light tap on the skull with the blunt and catch him as he sinks to his knees. He's about the same size as me, but I know I'm the younger and stronger, so I slips me axe into the holster across me back and lifts him over me shoulder and crosses to the companionway. It's a bit of a struggle getting him down below and into the saloon. I'm already knackered, but I dumps Mr. Sparrow on the floor and locks the cabin door and sits down to recover and to await his return to this shitty world. But first I take the precaution of wrapping the woolen scarf tight about his mouth so he won't wake with a scream and can still breathe through his nostrils. Then I takes a look about me. It don't take too long to find his stash, what's in a leather saddlebag. There's more in it than even I supposed. Gold coin, of course, but mostly it's stuff what's light but can be quickly converted into cash. Diamonds, several gold rings with large ruby and emerald stones, and a box of the finest South Sea pearls you can imagine, maybe 200 of the little beauties. There's a stack of them new £5 banknotes which I can't get both my hands around. A fortune carefully put together to be transportable, and I'm telling you straight, it ain't been gathered in a few days. I am forced to conclude that F. Arty Sparrow has long contemplated there might some day come the need to scarper, and was ever ready to escape at a moment's notice. But then I find true paradise, a ball of opium big as your fist wrapped in cheesecloth. Mr. Sparrow has brought along with him 6 months' supply from Tang Wing Hung. Tomo laughs. Here I be, with a fortune of ill gained, and half a year's supply of the poppy, and I can't do nothing about it. I'm sitting there thinking how bloody typical, Tomo's usual luck, eh? I think I'll find Sparrow's pipe and kill the pain in me head for a while. Then I realise that if he comes to while the angels kiss be upon me, I'm history. The craving for opium and the pain in me noggin be so bad I almost thinks to chop him right there, and prepare a pipe and smoke it at me leisure. Then the idea comes to me, all of a sudden, out of the blue like. With me craving the poppy, I can't think how there be room for such a plan to come into me terrible aching head. But it comes quite sudden and complete, and is worthy of the cunning of Ikey Solomon himself. I begin to remove Mr. Sparrow's clothes. First his Ikey coat, which I can see will fit a treat. Then his jacket, waistcoat and blouse. Then the fine leather boots, and next his trousers, and then his long johns and hose. He's bollocky, and there's even less of him than me, and I wonder how so much evil can be contained in such a little bag of skin, bones and misery. His clobber fits me like a glove, and I'm warm and snug, and feeling much better for the change from my own wet garments. Mr. Sparrow is beginning to stir, and so I pulls him up until he's sitting with his back against the cabin wall, and his head lolling, chin on chest. His eyes open, bleary at first, then with sudden light. He can't talk, of course, but the surprise they show is speech enough. He looks down and sees he's naked, and jerks backwards against the cabin wall, and quickly brings his hands to cover his little blue worm. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow," I says. I can hear him whimper behind the scarf. So I lifts me axe and puts me finger to me lips, so he'll know to stay stum, and removes the scarf, though he could have done it as well himself, his hands not being bound. "Tomo," he says, all surprised. "Where am I?" he asks, still looking dazed like. "Shh, where you was before, but now you've got company," says I. He looks about the cabin, and I can see he's thinking what to say next. Then he turns to me. "How much?" I laugh and point to the saddlebag. "Too late for that, mate. I've got the lot, and what's stashed in this coat, but you might oblige me by taking them rings from your fingers." "Don't know that they'll come free," he says, still a bit cheeky like. I've got to hand it to him, the little bugger's got spunk all right. I shrugs and wave the axe. "Easy, always cut 'em loose. Make no bloody difference to me, do it?" He gets the rings off without too much trouble, and I takes them and drops them into me coat pocket. "Righto then, up you gets." I point to me wet clothes. "Put 'em on." "But they're wet," he protests. "Never mind. Where you're going, they'll soon enough be dry." I grins, but I don't think he gets the joke. It takes him a while to get the wet clobber on, but what fits me fits him fine. I point to a wicker chair what's in the cabin. "Sit." He sits in the chair with his hands folded in his lap, shivering like a captured mouse. I know how he feels in the wet clobber, so I takes a blanket from the bunk and throws it at him, and he wraps it round himself, his head and all. He looks like a scrawny old crone begging for alms. I don't reckon he'll make a sudden jump for me. I don't see it in his eyes. I can tell he still thinks he'll use his noggin, talk himself out of trouble. But he's forgot I were brought up by Ikey Solomon, what could talk himself out of the condemned cell with the hangman's noose already round his neck. F. Arty Sparrow ain't in the same class as Spruker. Besides, with the blanket wrapped round him, it'll be harder if he tries to have a go at me. "What are you going to do to me, Tomo?" he asks at last. "Well now, let's see. I reckon about the same as you done to Miss Maggie Pye. What say you, Mr. Sparrow?" She were a whore. Fat Fred fucked her to death. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Fat Fred couldn't get it up at a whore's Christmas party, you bastard. What you did was murder Maggie and you thought it were funny. A bit of fun for the Sydney lads, and you at the same time getting your revenge on me brother Hawk. No, no, he pleads. It were no such thing, I swear on me life. Your life? Right now it ain't worth a pinch of shit. I've had a chat to Johnny Terrible. He's told me everything, you bastard. Please, he says, spare me and you'll not regret it, Tomo. Spare you? Jesus. What for? We could go into business, son. I'll cut you in for half of everything. We'll make a bleeding fortune, you and me. He cocks his head to the side. You with the flats and me managing the game? There'd be none better in all the colonies. He tries to smile, to crawl right up me arse. Mr. Ace of Spades, you're the best. The very best there is with the cards. Ain't never seen better. A bloody miracle, them hands. Miracle of motion and deception. You've got talent nigh to genius. No, correction, you is genius. And both of us needing the poppy regular, eh? A fine threesome, you, me and the opium pipe. Bullshit. His nose is running, and he's commenced to snivelling and shivering, and I can see that the courage has suddenly leaked out of him. There's wet tears running down his cheeks. What say you then? He whimpers, his teeth a chatter. I don't know whether the shaking is from the cold or his fear. Both, perhaps. Mr. Sparrow spreads his hands and shrugs and appeals to me with the wet eyes. Please, Tomo. Spare me, he cries. Mr. Sparrow, I didn't come to bargain. As I see it right now, I ain't got too much time myself. I come to do what I've promised I'd do since I was 7 years old, and 4 of you mongrels, you dog fuckers, stretched me over a hewn log in the wilderness. Pulled down me torn breeches and threw me over that fallen log. I remember its lemon-yellow bark was stripped just like me. Me and the pine, both bollock naked. Me with me face kissing the damp forest earth, and it fallen to the same by the cruel axes of the woodfetchers. Then them buggering me, laughing, snotting over me back, and me arse bleeding so the blood's running down the inside of me legs. Them leaving, footsteps crackling through the fern and myrtle bush, laughing, whooping, doing up their buckles and buttoning their breeches. You fuck little boys too, don't you, Mr. Sparrow? Tomo, Tomo, I'm like you, Mr. Sparrow wails. They done the same to me, the very same. Ask Ikey. He took me from Hannah Solomon's brothel where I were a Casamite. He said I were too smart to be raped for sixpence by a turd burglar. Ikey's long dead, I snap. I don't need Sparrow's begging. I don't want him to be like me, even in this. He begins to sob again. It's true. I swear it's true. For a moment there, I'm almost sorry for him. Then I remember Maggie and other things I've heard about what F.R.T. Sparrow's done if a whore angers him. Maggie ain't the first he's done in. So, I says, you knew about the mongrels and you grew up and became one of them. A mongrel yourself, and worse than most. Does that make it right, then? He sniffs and gulps back a sob. I survived, Tomo. I stayed alive. Me too, only just. But I didn't join the bloody mongrels. He's silent for a while, sobbing and wiping his snotty nose, pinching at it with his thumb and forefinger. I don't say nothing, letting him think to himself a while. Then he slowly raises his head and looks at me. What you gonna do to me? He asks, his voice real small. I don't even really hear myself saying it. It just comes out natural, like I've been wanting to say it ever since I was 7 years old and in the wilderness alone. I'm gonna kill you, Mr. Sparrow. It's what's long overdue for your kind. He begins to sob even harder than before, not looking at me, gulping and choking and taking to the hiccups, and all the while begging for his life between his blubbing. I've had enough, so I taps him hard on the head with the blunt end of the axe, and he slumps out of the chair to the floor. I stretches him out on his back and goes to work. Me head's hurting like hell, and I know I ain't got much time. The craving for the poppy is building up, and I'm beginning to shake for the need of the blessed pipe. I take the tiki from my neck and lifts his head and puts it round his neck, then my purse with £4 and several of me calling cards in it. I put it in his jacket pocket, then me hunter with the ace of spades on the outside lid and the gold sovereign hanging on its chain, which I fits to his waistcoat pocket and secures the fob. I stands back and looks down at him. Matter of fact, he don't look that unlike me, and with a bit of splashing around in the seawater and after the fishers have a go at him, nobody'll be able to tell the difference. Not that I expect he'll be washed ashore before a shark gets to him, but you never know with the ship still hugging the coastline. Like I said, in me anger to get to him, to get aboard and kill him, I've not thought too much about escaping after. Now me plan's changed. So I put me axe in the holster to me back, and lifts him again and carries him up the hatchway. It's harder even than before. He seems heavier somehow, and I'm exhausted as I gets up the last of the steps and dump him on the deck. I'm puffing like a bull mastiff after a pit fight, and I'm forced to sit and rest. It's still dark, the moon not broken through yet, and I've only a few feet to go to the starboard rail. I get up and half drags him, and then slumps him over the ship's railing, and I'm about to lift him over when I remember something Hammerhead Jack once told me on the Nankin Maiden. How it comes to me at that moment I can't rightly say. It were not thought out, it just comes into me head like before. Tomo looks up at Hawk. Hammerhead Jack once told me, if the Maori want to get rid of someone with no trace, they takes him out to sea and chops off his head, so nobody can identify the fizz and the moko markings upon it. The body float, but head it sink like a stone, Tomo. Hey, no head, no know him. He give me this grin, so I don't know if he be serious or what. No meat on head, on body plenty to eat. I'm only glad Sparrow's out to it. It is sufficient he knew before I tapped him that he was gonna die. He'd shit himself at that. I could smell it as I carried him up the hatchway. Even after what he did to Maggie, I can't bring myself to wait till he come round to tell him the Hammerhead Jack manner of his death. So I lops him there and then. 3 sharp blows at the back of the neck, and the head drops into the waves below like a stone, and the blood pours out his neck like a pipe's burst, 4 feet into the air, and arches into the foamy brine below, enough to attract 100 sharks. I wipes the blade on the back of his jacket, then grabs him by the ankles and tips the rest of him over the ship's rail. Over he goes, a complete somersault, and hits the waves spread-eagled. Good riddance to bad rubbish. With the wash against the bow, it don't hardly make a noise. Then I throws up over the rail. Tomo pauses at last, and Hawk can see that he's been pretending to be calm, but is terribly upset at the telling, never having brought what happened to the surface before. He puts his arm around Tomo's shoulders and holds him against his chest. His brother is shivering and then begins to sob. I got him. I got the mongrels, didn't I, Hawk? Maggie would have been happy knowing what I'd done for her, eh? Hawk is himself crying, holding his brother, sobbing for the agony of Tomo's bitter life. His tiny brother, just 21 years and some months old, now with his life so nearly over. Hawk can see that Tomo's eyes have lost their focus, and his twin is shaking violently. Do you need a pipe, Tomo? Aye, Tomo replies, his voice barely above a whisper. Hawk has grown accustomed to preparing Tomo's opium pipe. The great ball of opium Tomo carried away from Mr. Sparrow is almost used up. It is as though Tomo's life is to be measured by the diminishing size of the sticky black paste. Hawk finds the oil lamp, its glass like an upside-down bell, the shape of a lily, and lights it. The flame in the centre of the glass looks like a golden stamen looking down into a lily. Then he takes a small clay bowl and fills it with the black paste, which he heats slightly until it reaches the consistency of treacle, and with a long steel needle he dips into the bowl and winds a small amount of paste onto its end. This he warms over the flame until the small pearl of opium begins to bubble. He places the smouldering opium into the bowl of Tomo's pipe and watches as his twin pulls the opium smoke into his lungs, his very life seeming to depend on it. Each pearl allows only 3 or 4 puffs, and Hawk repeats the process until the bowl is empty, which takes almost an hour. Afterwards, Tomo drifts into a deep, contented sleep. Hawk has long since given up trying to stop Tomo from using the poppy. He knows it is the only way to kill the pain that is slowly bringing his twin's life to an end. Carefully he cleans the pipe and the bowl, and blows out the lamp,
and stores it with the little opium that remains. He has no way of obtaining more unless he should visit Auckland and hope to find it on the waterfront. It is a task he is willing to do if his twin survives beyond the last of Mr. Sparrow's supply. Though the idea of leaving Tomo for the 3, perhaps 4 days it will take to make the journey and return fills him with the utmost concern that Tomo may die while he is away. Now, as his twin sleeps on his reed bed, Hawk covers him with a blanket. "I loves you, Tomo," he says softly. "Sleep now a while." The remainder of Tomo's story comes out over the next week or so. Tomo had the presence of mind to retrieve Mr. Sparrow's hat. Then, wearing the scarf about his face as Mr. Sparrow had done, he simply assumed his identity. It seems nobody on board had seen the little villain without his hat pulled down low over his eyes and his scarf wrapped about his face. Mr. Sparrow did not even want the captain to know his true appearance when he was smuggled aboard. Tomo left the ship at Levuka, and a few days later caught a ketch going to Auckland, and found his way back to Chief Tamahana's village and his baby daughter, Hinetitama. Over the next 3 weeks, Tomo's lucid periods became less and less frequent, and at night Hawk sleeps on a rush mat on the earthen floor beside Tomo's bed. In the morning he carries him outside to do his business, and then prepares his pipe. One morning just after sunrise, and 3 months after Hawk's arrival, Tomo reaches down to touch the slumbering Hawk, who thinks he wishes to go outside. Hawk rises and goes to him, but his brother shakes his head, and now Hawk sees that his eyes, his sad blue eyes, are clear, and his mind is lucid. "What is it, Tomo?" "Water." Tomo has neither eaten nor taken anything to drink for 2 days, and Hawk reaches down for a small earthenware dish filled with water and holds it to his twin's lips. Tomo's lips are cracked, and they tremble with the effort of swallowing, so that most of it runs over his chin and down his neck, brightening the emerald green surface of the tiki about his neck. Hawk places the gourd on the floor beside the bed and takes Tomo's tiny hands in his own. "Do you want a pipe, mate?" His twin's hands are cold to his touch, and Hawk starts to gently massage them, hoping to transfer some of his own warmth into his brother's trembling fingers. Hawk thinks about the hands he holds, so deceptive, clumsy to look at, ugly even. The palms are crisscrossed with white axe scars, several fingers bent and knobbed from being broken and not set back straight from his twin's time as a captive child in the southwest wilderness. Yet Tomo's hands are proved so elegant and mercurial when they hold a pack of cards, and so certain and deadly when clasped about the handle of a fighting axe. His brother's hands, always his chief mischief-makers, now look innocent and helpless, clasped in his own great paws. "No pipe, not yet," Tomo whispers. "There are 2 more things I must speak of, Hawk." "What is it?" Tomo tries to rise. His hand trembles as he points to the corner of the hut. "It's buried in the corner, the satchel, Mr. Sparrow's. I don't know how much, but it's a lot." "Shall I fetch it?" Hawk says. Tomo shakes his head. "Nah, just to know it's there. Jewels, everything, a king's ransom." "What is it you want me to do with it?" "Buy land. For the Maori. Buy it back for them from the Pakeha, much as you can." "You mean in perpetuity?" Tomo doesn't know the word, and he rests for a moment, panting. "There is a Maori saying, until the sun is doused in the sea. Buy it for them so it can never be took back, much as you can. Spend it all." "It won't be easy. I'll have to get a land agent and tell him it's for a big Pakeha interest." "Ah, you do that. Then give it to the Ngāti Hoa people forever. Tell Tamahana it's Hinetitama's, my daughter's gift to her people." "And what of her? Will you not want some of it to go to her, some small portion?" Tomo's shake of the head is barely perceived. "Nah, it's tainted." He brings his hand slowly to his neck and touches the tiki. "Give her this,"
The god Tiki has seen all my wickedness, and will protect her from the same.
What of your axe? Will she have that too?
No, you keep it. If she should have a son, give it to him.
Hawk can see that Tomo's strength is fading fast. Will you take a pipe now? He asks. Hawk does not know how to tell Tomo that there remains barely enough of the angel's kiss for one more pipe. To his surprise, Tomo shakes his head, refusing the pipe.
Hawk, I loves you.
His voice has an increasingly hoarse quality, and Hawk must strain to hear him. His twin pauses, licking his dry lips, breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath again.
Hina Titama. Don't let the mongrels get her.
Hawk, overwhelmed with sadness, places Tomo's hands gently back into his lap, then gathers up his twin in his great arms and begins to rock him. Oh, Tomo. Oh, sweet Tomo, he moans. Oh, my sweet, sweet brother. I shall guard your little daughter with my very life. Hawk starts to weep as he feels his twin beginning to slip away from him. No, no, stay, Tomo. Stay a while, he chokes. Please don't leave me. Tomo sighs softly, and safe at last from the mongrels, dies in his brother's strong, loving arms. Within minutes the first of the death wailing begins, a great and sudden overflowing of grief, as if by some osmosis the tribe knows Tomo is dead. Those who possess firearms commence to shoot them to announce his passing and show their respect. Chief Tamahana arrives at Tomo's hut minutes later and squats before the grieving Hawk, and their noses touch. They hold this nose-rubbing position for nearly 10 minutes, so that the old chief might show his respect to Hawk and Tomo and their ancestors. Then he announces the hui for the tangihanga, the wailing for the dead. Hawk dresses Tomo carefully, and his body is carried to the marae, the meeting hut, where it will lie in state. For Tamahana has declared that Tomo must have the honours of an important rangatira bestowed upon his death rituals. Tomo is dressed in Mr. Sparrow's clothes and boots, since they are of a high quality and have scarcely been worn, as Tomo reverted to the Maori fashion of dressing. In his long black Ike Solomon coat and his fine hat, he looks more substantial in death than in life. In less than half an hour the women emerge from the dark line of the forest, carrying armloads of kawakawa, the creeper that symbolises death. This they festoon about the meeting house, and wave about themselves in the ritual poferi dance. The old women appear at the marae, dressed in black, and begin the tangi, a dance performed together with a high, uncanny wail and much breast-beating to express their grief for the recently deceased, as well as to summon all the dead to attend the hui in the marae. They surround Tomo, moving in a halting fashion about him, wailing, waving the kawakawa creeper, and singing, Heriatu katukatangi! Heriatu katukatangi! Move, stand, and weep.
CD 2.
Soon men and women from the surrounding tribes arrive at the outskirts of the village and halt, waiting to be welcomed with true warmth, as they have come to pay their respect to the little warrior, Tomo Te Mokiri, the leader of the now legendary 55 fighting axes, heroes of the Maori Wars. Chief Wiramukingi of the Atiawa tribe sends a large delegation of mourners, but lies sick abed and cannot come himself, though he sends his chief orator to take part in the whaikorero, the oration. Their women wail, showing their sorrow is of a great and appropriate kind, and when it reaches a crescendo, the tribal women dancing the tangi return this wailing in a most melodious way. Neki neki mui! Neki neki mui! Draw nearer, draw nearer. They have been welcomed with the Maori heart. The women wail while the men weep silently and bow their heads. All about there is the deep hum wail of grief, as the tribe's tears flow for the dead. Soon the old women, those whose beauty has passed and wisdom has become fixed to their faces, lacerate themselves, cutting the skin of their faces and breasts, arms and legs with a sliver of obsidian until they bleed on all the exposed surfaces of their bodies. The wailing and weeping for Tomo continues for 3 days to show the extremity of their grief. Their respect for him is witnessed by the copious amount of tears and nose mucus which is left to drip unchecked, so that the song "Na te hupe me na roimata, ka ea te mate," by tears and nose mucus death is avenged, may be seen to be true. There is much oratory performed in this period known as the mihi, where etiquette demands that orators are carefully chosen with the appropriate praises and lamentations given according to their rank. Chief Tamihana has briefed a famous orator, a master of genealogy, ancient chants and local history, who has at his command all the appropriate proverbs. The orator, who Hawke sees as a consummate actor, creates a great spoken drama on the life of Tomo te Mokiri. He tells of an ancient time when a great and wise king whose name was Solomon married a black queen of Sheba, a woman of exquisite beauty, and how forever thereafter each generation produced 2 sons, one black and the other white, a giant and a small man, so people might know that small men and big, black and white, have an equal part in life. At this remark the mourners look to Hawke, who stands at 7 feet tall, the magnificent General Hawke, their beloved black Maori, and then at the diminutive body of Tomo, whereupon a fresh wailing commences, which causes the orator to stop until he may be heard again. He describes Tomo's exploits in the great battle of Puke te Koere, where Tomo got the wound that has brought about his death. He even makes the mourners laugh a moment when he tells of how Tomo was saved in the swamp water by having his head against the great arse of a dead British soldier. He goes on to explain that Tomo's ancestor, Iki Slomon, sits on the Council of the Dead as a Maori ancestor, and that his advice is no doubt much respected by the ancestors. Hawke thinks of poor old Ike sitting among the Maori chiefs of the past, where the luxury of roast pork is the daily fare, my-dearing them with every sentence, and trying to teach them the intricacies of cribbage and the Jewish perspective of seeing every point of view in an argument, and so defeating it with common sense. There is much wailing and nose mucus as the mourners show their appreciation for the dead Tomo te Mokiri, who has left them his seed in the form of Princess Hinetitama, an infant to be brought up in the Maori tradition in the household of Chief Tamihana. While Chief Tamihana and his tohunga, the priests, do not allow the supreme honour of a chief, that Tomo's heart be cut out and buried separately in a sacred place, forever tapu, so that any person who approaches the place of its burial will meet with certain death. They agree that his body may be placed high up in one of the tallest trees in the forest, where it will remain until all the flesh has fallen from him. After the women have cleaned his bones and skull, they will be placed in a cave looking to the east, where he can forever greet the morning sun. Hawke remains a further fortnight, during which time he takes a Maori ketch to Auckland and interviews several land agents until he finds an American with the improbable name of Geronimo Septimus Thompson, who he believes he might trust. Using the £5 notes in Mr. Sparrow's stash, he opens a letter of credit with the Bank of New South Wales in Auckland, and visiting the government surveyor's office, he studies the land titles abutting the Ngāti Hoa tribal lands. He instructs Geronimo Thompson to buy out the small farms surrounding it. "You will offer 2 times what the property is worth," Hawke tells him, "and allow 6 months or the next crop to come to the landowner before he must vacate. The name of the buyer must never be known, Mr. Thompson. Do you understand me?" "But how much shall I buy?" asks the bemused Thompson. "Is there a limit? 5,000 acres? More? Farmland only?" "You must buy everything. Valleys, fields, forests, hills, mountains, rivers and streams. If you can find a way to deal with the Almighty, I wish you to buy the sky as well," Hawke instructs him, but then cautions Thompson. "The parcel must be clean. There can be no farms left unvacated in any part of the land you buy, except at its perimeters. I shall return in a year and instruct you further." But, Thompson splutters, "such an undertaking will attract attention. If I have no name for the purchaser, how shall I answer?" "You will buy the land in the name of the Bank of New South Wales, and they will hold the titles." By doing this, Hawke has prevented any possibility of Thompson cheating him. Hawke returns to the tribe, and informs Chief Tamihana that he must return at once to Australia. The old chief commands that a great farewell feast be held on the marae in his honour. During the festivities, and much to Hawk's embarrassment, Chief Tamihana invites Hawk's old friend, the one-armed, one-eyed hammerhead Jack, to tell the rangatira, the elders of the tribe, and the tohunga, and all those gathered at the hui, about the time Hawk saved his life when the great sperm whale had overturned their whaleboat, and his arm had been severed by the harpoon line.
I am not much Murray, with only one arm and one eye, but my mana is in my left eye, and it would be my privilege to die for my brother, Hawk, Hammerhead Jack concludes at the end of his talk. The rangatira clap and shout their approval of Hammerhead Jack's sentiments. Chief Tamihana has earlier reminded them of the contribution of General Black Hawk, who with his new guerrilla tactics, which the Maori called the Running Away War, made the forces of Wiramu Kingi and General Haparona achieve victories against the British. They have more to add to the collective memory of the giant black man they think of as one of their own. It is an altogether grand farewell, though Hawk is somewhat bemused at how his reputation as a fighting man and a general has grown in his absence. Chief Tamihana, I am honoured to be counted among you, to be accepted as rangatira, but surely you speak of a stranger. I have neither the wisdom nor the bravery you bestow upon me. Of the running away war, it was something I learnt in books, and I cannot take credit for it. Hawk walks over and stands beside Hammerhead Jack, who is seated among the highest of the rangatira. We have been brothers in war, and I could ask for no braver man at my side. At the Battle of Pukete Koire, it was this man who was the true general when we fought outside the pa. Without him we could not have succeeded, and without him Tomo would have drowned in the swamp. How can I merit praise when it is due so much more to others, to this man, my Maori brother? The rangatira clap, enjoying Hawk's modesty and his copious praise for one of their own warriors. Hawk promises he will return each year to attend to the needs of Tomo's daughter Hinetitama and to sit with his brothers in the marae. He tells them that he knows himself to be a Maori in his heart and is of the Ngāti Hoa tribe, and he wears their moko on his face with great pride. He thanks the rangatira and is careful to do the same to the tohunga. Priests, Hawk has observed, have long memories for small slights, and finally he thanks Chief Tamihana for the honour they have bestowed on Tomo by giving him the burial rites of a great warrior and for elevating him to the ranks of the rangatira. Hawk will sail in the morning, and it is late, with a full moon high in the night sky. Chief Tamihana sees him to the hut they have provided for him in the chief's compound. I shall leave you now, my friend, and we will sail you to Auckland in the morning. I have but one more gift for you, which I hope you will enjoy. Gift? I have been honoured beyond any possible merit, Tamihana. I have been given the gift of brotherhood and of your friendship. With Tomo dead, there is none I value more than yours and that of Hammerhead Jack. Tamihana chuckled softly. Ah, Hawk, this is but the gift of one night, an old memory revisited. With this remark, he bids Hawk good night and takes his leave. Hawk is too tired to think what the old chief might mean, and gratefully enters his hut. The night carries a cool breeze from the mountains, and Hawk wraps a blanket about himself and is preparing to sleep when he becomes conscious of a shadow darkening the door of his hut, blocking out the moonlight. Who is it? He says wearily. He has talked and listened too much for one night, and wishes only to be left alone. It is me, General Black Hawk. Hinetitama, whose name you have taken for the daughter of Tomo. Do you remember me? It is as if time has stood in the same place, for in the moonlight he watches as the woman loosens the neck cord and allows her feather cloak, the sign of a high-born Maori, to fall at her feet. In the silvered air, Hawk can see that she is still as beautiful as when she first came to him. He can remember almost every word Hinetitama said to him that first night so long ago. Oh, Black Maori, I have wanted you so very long. I have eaten you with my eyes, and I have tasted you in my heart 1,000 times. I have moaned for you alone in my blanket, and my mouth has cried out to hold your manhood. My breasts have grown hard from longing for you, and I have brought pleasure to myself in your name.
Hawk's throat aches suddenly, for he can think only of Maggie Pye, her sweetness and her brash and unashamed love for him. Maggie so different to this beautiful shadow in the night. Now the moonlight throws a silver sheen across her skin, and he can see the curve of her breasts and stomach. It is as if he is within a dream repeated, each detail the same as before, even though so much has changed in him. Hinetitama crosses the small hut, and she lifts his blanket and lies beside him.
I have never forgotten you, Black Mori,
she whispers into Hawk's ear. She begins to kiss him, as she did before, across his chest and belly, moving lower and lower. Hawk feels himself grow hard. "Oh, Maggie, forgive me," he moans silently, for Hinetitama's mouth has reached his trembling hardness, and now it engulfs him. Hawk thinks that he will die with the pleasure of her lips, and just when he feels he can bear it no longer, she withdraws, and her hand guides him into her, so that she now sits astride him. Hawk begins to moan softly.
Black Hawk, have you learned nothing from your Pakeha women? She laughs. You must wait for me. There is twice greater pleasure when the moment is shared.
"Aye," Hawk gasps, and then adds in the Maori tongue, "But I am only a mortal man." He can see the flash of her white teeth as she laughs, and the fine curve of her neck, and the sheen of moonlight as it catches the rounded slant of her shoulder.
Ah, but did you say this to your Maggie Pye?
She laughs again. Hawk's eyes open in sudden surprise. "Maggie, you know of Maggie?" he exclaims.
See how I have caused you to wait.
Hinetitama laughs again.
It is not so hard to contain your pleasure when your mind is distracted.
"Yes, but how? How do you know of Maggie?" Hawk repeats urgently.
The Maori are everywhere, Black Hawk. Our men are sailors on the whaling ships, and those that bring timber to Sydney. Many of our women are widows who have lost their husbands in the wars against the Pakeha, and so remain barren and unloved for lack of men. Some have been taken by the Pakeha sailing captains to Sydney.
She laughs.
As a lover, I can't say you've improved, but you've become a great fighter since you left us. A great man who was known by all the Maori in Sydney. You also honoured my tribe when you took Johnny Hickey to train you. He is a Maori with my moko. Ah, Black Hawk, there is much we know of you, for you are one of us, and they are our gods who protect you now and forever.
Hawk, taken by surprise at the mention of Maggie's name, has lost much of his tumescence. Hinetitama's voice takes on a mocking quality.
First you cannot wait for me, now you wait too long,
she teases softly.
Black Hawk, if you do not make love to me better than this, I shall think your Maggie Pye has taught you nothing.
With her words and her laughter, and her permission to love her free of the constraints of Maggie's memory, she withdraws and lies beside him, and Hawk enters her again, and now he releases his sadness and his grief for his sweet Maggie and for Tomo's death in Hinetitama's wild and generous loving.
Ah, Black Hawk, I was wrong.
Hinetitama sighs at last.
The Pakeha woman with the bird in her hair, this Maggie, has taught you well how to please a wahine.
Her lips brush his face lightly, and then she rises and picks up her feathered cloak from beside his rush bed, and he watches as she moves silently out into the moonlit compound. "Thank you," Hawk called softly after her. "Thank you, Hinetitama." Chapter 2. Hinetitama, 1881 to 1885. At 21, Tomo's half-caste daughter is a great beauty, with skin the colour of wild honey and hair dark as a raven's wing. She is small, no more than 5 feet and 1 inch, but despite her diminutive frame, she has a contralto voice, of great power and of a most serene beauty. But from all these gifts from a generous God must be subtracted a spirit headstrong and willful, and a nature as wild as her father Tomo's once was. Hawk has kept his promise to Tomo that his daughter will be raised to maturity within the household of Chief Tamahana. But when she is 6 years old, Hawk's dear friend and Hinetitama's Maori guardian dies, and Tomo's daughter is cared for by Chief Mahuta Tafio, with the old chief's daughter given responsibility for the young child's daily care. When Tamihana knew he was coming to the end of his life, he wrote to Hawk. The letter is unusual because the old chief, in a missive so serious, appended a note mentioning women's matters, in particular those of a child. Though Chief Tamahana could well have instructed the letter be sent to Hawk in Tasmania, he wanted his old friend to read it on Maori land, while he and his ancestors could look over his shoulder. Hawk was to receive it on his next annual trip to New Zealand to see Hinetitama and to supervise the purchase of more land. The letter, intended for posterity, had been carefully scripted, while the note was in the old chief's mission-taught handwriting. April 1866. My friend Black Hawk, we shall no longer sit together by the evening fire, or eat again from the same pot. I have now seen 60 summers, and it is time for me to join my ancestors. I am writing this letter to you, Black Mori, so that you will hold my life on the page, and be its custodian, and then, perhaps someday, history will judge me for what I tried to do and failed. I have had a long life for a Maori man, who does not often see his hair turn white, and who is usually dead while his seed is still strong in his loins. In my time, too many of our brave young men have died for some foolish tribal war, fought out of false pride, or from seeking retribution for some imagined insult. When I was a boy, my father sent me to the missionaries to learn the white man's language and his ways. You must see if they have lessons for us, he instructed. I studied hard and learnt to read and write and spent much time with the Pakeha's Bible. I learnt that it was a good book from a merciful God, and I found it so myself. But I was soon to discover that it was the white man's Sunday book only, and all the remaining days of the week the Pakeha felt free to disobey the commandments of his own God. It was then that I first realized that the Pakeha's word could not be trusted, not even on Sunday, for it was not founded in his mana. That his God was good only for births and burials, and his word was as worthless as a broken pot. I knew then that the Treaty of Waitangi was like the white man's word, and that the Maori would never have justice under the Pakeha Queen Victoria or the laws she makes. When I came to my manhood, the Maori people had killed more of their own kind than the Pakeha. They had taken the white man's gun and turned it on their own. We have killed more than 20,000 of our own people, while the Pakeha stood by and watched the Maori die, thinking that soon there would be no Maori to come up against them, and they could take all our land for their spotted cows. And so I grew to be a man, and I became the peacemaker among the tribes, and then the kingmaker, joining all the Maori under King Potatau Te Whero, so that we could speak with one voice. Alas, the Pakeha did not want us to stop killing our own, and they forced us to go to war with them. It was here that you, Black Hawk, became a Maori warrior, and gained great distinction, so that you became a rangatira to be forever honoured in the Ngāti Hoa tribe, and among all the Maori people. Though we fought with honour, the Pakeha had too many guns and too many soldiers,
and we forsook the clever ways of our previous guerrilla war, the runaway fighting you taught us, and we went back to defending the pa, and so were beaten, but remained proud in defeat, a worthy opponent. Now, as I lie dying, I know that the Pakeha, in defeating us, has taken everything from us but one last thing. Our warriors still fight in the hills where no Pakeha dare go. They have created a redoubt that holds within it the Maori pride. While we have our pride, they cannot destroy our race. I pray that it is always there. Aki, Aki, Aki. You must speak for us. You must be my elbow and my backbone, General Black Hawk. I shall die with a curse on my lips for the white man, for what they have done to my people. But there is one exception, Tomo Te Mokiri, who brought back for us through your hands the rivers and the streams, the mountains and the hills, the forests and the glades, and the good tilling soil, all of which once belonged to our people, and which the Pakeha conspired to take from us. It is for this that I now decree, having talked through the tauhanga to the ancestors, that Tomo Te Mokiri's daughter shall be made a true princess of the Maori people. I go to my ancestors, knowing that the Maori mana is the spirit of Aotearoa, and that it will prevail. Aki, Aki, Aki. In our hearts we cannot be defeated until the earth sinks into the sea. I go to my ancestors now, where I shall watch over you like a father watches over his beloved son. Wiramu Tamahana, chief of the Ngāti Hoa Māori. To this formal letter, Tamahana penned his own note. My friend Black Hawk, I have kept my promise, and now I deliver the Princess Hinetitama to the care of Mahuta Tawhio, who will care for her as I have done, and see that she is instructed in the Maori traditions befitting her high rank. She is a Muri wahine in all things save one. She is yet a piglet, barely weaned from the teats, but already she is as stubborn as an old sow. On more than one occasion I have instructed that she be beaten by the old women in my household for disobedience, but she will not bend to their will, no matter how severe her punishment. I think she has this from her father, Tomo Te Mokiri. When the time comes, you must find her a strong warrior, who will teach her to be a quiet flowing stream, as a woman must be to a man if there is to be peace in his household. Her singing has brought me great delight, and her laughter is always among us. I thank you for the pleasure she has brought me in my old age. She will be a worthy princess of our people. Your friend, Wiramu Tamahana.
Hawk has kept his pledge to Tomo, and visited Hinetitama every year of her life. Now that she has grown to womanhood, he wants her to come home to Hobart, to be with Mary, who wishes above all things to have the company of her granddaughter at her side. However, to his mortification, Hinetitama will hear of no such thing, and asserts her independence, telling him she wishes to go to Auckland to become a nurse. But you may do the same training in Hobart. We will find you an excellent opportunity, and we will all be together, Hawk insists. Hinetitama is silent, her eyes downcast. Then she looks up.
I must stay here, Uncle. I want to go to Auckland to be among the poor.
The poor are everywhere, my dear. You will find as many in Hobart as you wish to care for.
Maori poor?
The poor have no nation or colour or creed. They are luxuries they cannot afford. Poverty is the one universal brotherhood, my dear.
But I am a Maori. I must be with my own people.
Only half, the other is Pakeha. Grandmother Mary prays that she might have the pleasure of knowing you, of setting eyes upon your sweet face before she dies. Hinetitama gives a soft, deprecating laugh.
I cannot bring pleasure to one rich old woman when so many poor suffer for lack of attention.
Hawk is shocked at the bluntness of her remark. I would not have looked upon it quite like that. Your grandmother has known the worst of poverty and degradation. She will not condemn you for your desire to work among the poor. You must not judge her so harshly. She wishes only to know you as her only grandchild.
Uncle, I mean no impertinence. You have always said I must obey my conscience.
Hawk sighs. Hinetitama, it is your duty to also obey me, he says sternly. I wish you to come to Hobart. Your grandmother wishes it, that is all. Hawk sees the stubborn set of her jaw as Hinetitama answers.
Uncle Hawk, when we were young and you would come to New Zealand every year, and we would take long walks, you told me about my father, how he wished me to remain among the Maori, among my mother's people, and then when I came of age to make up my own mind.
She looks defiantly at Hawk.
I have decided to work among my own people. My grandmother does not need me, they do.
Your grandmother has promised me she will do as Tomo wished, and that you shall be included in her will. If you obey and honour her wishes, you will become a very wealthy lady. You will be able to help a great many more of your people. Be a little patient, my dear, Hawk pleads. A few years to be kind to an old woman, and then you may do as you wish. I will not stop you.
Ha! You would bribe me, uncle,
Hinetitama says scornfully.
I must sit at the feet of an old woman. I must lick her boots so that I may feed the poor. Is that what you are saying?
It is not a sin to be rich, and then to spend what you have on those less fortunate than you.
And it is not a sin to be poor with strong hands and a good heart. The Maori do not need the Pakeha money. They're handouts. What we need is to regain our pride. I will do more for them working among them in torn clothes than strutting around in new boots and with an open purse.
Hawk sees in Hinetitama the same idealism he himself felt at her age, and he secretly admires her for her determination. God knows the poor and the destitute among the Maori in the city have need enough for someone of their own kind to care about them. Since the Maori Wars, things have gone from bad to worse for the indigenous people of New Zealand, and poverty, sickness, malnutrition and drunkenness promise to do as much to eliminate them. But Hawk also has Mary with whom to contend. Mary has never accepted that her only grandchild should be raised among the savages, and has railed against it for years. Now he must tell her that Hinetitama will not be coming into civilization. Hawk well knows Mary's hidden agenda. She wants great-grandchildren, heirs to carry on with the business empire she has so brilliantly begun, and Hinetitama is her last chance. And so Hawk, putting aside his conscience, tries for several more days to persuade Hinetitama to travel to Tasmania. But Tomo's daughter is resolute in her decision. Hawk finds himself between the devil and the deep blue sea. In all conscience he can find no reasonable argument with Hinetitama's ambition. After all, she has no aspirations to be a white person, a tribe she is deeply suspicious of. Raised under the influence of Chief Tamahana, she is steeped in Maori tradition, and in the knowledge that the Maori have been cheated and swindled by the Pakeha. She simply cannot see any virtue in learning to be a proper lady or adopting European values and ways. As the days go by, Hawk finds it increasingly hard to counter her defiance. Several times his anger at her unreasonableness has reduced her to tears, but she weeps from frustration that he cannot see her viewpoint. Hawk notes that after each such occasion she seems strengthened in her resolve. Finally, having exhausted every argument and plea, he agrees that she can stay. He has been warned of her stubbornness by Chief Tamahana, but he always felt that because of his love for Tomo's daughter over the years, and as her guardian, she would obey him without question. It is not the custom for a subservient female member of a family to disobey the wishes of the predominant male in either white or Maori society. Hinetitama is trained in the Anglican Mission Hospital as a nurse, and shortly after she completes her 2-year training, she leaves the hospital to work among the Auckland poor. She is unusual in this, for she is a Maori princess, and her bandages and treatments do not come wrapped in a sermon or a plea to repent. Hinetitama brings only her hands and her heart to the slums, together with the songs of her nation, to remind those who have lost their pride, their mana, that they belong to a unique people. Hawke has now taken to visiting her every 2 years, for despite his letters pleading with her to visit Tasmania, if only for a period brief enough to satisfy her grandmother, she stubbornly refuses, insisting that her work must come first. Mary, for her part, has grown too old to travel to New Zealand. Hawke grows increasingly frustrated, but realising the futility of punishing Tomo's daughter by withdrawing her small allowance, he deposits a monthly stipend in the bank to see that she has income sufficient to maintain a small clinic. It is obvious to him that she spends little on herself, and that she is much loved and respected by the Maori slum dwellers, though whether she is able to do any good among the poor is problematic. It is, he concludes, probably sufficient that she is there among them, a princess of their own, and that the bandages and the salves do less for her patients than her cheerful and compassionate nature, and the fact that they see her as one of their own. Alas, unbeknownst to Hawke, and no doubt because of fatigue and the ongoing frustration of dealing with the poor, who never seem to improve in their circumstances, Hinetitama has begun to drink herself. At first she is a tippler, an ale or two taken after a long day and for the opportunity to have a bit of a laugh among those for whom she cares. But as time goes on, she discovers the false seduction of cheap gin and becomes more and more dependent on grog, until she is unable to do without it in her life. She has inherited her father's weakness and his craving. While Hinetitama continues to work among the disadvantaged, over a period of 2 years the drink takes possession of her. With her 25th year approaching, Hawke arrives in New Zealand for his second visit since she came of age, only to discover that the clinic has been closed and that Hinetitama has disappeared. Hawke seeks out the Maori people in her neighbourhood and asks them if they have any news of her. He is a rangatira, and his moko shows him to be of very high rank, so that they must by tradition tell him what they know. But apart from confirming that she is now always drunk, and that the clinic has been shut for several months, they do not know of her whereabouts. After several days and nights of walking the streets and inquiring in all the harbourfront taverns, he is accosted by a Maori prostitute. "You want to know about Hinetitama?" she asks him in the Maori language. "Yes." Hawke goes to his purse, knowing that information from her kind is seldom given freely. "No, I don't want your money, Black Hawk." "You know me?" Hawke asks in surprise. "We are from the same tribe," she answers simply. "Ah, you know Hinetitama?" The prostitute nods. "Do you know her whereabouts?" Hawke now asks. "She's taken up with the Dutchman, a gambling man. Them two's gone to Wellington, last thing I heard say," she replies. Hawke continues to question her closely, but she cannot help him further, though she has the name of Hinetitama's paramour. "It is Slabbit Tickleman." She giggles and says in English, "He is known as Slip and Tickle, but he ain't like that, you know, nice. He a bad bugger, that one." Hawke thanks her and tries to press a half-sovereign into her hand for her trouble. "I have given you sad news, Black Maori. It would be tapu. Hinetitama Te Solomon is a princess of the Ngāti Hoa." She points to Hawke's face, to his moko. "I cannot take your money. You are rangatira." Hawke comes away gratified, thinking that Chief Tamahana may have been right after all, and that the Maori, despite their dispossession, have not entirely lost their pride and dignity. He hasn't lost his touch, and he knows that a gambler can always be found if you know where to look. In Wellington, he visits the waterside pubs and eventually discovers the Dutchman's whereabouts. Hawke takes a horse cab into the slums of Thorndon and is finally let down in front of a miserable hovel made of planking, the single window so crusted with dirt that he is unable to see through it into the interior. He knocks on the door, at first politely and then more loudly, until in the end he is battering at it with his fist. He is about to smash it in with his shoulder when a bleary-eyed man with dirty yellow hair and bloodshot eyes of a quite startling blue opens it, though no more than about 12 inches. Hawke sees that he is clean-shaven and still handsome, though he carries several days of growth upon his chin. "What you want?" the man asks. "You tickle man?" Hawke inquires. It is not the sort of neighbourhood where a man qualifies for any status beyond his surname. "Yeah, maybe?" Slab it, Tickle Man. The man ignores Hawk's question. What do you want, eh? It is clear he is losing patience, and the door begins to close. Hawk kicks his foot forward, jamming the door open, and starts to push it inwards. Hey, nigger! What you doing? The man shouts in alarm. But Hawk has taken him by surprise and pushes the door, his huge shape filling the doorway. Hawk's free hand shoots out, and he slaps the surprised man across the face, sending him reeling backwards so that he loses his balance and falls to the floor. Get up, you bastard, Hawk snarls, moving into the hovel so that daylight now pours inwards through the doorway. The Dutchman gets to his knees and wipes the blood and mucus from his nose with the back of his hand. Please, you don't hit me, please, sir. Where's Hinetitama? Hawk growls. Who? The man says, though he hesitates a fraction before he speaks, and Hawk knows immediately he's covering up. Get up, so I can beat the living shit out of you, Hawk growls again, and takes a step towards the Dutchman. The drunk at his feet pulls back, whimpering, scrambling away like a monkey on all fours, until he is backed up against the far wall of the tiny room. From the corner of his eye, Hawk can see a doorway leading to another room on his left. Where's Hinetitama? He demands again. The man nods his head to the right, and Hawk turns slightly to look at the doorway leading to the next room. She drunk. He gives Hawk a conspiratorial grin. Too much the brandy. She marry, hey? He shakes his head deprecatingly. No good for grog. The doorway has no door, and Hawk takes the 2 or 3 steps necessary to get to it. Hinetitama is passed out, sprawled naked on a mattress. She is dirty and unkempt, with a mass of black hair spread across the top of the filthy mattress. He is too preoccupied to see that her sweet face is unlined, and her small, neat body is still firm and beautiful. Hawk turns back to the man and takes out his purse and throws 2 sovereigns to the ground. The Dutchman, still on all fours, scrambles after them, grabbing one up, testing it with his teeth, and then he finds the second coin and does the same again. It is a gesture Hawk will later recall. Then Tickleman grins. I go. I don't make no trouble. You see, I go now. He nods his head in the direction of the bedroom door where Hinetitama lies unconscious. She go fuck herself. Hawk for the first time realizes that Tickleman is a big man, 6 foot at the least and perhaps 15 years younger than him, a strapping fellow who, if he had the heart, the moxie, might be a bit of a handful in a fight. He takes another step forward so that the Dutchman cowers against the wall. He feigns a punch, pulling back his fist, and Tickleman gasps and brings his hands up to protect his face. Hawk sees the terror of a true coward showing in his eyes. Gah, get your things and scarper. Piss off. Hinetitama comes screaming through the door to Hawk's left and jumps onto his back from behind, and with her arms clasped about his neck, she fastens her teeth into his left ear. Hawk has no trouble breaking her grip, and she falls naked to the ground. He brings his hand up to where she has bitten him, and it comes away bloodied. Then he sees that his shoulder is already covered with blood, which seems to be pouring from his ear. Hinetitama has now got him about the leg and fastened her teeth into his calf, snarling like a wild beast. He leans down and pulls her arms away and jerks her up to her feet, then with the other hand holds her about the neck at arm's length so that she is powerless, though she still tries to kick him, lashing at him, but her legs are not long enough to reach him. She is snuffling like a wild animal, too furious to scream. His powerful hand about her throat could easily close down her windpipe and render her unconscious, but she doesn't seem to care. His niece is a hellcat who knows no fear. "You bastard! You fucking bastard! Leave him alone!" she screams. In the meantime, the Dutchman has taken up his shirt, boots, his violin case and his jacket and hat, and is going out the door, fleeing as fast as he can. "Piss off, you scum!" Hawk shouts after him. "If you come back, I'll break your fucking neck." I go, the Dutchman cries fearfully. Hawk has one hand to his ear, and with the other holds Hinetitama at bay about the throat. The ear is bleeding so copiously that the blood runs down the back of his hand and down his wrist and is soaking his shirt cuff and saturating the sleeve of his jacket. Hawk is suddenly conscious that his niece has gone quiet and sees that her eyes are popping out of her head as she tries to breathe. With the concern for the blood pouring from his ear, he has inadvertently tightened his grip about her throat, and Hinetitama is choking under his grasp. He lets go of her and she falls at his feet, clutching at her neck and coughing, desperately attempting to regain her breath. Hawk quickly takes off his jacket, bundles it up and holds it to his ear, then drops to his knees beside Hinetitama and touches her on the shoulder with the unbloodied hand. "Are you all right, my dear?" he asks anxiously. "I'm truly sorry if I've hurt you." Hinetitama lies with her knees up against her breast, still gripping her throat with both hands. She has regained her breath and is panting heavily. Her golden body is wondrously beautiful, caught in the light from the door as she turns her head slightly to look up at him. "Uncle Hawk," she croaks in a small, plaintive voice, and passes out. Hawk is suddenly conscious that the light has changed, and he turns to see two urchins silhouetted in the doorway. The two boys turn to run, but Hawk calls, "Hey, stop! I need your help!" The urchins turn to face him, legs triggered to the ground, ready to flee like scared rabbits at the slightest suggestion of danger. "Is there a doctor lives nearby?" Hawk asks. Although his own body shields Hinetitama's nakedness, the two boys can plainly see that there is someone lying on the floor. "Is she dead, mister?" one of the lads asks. "No, she's fine." Hawk removes his bundled coat from his left ear so that they can see the blood covering his neck and soaked into his white shirt. "My ear, it's torn. It needs to be stitched up. Is there a doctor hereabouts?" "There's Mrs. Pike," the other urchin replies. "Is she a doctor?" "Nah. I think she's a sort of nurse," the boy says. "For having babies." "There's a sixpence in it for both of you. Go fetch her. Tell her to bring her stitching stuff." The boys do not move. "Go on, be off with you and hurry." "Where's our money, mister?" Hawk sighs and pulls out his purse, allowing the blood to run from his ear, and takes a sixpence from it. "One now, one when you return." He holds the little silver coin up to the urchins. "Throw it here," one of them says. Hawk throws the sixpence in his direction, and both boys drop to the ground in a scramble, pushing and shoving each other out of the way to reach the small fortune at their feet. "Damn you, get moving!" Hawk barks, "and close the door!" One of the lads has secured the coin, and they both run off, to return half an hour later with a stout, big-breasted woman who huffs and puffs as she makes her way through the crowd beginning to gather outside the hovel. She carries a leather doctor's bag and shouts, "Out of the way! Out of the way!" pushing the crowd aside by banging the bag against them until she reaches the door. The two lads are still with her. "Go on, be off with you," she says, shooing them away. "It's our sixpence! We've got a sixpence coming from the nigger man!" one of them protests. "Honest, missus," his companion confirms. Not bothering to knock, Mrs. Pike pushes open the door. "Sixpence? You promised them sixpence?" she shouts into the darkened interior. She turns to the two boys. "Wait here," she commands imperiously as she steps into the hovel. Hawk finds the second sixpence and hands it to the nurse, who drops it into the pocket of her nurse's penny and turns to the two urchins. "You two stand here at the door. I'll need it open to let in the light. Don't let nobody come in, you hear? You'll get your sixpence later when I'm good and ready." She looks over the heads of the two urchins at the crowd. "Go on, piss off the lot of you. This ain't none of your business." In the time it has taken the two boys to fetch the nurse, Hawk has found a threadbare blanket and torn a strip off it and bound his head several times around to contain the bleeding from his ear, in order to free both his hands. He finds a bucket half filled with water and a tin mug, and splashes as much blood from his hands as is possible. Then he returns with a mug of water to find Hinetitama sitting up with her face in her hands. "Better get dressed, my dear," Hawk says to her, handing her the mug. Hinetitama takes it in both hands and drinks thirstily, downing the entire mug without taking a breath. Then she gets slowly to her feet, and bringing her hands down to cover her pubic region, she goes back into the little bed chamber and begins to get into her filthy gown. She has no hosiery or underwear, and finally she pushes her dirty feet into a pair of badly scuffed and worn boots, and dumps herself in the middle of the mattress with her legs tucked under her, and waits. She has not said a word to Hawk since her recovery. Mrs. Pike, it turns out, is the local midwife, which is a stroke of luck, as she well understands how to insert stitches. She does a neat enough job of Hawk's ear, stemming the bleeding and inserting the stitches which run halfway down the ear by using horsehair, and what has the appearance of a small darning needle. It is a rough enough job, but soon the bleeding stops.
"It ain't pretty, but the parts I has to stitch in me midwife's work don't need no fancy darning," she says gruffly, then adds, "Better than bleeding to death."
Mrs. Pike has become aware of Hine Titama sulking on the mattress within the tiny bedchamber. She nods her head towards the door.
"Bite you, did she?"
Hawk doesn't reply, and Mrs. Pike continues.
"Mouth bite ain't a nice thing. Could turn very nasty."
Hawk rewards her over-generously for her work, handing her a sovereign.
"Tom Muchley, that's very good of you, I must say. Don't see too many of these around here."
She plunges her hand into the bodice of her dress, and moments later withdraws it, minus the gold coin. "You won't forget to give the lads their sixpence," Hawk says.
"It's too much for the likes of them," she says sternly. "I'll give threepence each to their mothers."
"No, I promised it to them. I'd be obliged, Mrs. Pike." Hawk watches as the midwife reluctantly finds the sixpence and hands it to one of the urchins.
"Thanks, mister,"
the boy says with alacrity. Plainly, he was expecting a less happy outcome at the hands of the bossy midwife. "Is there some place near we may stay tonight?" Hawk now asks her.
"There's a wee tavern up the road a bit, the Thornton Arms. You can stay there. They've got a bathhouse out the back."
Then the midwife adds gratuitously,
"They'll take niggers, but I don't know about the likes of her. She's a Maori, ain't she? Half-caste, I'd say, looking at her."
She sniffs.
"Brings out the worst of both sides, if you want my opinion."
"I haven't asked you for it, missus," Hawk says softly. "We are both Maori, and proud to be so." He smiles, for he is grateful to the midwife. "I dare say a coin or two placed in the right Parkier's hands will take care of his sensibilities, Mrs. Pike."
"Oh dear, we are the proper gentlemen then, aren't we? No need to be uppity," the midwife reproves him,
then adds cheerfully,
"Well, must be on me way then. Plenty to do. Folk breeding like mice. Makes a nice change to stitch up a gentleman's ear instead of a torn pussy."
The following morning, leaving Hine Titama locked in her room in the tavern, Hawk bathes, and wearing clean linen, visits a Dr. Spencer in a more respectable part of town, who examines his ear and pronounces Mrs. Pike's work rough but adequate. He is a Scotsman in his 50s, with a large belly and a talkative manner to go with it. He chats as he examines Hawk's ear, and then treats his wound with a solution of carbolic acid to stave off infection.
"Stitches, sutures, we call them in the profession. Fascinating study, what? Been done since time out of mind. Ancient Sumerians, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, all did much the same as your Mrs. Pike. Horsehair. Nothing wrong with that. First-class material."
He pauses as he attempts to wipe away a crusting of dried blood.
"Now, if you'd come to me, my boy, I'd have used catgut, recommended by the great Dr. Lister himself. Easy to work and doesn't break. Now, this had been a scalp wound. I might have tried something else completely. Plaiting."
He looks up at Hawk expectantly, waiting for his reaction. Hawk, who is only half listening to the good doctor's prattle, feels compelled to say something. "Plaiting? Like a girl's hair?"
"You heard me right, my boy. Plaiting. Worked in America once, New York, and the slums of the Bronx, where getting your head split open was more frequent than getting a hot breakfast. College chappie, doctor in the Civil War, McGraw, Irishman, nice fellow, apt to drink a bit, hands unsteady, not much chop for stitching, never did it, got his young assistant to plait the hair on either side of the wound together, worked like a charm, union by plaiting, no shaving, stitching, plastering, and an excellent result if you ask me. Learned it in the American Army, thinks it was probably borrowed from the Red Indians."
All this is said without a pause, and Hawk, feeling he must respond to such verbosity, laughs, puts his hand to his head, fingering his short, negroid, unplaitable hair. "Not much good if you're a nigger," he says.
"By George, I never thought of that," the doctor replies. "An excellent observation, if I may say so, sir."
Hawk grins, grateful that he has been elevated to sir, and says quietly, "From what I've read of the American Civil War, it is unlikely they'd have stopped to suture a nigger, Dr. Spencer."
Quite right, quite right. Poor old Negro was what the fight was all about, though God knows the niggers don't seem to have gained much benefit from the victory.
"Doctor, of a more immediate concern, how do I rid a head of hair of lice and nits without shaving it off?"
"Good Lord, my boy, there's no nits in your hair. I'd have spotted them a mile off if they were there."
"Not for me," Hawk replies, growing impatient with the loquacious medical man.
"Oh, in that case, you would purchase from any chemist shop a solution of half 5% auriate of mercury and half ether."
The doctor then proceeds to show Hawk how the delousing might be done. Leaving the doctor, who has given him a bottle of permanganate of potash to prevent infection to his ear, Hawk takes a pony trap into the centre of town, and with some embarrassment to himself and the young shop assistants concerned, purchases a suitable gown, bonnet, boots, hosiery and underwear for Tomo's daughter at Kirkcaldy and Staines' Emporium. He includes with his purchases a cake of perfumed soap and a towel. As a small apology for his clumsy treatment the previous day, he also buys a bottle of toilet water and a scarf to cover the noticeable bruise on Hinetitama's neck. After these awkward purchases, Hawk visits a nearby chemist shop and purchases the delousing solution. The tavern where they have spent the night has no washing facilities for women, so Hawk takes Hinetitama, together with all her packages, to the public bathhouse. He waits outside while she gives herself a good scrubbing down and carefully explains to the female bathhouse attendant how he wishes to delouse her hair. "Gotta shave it, mister. Ain't no other way. Shave it right off, then wash the head in paraffin," the woman says. Hawk produces a florin. "Do as I say, and there's another of these for you, missus." The woman sighs. "It's your money, sir." "Oh, and burn her old clothes," Hawk adds. "Burn 'em? Seem all right to me." "Just do as I say, please." The woman clucks her tongue, but protests no further. "Cost you sixpence." Delousing Hinetitama's hair is a most laborious process involving a towel, the chemist's solution, and a fine-tooth comb, which the woman calls a knit comb. Tomo's daughter's hair is washed several times, but when the process is complete, her hair shines long and beautiful. They sail out of Wellington Harbour on the evening tide, Hawk having purchased the last two available cabins from the Union Steamship Company. The Wakatipu, a screw steamer of 1,158 tons, will take just 5 days to reach Sydney. Hinetitama sulks in her cabin for the first 2 days. On the third, she emerges, having cut and stitched and hemmed the overlarge gown Hawk has purchased for her, with needle and thread borrowed from one of the ladies in the next-door cabin, through the intermediary services of a young cabin steward smitten by her beauty. It now fits her slender young body and tiny waist almost to perfection. Though by no means mollified, she behaves politely enough towards her uncle, while offering no conversation whatsoever to any of the other passengers. Hawk, for his part, does not expect her to apologize to him, or even necessarily forgive him for rescuing her. She has not been asked if she will accompany him to Tasmania, and he has, he supposes, effectively kidnapped her. But as Hinetitama's strong young body recovers, seemingly without any harmful effects from the abuse it has received from bad grog and poor living, her naturally friendly disposition returns, and she is soon her cheerful self again, talking to all and sundry and looking a picture. Hinetitama actually seems hopeful and excited, and sings all day, to the enchantment of the Maori crew, who soon grow to love her for her informality and friendliness, and treat her like the princess they observe she is. Hawk, though, finds himself increasingly despondent. First Tomo, a drunkard at 14, and now his daughter is well and truly headed up the same path. Finally, after 4 days at sea and a day's voyage out of Sydney, Hinetitama unexpectedly comes to his cabin and swears she will take the pledge when they arrive in Hobart. Hawk affects a great delight at this and embraces her warmly, though not without a sense of pessimism. He has experienced enough not to hope for too much, and has come to realize that there is a great deal of Tomo in his daughter. Upon arrival in Sydney, Hawk learns that Mary's own trading vessel, the Waterloo, a 3-masted trading schooner of 100 feet, is in port and due to return to Hobart in 2 days. He informs the captain they will take passage on her back to Hobart. Hawk has some business with Tucker & Co., and also visits his old friend Caleb Soul, who has a thriving business as a chemist and manufacturing pharmacist, with several of his own successful potions and prescriptions on the market. The elderly Caleb welcomes him warmly, and Hawk learns that he has also opened a large retail chemist outlet with the help of his son, Washington Handley, after whom he has named the business. "Caleb Soul sounds like the combination of a turtle and a fish. Not a good name for a business dealing in potions and cures. Washington H. Soul be much the sturdier proposition," he explains to Hawk. Hawk also visits Ah Wong, the Chinaman, and his family, whom he rescued at Lambing Flat during the riots. Now a prosperous businessman, Ah Wong imports rice and silk from China. He creates a banquet for Hawk and Hinetitama, to which he invites Caleb Soul and his son. After the truly splendid repast, he brings in his 3 sons to be introduced to Hawk. He points to his eldest son. "He born lambing flat, you'll rescue him. His name Hawk," Ah Wong says proudly. Then he points to his second son. "Number 2 son, yes please, this Tomo." Hawk laughs, pleased at the compliment to himself and Tomo. "Number 3 son," Ah Wong continues. "He named Solomon." Hawk grins while Caleb and his son Washington clap enthusiastically. "3 fine sons, eh, Ah Wong? No daughters, then?" Hawk says. Ah Wong claps his hands and says something to a servant, who leaves the room and presently returns, accompanied by a young girl of about 12. "This me daughter. Her name Maggie Pie Wong." Hawk is hard put to prevent himself from weeping, and as they take their departure from the little Chinaman, Hawk embraces his old friend. "You're a good bloke, Ah Wong. I wish you well." Ah Wong looks up at Hawk. "You'll want from me. You'll get any time for sure. Certainly, by Jove." The remainder of their time is spent shopping and going to the theatre, both new experiences for Tomo's daughter, and each is an occasion in which she plainly takes great delight. In the David Jones Emporium she chooses her shoes and 2 new gowns with such enormous enthusiasm that the salesgirls, who crowd about her, are as delighted as she is when she discovers something, no matter how small, to her liking. Her taste is plainly for the exotic, and she chooses her gowns for their brightness, and her shoes the dull browns and blacks and deep blues which are the current fashion. The bonnet she buys is simply a riot of artificial blossoms and gaily coloured ribbons and bows. Hawk cannot help being constantly reminded of Maggie Pie, whom he still misses every day of his life, and he takes great pleasure in having his beautiful niece on his arm, who, like Maggie herself, barely reaches his waist. Hinetitama's love for Hawk is too old for her to sustain her resentment at her kidnapping, and they seem once again the greatest of friends. The Waterloo possesses no spare cabins, and the captain is forced to forsake his own for Hinetitama. He and Hawk join the crew in their quarters. The Waterloo trades hardwood and hops with the colony of New South Wales, and returns with Scotch whisky and good quality brandy, as well as an imported English gin. All is purchased from Tucker & Co. in Sydney, to be sold in the 50 tied public houses that the Potato Factory Brewery now owns in Hobart, Launceston, Burnie, and throughout rural Tasmania. The mercantile empire, built by Mary Abacus, and with Hawk's own considerable business acumen, embraces timber concessions, a glass bottle factory, several hop and barley farms, 50 taverns and public houses, 15 business properties in Hobart and Launceston, the majority shareholding in a tin mine at Mount Bischoff, and, as the jewel in the crown, the Potato Factory Brewery, the 3rd largest of its kind after the Cascade Brewery in Hobart and Mr. James Bogue's Launceston Brewery. Mary, once a convict, is now the richest woman in Tasmania, and by virtue of her wealth has made it to the top of the business classes, though she is not yet accepted by the true Merinos, a rejection which causes her not the slightest anxiety. As the sole owner of one of its largest private fortunes, and one not to be sneezed at on the mainland, Mary reckons she has sufficient status and respect for one lifetime. She is a canny and prudent businesswoman, and everything she touches seems to turn to gold. Mary Abacus has long since discovered that in this new land, power and influence are not attached to social status, but to money. She lacks only one thing to make her life's work complete. She desperately requires grandchildren to continue after Hawk is gone. Hawk, in turn, has steadfastly put off being married, and now it is unlikely that he will father children. Hinetitama is her last hope.
"How shall I match the little savage with a good family, even if her dowry should be most attractive?"
she constantly laments.
"We must have her here to teach her manners and the customs of civilized people."
Hawk recalls one momentous occasion when Mary's frustration brought matters to a head.
"Tomo were no judge of what was good for his child," she announced.
They were seated on the porch of Mary's mansion, set in the foothills of Mount Wellington. Below them all of Hobart stretched out along the shores of the great Derwent River, which in the late afternoon sunshine lay burnished, the colour of sheet metal.
"How can you let her grow up among them savages, when she could be brought up proper with no expense spared, and married with a dowry to attract the very best of mannered blood? Why may I not have my own lineage?" Mary Abacus asks petulantly,
and makes a sweeping gesture with a tiny claw-like hand to include all of Hobart below.
So that they may inherit all this, and I may pass away knowing I have worked to some avail.
Mamma, all this, as you put it, is precisely why Tomo wished his daughter to be reared by her own Maori tribe. He would see no virtue in his daughter's marriage to a true merino. Tomo saw only mongrels around him. He found greed and avarice everywhere. Then he looked into his own character and pronounced it weak. "Hawk, there is bad blood in my veins. You must protect Hinetitama from it," he said to me. "We must not allow it to come through. She must stay with her tribe until she is of age. You must promise me this." Hawk shrugs his shoulders. "Mamma, I promised him as he lay dying. I shall keep that promise until his daughter is 21, and I am no longer her guardian." He sighs and spreads his hands wide. "Then she will make up her own mind."
"No, she bleeding won't. She'll come here to become a lady and settle down and have a family."
Mamma, that's precisely what Tomo feared most.
"Feared? Why? This talk of mongrels, bad blood, is that supposed to be me? Is that what I am? Greedy, avaricious? Is that what you think of me?" Mary screams. "Let me tell you something for nothing, my boy. Everything you see here, everything we've got, comes from hard work, from the sweat of me brow. What we have I've worked for, day and bleeding night. Nobody's done me no favours. And now you're saying I'm a mongrel. You and Tomo, what I brought up from a pair of brats in a basket over Ikey's arm, is accusing me of being greedy and avaricious. Ha! That's a bleeding laugh, that is."
Hawk is long accustomed to Mary's temper tantrums. She runs an empire and has become used to being obeyed without question, to being indulged and fawned on by sycophants. Mary has grown to accept as her right the dominion she has over most other people, and has become corrupted, if not in deed, for she is a hard but fair trader, but in thought, corrupted by the power she commands, and the unequivocal respect she demands for her every decision. Only Hawk may disagree with her and hope to get away with it. "No, Mamma, you know I think no such thing. What you have achieved in your life is remarkable, but it has not all come about from the sweat of your brow. Tomo is right, there is a part in all of us that may become greedy and avaricious. In each of us there is a mongrel waiting to emerge if the right circumstances prevail."
"What do you mean? How dare you say that?" Mary cries. "I have paid me debts to society. I am an emancipist, an honest woman by the letter of the law."
Hawk is hard put to continue, and tries to make peace with Mary. "Mamma, please don't take it personally. Tomo only wanted that his daughter should be brought up innocent of the white man's ways. He could not forget what was done to him when he was kidnapped and taken to the wilderness."
"Yeah, well, that were different. That was Hannah and David, them two evil bastards. They done that to the two of you."
"Oh?" Hawk replies, one eyebrow slightly arched. "There's no proof they kidnapped us, but if they did, why do you think they did so?"
"Hatred," Mary spits. "Them two hated me and Ikey."
Hawk sighs. "Mamma, it were hatred, yes, but it came about because of greed and avarice, because of what was in the Whitechapel safe. Not just their greed and avarice, yours too. We stole that money, you and me, we stole it."
"Half of it were Ikey's," Mary protests. "Hannah tried to get it all, pinched the bleeding lot."
"But she didn't, we did. It was never our money in the first place, not even Ikey's half. He didn't leave it to us in his will. We stole it before he died, remember?"
"He died unexpected like, before you come back from England. But he gave us his part of the combination. That shows he intended we should have the money. I know that's true," Mary insists.
"Mamma, you know that's not true. I worked out Ikey's combination from his riddle, and you got Hannah's from the orphan school, from Hannah's daughter, little Anne, who inadvertently spilled the beans. The safe was empty when David arrived, the contents taken by me. We stole it all, but for one ruby ring and Ikey's note, which I planted in the safe for David to read."
"Ikey would have given it to us, shared it if he'd lived," Mary says petulantly.
"Ikey never shared anything in his life, Mamma. Ikey accumulated, he added and subtracted, but he never divided." Mary, despite herself, smiles at Hawk's concise summary of Ikey's character. "Anyhow," Hawk continues, "even if he had intended to share with us, only half of it was his to share. The other half belonged to his wife, to Hannah." He pauses for emphasis. "And we stole the lot." Yes, well, Mary now says, patently growing tired of Hawk's persistence. Hannah and David kidnapped you and Tomo. They sodding well deserve what they got in return. After what they done to us, to me two precious ones, they ain't entitled to a brass razoo. Mama, we can't prove they did it. That it was them that took Tomo and me from the mountain. And they can't prove we took the money from the safe, can they now? Mary says triumphantly. She clears her throat. Let me tell you something for nothing, Hawk Solomon. I know in me heart and soul that they did it. Took the two of you, me precious mites, my two beautiful boys, and ruined Tomo's life. She stabs a crooked finger at Hawk's neck, pointing to the band of silvered scar tissue formed from the wild man's rope burns about it. And near bleeding killed you. Then Mary leans into her chair, arching her back and looking at Hawk with ill-disguised scorn. Nothing will convince me otherwise, you hear? Them two bastards are guilty as sin. They done it. I'd stake me life on it. Ah, but Hannah and David also know in their hearts and souls that we took their money, and nothing will convince them otherwise. I dare say they'd stake their lives on it as well, Hawk says, then adds, and they'd be damned right, too. Mary says nothing, looking down over Hobart to the Derwent River, the last moments of the sunset now turning it to gold. There is a lovely calm about the little city at this hour, when the lights begin to shine from the windows of houses and cottages on the hill behind the waterfront, and from the single row of street lamps that trace the line of the harbour. That money were wrongly come by in the first place, she says finally. It weren't gained on the straight. Them two never did deserve it. It was stolen goods, fenced off the poor for a pittance, or gained elsewise in an evil manner in Hannah's vile brothel. Hawk remembers how his heart began to beat faster, and he suddenly found it necessary to take a deep breath before speaking. He has waited years for this moment, and now when it has arrived, the roof of his mouth is suddenly dry. Mamma, we must give it back, he says at last. Mary can scarcely believe her ears. Give it back? Are you stark staring mad, Hawk Solomon? Give it back? Give what back? Ikey's money? Do me a favour, over me dead body. Mamma, you have used it to make a fortune 10-50 times as big as the one we stole. Think now. If you don't give it back, then Tomo is right. We must be counted among the mongrels, among the greedy and the avaricious. Mamma, don't you see? If we do not make amends, we ourselves are sufficient reason why his daughter Hinetitama must stay with her mother's people. Mary leans forward and glares shrewdly at Hawk. And if I give it back, only Hannah's half, mind, will you bring Tomo's daughter to me now? No, Mamma, that I cannot do. I have promised my twin, and I must honour my word. She pulls back and gives him a short, disparaging laugh. Thought so. Yes, well then them two can go to buggery. They're getting sod all from me, she shouts, banging her mittened fist against the arm of her chair. They get bugger all, you hear me? Despite Hawk bringing up the subject of restitution to Hannah and David several times over the years, Mary won't budge an inch, and the enmity and the hate between the two families continues to grow. But now, at last, Hawk is bringing Hinetitama to Hobart to meet the formidable 78-year-old Mary Abacus, who still runs her brewing and business empire with a grip of steel, so that those who work for her dub her Iron Mary. Mary has had the extreme satisfaction of seeing Hannah Solomon pass away the previous year. She was pleased as punch when David, respecting his mother's dying wishes, buries her in the Hobart Cemetery next to Ikey. Hannah's son, having inherited his business interests from his mother's de facto husband, George Madden, has expanded them hugely. David now lives in Melbourne and is a man of considerable wealth. Mary sends an extravagant wreath to the funeral of her mortal enemy, with the message attached, "Say hello to Ikey from me when you arrive in hell, Mary Abacus." The day after the funeral, Mary purchases the grave lot beside Hannah's. "So I can keep an eye on the bitch when I'm dead," she tells Hawk with satisfaction. "Mark my words, you can't trust them lot, dead or alive." Mary, Hawk knows, will be delighted with Hinetitama's unexpected arrival. She will want Hinetitama married as soon as possible, and he expects the clash of temperament between the two women in this regard alone to be considerable. But in the meantime, he can almost hear Mary saying upon his arrival in Hobart, "Oh, my precious Hawk, I shall go to my grave a happy woman. I shall have my great-grandchildren to carry on." He doesn't quite know how he will tell Mary about her granddaughter's drinking problem. He is doubtful that Hinetitama's taking the pledge will work. She is too high-spirited, too wild to be constrained, and the dullness and pretension of the better folk in Hobart and her stubborn nature do not bode well for the future. Hinetitama, he thinks, will be more than a match for Iron Mary, and Hawke does not expect a calm relationship to develop between them. But he is wrong. From the outset, Tomo's daughter and Mary hit it off splendidly. Hinetitama is a Maori in her manners and upbringing, where respect for one's elders is a primary consideration. Mary, on her best behaviour for once, seems to like her granddaughter's feisty demeanour. Hinetitama, though always polite, will not be bullied or told what to do, and Mary is forced to seek her cooperation in the plan she has for her. There is, of course, no initial talk of marriage, Mary being much too cunning to shy the filly before the stallion arrives. She merely asks her granddaughter to embrace the conventions of Hobart society. This includes learning how to dress and behave in polite company, the latest dance steps, and of course the intricacies and mysteries of acceptable table manners. Her rough manner of speaking is put into the hands of Miss Brodie, a teacher of elocution and correct pronunciation favoured by the true Merinos. Her pupil's pronunciation is subject to the closest scrutiny, with her vowel sounds given the most attention. Hinetitama takes all this instruction in good humour. She has a marvellous ear and can mimic Miss Brodie perfectly, and if she wishes, she can pronounce her vowel sounds to perfection. Mary laughs as Hinetitama afterwards takes her through every lesson. Mary has selected one teacher for dress, another for deportment, a third for manners and conversation. These are invariably women with big bosoms and hair drawn back into rigid grey buns, who wear brown or black bombazine gowns and stern bonnets, and almost always turn out to be middle-aged spinsters of impeccable character, genteel poverty, and in precious possession of an over-pronounced and meticulous English vocabulary. Hinetitama not only repeats a particular lesson in a voice redolent of her teacher's, but she proves to be a clever actress, who takes on their mannerisms as well, often stuffing her own bosom with a small cushion and drawing back her beautiful dark hair into a bun. She will sometimes affect Mary's reading glasses to perfect a likeness.
CD 3.
Her master of dancing is the ancient Monsieur Gilbert, pronounced Gilbert, who dubs himself Professor de Danse and has become a living institution in Hobart. To be tutored by this ageing and doubtfully French dancing master is a prime requisite among the crinoline society, and Mary knows she cannot complete her granddaughter's admittedly crammed social education without a knowledge of all the steps in the latest dances practised in the salons of London and Paris. Although Hinetitama is forbidden to sway her hips in the seductive style of the Maori, she sometimes includes a bit of a swish, a sway, and a naughty thrust of the hips into the rigid and pompous dance steps taught to her, rendering them into an altogether different permutation. "Oh, grandmother, must I learn this funny Pakeha dance?" she laughs. "It has no joy in it. How can it catch a man or ready him for the joy of a woman?" Mary delights in these impersonations, which usually take place on the balcony of the big house where Mary always waits at sunset to see the parakeets, her talismanic rosellas, fly over on their way to roost in the trees higher up the mountain. Hawke, in all the time he has known her, has never heard her laugh as much. He can see she is greatly enamoured of her beautiful granddaughter, and is even beginning to dote on her. Hinetitama, for her part, tries to cooperate with Mary's wish for her education, but she has won the battle of the dress. While she will accept the dictates of fashion, she simply refuses the dark shades and plain bonnets insisted upon by its arbiters in Hobart. She elects to have her gowns and bonnets made in the brightest of silks and satins, and even the cotton dresses she wears during the day are of the strongest colours. This is all observed with a tight-lipped disapproval from her social milieu, who regard her as cheap, and her manner of dressing vulgar and ostentatious, although Hinetitama does not seem to notice or otherwise care for what the young matrons of Hobart may think of her. As for her various tutors, they gossip endlessly among the older society women. While they may privately accuse Hinetitama of constantly drawing attention to herself with her garish finery and her overbright smile and lack of dignity in front of her tutors, no one is prepared to point this out to Mary for fear of losing their sinecure. They know that the redoubtable Mary Abacus will accept no criticism of her granddaughter, beyond the various problems she has given them to correct. Mary tactfully dismisses Miss Mawson, the spinster in charge of Hinetitama's wardrobe, paying her over-generously, and without mentioning the matter of fabrics and colour, she compliments the cut and style of the garments the old lady has chosen for her granddaughter. She is secretly pleased that Hinetitama refuses to accept the dull colours of the prevailing fashion. Though Hinetitama is now 25 years old, she is still a rose in young bud, and with her light step, skin colour and raven dark hair, the bright colours suit her very well indeed, and Mary thinks will greatly attract the male of the species. She has also fallen in love with her granddaughter's voice. When her little Maori princess sings to her of a night, she often enough causes the tears to run down her grandmother's cheeks for the sheer joy of her song. Mary gradually begins to introduce males into Hinetitama's life. These are, for the most part, men in their early 40s, widowers and bachelors with some breeding or social standing in Tasmanian society. However, Mary has not precluded male members from the more prosperous but coarser business community, who are also invited for sherry and a light supper. With very few exceptions, the men are prematurely bald, with stomachs which spill precipitously over their waistlines, maintained thus on a bachelor's diet of ale and stodgy food. Hobart is not a large place, and most of the suitors involved share the same clubs or meet at the Wednesday and Saturday races, so that the wild wahine, as one of these hopeful suitors has dubbed Hinetitama, is freely discussed between them. All see her as a filly to be happily mounted, and the source of a large and continuing accreditation to their bank accounts. Her dark good looks testify to her tempestuous nature, and they roll their eyes in supposed anticipation while speculating on the stamina required to keep up with her primitive savage desires. But secretly they conclude they are engaged in a simple transaction, no different to a stud bull. In return for their seed well planted, they will have no further obligations, and be free to enjoy the fruits of their labour, the abundant dowry that comes with a successful coupling. Hinetitama's half-breed status, they tell themselves, precludes any future considerations or obligations they might be expected to show her as a husband. Nor is Mary under any illusions. She observes their greedy eyes and reads their sycophantic gestures towards her, and the sloppy compliments directed at her granddaughter for what they are, and she knows that the only reason the men have accepted her invitation is because of her money. Despite Mary's extreme wealth, her granddaughter is still a half-caste, and as Ike might say, not quite kosher, my dear. While she hopes for a marriage based on mutual respect, she knows this to be highly unlikely. Mary, though anxious that her granddaughter not marry beneath her status, is not looking for perfection. She admits to herself that the potency of the pistol the successful suitor carries between his legs is more important than his looks or even his brains, given her observation that most men seem to be more or less of equal stupidity. She has been told that the Maori blood breeds out, and so, if anything, she shows a distinct preference for men of a fair complexion. But she has not reckoned on Hinetitama's stubbornness. Her granddaughter, while cooperating in most things, refuses to accept any of the suitors Mary introduces. No amount of cajoling or persuasion will convince her, and she seems quite impervious to Mary's temper. They are all fuddy-duddies and complete ninnies, and speak only of commerce, farming, hunting, horses, racing and football. Of commerce I know nothing, and of the others I've heard enough after 2 minutes. They cannot sing or dance, and they have no laughter in their bellies like a Maori man. I'd be ashamed to carry their baby in my stomach. Mary admits to herself privately that she agrees with her granddaughter. They are a poor lot, men mostly left over in the first place because of their lack of prospects or character. She thinks of taking her granddaughter to the mainland, to Sydney or Melbourne, where the pickings can be expected to be rather better, especially among the burgeoning middle classes. But first, Hinetitama must have a veneer of culture, applied sufficiently thickly not to arouse the suspicions of a would-be mother-in-law. That is, until it is too late and the nuptials are concluded. Whereupon the family can happily console themselves with the dowry her granddaughter brings to the marriage. As the battle of wills rages between the two women, Hawke's respect grows for his niece, but he knows the fight is one-sided, and Mary will not give up under any circumstances. Even though she is plainly enchanted with Hinetitama, she will attempt to achieve her ambition for great-grandchildren at any cost. Hawke realizes that Mary is at deadly serious play with Tomo's daughter. She watches her every lesson and makes her practice what she has learnt. Although Mary is conscious of her own lack of grammar and syntax, she has always been a great reader, and she is quick to correct a grammatical slip or a mispronunciation if Hinetitama should revert for a moment to her accustomed pattern of speech. "If you know what's correct grammar, grandmother, then why do you talk differently?" Hinetitama asks her one evening after Mary has corrected her half a dozen times. It is at the time an innocent enough question, but is to begin a conversation which will affect Hinetitama's entire life. "Too old, my dear. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. Never had no time for all that malarkey, talking posh when you ain't. Folks can take me for who I am, common as dirt or not at all." "Why then must I learn all this stuff?" Hinetitama protests. "I'm common as dirt." "Well, my dear, no point in beating about the bush. When you're beautiful and rich, rising out of a cloud of dust up into the clean air on Nob Hill ain't too difficult. All it takes is a few manners and customs learnt and a voice that don't sound like a cockatoo. But I must be frank, my dear, at 25 you're well past the marrying age, even though you're a beautiful and desirable woman." "But a half-caste, eh?" Hinetitama interjects. "Yes, no point in denying that. So if we're going to find you an husband of the right breeding stock, with the right pedigree, it's going to take a fair bit of money and manners. I've got the money, but you have to learn the manners. Though God knows I've searched the length and breadth of this accursed island, and what's available and respectable we've already had to tea, and you've rejected the bleeding lot. The whole bunch of would-be's if they could-be's. Whatever am I to do with you? Maybe the mainland, what say you?" "But, grandmother, if you should find me one, what if I don't love 'em?" "Love? Tush! 'Tain't necessary. Love's for shop girls," Mary says dismissively. Then she becomes aware of the distress in Hinetitama's eyes. "What do you know about love, eh? You ain't going to miss what you ain't never had, my dear." "But I have loved," Hinetitama protests. Mary sniffs dismissively. "That's news to me. Hawk didn't say nothing about you being in love." Hinetitama looks defiantly at Mary. "Hawk don't know everything about me." "Doesn't know," Mary corrects. "Who've you loved, then?" "Never mind. It doesn't matter," Hinetitama sulks. "Yes, it bleeding does. Tell me, my girl." "Why? You wouldn't like him?" "Like him? What's my liking got to do with it?" Mary sighs. "I'm an old woman what's filthy rich. Hawk won't marry, and you're 25 years old and ain't got a man yet, let alone children." Hinetitama looks confused and hurt. "I don't understand." Mary shows her impatience and decides in her frustration to come clean. "Who's it all going to go to, eh? Who is going to carry on with it, with everything I've worked for, built? I dare say Hawk can go on another few years, but what then? Leave it to the bleeding Salvation Army? You, my dear, have no idea of business and don't show the slightest interest in bookkeeping." She looks beseechingly at Hinetitama. "I simply must have great-grandchildren, prepared and ready to take over when Hawk dies." "But that will be another 20, maybe 30 years. You'll be long dead, grandmother." "Not too long, I hope," Mary sniffs. Then she lifts her hands towards her granddaughter, showing her crooked fingers. "But what I did with these, with me own hands, won't be dead. The potato factory, me beloved brewery, must carry on. I don't care much about the other things, they's nice, but the brewery, that's different, that must continue." She takes a deep breath and gives a resigned smile. "Now, tell me, my precious, who is this man you say you love?" Hinetitama looks up shyly at Mary and says softly, "He's a Dutchman. From Holland." "A Dutchman, eh? Me old man was a Dutchman," Mary exclaims. "A tally clerk down at the East India Docks." She thinks of her poor drunken father and how she loved him despite his constant betrayal and state of inebriation. "He isn't what you'd call a true merino. He isn't the right breeding stock, and he hasn't got no—" Hinetitama corrects herself. "Any pedigree. He isn't what you're looking for, grandmother." Mary ignores her protest. "Tush, go back a generation or two and we're all scum on this island. Even the free settlers come from a pretty dodgy lot. Scratch one of them and you'd be surprised what you find underneath."
How old is this Dutchman of yours? 30? How tall? Hinetitama thinks a moment. 6 feet and a little bit, I think. Healthy? No coughs in his chest? Yes, he's healthy, no coughs. You sure? I'm a nurse, I ought to know. Got all his teeth? Hinetitama laughs despite herself. Last time I saw him, yes. When was that? When Uncle Hawk found us. He didn't tell me about no Dutchman. That's 'cause he kicked his ass and sent him pecking, Hinetitama says, her grammar reverting to type. Mary can be seen to think for a moment. Then she draws a breath and says, Well, never mind. Hawk never were a good judge of character. She pauses. Do you still love him? Who? Uncle Hawk? Of course. No, not him, the Dutchman. Hinetitama nods her head, and Mary sees a sudden tear run down her cheek. Does he love you? I dunno. He never said. Men never do, Mary sniffs. She looks wan and lowers her eyes as she thinks of Mr. Emmett, the man she loved since the first day she set eyes on him when she'd been in the female factory. How after all the years of knowing him, she had been too shy even to attend his funeral. You spend your whole life loving 'em and never know what they thinks of you, Mary says at last. Hinetitama looks up, surprised. You were in love, grandmother? She breaks into a smile. You were! I knew it, she cries, clapping her hands. You were, weren't you? Come on, own up, tell the truth. Mary pulls her lips into a small grimace as she tries to conceal her smile. Never mind that, my girl. What you don't know can't hurt you. Tell me, do you want to have this man's children? Hinetitama is momentarily taken aback by the question, and she thinks for a moment, then nods her head. I suppose. I never thought about it before. Mary's manner is suddenly all business. Where is he to be found? Hinetitama shrugs. Wellington, I suppose. Somewhere in New Zealand, who knows? Wellington's where we left him. What are you going to do, grandmother? Why, find him, of course. Find him? Go to Wellington? Hinetitama says incredulously. What for? Him, not him, Mary now corrects. To bring him over. Why else would I bother to find him, my dear? She teases smilingly. Here? To Hobart? Hinetitama says excitedly, and then as suddenly looks forlorn, her eyes cast downwards. What if he won't come? He'll come, Mary snorts. Don't fret your little heart about that. In my experience, there is seldom a man money can't buy, and he don't sound the sort to be too hesitant. But it's been over a year. What if he's forgot me, or took up with someone else? He's very handsome. Forgotten me and taken up, Mary corrects without thinking. She gives a cynical little snort. My dear girl, he'll be suitably reminded then, won't he? In my experience, wallets in particular are a splendid way to jog the memory, provided they are allowed to grow a little in size. If he has married someone else, then it may be difficult, but if he merely enjoys different company, then a considerable thickening of his wallet will soon cause him a remarkable loss of enthusiasm for the pleasure his new partner brings him. You mean you're going to bribe him? Buy him for me? I don't think I'd like that, grandmother. That's what you've been doing with all the others. Ah, yes, but you didn't love the others, my precious. But what if he truly doesn't love me? Don't you bother your little mind about that right now. We'll bring him over and you can decide for yourself. If he doesn't love you, then there isn't much I can do about it, is there? Besides, you're not the sort to be easily forgot, my precious little lark. Hinetitama looks doubtfully at her grandmother. She knows enough to suspect Mary's devious mind is at work. You promise me you won't bribe him to say he loves me? No, of course I promise, Mary protests, thinking if she knows anything about men how unnecessary it is to make such a promise. Hinetitama remembers the circumstances in which Hawk found the two of them. It is now obvious to her that he hasn't told Mary about their drunken behaviour, or the nature of her lover's profession, or their predilection for the grog bottle.
She is grateful to Hawk for this, but also finds herself deeply concerned. She has managed to stay clean for more than a year, and knows that if Slabbert Tiekelman returns, she will be lost. Hine Titama senses that Mary's efforts to bring her lover back to her are likely to end in disaster for them both. Hine Titama tells herself she has tried to get over her Dutchman, to forget him, but he has been constantly on her mind. Not a day passes when she doesn't ache to be with him. Just as she knows that even though she hasn't touched a drop of alcohol since she fought Hawk in Wellington, she still craves the gin bottle every day of her life. There is something, some evil devil deep down in her belly that needs it. She knows she loves her Dutchman with the same senseless and destructive passion. She admits to herself that he is, by every definition, a scoundrel, a profligate, a drunk and a gambler, but it makes no difference. She loves him, loves the excitement of being with him, and she cannot cast him from her mind. Hine Titama, her heart pounding, gives herself one last chance at her own salvation. "Uncle Hawk doesn't like him," she says to Mary. "He won't permit it."
"Didn't expect he would," Mary barks. "You leave Hawk to me and all."
But Hawk won't hear of a plan to find the Dutchman and return him to Hine Titama. While he doesn't know the intimate details of their love affair, he has witnessed its consequence. "Mama, he is a drunk and a gambler, just like Tomo, only I dare say not as skilled. I found them in a hovel, drunk, with her naked and filthy, and him a coward who ran away and left with a curse for her on his lips. I bought him off with 2 sovereigns. Can't you see what will happen if she returns to this evil man?" Mary is obdurate.
"Well, if that's all you can say, why, if she's what you say she is, a drunk like her father, has she not touched a drop of liquor since she arrived? She's a good girl, stubborn as a mule, that I'll admit, but I don't believe she'd do anything silly."
"Mama, there is a weakness in her. He is a drunk and will take her down with him."
"Nonsense. Besides, men don't always drink from addiction. Often it's from despair at their prospects in life. As Hine Titama's husband, he should enjoy the most excellent prospects. He seems from her description to be a strong enough fellow, with good teeth and lungs, tall and fair of complexion. He is a musician also, so he may be a sensitive fellow underneath."
Hawk cannot believe his ears. Mary, the ever-wary, who doesn't suffer fools gladly and can pick a charlatan as soon as look at him, is now carrying on with such inane drivel. "About as sensitive as my black arse," Hawk says, suddenly angry. "He is a gambler as well as a drunk. Even if he could be made to reform from the grog, he will remain the other. She, Hine Titama, has a fixation, that is all."
"She's in love with him, Hawk, same as you were with Maggie Pye."
For the first time in his life, Hawk turns on Mary. "How dare you, Mama! This Dutchman isn't worth a pinch of dog shit. He's a useless bastard, and up to no good in every possible way." Mary looks at Hawk and says unflinchingly,
"You could have said the same thing about our Tomo now, couldn't you? What about Maggie Pye? She was a whore. I was a whore, reduced to the vilest circumstances. Does that make us bad people? Your Maggie was a fine woman, one of the best I've known, but she was still a whore. We can all reform, Hawk, if we are fortunate enough to get a second chance. Hine Titama loves this Dutchman. Why can't we give him a second chance, eh?"
Hawk, still angry and unaccustomed to defying Mary, or even using coarse language in front of her, wheels around again. "Mama, I beseech you, listen to me. You don't know what you're talking about. The man's bad, weak, hopeless. He has the look of a jailbird about him. I simply won't do this to Tomo's memory. Christ Jesus, Tomo asked me to take care of his daughter, not to destroy her. I have brought her away from New Zealand so she wouldn't ever again have to mix with scum, with rubbish like Tiekelman." Mary is silent for a moment, and then Hawk sees the anger rise up in her.
"Now you listen to me, Hawk Solomon. Tomo's dead, the girl is alive. I can't go thinking about the sensibilities of the dead where the living are concerned. She refuses to marry any of the local prospects, and I must say I don't blame her, they're a pretty gormless lot, but she will marry her Dutchman, and time is running out. She's 25 years old, not much time left for childbearing, and as far as I can see, Tiekelman has no disadvantages in that particular area."
Hawk loves Mary with all of his heart, but he now believes her power, wealth and arrogance, taken together with her need to create an ongoing living memorial to her life, has totally corrupted her. "Mama, you mustn't do this, I beg of you. You will destroy your granddaughter. Destroy her as surely as you claim Hannah and David destroyed Tomo. Hawk pauses and takes a deep breath. If you persist in this, then I will tell David Solomon that we stole Hannah and Ike's share of the Whitechapel safe. He will go to the law, and I shall testify, admit our guilt, and you will be ruined.
And you? Mary sneers. It were you who did the stealing, who opened the safe and took what was inside. What will become of you then?
Hawk shrugs. It don't matter. If you let that Dutchman have Hine Titama, you will have destroyed me, and you will have dishonoured my twin. Hawk sighs. What happens next doesn't matter. Mary is silent, her hands in her lap, her head bowed. Hawk appeals once more to her. Mamma, can't you see? What you've done is wonderful. They can't take that away from you. But what happens after you've gone is of no consequence. You can't take it with you. It's all over. Let someone else have the bloody brewery. Hawk hears the sharp intake of Mary's breath as she looks up at him.
Have it? Someone else? A stranger? A man? She cries. Now you listen to me, boy. I built it with my own hands. These stupid, ugly, broken claws.
She throws her hands up in front of her face.
I've told you how they come to be like this. Men done it. Men who wouldn't let a woman have a job as a clerk. They done it. Held me down and broke me fingers with their boots, then raped me.
Mary is shaking with anger, and tears roll down her cheeks, and her nose begins to run.
The brewery, the potato factory, that's me answer to them bastards who done me in at the East India docks. That's me answer to the beak that sent me down, to the vile pot-bosom who flogged me on the convict ship, and the tyranny of the sanctimonious Bible-bashing surgeon Joshua Smiles. Not to mention the utter bastardry of the male warders at the female factory, and their soldier friends who lay us on our backs at night and took from us what they wanted. The banks, the fat pompous bastards in their grey worsted waistcoats and gold fob chains, in cahoots with the other brewers. Sorry, Mary, we don't give credit to women, they sneered. They're not even bothering to get up and show me to the flaming door.
Mary takes a breath, sniffs, and then continues.
I'm the first woman in the known world to build me own brewery. To make and name me own beer. You hear that? The first. That's supposed to be men's work, ain't it? The male prerogative. Men own breweries, doesn't they? Men with big bellies and bushy curled moustaches.
She sniffs and knuckles the tears from her eyes.
Well, a woman built this one. Long as it stands with its 2 chimneys, 2 fingers of brick stuck up into the sky for all to see, it says, fuck you, on behalf of every woman what was ever raped and abused and humiliated by a man.
Mary now points an accusing finger at Hawk. Her voice rasps from the anger and disappointment she feels.
And now you want to do the same. The same as them bastards on the London docks. You wish to destroy me.
Her head jerks backwards.
Why? She cries. For God's sake, tell me why. What have I done to you? You, who I brought up, loved with every breath in me body. I even killed for you.
She suddenly grows very quiet and speaks almost in a whisper.
My beloved Hawk, I never thought I'd live to see this day.
Mary stops and bows her head and begins to weep softly.
I'm so ashamed. Oh, Mamma, Mamma,
Hawk cries out in anguish. Mary looks slowly up at him, her eyes brimming but her voice defiant.
Well, you won't, and you can't, she chokes. I'm going to find that Dutchman, and he'll take Hine Titama to his bed, and as soon as he's given her a couple of brats, it'll be your job to see him off this island. What did you say it cost last time? 2 sovs, weren't it? Well, I dare say it will take a lot more next time, but I don't care.
She pauses and shouts,
I want my heirs!
Then she brings her hand up and clasps the small gold medal resting as ever upon her breast, Ikey's Waterloo medal.
You know what it says on the back of this, don't you? I shall never, never surrender. I ain't never, and I never shall.
She releases the medal and brings both her hands up to cover her face, and weeps and weeps. Chapter 3. New Life and the Death of Mary Abacus. 1886 to 1892. Slabbert Teakelman simply turns up in Hobart one bright late spring morning in November 1886. Martha Billings, the kitchen maid in Mary's home, hears the bell on the back door and goes to answer it, thinking it must be the butcher boy. She discovers a small man who looks to be in his 40s and is somewhat red-visaged and battered-looking, as if he'd taken a bad licking or two in his time. The hair below his dirty cap sticks out at every angle and is in need of a good wash. At the maid's appearance, he removes his cap and clutches it to the region of his crotch. Martha now sees that he has a bald pate, smooth as an egg. "What you want?" Martha asks, summing him up immediately as a nobody. "I've a note for Miss Solomon, miss," the man replies. "Give it then," Martha demands, extending her hand. The man shakes his head. "Nah, afraid I can't, miss. I got instructions, see? I got to hand it to her personal." He now realises he is talking to his own social level, and his confidence is restored. He returns his cap to his head. "Miss Solomon, personal." "And what if I said that were me and all?" Martha says tartly, feet apart, her hands clamped to her waist. The man smiles. "Old town knows who Miss Solomon is. Brought back by Mr. Hawke, over a year now, on the Waterloo." Annoyed, Martha turns and asks the cook what she must do, explaining the man's purpose. "Well, what are you waiting for, girl? Go and fetch Miss Heaney," Mrs. Briggs instructs. Then she pops her head around the door and takes a quick look at the man. "He don't look like he bites." Martha sniffs. "Wait here," she orders the messenger. The man grins slyly, pleased to see the uppity servant girl put in her place by the cook. "Thank ye, missus," he says, grinning at Mrs. Briggs. "I dunno, young folk don't seem to know their manners no more," the cook remarks. "Too much lip, that one." She turns back to the messenger. "I don't suppose you'd mind a nice mug of tea and a slice of bread and jam?" The man smiles, showing several teeth missing, with the remainder blackened. "Thank ye, much obliged, missus." When Hine Titama arrives, he is sitting on the back step with a tin mug of hot sweet tea and a hunk of bread and jam. He jumps up, slopping tea over his hand in his haste. "Oh dear, you've burned your hand," Hine Titama cries, concerned. "Some, not much," the man replies, plainly embarrassed for creating a fuss. "Here, let me see your hand." "Me hand's fine, miss. No harm done." "Cook'll give you another mug of tea." "No, miss, it ain't all spilled." He looks down into the mug. "Plenty left, thank ye." Then he stoops to rest the mug on the step beside the hunk of bread, wipes his tea-splashed hand on the side of his greasy corduroy trousers, removes his cap, and takes a piece of folded paper from its interior. "Here, miss. I were told to give it to you personal." "Thank you, Mr. "Isaac Blunstone, miss. Bootmaker by trade." Hine Titama smiles. "Thank you, Mr. Blunstone. I'm obliged to you." She turns to the cook. "Do we need a bootmaker, Mrs. Briggs?" "Oh, I don't know about that, Miss Heaney. I could ask Mistress Mary. It ain't for me to decide. Food, yes, but not boots. Don't know nothing about boots." Hine Titama turns back to Isaac Blunstone and looks down at his boots, which are scuffed and in poor repair. "Bring some of your work. Let me see it." "Yes, thank you, miss. I do good work." Hine Titama smiles knowingly. "What, down the pub?" "The pub, miss?" The man looks puzzled. Hine Titama points to his hands. "You've got the brandy shakes. You've had a few already, haven't you?" The man grins slyly, looking down at his scuffed boots and shuffling his feet. "Hair of the dog. Couple of heart starters, that's all, miss." "Who gave you this?" Hine Titama waves the note. She is excited, for somehow she senses it's from Teakelman, but restrains herself from finding out, fearful of the contents of the note, wanting to know but not right off, instinctively needing more to add to what might be contained in the note. "He didn't say, miss. He didn't give no name," Blunstone lies. It's been more than a year since Hine Titama's conversation with Mary. While neither she nor Hawke has said a word to her, the servants, the big ears in every establishment, have inevitably gossiped, and Hine Titama, who they call Miss Heaney and is a great favourite with them all, has come to know about the terrible row over Teakelman. "He didn't say, but he shouted you a drink." She can smell the cheap brandy on his breath. "What, a nobbler of brandy? 2 maybe? Where was that?" "Aye," Blunstone says, surprised. "The Hobart whale fishery, miss."
Card game, was it? You met playing cards?
Blunstone is clearly impressed with Hine Titama's sleuthing.
He were, miss. Me, I ain't got that sort of money. Barfly, eh? Topping up to Kedge.
Hine Titama has seen him for what he is, a regular drunk who'll take on the self-appointed task of keeping the drinks coming at a card game, and earning his reward in grog, both from the publican and an occasionally generous player. It is unlikely, but not inconceivable, that he might not know Teakelman's name.
He said just to give you the letter, not to say anything more. Tall, fair hair, blue eyes? Aye, that's him. Foreigner when he speaks like,
Hine Titama adds, seeking further confirmation. The man nods again, and Hine Titama, satisfied, gives him a shilling.
There you go then. That'll buy you the whole dog.
She laughs.
Or you could use it to sole your boots, Mr. Isaac Blunstone, the bootmaker.
Blunstone grins.
It's me brother what's the bootmaker. I'm what you'd call the prodigal son.
The note, when Hine Titama finally opens it, is written in a competent hand, which suggests a fair education.
Dear Hine Titama, yeah, I have come here to Hobart, and also I will much like to see you. It goes well with me. I'm staying at the whale fishery. You will come, I hope so. Slabbert Tickelman.
Hine Titama goes into a real tiz and spends the remainder of the day alone in her bedchamber, arguing with herself, alternately tearful and smiling. When she thinks of going back to Tickelman, her heart commences to beat rapidly, though she on some occasions thinks this must be a certain sign that she is doing the wrong thing, and on others that she loves him. By evening, when a maid is sent up to call her down to dinner, she is emotionally wrung out and exhausted. Claiming she doesn't feel well, she tells the maid to ask her grandmother to excuse her. Mary, upon receiving Hine Titama's message, comes hurrying to her bedchamber.
What's the matter, precious?
Hine Titama feigns distress.
I must have eaten something. I feel unwell, grandmother. Unwell? You tell me? I'll call Dr. Moses.
She seats herself on the side of the bed and takes her granddaughter's hand.
No, it's just a small upset.
Hine Titama smiles wanly.
Best if I don't eat, that's all. You sure then?
Mary asks, looking concerned.
Grandmother, it's nothing. I'll just rest,
Hine Titama insists.
You call me if it gets any worse, you promise now? Grandmother, you work so hard. You look tired. It's me should be caring for you. They weren't no different to any other,
Mary sniffs.
Can't turn back the clock. I'm getting old, that's all. Old and cranky,
she adds gratuitously. She bends and kisses Hine Titama on the forehead, then rises slowly, though she stands straight as a pencil, and for a woman her age, still has amazing stamina.
You call me if you feel any worse during the night.
By morning, with less than a good night's sleep, Hine Titama knows that she must go to Slabbert Tickelman, that she cannot resist the temptation.
Oh, God help us,
she says to herself as she brushes her hair prior to going down to breakfast with Mary.
Please let it be all right this time.
At breakfast, which is served early, just after 6 o'clock, so that Mary and Hawke can be at the potato factory by 7 when the brewery workers start, she again has no appetite. Fortuitously, Hawke is away on a trip to Burnie, so that she and Mary are sitting alone at the dining-room table. Hine Titama goes through the motions of dipping her spoon into her porridge bowl, but eats very little.
Still no good, eh?
Mary inquires, observing her lack of appetite.
No, Grandmother, it's not that,
Hine Titama says.
The note,
Mary says suddenly, her own spoon halfway to her mouth.
Is it something I should know, girl?
Mrs. Briggs told you?
Not much to tell, was there? She said you got a note. Man come to the back door.
Hine Titama, unable to contain herself any longer, announces,
Grandmother, it was from the Dutchman.
Mary remains silent for a while. Finally, she returns the spoon, its contents uneaten, to her plate.
The Dutchman? Slabbert Tickelman?
Hine Titama nods, amazed that her grandmother has remembered both his names.
Well,
Mary demands,
what will you do?
Grandmother, I don't know. I'm that scared.
Frightened? Lovesick, more like.
Then realising Hine Titama is asking for her support, her voice takes on a more sympathetic tone.
Of course you're scared, my precious. After all, it's been almost 2 years. I'm different now. He may not like me.
Mary is hard put to conceal her relief. Her granddaughter is not rejecting the Dutchman, as she's come to think of Tiekelman in her mind.
Course he will, child. Don't you worry your little head about that. Whatever shall I do, grandmother? Do? Why, invite him to supper tonight, of course. What does he like to eat? Mrs. Briggs will make it for him special. Like? I don't rightly remember. Meat and potatoes, I suppose, Hinetitima says absently.
Mary laughs.
Like all men, eh? We'll get cook to do us a nice roast beef and taties.
Mary is suddenly all business.
We'll send the carriage round to fetch him. Where's he staying? The Hobart Whale Fishery. The Whale Fishery? That's a Cascade pub. One at Delgrave's. Ike used to go there a lot. Do you think he'll agree to move to one of ours?
Mary doesn't wait for an answer.
Course he will. Won't cost him a bean. I'll send him a note to make all the arrangements. 6:30. Most men like to eat early. I don't suppose he's any different, eh?
Hinetitima agrees, thinking that Tiekelman is unlikely to be drunk so early in the evening. She has never seen Mary all of a twitter like this before. Her grandmother is seldom her best in the morning and is usually silent, almost morose, her abacus at her side. Every once in a while she grunts and sends the beads rattling along their wires, then writes a number down on a notebook beside her. But this morning she's plainly in excellent humour.
But what if he's changed also? Well, we'll just have to find out, won't we, my girl?
What will Uncle Hawk think? Mary shrugs, not denying the probability of Hawk's opposition.
He ain't here, is he now?
For a moment, Hinetitima wonders whether Hawk's absence hasn't been planned by Mary all along. But she is not accustomed to deceit, and silently castigates herself for this uncharitable thought.
Oh, grandmother, I'm so excited. Whatever shall I wear? It don't really matter, men don't notice anyway.
Mary grins.
Unless, of course, you wear your birthday suit. Grandmother!
Hinetitima has never heard Mary talk like this before. Then she laughs. She's never felt closer to her grandmother, and her anxiety is greatly ameliorated by Mary's cheerful assurance.
Please, God, she says to herself, don't let him be drunk when he comes.
Then she adds another plea to the Almighty.
And don't let all this be of grandmother's doing.
Tiekelman arrives promptly in Mary's carriage at 6:30, and is greeted at the door by Hinetitima and her grandmother, who has finally persuaded her granddaughter to wear a gown of a modest mousy brown colour, one of the earlier rejects from old Mrs. Mawson's attempts to bring her into line with current Hobart fashion.
Don't want him to think you're too good for him now, do we? He'll be jittery as a racehorse. No point in shying him right off with silks and satins in the brightest colours now, is there? Modesty, my girl. You need never feel it in front of a man, for most have less intelligence than you, but you must appear always to show it, she declares, then explains further. Men believe what they see, women what they hear.
Though she herself has chosen to wear one of her best gowns. When Hinetitima remarks on this, the old woman grins.
Modesty and beauty from you, age and riches from me. Mark my words, the combination is irresistible to any man who comes a-courting with a death and an inheritance in mind.
Slabbert Tiekelman is well scrubbed, and wears clean, though not expensive, linen. He is dressed in the manner one might expect from a small businessman of the respectable middle classes, and wears a plain woolen waistcoat without a fob and chain strung across his belly. His boots are freshly dubbined, his hair neatly parted, and his beard trimmed. He is a big man, only slightly given to noticeable paunch, and is still most handsome in his overall appearance. Hinetitima watches, smiling as Mary greets him.
You are most welcome in our house, Mr. Tiekelman, she says, offering him her gloved hand. Of course, you already know my granddaughter.
Tiekelman, for his part, seems surprisingly at ease, and Hinetitima observes that he appears to be completely sober.
Thank you, madame,
he says formally to Mary. Smiling, he bows and only lightly takes her hand. In doing this, he is displaying a social awareness Hinetitima is unaware he possessed. Furthermore, his returning smile reveals that he has not lost any of his teeth. Turning to her, he offers his hand.
I am so glad we meet once more, Hinetitima, that you and your grandmother invite me here to your nice house.
Hinetitama smiles broadly, her heart pounding furiously, but she is determined not to show her nervousness and to put the Dutchman at ease.
"I've been that worried all day that you'd change your mind and not come," she laughs, her words immediately relieving the tension.
"Shall we go in?"
Mary invites, and turns to lead the way into the mansion.
Cook has a barron of beef fresh from the roasting oven. I feel sure a big man like you has a healthy appetite."
A week after the Dutchman's arrival, Hawke arrives home shortly after sunset, and stopping only to tell Mrs. Briggs he will take a light supper in his study, goes straight to the wing of the house he occupies. He is weary and has a light cold, and thinks to take a bath and then read a while before going to bed. But Mary sends a maid to ask him if he'll have dinner with her, the servant girl adding that Hinetitama is out for the evening. Hawke thinks the invitation curious. It is the custom for both Mary and himself to dine alone after a journey. Mary is well aware of the rigours of a long coach ride and the accumulated weariness of constant travel over a period of several days. Hawke knows himself to be irritable and not inclined to favour company of any sort. He will catch up with Mary in the morning, when she will drill him solidly for an hour, wanting to learn every detail of his business trip. Hawke finds himself especially tired on this occasion. Normally he would have rested somewhat on the ferry from New Norfolk, but upon his arrival at the little river port, he discovered the ferry had struck a docking pylon the previous night and sunk in 6 feet of river water. The captain, being reputed to have been in an advanced state of inebriation, was blamed for the accident. Now his back ached from the Cobb & Co. coach ride, where despite paying for 2 seats, as was his usual custom, he'd been jammed in with too many other passengers, among them 2 stout ladies who seemed to spend the entire trip complaining about the mishap to the ferry and the added inconvenience of the coach, and on several occasions making pointed remarks that someone among them was taking twice the seating space he was entitled to.
"Tell Miss Mary I am wearied from my journey, and wish to bathe and be early to bed, and will take supper alone in my study. You will give her my apologies, and say that I will see her in the morning," he tells the maid. Then adds, "Can you remember all of that?" The servant girl nods and does a poor imitation of a curtsy before taking her leave. Mary's servants are not expected to be over-formal in their behaviour, required only to show respect to their employers.
"Had quite enough of all that bowing and scraping when I were a maid myself,"
Mary would say when she suspected a visitor expected a curtsy or a servant to stand attention as they passed. Hawke has removed his boots, socks and cravat, and released his starched collar from its gold stud. His braces hang from his waist, and his shirt cuffs are unlinked, when there is a sharp knock on the door, followed immediately by Mary's voice.
"Hawke, I must talk to you. Will you not take tea with me tonight?"
"Mamma, I am greatly wearied from the journey. I beg to be excused."
"Are you decent?"
Mary's voice now asks from behind the door. Hawke sighs.
"Mamma, I have removed my boots, and I dare say my feet stink to high heaven," he says,
hoiking up his braces as he speaks. Without further ado, the door to his bedchamber is thrown open.
"Hawke, I simply must talk to you,"
Mary repeats. Hawke groans.
"Mamma, can't it wait? I am dog-tired. Can we not talk at breakfast after I am rested?"
"No, it can't," Mary snaps. "I would be most obliged if you'd take tea with me. Mr. Briggs will make you something light to eat, a little cold lamb and mustard pickles, perhaps."
Hawke realises that Mary will not be put off, that if he continues they will inevitably quarrel, an experience for which he has an even greater disinclination than his appearance at supper.
"Mamma, allow me to take a bath first,"
Hawke sighs wearily. At the dinner table, a thoroughly grumpy Hawke hears of the Dutchman's arrival. Mary tells him that together with his manservant, Isaac Blundstone, Teakelman has been given quarters at the Ship Inn. Hawke shows his astonishment.
"You welcomed him and gave him a place to stay?"
"Well, yes, it seemed a proper thing to do, given the circumstances," Mary says, her lips pursed.
Proper thing? Proper thing to do? Whatever can you mean?" Hawke cries.
"Well, he's Hinetitama's friend, ain't he?"
Hawke shakes his head, not believing what he's heard.
"Mamma, what have you done?"
"It were none of my doing, I swear it. He just come here out of the blue."
Hawke looks at his mother, holding her eyes.
"Don't you look at me like that, Hawke Solomon," she shouts. "It don't have nothing to do with me. Ask her. She'll tell you what happened."
Mary lowers her eyes, averting his gaze. She is not accustomed to explaining herself or of justifying her actions, and he senses she feels vulnerable. "Mamma, are you sure? Are you sure you didn't have a hand in this?"
"Course I am," Mary snorts indignantly. "Would I lie to you, me own flesh and blood?"
"Good then, you won't mind if I send him packing. I dare say a little more than 2 sods will be needed this time, but I shall regard it as money well spent." Mary doesn't react as Hawke expects she will, defending the Dutchman's right to stay as long as her granddaughter wants him to remain, claiming that her love for Tekelman must be allowed to prevail. Instead, she shrugs, her expression now completely non-committal.
"You must do what you think best, my dear. I have only waited until you returned."
Then she adds quietly,
"But if you must send him off, then don't tell her. Let her think he's left of his own accord. Either way it will break her poor heart, but if she knows it's you done it to her again, this time she will not forgive you."
Hawke is immediately suspicious. It is an altogether too well-rehearsed reply. He senses Mary is at her most devious. She has the same butter-won't-melt-in-her-mouth appearance as when she confronted the hapless senior detective O'Reilly in the mortuary and claimed Mr. Sparrow's headless body to be Tomo's. It is at this precise moment that Hawke knows that Tekelman has been bribed in some manner he cannot hope to match, that money won't buy him off, that whatever the machinations involved in having the Dutchman return to her granddaughter, Mary has rendered Hawke powerless to prevent Tekelman from staying in Hobart. She has not forbidden him to send the Dutchman packing, so he cannot chastise or even threaten to undermine her by admitting to David Solomon that they stole Ike and Hannah's Whitechapel fortune. Unless he should kill him, Tekelman will stay and marry Hinetitama. Mary will have her stallion, and Hinetitama will be sacrificed as Mary's willing mare. Hawke is suddenly very angry.
"Mother, you have done a terrible thing. You will destroy her life. She has Tomo's cravings for the bottle. The Dutchman will bring Hinetitama down to his level."
Mary has regained her calm, and reaching for the teapot, she pours herself a second cup of tea.
"I can't imagine what you're talking about. She ain't dropped a drop in almost 2 years, and he came to dinner sober as a judge, his linen clean, dressed like Jones the grocer, neat as a new pin, and well-spoken and polite throughout."
She places the pot down and adds milk and sugar to her cup and commences to stir it, the teaspoon tinkling softly against the edge of the cup.
"I admit he ain't got the social standing I would have liked for the girl, but who are we to talk? We can't help who we are then, can we? Him a foreigner, her a half-caste, you born black, me a cockney born poor as dirt, and not much better than same."
"Mamma, Tekelman is a gambler and a drunk, for God's sakes."
"Well, we all know about that then, don't we? Had one of those in the family before, haven't we? Didn't stop us loving him, though, did it?"
"Mamma, that were Tomo, our own flesh and blood. It's not the same."
"Oh, why not? She's in love with him, Hawke. You should see them two together. I've never seen her happier, singing the livelong day, carefree as a lark. She loves him all right, as much as we loved our Tomo."
Hawke now sees that Mary will not be baited, that she is determined to keep her equilibrium, to stay calm. He tries one more time. "Mamma, I told you how I found them in Wellington. He'll ruin her."
"People change. He's been here a week and he hasn't touched a drop as far as I know. She's been with him most of the time, and except for tonight he's had tea with us every day."
Mary smiles.
"Funny to hear his voice. Takes me back. Just like me old dad's. All them words pronounced wrong, and yah this and yah that, like turning back the clock, God forbid. I was suddenly a little girl again, tricking pennies from young men stepping out with their sweethearts in the Vauxhall Gardens."
"Christ Jesus!"
Hawke suddenly expostulates. Then, throwing down his napkin, he kicks back his chair and leaves the table.
"Ain't you going to say good night, then?"
Mary calls after him. Hawke knows that he is finally defeated, that Iron Mary has won the day without shedding a single drop of family blood. He goes to bed furious and humiliated, but nevertheless determined to see Tekelman the next day. The Dutchman proves to be quite a different proposition to the coward he paid off with 2 sobs and sent packing in Wellington. He is well dressed, just as Mary has described him, and has a definite air of confidence about him. He is shown into Tekelman's rooms, the 2 best available at the Ship Inn, by a manservant who, despite a suit of new clothes and boots, has the appearance of a drunkard about him, perhaps an ex-fighter gone to early seed. His rubicund nose looks as though it has been rearranged several times in the past, and his ears are tight little knots of flesh. The man is plainly not over-acquainted with the duties of a manservant, and fails to take Hawk's hat and coat. Hawk stoops noticeably to enter the room, and Teakelman rises from the table he is seated at, and where he has been playing a game of solitaire, the cards arranged in sequence on the table in front of him. Hawk's memory goes back to Tomo, to his abiding obsession, how he couldn't for a moment be parted from a deck of De La Rue, and at every opportunity would finger them, handle them, splay and spread them as though they were an extension of his own body, which he supposes they eventually became.
Once a gambler, always a gambler, eh, Teakelman?
Hawk says, this opening remark intended to put the Dutchman on the defensive. But Teakelman is not so easily disconcerted. He smiles and extends his hand.
Ja, it is good we meet, Mr. Solomon.
He chuckles.
Last time was maybe not so good, I think.
Hawk is forced to take his hand and is surprised at the firmness of Teakelman's grip.
Now look here, Teakelman. I do not intend to beat about the bush. You are not welcome here,
Hawk announces, and then feels slightly embarrassed at how the words have come out. They sound over-pompous, like a retired colonel from the Indian Army.
So why don't you piss off, he adds,
attempting to leaven his statement with an addition of the vernacular. Teakelman does not reply, but appears to look past Hawk, who now turns and sees that Blundstone is still standing at the door.
Ja, thank you, Blundstone. You go now,
the Dutchman says, waving the man out with a flick of his hand. He watches as Blundstone leaves, closing the door behind him. Hawk is fairly certain that one of the little pug's cauliflower ears is well glued to the surface of the door.
If it's a matter of compensation,
Hawk now says to Teakelman.
Mr. Solomon, I am here because I come myself.
He points to the cards on the table.
It is just a game. I do not gamble anymore. With the flats, I am finished. I have good job, and I have now Hinititama.
He pauses and grins.
Is good, yeah?
Hawk wants to smash his fist into the Dutchman's face. He knows the bastard is lying. £500 and your passage out of here to anywhere you wish to go. Holland, America, you name it. All I require is that you never set foot in Tasmania again. He knows he is offering Teakelman a fortune, but he is disinclined to bargain, and has made him an offer a man in Teakelman's position would find almost impossible to refuse. The overlarge offer is also intended to assess whether, as he suspects, there may be another agenda, and Mary has rendered the Dutchman bulletproof. Teakelman whistles softly and appears to be thinking.
That is a lot of money, Mr. Solomon.
He looks slowly up at Hawk and shakes his head.
No, he says, smiling. I stay. I do not go.
As with Hinetitama, Hawk's fears seem to have been unfounded. Teakelman has been given a job as a tally clerk in the brewery, and soon thereafter is promoted by Mary to foreman in charge of transportation, delivering to the pubs Tomo and Hawk ale, the beer most in demand from the potato factory. Mary has been careful to put him to work in an area isolated from Hawk's day-to-day influence, and it has to be said the Dutchman acquits himself well enough. Furthermore, he drinks only beer, which seems not to affect his sobriety in the least, only manifesting itself by the increasing size of his girth. Hinetitama, for her part, though besotted by the Dutchman, maintains her pledge. The Hobart Society is soon a-twitter with the news of the romance, though the gossips are all in agreement that Mary has been forced to compromise and has come down in her expectations for her dark little granddaughter, the euphemism they have privately adopted for Hinetitama. They have neatly reversed the fact that Hinetitama has summarily rejected every island suitor, and now gleefully whisper that the island's more mature bachelors and widowers have spurned Mary's fortune and collectively rejected her granddaughter out of hand. This wildly improbable proposition is of course happily accepted and confirmed by the motley collection of males who have been sent packing. Nevertheless, everybody who is anybody in the local society is waiting anxiously to be invited to the wedding. Mary has promised a desperate and frustrated Hawk that she will wait 6 months before the couple are joined in matrimony, his hope being that Teakelman will inevitably reveal his true colours. When time expires and the Dutchman proves his worth, an impatient Mary announces the couple's betrothal. Hawk now begs that the wedding be a modest affair, and even suggests that it take place as a civil wedding. Mary is appalled at this suggestion. "How can you deny me this?" she castigates him. "Me, an old woman, what hasn't much longer for this mortal coil, who never had the pleasure of seeing Tomo joined and denied the same pleasure by yourself. I want this whole bleeding island to know me granddaughter is getting married. I want guests to come from the mainland, and every publican and his wife on the island what sells our beer, all the workers, down to the most humble, with their families, and the knobs and the snobs and the true merinos. I want the lot, even the flaming governor." "Mamma, the workers and the publicans, yes, maybe a grand picnic for them. As for the rest, they despise us. They'll come to laugh. You'll be giving them more bitch-faced pleasure than they've enjoyed in years. I doubt also that the governor will accept."
"Yes, he will. He knows what side his bread's buttered."
Though Mary secretly doubts that Governor Hamilton will accept her invitation. He's a nice enough cove, but his wife, Lady Teresa, is a frightful snob, with her nose held high enough to look down upon Mount Wellington, never mind the hoi polloi. Mary takes a final shot at Hawke's objection.
"You've made me wait all this time. She could be nigh 6 months pregnant by now. I may not live long enough to see me own great-grandchild."
Hawke gives a bitter little laugh. "Mamma, if you have to cut the umbilical cord with your own teeth, you'll be at the birth."
"Yes, well, you're not denying me a proper wedding. Next time you'll be telling me you'll not give the bride away."
Hawke feels he cannot protest any longer. "May as well be hung for a sheep as a goat," he grins.
"Good. Then that's settled,"
Mary says, trying hard to conceal the triumph in her voice. The wedding is truly a grand affair, with the governor in attendance at St. David's Church, though not at the reception afterwards, which is held at the racecourse, there being no other venue sufficiently large to contain the crowd. 3 dozen oxen and at least 4 times as many lambs are roasted, and it seems all of Tasmania is in attendance. Mary has reluctantly made a concession to the local society members by creating a grand banquet for them in the members' enclosure. She explains this separation of the classes to Hawke.
"I don't want the knobs and the true merinos walking about among the mob, with the ordinary folks chewing a bit of chop and having a good time, feeling obliged to bow and scrape, and thinking they's not just as entitled to be there as the knobs."
In fact, she only visits the members' enclosure once, to present and to drink a toast to the bride and groom, whereupon the 3 of them promptly leave the knobs to themselves, joining the picnic on the course. Hawke, meanwhile, remains with the common crowd. In the months that follow the wedding, not much is worthy of mention. Teakelman, having secured the prize, does not go astray, and within a few weeks, almost on cue, Hinetitama announces that she is experiencing nausea.
"Morning sickness," Mary announces gleefully to the cook. "A little strained broth, if you will, Mrs. Briggs."
On time, and with surprisingly little fuss, given Hinetitama's size, Ben Solomon Teakelman is delivered by a midwife, with Dr. Moses standing by, enjoying an excellent Portuguese sherry or two in Hawke's study. The lack of complication in Ben's delivery will characterise him all his life. He is a happy and uncomplaining baby who seldom cries, a child who is good at sports, gathers friends around him easily, is in the middle ranking at school, and is seldom less than cheerful. Later he predictably becomes a young man who takes life in his stride. Neither boastful nor arrogant, and oblivious to the wealth at his command, he is much loved by a wide range of mates, and accepted as their natural leader. At 5 feet and 10 inches in his stockinged feet, he is neither short nor tall, but powerfully built, dark-haired and brown of eye, with a hint of Maori about his broad brow and strong jawline. A handsome young man by all appearances, he is also an excellent shot and a natural horseman. His sibling, Victoria, born 15 months later, has a difficult birth, and Dr. Moses announces that Hinetitama will endanger herself if she attempts to have more children. She is as fair as her brother is dark, a blonde with almost violet eyes, and with a slightly olive skin. While Mary dotes on both children, it is to Victoria that she is most naturally attracted. The little girl, much to Hawke's consternation and her great-grandmother's delight, is stubborn as a mule, and in Mary's last year of life, at 3 years old, already shows an exceptional intelligence. She sits beside the old woman, doing basic sums on the abacus, the bright beads never ceasing to delight her.
"She's the one," Mary cackles. "She's the one."
Mary, at the age of 85, still has all her faculties intact, though she is becoming increasingly hard of hearing.
"Damn good thing, too," she often says. "I'm tired of hearing all the nonsense people go on about."
She was never one to suffer fools gladly, but now she has become a thoroughly cantankerous old woman, the only exceptions being her great-grandchildren, though even they are sent packing when they become too boisterous for her. She no longer goes to the potato factory every day, but still insists that Hawke talk the day's business over with her, as she takes a glass of sherry and watches the sun setting over the Derwent. At 5:30 in the afternoon, and half an hour sooner in the winter, she is to be found in her accustomed chair on the porch, overlooking her magnificent garden. Further off still, the city snatches the last of the late afternoon sunlight, and finally she looks out upon the river beyond it, that brightest ribbon of water that first brought her as a young convict woman over 60 years ago to the shores of Van Diemen's Land. Though Mary enjoys the magnificent sunset and the closing down of the day, that is, on those good days when the ever-changing Tasmanian weather allows it to occur, this is not the reason she is at her station at precisely the same time every evening. She waits for the green parrots. "My luck! Here comes my great good fortune!" she shouts as the flock approaches, wheeling towards her, seeming to be skidding on the glass-bright air. Her poor broken hand is clasped around the little gold Waterloo medal that hangs from her neck. Then as the birds pass over, she releases the medal and clasps her hands to her bosom, cheering them on as their raucous screeching fills the space above her, drowning out her own calls of delight. It is a ritual which never varies, and which is of the utmost importance to her well-being. The very site for her magnificent home was selected over several months of observation, and only after carefully determining the exact morning and evening flight path of the Rosellas. Apart from Ikey's Waterloo medal, sent to her in Newgate prison in a moment of aberrant generosity Ikey himself could never satisfactorily explain, the parrots have always signified her new beginning, her second chance, and her subsequent great good fortune. She now recalls how she first witnessed a flock of parrots in flight as the Destiny II was leaving the port of Rio de Janeiro, the convict transport having called in to take on supplies of food and fresh water before proceeding to Van Diemen's Land. Mary was hidden behind 2 barrels at the stern of the vessel, having escaped from the ship's hospital, where earlier she had lain in wait for the vile pot-bottom to recover her Waterloo medal which she had stolen from her. The departing ship had reached a point between Fort San Juan and Fort Santa Cruz, when she witnessed a flock of macaw parrots flying across the headland, their brilliant plumage flashing in the early morning sun. As the birds rose, Mary could see the Sugarloaf, the majestic peak that towers above the grand sweep of the bay, and dominates this most beautiful of all the world's harbours. With the flock of macaws captured against an impossibly high blue sky, Mary felt a surge of exhilaration. It was the first time during the long and dreadful voyage from England that she held the slightest hope that what remained of her life would not continue in abject misery and end in her premature death. Her kind were usually dead at the age of 34, and some a great deal earlier. With 7 years of incarceration on the fatal shore ahead of her, she had little reason to expect a life free of misery, or for that matter, of her death not arriving at the normally predicted time. Then, at sunrise many weeks later, as the Destiny II lay at anchor in the D'Entrecasteaux Channel, prior to catching the early morning tide to take them upriver to Hobart Town, a flock of bright green parrots had flown overhead, calling a raucous welcome down to her. From that moment, when Mary had seen the parrots enter her life for a second time, she accepted the emerald green rosella as her good luck, her great good fortune. Never a day in her subsequent life passes without her going out to greet them at sunrise, and as she is doing now, to send them on their way at sunset. The following morning, for the first time in her new life, Mary fails to rise. She is always up before the servants, and when she doesn't appear on the balcony, Martha Billings, who usually stands in the garden where she can observe the birds and Mary at her customary place, goes hurrying to the back of the house and into the kitchen to tell Mrs. Briggs. Mrs. Briggs, all bustle and fuss, hurries up the stairs and arrives panting at Mary's bedchamber door. She knocks tentatively. "You all right, dear?" she calls softly, and then when no sound comes from the room beyond, she knocks more loudly. She hears a faint call to enter, and shyly enters Mary's bedchamber. Nobody within living memory has ever seen Iron Mary in bed, and Mrs. Briggs is surprised at how small and frail she looks, with the blanket drawn up against her chin. "You must call Hawke," Mary whispers. "Oh, my God!" Mrs. Briggs gasps, immediately bursting into tears.
Call Hawk, you silly woman, Mary rasps.
With her hands covering her face, Mrs. Briggs runs from the bedroom. Hawk arrives a few minutes later, wearing a dressing gown over his nightshirt. He has already shaved, but not yet had the time to dress. "Mamma," he exclaims as he enters, "you are not well." The sight of the frail little woman almost lost in the large brass and enamel bed leaves him with a deep sense of shock. While Mary is an old woman, such is her character that only strangers note her advanced age. Those who have been around her for most, if not all, of their lives see only Mary, or if they are among the unfortunate, Iron Mary, but nevertheless both her friends and her enemies regard her as an indestructible force. "I shall call Dr. Moses," Hawk says. "How do you feel, Mamma?" Mary lifts her hand. Even though she is in bed, she still wears mittens to hide the deformity of her hands. They are as indispensable to her as her lace sleeping bonnet.
No, I don't want him fussing about. Will you call Hinetitama and the children to my bedside? But first,
Hawk interjects, "Mamma, you were never taken sick. Please let me call Dr. Moses." Mary doesn't bother to answer.
Hawk, listen to me, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. She pats the eiderdown beside her, signalling that he should sit beside her on the bed. As Hawk sits, the weight of his huge body sinks the bed springs, so that Mary is almost in a seated position. Now listen to me carefully, she repeats. In the safe in my office is a brown manila envelope. It's got a black seal, not red like the usual. Open it. Read it carefully. She pauses to take a breath. Then in the drawer of the desk you will find a stick of the same black wax. I want you to reseal it so it's returned just the way it was. The effort of talking is taking its toll, and Mary rests for a moment, her chest heaving with the effort. If the Dutchman behaves well, you will give it to him before you die, or leave it to him in your will. Mary rests again before continuing. If he plays up after I've gone, tell him you now possess the document and send him away. Tell him if he returns you will take the appropriate action. Mamma, hush, hush, you're not going to die, Hawk says, alarmed, putting his huge black hand to her brow. It is cold and clammy, and his heart skips a beat. There is a trace of a smile on Mary's lips. Yes, I am. If I says so, that's it then, ain't it? Do you understand what I'm saying about the Dutchman? Hawk nods. Yes, Mamma. Now call Hinetitama and the children in. Mamma, I feel I should call Dr. Moses. Mary sighs and then remains silent for a few moments, as though she is trying to decide. No, she says finally. I've had enough. I heard the birds pass over this morning, but I weren't there to see 'em. It is said as though it is her final word, no different to her dismissal of some proposition put to her in business. Go now. Hawk taps softly on the door of Hinetitama's bedchamber, then opens the door a crack to look in. She is awake, but still in bed beside her husband, who is snoring, his fat belly rising and falling well above the level of his head, and the bolster it rests against. In the years they have been together, Tekelman has almost doubled in size, his girth well beyond the possibility of joining his fingers about it. Hawk opens the door a little wider so that his niece might see his face. You decent, he whispers. What is it? She asks, climbing out of bed. She is wearing a cotton nightgown to her ankles, and her dark hair falls naturally to her shoulders, seeming not disturbed by her sleeping. Hawk thinks how pretty she looks. Though a woman now of 32, she still appears to be 10 years younger. He wonders, as he has so often done, what she sees in the fat Dutchman, for she seems as besotted by him as ever. Hawk points to Tekelman and brings his finger to his lips. Come to Mary's room, he says softly, and then goes to fetch Ben and Victoria from the nursery.
CD 4.
With Tekelman excluded and the remainder of her little family gathered around her, Mary first kisses Ben and sends him off to his breakfast. She holds Victoria a moment longer.
You shall have my abacus, my precious, she whispers before releasing her. Are you well, great-grandmamma? Victoria asks in the clear tones of a child. Are you going to die? Run along now, darling, Mary says softly. No, I won't, and you can't make me, the child replies, looking defiantly at Mary. Go, Hinetitama admonishes her. Do as great-grandmama says. No, Victoria replies, folding her little arms and walking backwards until her bottom brushes against a small chaise longue, and she jumps up and wriggles, with her arms still folded, until she is seated defiantly upon it. She hasn't for one moment taken her eyes off Mary. Stubborn, Mary whispers, though it seems more a compliment than an admonishment. Then with a slight gesture of her hand, she draws Hinetitama closer, so she is where Hawk previously sat. I have made provision in my will for you and the children, my dear. You are to have your own house with servants provided, and the income from a trust fund I have set up for the children until Victoria reaches the age of 30 and Ben 32. Hinetitama does not appear to grasp what the old woman is saying. Grandmother, please don't die, she cries and bursts into sobs. Victoria watches Hinetitama crying. She can die if she wants to, she says suddenly to her mother. Then she turns to Mary and announces, Great-grandmama, we don't want you to die, but if you must, then you simply must. Mary, increasingly short of breath, still manages a wan smile. She looks up at Hawk. She's the one, she whispers. She lies still for a while, then turns to the weeping Hinetitama. Now, girlie, enough of that nonsense. Listen to me, I shan't say it again. You shall have the income from the trust fund I have set up for Ben and Victoria. It will take at least until they are 30 years old to learn enough to take over from Hawk. Then they shall each inherit 50% of the trust, and you will receive a separate pension. Mary rests a while, her chest rising and falling in short, sharp bursts. The principal is not your money. Only the interests may be used by you and your husband. That is, until they reach the age to inherit, she repeats. Does you understand? Hinetitama, who has her chin on her breast, nods. Yes, grandmother, she sniffs, though it is unclear whether she does. Now, I want you to do something for me, Mary says, reaching for her granddaughter's hand. Anything, grandmother, Hinetitama sniffs. Will you sing me that song? What song? Hinetitama sobs. The Maori one, child, about going away. Mary nods, and Hinetitama suddenly breaks into uncontrollable sobbing. Come, Mary whispers. None of that, girl. Hinetitama struggles to regain her composure, then begins to sing, her voice soft and reedy at first, but her lovely contralto gains the ascendancy, and a beautiful haunting melody rises deep and strong. Hinetitama comes to the end, and Mary lifts her arms and hugs her granddaughter, perhaps for the second or third time in her life. I am most proud of you, Hinetitama, most proud. Thank you for my heirs, for Ben and Victoria. She pauses, then says gently, Now you must go. I wish to be alone with Hawk. Mary turns slowly to Victoria. Run along, my precious. Victoria jumps from the couch, her small feet landing together with a soft thump on the Persian carpet. She walks the few steps over to Mary's bed, and standing on tiptoe, she kisses her on the forehead, then takes her weeping mother by the hand. Come along, mother, she commands, leading the sobbing Hinetitama from the room. Hawk waits until they've left before he resumes his place beside Mary. You will keep all the servants, she instructs. They's all of them strays and ain't got no family and nowhere to go. They must have pensions when they are too old to work. Then she places her hand in Hawk's huge paw. I loves you, Hawk. I always loved you the most. Hawk remains quiet, though great tears run down his black cheeks and splash between the cleavage of his dressing gown and onto his dark chest. After a while, Mary asks him to help her up to a sitting position. Hawk does so,
plumping and propping the cushions behind her. She leans slightly forward.
"Take it off," she says slowly.
Hawk sees that her Waterloo medal hangs from her neck on its gold chain.
"Keep it for Victoria. Give it to her when she comes of age. Tell her how it come about, that it's luck beyond good luck, much, much more. It's her great good fortune."
Hawk wipes his tears on the sleeve of his dressing gown and reaches over and slips the chain over Mary's head. "Mamma, I will tell her what it meant to you."
"Tell her about the birds, the rosellas,"
Mary says, now almost breathless. She is silent for almost half an hour, and Hawk regains his composure. Every once in a while he can feel pressure from the hand he holds, as though she is about to speak, as though she is gathering her final strength. Then, with what must have taken an enormous effort of will, she suddenly sits bolt upright.
"Don't trust the bastard," she shouts. "Don't never trust him, you hear?"
Mary, exhausted, collapses back into her pillow. "Who? Teakleman?" Hawk says scornfully. "I never did, Mamma." Mary's eyes open in alarm.
"No, not him. David Solomon."
With this last great effort she closes her eyes and appears to fall asleep. Around the middle of the afternoon she wakes, though she seems weaker still, barely able to talk. Hawk has sent for Anne Solomon, Ike's youngest daughter, who at 16 had left Hannah to be with her father, and who has since been cared for by Mary, lacking for nothing, and now on a generous pension for the remainder of her life. Anne says her tearful farewells to Mary, of whom she has always been most fond. After her departure, Mary calls for Hawk, and soon afterwards, with her hand clasped in his, she loses consciousness. Just on sunset, she sighs softly and passes away. Mary has achieved in death what she'd always done in life, gone about things without too much fuss and carry-on. Hine Tittima and the servants will ever afterwards tell how upon the very moment of Mary's death the garden is filled with flocks of emerald rosellas, their terrible screeching rending the air, so that the children and the servants run about with their hands to their ears. The small green parrots land in their many hundreds, some will later say in their tens of thousands, a huge spreading mass of bright emerald and yellow covering the entire surface of the roof and shrouding the surrounding trees and bushes in a whirring of bright feathers. They remain for a full hour. Then, as suddenly as they've arrived, they depart, leaving the air behind them so still that no one dares to be the first to break the silence. Martha Billings, the kitchen maid, swears on her life that the following morning, when she went out into the garden at sunrise, not a single rosella passed overhead. She declares ever after that the little emerald green parakeets changed their path of flight and were never again seen during her time in the big house. Mary's good luck, her great good fortune, has followed her to the grave, where Hawk later speculates she will lie forever beside Hannah Solomon, quarrelling ceaselessly and giving each other what for. Though the both of them, he knows, will take time off to lay down the law to a hapless and fervently protesting Ike. "Oy vey, I must have a little peace, my dears, a portion of quietude from your combined vexations, conniptions, quarrelsomeness and cantankery. God forbid I should live through all of eternity in the company of two such raucous and spleenful harridans." Chapter 4. Hawk, Teakleman and Hine Tittima. Hobart, 1892 to 1893. Mary has left everything to Hawk, that is, all but the 10% of her fortune bequeathed to Ben and Victoria, the income from it going to Hine Tittima until Victoria reaches the age of 30 and Ben 32. Mary failed to explain this disparity between the two ages, and no mention is made of it in the document drawing up the trust deed. Hawk can only assume that Mary believed Victoria was to be favoured. She'd often enough in his presence declared that Victoria was, as she put it, the one. I and Mary did not believe in the God-given right of the male gender to take control, leaving the female to fetch, carry, nurture and nourish. She constantly championed a woman's right to look after her own affairs, and never relinquished any of her personal power to the opposite gender. She understood the principles of construction as well as any foreman builder, and woe betide any carpenter, cooper, brickie, plumber or engineer who tried to pull the wool over her eyes. In matters of accountancy, her abacus threatened any tendency to be careless, and she knew her beer and its chemistry as well as any brewmaster in the land. While she left the supervision of the company's hops and barley farms to Hawke, she nevertheless could gauge the quality and price of the crops as an expert. Iron Mary's querulous eye was everywhere to be found. It was this fierce sense of independence that led to her constant disparagement and often even to outright hatred. The malevolence felt towards her came not only from the business community in the colony, but also from the chattering females in its society, who saw her as having betrayed her gender. The exceptions were those who worked for Mary, who knew they were better treated and their families more secure than in any other form of employment available on the island. Iron Mary was hard, but she was also fair. There was never any ambivalence about her. You always knew where you stood. She had even carried the notion of female financial responsibility through to Hinetitama, though she believed her granddaughter practically incapable of counting the change in her purse. Mary made her the trustee for the children's legacy, knowing it was a fairly harmless gesture. Hinetitama could never get her hands on the principal sum, while receiving a considerable independent income from it. In her will she had written, "Though you know nothing of bookkeeping, it will be good for you to be charged with this small duty in return for the income it brings you." Mary's funeral proved to be one of the biggest yet to be held on the island, though it turned out to be quite a different affair to the one originally intended by Hawke. He decided to give the brewery workers a half-day holiday, informing them they were not duty-bound to come to the funeral, but that a picnic would be held for their families. However, the workers formed a delegation to ask if they might attend the funeral instead. It was an indication of how they felt about Mary, and so Hawke turned what was to be a picnic into a wake. The servants in the big house were invited, as well as those publicans and their wives who wished to be present. This was simply a gesture of goodwill. Publicans and their wives are seldom included in events of most kinds. Hawke knew those businesses that depended on the potato factory for part of their livelihood would show up at the funeral in their Sunday best. Altogether, he hoped attendance would be kept to a minimum, but now, with the workers asking to be at her graveside, it would give things the common touch she would have liked. Mary would have approved of her own people seeing her off without too much of a fuss. However, Hawke had underestimated the effect her life had had on the people of Hobart and the small towns beyond it. On the day of the funeral, the early morning ferries and boats from the outlying districts up and down river were packed, and the country roads unusually busy. By noon, the common folk had gathered along the route from St David's to the cemetery, removing their caps and bowing their heads as the funeral cortege passed them by. Many wore black armbands or bonnets, and it became obvious they had come to say goodbye to Mary Abacus, who, despite her enormous wealth, had retained her common touch, and unlike most of the so-called nobs on the island, never concealed her convict origins. She had given them cottage hospitals, schools and soup kitchens, made work available to the poor, and created a widow's pension fund. Wherever a tide pub existed, there would be an annual Christmas party for the children of the town or suburb, where no child went without a feed and a gift at Yuletide, and as well took home a quart bottle of Tomo and Hawke ale to their parents. She endowed the orphanage and educated and apprenticed its children, finally allowing them jobs in her various enterprises. Half the brewery workers thought of her as the nearest thing they would ever know as a guardian, and now they lined the streets. Scarcely a person in the crowd hadn't in some way or another been touched by the little Cockney lass who had been transported to the fatal shore 60 years before. The plain folk knew they'd lost someone who could never be replaced in their affections. The Hobart Mercury reported, "Hats and caps were removed from the heads of the men, and there were copious tears to be witnessed under the bonnets of the women lining the streets to the graveyard. Not an inch of standing space appeared to be available for 100 yards all about the site of the grave. A great many of the common folk brought informal floral tributes of their own, small bunches and single blooms from their gardens, even wildflowers picked along the lanes. Many brought a single potato as an acknowledgement to her humble beginnings. With due solemnity, they later placed these tributes upon the grave to form a mound of blossom well beyond 6 feet in height. Mary Abacus never slept under a softer, more perfumed quilt." There was even talk of the governor coming to the funeral service, but this proved to be a false rumour. Chasms in Tasmanian society were too wide even for Mary to leap. Or as Lady Teresa was heard to say at a tea party she attended on the day of the funeral, "One does not lift one's skirt to step into the gutter." Hawke, long accustomed to working together with Mary, has none of the usual male reservations about training Victoria to the task of taking over with her brother. Although she is still a small child, Victoria has shown an intelligence above that of Ben, who seems normal enough in all respects, his natural gifts no more than might be expected from a small boy of 7 who rides his first pony. However, Hawke does not see himself as a mere caretaker, preserving Mary's life's work intact for her great-grandchildren to inherit. He has different plans for the potato factory, which he modestly and correctly believes he has helped to build. For some time he has realised there is little chance of expanding their interests much further in Tasmania. Scarcely any sizable enterprises are left in which the potato factory does not have a finger in the pie. Mary had often talked of opening a brewery in Melbourne, though she knew that Hawke would need to be there to supervise it, and she was reluctant to have him away from her. Now he thinks this may well be the way to go in the future. Hawke, fulfilling Mary's wishes, allows Hinetitama to purchase a home of her own in Sandy Bay, and she and Tickleman and the 2 children move out of the big house, taking 4 of the female servants and a gardener and stable hand with them. Thinking he will be moving to Melbourne for several months at a time, Hawke does not wish to buy or build a new home for himself, and the big house is much too large for his needs. Retaining Mrs. Briggs, the cook, and Martha Billings as housemaid, he joins Anne Solomon, at her insistence, in Ikey's old home in the centre of town, where she has continued to live after her father's death. It is simply a convenience, 2 people who have always known and enjoyed each other's company in the most platonic way for the best part of their lives. But of course it sets the tattletales a-chattering. Anne's house in Elizabeth Street, though designated a cottage, is large enough for them both, with Hawke taking the upstairs rooms, where the ceilings are sufficiently high to prevent him from having to stoop, and Anne the ground level, where there are rooms as well for Mrs. Briggs and Martha. Mary's house is converted into a maternity hospital, where company workers' families receive free treatment. The transfer of power and authority to Hawke is surprisingly smooth. Even the acceptance of him as their new adversary by the other brewers and the business community sees not the slightest reduction in their malevolence. A nigger in charge of the potato factory is only fractionally an improvement over an independently minded woman. Mary, who kept most things close to her chest, has always made Hawke the exception, and he knows and runs the business well, seeking among his employees and elsewhere for men and even women who can be trained to higher positions. Hawke is an altogether more trustful and benign authority at the helm of the potato factory. However, things do not transpire as well on the family front. 4 months after Mary's death, Mrs. Briggs returns late one afternoon from Sandy Bay, where she has spent her Thursday afternoon off visiting her friend, Mabel Hawkins, Ben and Victoria's nanny. Anne Solomon will be out in the evening to a whist drive, a card game with old friends whom she never fails to join on the same evening every week. Thus it is agreed that Mrs. Briggs is not required to prepare a hot dinner for Hawke, and may add a quiet evening to her afternoon off. Hawke is happy to be served a cold collation on a tray in his study upstairs. On this particular Thursday, when Martha is sent upstairs with the tray, she is instructed by Mrs. Briggs to ask Hawke if he will see her after he has taken his meal.
"Now, this is how you says it," she carefully instructs Martha. "Sir, Mrs. Briggs has a matter of concern to your good self, which she hopes to see you about at your convenience, but hopefully after you've taken your dinner tonight."
The cook looks at Martha doubtfully.
"Shall I say it again, or does you understand it? Go on, say it just like I said."
Martha repeats the message without missing a word, and Mrs. Briggs nods her approval.
"Remember, a matter of concern to your good self. That bit be most important. I don't want Mr. Hawke thinking I'm bringing in me own troubles." "What's the matter of concern?" Martha asks fearfully. "Is it something I've done?" "I'll thank you to mind your own business, my girl. No, it ain't. The world don't revolve around you, you know. Though if you're going to be a sticky beak, we might soon enough find something to your disadvantage. Haven't I seen you ogling young Benson?" "Benson?" Martha exclaims. "Do us a favour. I'll not have nothing to do with him. He's an orphan and all." "So were you?" Mrs. Briggs exclaims, surprised. "Takes one to know one, don't it?" Martha sniffs. Then lifting the tray, she leaves the kitchen with her head held high.
Hawke agrees to see Mrs. Briggs immediately after he has eaten, and when Martha returns to take his tray, he asks her to tell the cook to bring a fresh pot of tea and 2 cups. He makes Mrs. Briggs sit down and pours the tea himself. Then, with milk and sugar offered and accepted, he does the same for himself and leans back in his chair, lifting up the cup and saucer. He brings the cup to his lips and takes a sip.
Now then, about this matter of concern to myself, Mrs. Briggs, Hawke says, smiling.
Mr. Hawke, I hope I ain't interfering in what's thought to be family and none of my business, but I've been with you and Mistress Mary nigh 30 years.
Of course not, Mrs. Briggs, Hawke interrupts. You are family. What is it you wish to say?
Well, sir, it's about Miss Heaney. She's been beaten most severe.
Beaten?
Hawke asks, shocked. He leans forward and puts his cup and saucer down on the table beside his chair.
By whom?
Mr. Teakleman, sir.
The Dutchman? Has Dr. Moses been called?
No, sir, Miss Heaney will not allow it.
Who told you this?
Mrs. Hawkins.
The children's nanny?
Aye, she's the only one allowed in Miss Heaney's bedchamber.
Does she think the doctor is needed?
No, sir. Mrs. Hawkins knows something of nursing and says it is a matter of bruises, nothing broken. Miss Heaney is mending well enough, but waits until the marks are gone.
Hawke leans back, somewhat relieved.
Now, tell me, what precisely happened?
Miss Heaney's husband come home last Monday dead drunk, and she and him had a devil of a row.
What time was that?
Near on midnight. Mrs. Hawkins says they was all asleep like, and were wakened because of the shouting and blasphemy.
Did anyone get up and go to her?
Aye, Mrs. Hawkins, she's ever the brave one. But when she got to her bedchamber door and asks polite if everything be all right, Miss Heaney, who she can hear crying and sobbing, stops and shouts out she's to go back to bed at once. Mrs. Hawkins says there were an empty brandy bottle left outside the bedchamber door.
Thank you, Mrs. Briggs. I am most grateful to you. I'd be obliged if you'd not speak of it to anyone.
No, of course not, sir. And Miss Heaney's servants, they's all been in the family a while and knows the same, to keep stum.
Hawke expects the cook to take her leave, but Mrs. Briggs makes no attempt to do so.
Sir?
Yes? Is there more I should know, Mrs. Briggs?
I can vouch for Mrs. Hawkins. I've known her all my life, a sainted woman if ever I saw one. But young Benson, he says Mr. Teakleman, he's been seen in Wapping.
In a public house? But that is his job. However, Hawke knows it is a foolish thing to do. Wapping is no place to be at night, and Teakleman would not be expected to visit a pub in its precinct after sunset. In fact, he is forbidden to do so by the company, one of his predecessors having been robbed and stabbed to death in its dark, felonious streets some years back, and another not that long ago robbed and badly beaten. The public houses in this notorious slum district are territorial, places for gangs and villains to congregate, and are not for outsiders after dark.
No, sir, it weren't in a public house.
The cook's eyes grow suddenly large, and her voice comes down to almost a whisper.
It were a gaming den.
What, playing at cards?
I don't know, Mr. Hawke. A gaming den, that's all what the lad said.
Hawke can see from Mrs. Briggs' wide-eyed explanation that the 2 words gaming den conjure a depravity in her mind almost beyond anything she can comprehend. A place of dark corners, scurrying rats, toothless old drunkards, filthy scabrous harlots with their bodices ripped down, and murderous villains and cutthroats, the detestable dregs of the 7 seas. James Benson, Mrs. Briggs's informer, is one of Mary's numerous rescues from the orphanage. A young bloke, streetwise like all of his kind, he is responsible for stabling and grooming Hawke's thoroughbred and taking care of his sulky, bringing it around to the house each morning. During the day, he acts as a personal messenger at the brewery, and when he's not busy with Hawke's needs, he is expected to do odd jobs around the house. He has only recently replaced old MacDougall, a long-term family retainer who passed away a fortnight before Mary. Benson is considered by Mrs. Briggs to be a bit too cheeky and forward for his own good, and has not yet earned her trust, which Hawke knows is likely to take him several more years, if ever. It is because of this that she offers Benson's information to Hawke somewhat tentatively. Wapping, Hawke repeats.
Aye, that's where he said it were, sir.
If young Benson's information is true, then Slabbert Tiekelman has reverted to being his old self. Hawke hopes that it is only an aberration, done on the spur of the moment or as a gesture of bravado when he is drunk and no longer possessed of a natural sense of caution. While Hawke hasn't yet thought out the consequences of the Dutchman's actions, a husband's right to beat his wife, or even to get totally drunk occasionally, is not a heinous crime in Hobart society, or in any prevailing society for that matter, provided always such an incident may be brushed under the carpet and doesn't get out into the public domain, except as an occasional whisper at a ladies' tea party. The shame of having beaten your wife does not lie in the beating itself, but in the fact that it is something the common people do, and is therefore altogether too plebeian. Or as the French might say, it is simply de trop, a black mark against one's good standing in the social register. Hawke well knows that Hine Titama is quite capable of having instigated the fight when her husband proved to be drunk beyond his normally fairly benign state of inebriation. And providing she is not badly hurt, which doesn't seem to be the case, it may be difficult for him to interfere. The gambling and whopping concerns him the most. Hawke has a morbid fear of gambling and its consequences. With the sad life of Tomo always in his mind, he knows that gambling and ardent spirits do not sit well together, and the results of combining brandy and cards are almost always disastrous. He can only hope when he speaks to Tiekelman that it has occurred on this single occasion, the result of a flight of fancy by the Dutchman, and not a deliberate intention arrived at in a state of sobriety. Despite Mary's instructions, the ever fair-minded Hawke has not opened the envelope with the black seal left in her office safe. Tiekelman has behaved commendably in the past 5 years, and Hine Titama seems happy to remain with him, her wild nature somewhat becalmed by the advent of the children and her temperate surroundings. She has latterly been given the responsibility of overseeing the running of the new maternity hospital, a task Hawke feels sure will utilize her talents as a nurse, while keeping her happily occupied. The Dutchman, for his part, has sired 2 healthy children, and kept his side of whatever bargain he and Mary made. As a result, he has sent her contented to her grave, the future of the potato factory assured. Whatever it is that Mary held against the Dutchman has either proved to be highly successful in containing his baser instincts, or Tiekelman has decided to reform of his own accord. Hawke sees no point in meddling with the past, while the present seems nicely intact. Perhaps the only alarming thing about the Dutchman is his stomach, which continues to enlarge to the point where he looks like a perambulating fermentation cask. Tiekelman's rapidly expanding girth seems of no concern to Tomo's daughter. It is, after all, a traditional sign of prosperity among the Maori, and an indication that a man is being well cared for by his wife. Hawke tells himself what he doesn't know about the man cannot influence his future judgment, which, as for every other brewery worker, ought to be made on Tiekelman's performance and not on his past misdemeanours. Slabbert Tiekelman has risen to be a distribution manager of the brewery. The common name for such a job is a cheersman. A curious job. It entitles him to start at the brewery in the late afternoon, where upon his arrival he will examine the weekly beer orders made by the various public houses owned by the potato factory around Hobart, in preparation for his nightly peregrinations. Over the years, Iron Mary was forced by the rival brewers to build or buy her own public houses, as they wouldn't sell her beer in their pubs, and successfully bribed or intimidated most of the independents. There was a limit to the number of public houses she could build, and if the company was to prosper, she had to ensure that each of her outlets sold near to its total capacity. A cheersman, therefore, has a twofold task. He must be both a bully and a bon vivant. It is a task for which the Dutchman is ideally suited, for this ambivalence exists within him. He can be bellicose in the extreme, or if he chooses, he can soon win the approbation of the crowd with the magic of his fiddle playing. As Tiekelman increases in size, both these negative and positive attributes appear to be enhanced. He is at once a bully to be greatly feared, and in another guise he seemingly becomes the merriest of company. It is a sweet and sour, hot and cold, merry and monstrous dichotomy, seldom found living so conspicuously in one person. Part of Mary's genius was that she understood this duality in him, and cast him in the role of a cheersman. If one of her pubs was not selling the amount of beer expected of it, then Tiekelman would drop in for a visit. Those publicans unfortunate enough to witness this side of the Dutchman did not easily forget the experience. On the other hand, if a pub succeeded to her expectations, then the publican greatly treasured his visit. It should be pointed out, in fairness to Iron Mary, that every publican was allowed 15% of his profits as a means of eventually purchasing 49% of his business, a task which should take him about 10 years to achieve. Thus, it was to his ultimate benefit to increase his sales, in what Mary saw as a partnership of mutual profit. This having been said, she would not tolerate a publican partner who did not give her his very best efforts, and a visit by Teakelman in his guise as standover man was the first sign of her displeasure, and a warning to the publican to pull up his socks. 8 weeks of poor trading would see him paid out and on the street. The potato factory was alone among the breweries in this arrangement, the other brewers using it as yet another example of Iron Mary's stupidity and inability to understand the correct principles of profitable commerce. Despite the fact that the Wesleyan Women's Temperance League constantly rails against the company for selling more liquor per potato factory outlet than any of the other public houses, Hawke continues the arrangement after her death, on the basis that the good it does for a publican and his family far outweighs the bad. Slabbert Teakelman plays a very fine tune on the fiddle, and wherever he goes in his second capacity, a good deal of merriment is sure to follow. He seems to know every jig, shanty and folk song to be sung by the light of the silvery moon, and if a new one is presented to him, a few bars sung, even if it should be off-key, he will pick up the tune and present it to the crowd as though it was learnt on his grandmother's knee. His fiddle seems to have a magical quality of discovery, constantly surprising with its invention and its ability to make his audience happy. It is as though the bellicose bully is himself, while his fiddle is a happiness of its own, a person quite different in nature to the morose bully who clasps it to the curve of his shoulder. The Dutchman's entertaining presence in a pub of an evening will guarantee to increase the takings fivefold, while his magic fiddle seems to have the capacity to cause sworn enemies to promise everlasting friendship, and send the inebriated patrons home bellowing songs to the moon. Teakelman the cheersman is always accompanied by Isaac Blundstone, who remains within the crowd buying customers an occasional drink on the house, so that a sense of good cheer prevails. He is an expert at picking those among the crowd who might not have the means to hang about, but are potentially among the most roisterous. A drink placed gratuitously in such a person's hands will, he knows, be rewarded by the increased approbation of the crowd, and in the greatly improved ambience of the pub. By closing time, the ex-pug is all sails to the wind, and must generally be supported to the coach that comes to pick up Teakelman. It is the last laugh of the night, as the Dutchman carries his mate under his arm like a sack of potatoes, and unceremoniously dumps him into the coach. While Blundstone is not in the employ of the potato factory, the company willingly accepts the cost of his largesse chalked on the publican's blackboard. The Dutchman himself consumes large volumes of beer as a source of encouragement to others to do the same, and as a further part of the entertainment, he will challenge any man to a chug-a-lug, where it is claimed he has never been beaten. The presence of both men can substantially increase the takings for the night, and is as happy an arrangement as the two of them can imagine, while at the same time maintaining goodwill and bonhomie with the delighted publican. Perhaps after all Mary was right. Some people need only to be offered a second chance to grab the nettle and make good. Hawke hears her voice plainly in his mind. We can all reform if we are fortunate enough to get a second chance. He wishes only that her faith in the capacity of humans to turn over a new leaf might have proved as true for his precious twin, Tomo.
Have Mrs. Hawkins or the other servants noticed any change in Mr. Teakelman's habits? Hawke now asks Mrs. Briggs.
Habits, sir?
You know, his routine, his comings and goings from the house.
I don't think so, sir. He comes home, takes his dinner with Miss Heaney, and then goes out, returning very late. It's what he's always done.
Hawke, of course, knows this to be true. It is said by some that the Dutchman's work brings him a great deal of pleasure in both its aspects, as enforcer and clown, but with the former giving him the greater satisfaction, though nobody can deny his almost inhuman capacity for ale, and while he may get merry enough when he has imbibed a skinful sufficient to sink 6 men in a jabbering heap to their knees, he is never said to be out of control or dispossessed of his wits.
So what was the difference in his disposition on his return home late on Monday night? I mean, apart from the beating, Hawke asks the cook.
Don't know nothing about his whatever, sir. Mrs. Hawkins says they was all asleep like, and were woke up because of the shouting and blasphemy, and then the screams and sobbing from Miss Heaney.
Was that the same night Benson saw him in Wapping?
I can't rightly say, sir. He didn't mention what night it were.
Thank you, Mrs. Briggs. I am truly grateful to you for coming to see me. Mrs. Briggs rises from the leather armchair.
Thank you, sir. Shall I leave the pot? I'll bring you a fresh cup.
No, take it, Hawke says absently, then sees that he has allowed the cup resting on the small table beside his chair to grow cold. The cook is on her way back downstairs when Hawke calls out to her. He hears her ponderous tread as she turns and climbs the 3 or 4 steps she has already descended. Then her head pops around the door.
Yes, sir?
Tomorrow morning, when young Benson arrives with the sulky, be so kind as to ask him to come up and see me. Hawke sits for some time after the cook has left. His first instinct is to take a cab to Sandy Bay and call on Hinetitama. But it is already well after 8 o'clock, and his common sense tells him there is little he can do until the morning. He knows sufficient of Tomo's daughter to decide that discretion is the better part of valour. To go around and make a fuss will most probably create an even bigger one. Hawke thinks she is more likely to take her husband's side than his. Despite Tomo's daughter having mellowed somewhat, scratch her skin and underneath is the tiger she ever was. He'll have to approach things somewhat delicately, or she'll be likely to send him away with a flea in his ear. The following morning, when young Benson comes up to his study, Hawke questions him closely. On how many occasions have you seen Mr. Tiekelman in Wapping at night, Benson? Benson, cap in one hand, scratches his scalp, thinking a moment.
Can't rightly say, Mr. Hawke, sir.
Once, twice, maybe?
Oh, no, it'd be more than that. They's regulars.
They? You mean Isaac Blundstone?
Aye. But it's late, see, and Blundstone slumps in the corner, too pissed to even fart. It's the Dutchman what plays alone.
Plays what, Benson?
Poker, sir, and euchre.
A game between friends, maybe? Nothing serious, eh?
Benson grins. Not on your bleeding Nelly, sir. It's Benny the Mill what runs it. I wouldn't say it were what you'd call a friendly game.
Benny the Mill?
Ben Mildrake, sir, a proper villain.
Mildrake, but he's in prison, isn't he?
Aye, don't make much difference. Schools is. He's still the boss cocky on his patch. The dockside half for Wapping. Andy Handshake runs the top half.
Andy Handshake?
Another proper villain, sir. Andrew Hindsheek, but they calls him Andy Handshake.
Benson, as a matter of interest, how do you come to know all this? Hawke now asks.
Cockatoo, sir. Gets me out of mischief, keeps me out of the pub.
What, watching out for the law?
Nah, law don't come into Wapping at night, sir. Big game, lots of gelt about. There's villains what wouldn't hesitate to help themselves given half a chance.
Villains watching out for villains, eh?
Benson shrugs, and then by way of further explanation adds, Wapping, sir. It ain't the nicest place.
Benson, I want you to stay stum, say nothing, not even to Cook or Martha, but keep your eyes skinned. Let me know when Tiekelman comes and goes, and whether he wins or loses.
The first, that's easy. He ain't of a size to be easy missed, but I don't know about the take-home. I'm outside on the corner, a cockatoo. I ain't in the room where they plays, nor wants to be. I keeps me nose clean. Less you know, the better with them lot. Know what I mean, sir?
Very wise. Well, do your best. There'll be a sov in it for you.
Yes, thank you, sir, Mr. Hawke. I'll be waiting with the sulky. Will we be going to the brewery, sir?
Hawke nods, and the young man takes his leave. He's sharp enough, Hawke thinks to himself. Might warrant watching. He thinks to find out how well the young fellow reads and writes, and whether he has some arithmetic. Hawke calls for Tiekelman to be sent to him when he arrives at the brewery in the late afternoon. A few minutes past the 4 o'clock smoko whistle, there is a tap on the open office door, and Hawke looks up to see the huge form of Tiekelman almost filling the entire door frame. For all his own great size, the Dutchman must outweigh Hawke by 100 pounds, which would give him a weight of around 400 pounds in his stockinged feet. "Come in, Mr. Tiekelman," Hawke calls out. Despite the Dutchman being Hinetitama's husband, Hawke has always kept his distance and addressed the cheersman in a formal manner. "Mr. Solomon, you want to see me, yeah?" Tiekelman asks. Yes, please, come in." Hawke points to the ottoman, the only seat sufficiently large to accommodate the Dutchman's corpulence. "Please be seated." Slabber Tiekelman first examines the couch suspiciously, trying to decide whether it will bear his weight. Then he gingerly lowers himself into it, first each cheek in a rocking motion, the leather ottoman sighing beneath the weight of his arse. His thighs follow, either hock clasped and lifted into position with both hands, to rest in the correct forward direction, though his knees do not touch, his protruding stomach denying them access to each other. His feet are planted like stout stumps, rooted into the Persian carpet, as if they are his anchor points to keep him seated in an upright position. Finally, in what seems his only spontaneous gesture, he slaps a massive paw down onto each knee. It is a process which has taken a conscious effort and some little time to achieve.
"Ja, that is good," he says at last.
And Hawk senses that a part of the elaborate performance is an attempt to conceal the Dutchman's nervousness. He rises from his desk and comes to join Tiekelman, seating himself in a club chair opposite him. The two big men are strangely contrasted. Hawk, though his waistline has thickened somewhat in middle age, does not carry any excess weight, and at 7 feet remains an awesome sight. His face, now well lined, wears the fearsome moko of his Maori initiation, and his hair is beginning to turn grey at his temples. It is an altogether imposing look, made all the more incongruous beside the fat Dutchman with his straw-coloured hair, blue eyes and florid complexion. While Hawk could well pass for the devil himself in any children's pantomime, Slabber Tiekelman might appear as a grotesque, perspiring cherub bursting out of his grey worsted suit. The one man exudes sheer power, while the other is a testimony to the extremes of self-indulgence.
"Mr. Tiekelman, while you and I have kept our distance from each other, you should know that I admire the way you have conducted yourself since you arrived in Hobart."
Tiekelman looks surprised.
"I try always my best, Mr. Hawk." "You have been a good husband to Hine Titama and father to her children, and I am grateful to you for this."
While this last is not entirely true, Tiekelman sleeps for most of the day and sees little of his children, and when he does, shows no interest in them beyond a pat on the head. It serves Hawk's purpose to commend him. Hawk is thought by both Victoria and Ben to be the dominant male figure in their lives, and he is secretly grateful for Tiekelman's neglect, as it allows him easy access to Ben and Victoria. For their part, the children seem to like Hawk immensely.
"Ja, Hine Titama, she is good woman,"
Tiekelman mumbles. He senses that Hawk hasn't simply called him to compliment him on his success as a husband and father.
"She look after me well."
Wapping, what do you know of it? Hawk now asks.
"Wapping?"
Tiekelman repeats.
"We have two pub there."
He squints curiously at Hawk.
"You know already this."
Hawk nods.
"Do you visit them often?" "Yeah, sometimes. Like all the others."
He lies, then shrugs, appearing to be bemused.
"This is my job, I think so, no?"
Hawk nods again.
"And lately, have you visited them at night?" "Always I visit the pub at night."
Yes, but the two in Wapping," Hawk persists. "Have you visited them recently?" The Dutchman is suddenly silent. He averts his eyes and fixes them down onto his massive stomach, so that his numerous chins concertina inwards. He doesn't know how much Hawk already knows, or to what he should admit. Tiekelman finally glances up at Hawk. Chancing his arm, he says,
"Yeah, sometimes I go there."
Hawk has earlier in the day sent young Benson to the two company-owned public houses in Wapping, the Lark and Sparrow and the Emerald Parakeet, Mary having named both public houses, the one after English birds, and the other after her new land, for her great good fortune birds, her beloved rosellas. Benson inquires whether Tiekelman has visited either of them in recent weeks. The Dutchman is not stupid, and if he has taken the trouble to do so, he will have a sufficient alibi to argue his case for being in Wapping. But Tiekelman has been too arrogant, or perhaps grown overconfident about his nocturnal perambulations, and hasn't thought to cover his tracks sufficiently well. Young Benson reports that neither publican can recall a visit from him after sunset, and that both seem surprised at the question. Wapping is one of the few exceptions where a cheersman never visits at night. Mr. Teakelman, we value your services very highly. Wapping is a dangerous place after dark, and I must from now on expressly forbid you entering it after sunset on behalf of the brewery. I believe there is an existing order to this effect. I know that a man of your standing in the community would not normally enter a place like that at night of his own accord, and I thank you most sincerely for doing so in the line of duty. Hawk pauses and then adds, I want you to know it is not required. Teakelman is forced throughout to hold Hawk's gaze, and now he averts his eyes and appears to be closely examining the fingernails on both his hands, which are spread out on the surface of his enormous stomach. You do understand my concern, don't you, Mr. Teakelman? I feel quite sure Mistress Mary, had she been here now, would feel exactly the same. You are, after all, a part of our family, and we would not knowingly place your safety in jeopardy. The Dutchman looks at Hawk, his eyes drawn to narrow slits. Thank you, Mr. Hawk. I am not afraid this whopping. It is not so bad. He tries to hide his anger at being told what to do by the nigger, and attempts a smile. Yeah, I have been places much worse than this. Hawk returns his smile. Ah, haven't we all, Mr. Teakelman? But we are neither of us as young, and I trust not as foolish as we were then. I go now, yeah? Slabbert Teakelman suddenly asks, anxious to avoid making a direct promise to Hawk. He is perspiring profusely, even though the temperature in Hawk's office is by no means inclement. He begins to move on the couch, his hands firmly gripping the edge of the seat, while his huge arse starts to wriggle as if to gain sufficient momentum of its own to attempt the enormous effort required to rise. With a great heave, he pulls himself slowly to an erect position. His legs wobble dangerously, and for a moment seem unable to carry the burden thrust upon them. Then he locks his knees, and they steady as the distribution of his weight is adjusted, and panting from the effort, he finally stands upright, his hands clamped to the small of his back. Hawk rises from his chair, and making a deliberate effort to keep his voice calm, says, I hear your wife has had a small domestic accident, but is recovering well. He waits for Teakelman's response. The Dutchman seems to be thinking, then says, It is not so bad. A few bruise, I think she will be soon better. I am most pleased to hear that, Mr. Teakelman. Her welfare is of the utmost concern to me. You will be sure to take good care of her. We would not like her to have another such accident. Teakelman, who has been feeling increasingly angry, now seems close to apoplexy at Hawk's implied threat. He has the greatest difficulty concealing his fury, and his several chins visibly quake, and his face turns the colour of new-baked brick as he struggles to restrain his temper. Hawk has no right to threaten him. He has always hated the Schwarzer, who humiliated him in Wellington by buying him off and forcing him to run away with his tail between his legs. Now, like the old hag before him, Hawk threatens to possess his whole life, to rekindle the fear he has lived with for 5 years. Teakelman believes that while he had an agreement with Mary, it should not carry over to Hawk. The contract with the Black Seal has become a life sentence he can no longer endure. He has wealth and protection, and even a certain standing in society, but remains as much a prisoner as if he was incarcerated in a dank prison cell. It is all too much to bear. Slabbert Teakelman halts at the doorway and turns to face Hawk, who has returned to his desk and is attending to some paperwork. The Dutchman cannot contain himself any longer.
Mr. Hawk, why you do this, eh? What you want?
Hawk looks up querulously.
Do what, Mr. Teakelman? Threaten me.
Threaten you? How have I done that? I am merely concerned for your safety in Wapping.
I think this is not true,
Teakelman shouts.
You know something, eh? Mistress Mary, she speaks to you about the contract.
The moment the word escapes his mouth, he knows he has made a terrible mistake, that his temper has allowed him to play into Hawk's hands. Contract? What contract is this?
A paper,
Teakelman replies.
Your mother and me.
His voice is somewhat mollified as he tries to play down the importance of the word he has used. I have not seen such a contract, Hawk says truthfully. What does it concern? The Dutchman cannot explain any further without exposing himself completely. It is nothing. He gives Hawk a feeble grin, then shrugs his shoulders and spreads his hands wide as if to apologize for his outburst. Maybe she loses this paper, eh? He says. I go now, please? No, just a moment, Mr. Tiegelman, Hawk says, stepping out from behind his desk and coming towards the Dutchman. If you wish, I shall look through Mistress Mary's papers. He halts in front of the perspiring Dutchman, a look of concern on his face. An agreement, you say? We do not break agreements here, nor do we expect them to be broken. Is there something I should know? Tiegelman is beaten, neck and crop, and he raises his hand in a feeble protest. No, it is nothing, he repeats, turning back to the door, though Hawk can sense his enormous frustration, his huge body trembling as he waddles through the doorway. To a man like Slabbert Tiegelman, Hawk's subtle approach is a form of persecution he is unable to endure. He would rather feel the sharp lash of Hawk's tongue and have him waving the black-sealed agreement under his nose than to suffer the uncertainty of not knowing how much the nigger knows about his past. He always thought that Mary Abacus would return the document to him when she came to the end of her life, or that she would destroy it, releasing him from its conditions. When nothing was said for several months after her death, and with no evidence to the contrary, he convinced himself that this was what had happened. He was free at last to lead his life without constraint. With Mary's death, Tiegelman decided that Hawk was not going to take her place and run his life for him. Now he feels deeply betrayed. After all, he has kept his part of the bargain and sired 2 great-grandchildren for the old bitch. He has served his sentence, and it is time for him to be released. While he would have been afraid to gamble in Wapping while Mary was still alive, his agreement is not with Hawk. He insists to himself, perhaps not unreasonably, that if he can get drunk on behalf of the brewery, he has every right to get drunk on his own account. He will gamble wherever and whenever he chooses, and in the process choose his own companions. Drunk or sober, he will beat his wife if he desires to do so. It is every husband's duty to keep his wife subservient to him, and it is common knowledge that a beating will stop a woman from having ideas beyond her station. It is, he tells himself, a matter of respect for his role as head of the household, and he cannot be restrained from exercising it. Hinetitama may be a Solomon, but she is still a half-caste, a reformed drunk, and finally only a woman. He, Slabbert Tiegelman, is a white man and a Hollander, so he does not have to prove his superiority. In future, nobody, least of all a nigger and a half-caste, will decide how he will lead his life. He has decided that from here on they can both get fucked. But now Hawk has pulled him up, reminding him that the old shackles persist. It is simply too much to bear, and as he walks away from Hawk's office, he swears he will have his revenge. Halfway down the long corridor, as he passes the stairs leading to the fermenting tower, he suddenly realizes how he can destroy the giant black man without placing himself in danger. It is quite simply done. He knows that Hawk is due to visit Melbourne, where he will explore the business opportunities available, and is to be gone for 4 months. Tiegelman will wait until Hawk has departed, so that he cannot be present to influence Hinetitama. Then he'll chuck in his job at the potato factory, and announce to his wife that henceforth he will make his living as a fiddler working the various taverns at night. With the income from Hinetitama's 10% share of the potato factory, they are wealthy, and there is no need for Tiegelman to work. He already has a reputation as an entertainer, and those taverns and pubs tied to the Cascade and the Jolly Hatter breweries should welcome him with open arms.
My dear, you're not singing once since your grandmother dies. You come with me. We make together a beautiful combination, yeah?
With Mary gone, Hinetitama has been lonely. Furthermore, her work at the maternity hospital, where she had hoped to practice as a nurse and midwife, has not turned out as she expected. While the nurses are prepared to have her in the role of owner or even administrator, they will not accept her as an equal who is prepared to work with a birth or a miscarriage in the same capacity as they do. Though they cannot openly object to her presence, they find 1,000 small ways to disconcert her and make things difficult. This proves also to be true with the female patients. Whether or not they have been put up to it by the hospital staff, the workers' wives profess to feel equally uncomfortable knowing that they are being subjected to the ministrations of a member of the late Iron Mary's family. Despite Hinetitama's lack of affectation, they regard her presence almost as though the formidable old lady is herself delivering their children. As one pregnant wife was heard to say, "Don't want no rich knob poking around in me pussy." Her words are repeated with hilarity among the staff, and finally reach the brewery itself, where the double entendre is a cause for much merriment among the men. When Tiekelman hears it told, he makes a great pretence of laughing and being seen to be a good fellow who can take a joke, but later relays the remark to Hinetitama, who finds herself completely mortified and humiliated. As Hinetitama has no experience in administration, and no pretensions or desire or even the ability to be the hospital manager, she has, with Hawke's help, appointed a matron and a manager, and increasingly has withdrawn her presence, remaining only at his insistence on the hospital board. When Tiekelman approaches his wife about joining him as an entertainer, she is, as the expression goes, ripe for the plucking. Hinetitama is bored and disappointed, and while she loves Ben and Victoria dearly, Nanny Hawkins sees to most of their other needs. Hinetitama still sings to them or tells them bedtime stories of the Maori, but otherwise she is given little cause to share in their lives. She is a woman of 32, with her looks, spirit and libido still retained, but the last two have been much dampened by the routine nature of her daily life. Although she has not lost her affection for her husband, Tiekelman's increasing size has rendered him impotent, and his nightly absences increase her sense of loneliness and isolation. His recent beating has caused her to believe that she has lost his love, and as so often happens, she thinks she must be the cause of his anger, and somehow given him reason to beat her. Hinetitama still works among the poor in the slums of Wapping, where during daylight hours she is a familiar sight. But whereas her work in Auckland involved rolling up her sleeves and nursing the sick and the frail, the poor of Wapping and some of the poorer parts of Newtown see her in quite a different light. Before, when she worked among her own people, her work involved bandaging the broken heads of women and children, invariably caused by the drunken fists of their frustrated, unemployed, and usually de facto husbands and temporary fathers. Acting as a midwife to deliver their babies, or trying to keep their half-starved children alive through the vicissitudes of measles and mumps, diphtheria, whooping cough and pneumonia, to name but a few of the childhood diseases rampaging through the slums. She felt then that she was one of their own, who offered them from her heart all she had, and they responded by loving her and understood when the grog got the better of her, as it had to so many of them. But here in Hobart, the poor want none of her tender ministrations. She is expected merely to give them a handout. As with the hospital, she is regarded as a member of the Solomon family, rich beyond avarice. Her bandaging, nursing and dispensing of cough syrup and ointment, pills, potions and mustard poultices is scorned as mere pretension. A rich woman playing at being Florence Nightingale. They hold out their hands and ask for money, all the while promising to send for the doctor, but as often as not, a child remains ill or dies, and the money gets spent in the emerald parakeet or the lark and sparrow. The irony of this does not escape Hinetitama, increasing her frustration. While she has no illusions about the desperate poor, Hinetitama finds herself increasingly disenchanted with this rich woman's life. It is not one she has chosen for herself, and her stubbornness precludes her from accepting it as a compromise role. She has begun to despise money and the life it forces her to lead. She is in this frame of mind when, to her surprise, Tiekelman comes down to breakfast. She is accustomed to taking breakfast alone, while he usually sleeps to well past noon. "My God, what is this?" she exclaims as he enters the dining room. "Morning, wife," Tiekelman says, not explaining and walking over to his chair, which has been reinforced to take his enormous weight. Hinetitama rings the bell to bring the maidservant. "Do you want something to eat?" she asks her husband. "Coffee only." Then he points a stubby finger to the loaf of bread on the table. "And brot." Hinetitama cuts 2 thick slices from the loaf of fresh-baked bread, and when the maid arrives, orders coffee. "So, what wakes you at this hour?" she asks. "We must talk, yeah?" "Talk? Haven't done much of that for a while." Slabbert Tiekelman looks up. His belly is so large that he appears to be seated 2 feet from the edge of the table, but for his stomach, which touches the edge. "No job no more," he announces. "Whatever can you mean? Hinetitama asks, confused, reverting to the safety of her elocution lessons and the protection of good grammar.
I give it away. I tell them to stick it up their bums,
Tickelman says, attempting to sound nonchalant.
What? What did you give away?
Me job.
What?
Hinetitama shouts, forsaking all pretense at calm.
Yeah, it is so,
Tickelman says, more calmly than he feels. He breaks off a small piece of bread and pops it into his mouth.
At the potato factory? You've given in your notice?
No notice, I finish. No more work,
her husband announces, chewing on the bread rather more conscientiously than it merits.
You saw Uncle Hawk before he left for Melbourne?
Him? No.
Slabbert, what can you be saying?
Hinetitama exclaims, frustrated. It has never occurred to her that her husband isn't well satisfied with his position as a cheersman. After all, it allows him to drink as much as he wishes, and unlike her, he seems able to hold his grog well enough. With Mary's trust fund, they are rich, and if he spends all his salary on drinks to show what a great bloke he is, what does it matter? She's long since given up thinking of him as her companion and the father of Ben and Victoria. They haven't made love since Victoria was born.
You didn't tell me you weren't happy. I could always have talked to Uncle Hawk. He'd give you another job if I'd asked him.
You found out I were gambling. You don't like that, yeah?
Gambling? That's the one thing,
Hinetitama exclaims.
Yeah, with Miss Mary, it is true. We agree, no gambling. But not Boss Hawk.
What does you mean? Of course it's the same.
Miss Mary signed the agreement, not him. It be her and me that agreement. Yeah, I have no agreement with Boss Hawk.
What agreement? You had an agreement with Mary?
Slabbert Tickelman sighs.
I come here because she bring me. If I don't, she tell the police. I go back to Holland. Maybe I am hanged. He shrugs. What can I do?
What are you talking about, Slabbert?
Hinetitama has reverted to her natural vernacular, which she finds puts her husband more at ease.
I kill a man in Holland, long time ago. She, Miss Mary, she find out this.
Slabbert Tickelman shrugs.
We have contract, agreement, black seal on the paper. I give you baby, I don't gambling. Miss Mary, she stays stum. She don't say nothing to police.
Hinetitama can see he is plainly distraught.
Why didn't you tell me?
Hinetitama cries.
Yeah, Miss Mary say I don't tell you.
Slabbert Tickelman shrugs and grins.
She give me good job. Plenty beer, plenty money.
He pauses and looks at his wife.
When Miss Mary is alive, it's good, yeah?
You mean you didn't come to Hobart because you loved me? I mean, on your own like? Because you wanted to see me?
Tickelman looks surprised that she would have such a stupid notion.
Me, I am Hollander, a white man. I do not marry willing, a Maori.
Hinetitama, who has lost all affection for Tickelman, is less upset by this pronouncement than she is about Mary's duplicity. She shakes her head in denial.
She bought you as a bloody stud. Jesus.
Tickelman chuckles.
I do good job, yeah? Ben, Victoria, my cock it is good, yeah. Of course, I am a Dutchman.
Hinetitama conceals her contempt for him.
So Hawk found you gambling. What, you and the creature Isaac Blundstone? What did Hawk say?
He say, night time I don't go whopping. It is verboten.
And so you chucked it in? Gave up your job for that?
Tickelman is suddenly annoyed.
Yeah, Miss Mary can say this, not Boss Hawk. When she die, I am free man. I go where I like.
Did she say you were free when she died?
No, but I think so. I always think this, yeah.
And Uncle Hawk threatened you with the contract?
Tickelman doesn't answer. Instead, he counters with,
Why, he tell me I cannot go to Wapping, huh? Wapping, that is where I play cards, poker, euchre. It is not fair. You go to buggery, yeah?
Hinetitama sighs.
Oh, Slabbert, don't be a fool.
I'll talk to Uncle Hawk about the contract. I'm sure he'll tear it up. She smiles. You've done your part. You give us Ben and Victoria. He'll understand. He won't tell anyone about... She pauses. You know, what happened in Holland. Hinetitama is too accustomed to the Maori way to be concerned about the supposed murder. A fight between two men of neighbouring tribes will often enough result in the death of one of them without recriminations. The fact that Tickleman may have committed a murder when he was young, sometime in the dim past on the other side of the world, means little to her.
No, it is finished. No more I kiss his black bums.
Slabbert slaps his hand down hard onto the surface of the table.
Potato factory no more.
The maidservant enters with a pot of coffee, and Hinetitama waits until she has left again. She pours coffee for her husband, handing him the cup. So what now? Slabbert Tickleman smiles.
We stay here, but like before, in New Zealand. I play fiddle in the pub. You sing. We are happy, yeah?
You mean you gamble and I get drunk? Tickleman doesn't deny this.
Maybe a little euchre, sometimes poker, for fun, yeah? Drunk? No, you sing only, no grog. I tell the publican.
Hinetitama laughs, shaking her head. Slabbert, it's been 8 years since I sung in a pub. But Tickleman can see that as she recovers from her surprise, she is beginning to like the idea.
No matter, your voice, it is so beautiful, he smiles. We can practice. Soon it will be good again. First class. Okie dokie, yeah, you will see, he jokes.
Hinetitama thinks of the years ahead of her. The children have tutors. Already she sees little enough of them, what between Mrs. Hawkins and their lessons at sums and reading. She has given up any prospect of being accepted on equal terms at the hospital, and the poor of Wapping don't need her love or compassion. She has come to understand that there is a class system no less deeply felt and practiced by the poor. What they will accept with open hearts from their own kind, knowing the struggle it takes to give compassion, they will not take from a rich woman with a hot breakfast under her bustle, playing at Christian charity for the sake of her soul. Hawk comes around whenever he can, but he is very busy, and when he does, he likes to spend time with the children, who quite plainly adore him to the exclusion of their mother. Though she belongs to one of the richest families in Tasmania, it isn't exactly a family. Tickleman the Dutchman has no status within it whatsoever. Hawk, a nigger, respected to his face with much bowing and scraping, is sniggered at and disparaged behind his back. She is a half-breed, a savage with a doubtful past. What passes for the local society, the nice folk, have snubbed her since her arrival, and she has returned the sentiment by ignoring them. It has been a long, long time since she's had any fun. Whatever she has come to think of her husband, which isn't much, though in the Maori tradition she is bound to him. He still plays a wonderful fiddle, and she can still sing in tune. Hawk will be away for 3 months or more. If she doesn't like working as a singer in a common public house, she can creep back into her safe, cosy, boring nest before he returns, and resume her role as the good little mother again. After all, she tells herself, they don't need the money. They will be doing it for the fun, which is different. Do you think we can do it, Slabbert?
Yeah, of course, my dear.
We'll have to practice very hard. I shouldn't like to make a fool of myself. The Dutchman brings the coffee cup to his lips and takes a long sip. His revenge has begun. Hinetitama is back in his grasp.
Yeah, that is good, Hinetitama, he says quietly. Now you are my wife again.
The first night they perform together is in the Hobart whale fishery, and Tickleman's fiddle and Hinetitama's beautiful contralto voice, now mature and rich, complement each other perfectly, and fill the public house to the rafters. It is more a concert than simple tavern entertainment, though the voices of the patrons raise the roof when a shanty they know is performed. Late in the evening, when mellowness has not yet turned to drunkenness, someone shouts, "Sing the whaleman's song, John Rackham!" It is said to be the song composed for whalemen by Sperm Whale Sally, a dockside whore of the most sweet temperament and voracious appetite for both food and whalemen. As legend has it, an entire whaling ship's crew could be accommodated by this huge and sweet-singing whore, who could consume a leg of mutton, 2 plump chickens or a goose, and a dozen skinned and lard-roasted potatoes, while at the same time drink any man who cared to sit beside her under the table. It is also said that the gargantuan whore, a great friend of Ike Solomon, was the true mother of Hawk and Tom O'Solomon, and died giving birth to them. John Rackham is the song which Sperm Whale Sally composed and first sang in the Hobart whale fishery, which has ever since flown the Blue Sally flag in her honour. The Blue Sally is a flag with a blue sperm whale emblazoned against a white background, and was presented to any whaling ship in which a member of the crew had successfully eaten more and consumed more grog in the process than the giant whore, and then afterwards still possessed sufficient stamina to receive her favours free of charge. This little piece of blue and white bunting was considered the greatest of talismans for a successful whale hunt a ship could fly from its foremast, and it was carried throughout the Pacific Islands, Antarctic waters, South America, the Caribbean, West Indian Islands, along the coast of Africa, and around the Indian Ocean. The song is therefore of great sentiment to the regulars who frequent the whale fishery. Though the sea shanty has been sung on the 7 seas for 60 years, it is claimed that it has never been matched in the original voice. Now, with the Dutchman's magic fiddle and the Maori Queen of Song as Hinetitama has been billed, there is an anticipation that Hinetitama might attempt to equal the original, though of course there are few if any still alive who heard it performed by Sperm Whale Sally. If there were, they would be too enfeebled to remember, leastways to make a comparison. Nevertheless, the imagination of the patrons at the whale fishery is heightened by the prospect, and their pulses are quickened with the thought that tonight they may hear more than they have ever bargained for. The tavern is brought to silence as the giant Tickleman puts up his hand in acknowledgement of the request. In truth, it has been done at the instigation of Isaac Blunstone, who has prompted a patron to call out. Hinetitama has spent 2 weeks perfecting the song, and so is well prepared to render it.
Yeah, this is good, I ask her.
He turns to Hinetitama.
Perhaps maybe also you can sing this song. You think you can remember the words?
Yes, she can, the mob chorus back. Sing us the Sperm Whale Sally song, sing John Rackham. Slabbert Tickleman raises his hand for silence. Then, when the pub grows quiet again, though this is not achieved without some effort from the more sober amongst the crowd, shushing those who are not far off drunkenness, Tickleman announces,
Ladies and gentlemen, I give for you Princess Hinetitama, the Maori Queen of Song.
There is much applause, whistling and encouragement, for Hinetitama is in herself a curiosity, a Solomon by birth, and a member of the richest family in Tasmania, who is to sing for them in a common public.
CD 5.
Many of the patrons have brought their wives and some of their children, who crowd against the wall at the back near the doorway. Hinetitama acknowledges the crowd.
Thank you, she says. I shall try to sing this lovely shanty. I don't know that I can do it sufficiently well, and I beg you all to help me, please.
Hinetitama has become so accustomed to speaking correctly, and she knows she must sound quite the toff to the crowd, but she does not revert to her original accent, knowing it will be seen as an affectation. She is wearing her brightest gown, an off-the-shoulder velvet in cerise, a bright clear red which shows off the light brown skin of her shoulders and arms to perfection. The hairstyle, worn in the modern idiom, is a swept-up look, gathered like a wide garland about the circumference of the head, with the hair smooth and tight pulled from the centre of the scalp, and turned back and tucked under at the peripherals. But she has ignored this flight of fashion, and wears her hair in the traditional Maori style, combed smooth, straight and shining to the waist, a raven dark cascade which shows not the slightest trace of grey. She wears a double tiara of gardenia flowers, and her lips, left in their natural state, are almost the exact match of her gown. She is still an attractive woman, and there are many in the crowd, not all of them men, who speculate however fat slab the Dutchman can have captured such a fragile beauty. There are some among them with several drinks too many below their belts, who crudely speculate that he must surely crush her if ever he can get it up sufficient to mount her for a smooey. Another remarks that, with his great gut interfering, his plunger could never hope to reach her pouch.
You must sing the chorus with me,
Hinetitama appeals to the crowd.
I shall sing it now so that you may recall it.
She glances at Tekelman, who takes up his fiddle, and to the first strains of the chorus she begins to sing in a fine, clear voice.
So take up your doxy and drink down your ale, and dance a fine jig to a fine fishy tale. We'll fly the blue Sally wherever we sail, and drink to the health of the great sperm whale.
Hinetitama repeats the chorus twice, so that those who do not know it, though there are not too many from the sound of the response, may learn the words. Then to the opening accompaniment of Tekelman's fiddle, which appears to be in most glorious form, she begins to sing John Rackham.
Come gather around me, you Jacktars and Doxies, I'll sing you the glorious whaleman's tale. Let me tell you the story of death and the glory of Rackham, who rode on the tail of a whale. It started at dawn on a bright Sabbath morning, when Lord Nelson's body came home pickled in rum. Every Jack-tar mourned the great British sailor, and drank to their hero as church bells were rung. I be born to the sound of the bells of St. Paul's, where they buried the Sea Lord all solemn and proper. That very same day, harpooner John Rackham rode the tail of a whale around Davy Jones' locker. The watch up the mainmast gave out a great shout, a 6-pod to starboard, all swimming in strong. So they lowered a whaleboat, harpoon, gun and line. 3 cheers for the crew, then the whale hunt was on. John Rackham, he stood to his harpoon and line. Row the boat close, lads, till we see its great chest. Steady she goes now, keep the bow straight, or this great fearless fish will bring all to their rest. The boat's bow on a crest held still for a moment, sufficient for Rackham to make good his aim. Then the harpoon flew screaming to carry the line, and buried its head in a great crimson stain. Steady now, lads, let the fish make his dive, then he'll turn for the top, and the fight'll begin. Ship your oars, boys, take the ride as he runs, for the sperm has a courage that comes from within. 10 fathoms down the fish turned from its dive, as the harpoon worked in on the way to his heart. Then he spied the boat's belly directly above him, and he knew they'd pay for this terrible dart. 50 tons rose as the fish drove like thunder, like a cork in a whirlpool the boat spun around. The jaws of the whale smashed through its planking, and the sharks made a meal of the pieces they found. John Rackham was saved as the fish drove him upwards. He found himself up on the nose of the whale. With a snort he was tossed sky high and then backwards, and landed most neatly on the great creature's tail. Let me live, Master Whale, I've a child to be born. Spare my life, and I promise to name it for you. That's a fanciful tale, cried the furious whale, but how can I know what you say will be true? John Rackham, he pondered, then started to smile. Not only its name, but its soul to you too. And we'll make a white flag with your picture upon it, a great sperm whale emblazoned in blue. The great fish turned and swam straight to the ship. With a flick of his tail threw him safe in a sail. Then the deadly dart finally pierced his great heart. Now we fly the Blue Sally to honour the whale.
Everybody now, one last time, Tekelman shouts. The crowd, flushed by the joy of their own singing, respond even more fulsomely to the final chorus.
So take up your doxy and drink down your ale, and dance a fine jig to a fine fishy tale. We'll fly the blue Sally wherever we sail, and drink to the health of the great sperm whale.
There is thunderous applause and much stomping as the final chorus is completed. It has been most beautifully sung, and those present cannot imagine how it could be better rendered. Hinetitama is flushed with the excitement and the success of the performance, and she is happy beyond words, for she has been rescued from a life of tedium and frustration. Folk crowd around her to offer their congratulations, and it is then that Isaac Blundstone, at Teakelman's instigation, places a double of gin in her hands. It is the first drink Hinetitama has had in 8 years, and as the perfumed liquor slips down her throat, her entire body seems to come alive. Chapter 5. Hawke, David and Abraham Solomon. Melbourne, 1893. Hawke arrives in Melbourne on the 1st of May, 1893, the very day of the collapse of several major banks. The banks have long been carrying the euphoric symptoms of gold fever, and have finally been struck down by the disease. They have extended credit to too many unlikely projects and explorations, devised by dreamers, schemers, believers, confidence men, chancers, and those too ignorant to understand what they were doing. The day of reckoning has finally arrived, and some of the major banking institutions in the land find themselves victims of their own greed and naivety. Having overextended themselves with their incautious lending, they are now faced with too many outstanding loans defaulting to have any hope of balancing the books or of continuing to trade. They close their doors to lick their wounds and fail to open them again. Tens of thousands of small depositors lose their shirts, and in the process learn that banks are run by men who have no special talent and are as easily infected by opportunity and greed as everyone else. It is a very sobering day for every Australian colony. Hawke cannot quite believe his luck when he reads in The Age that an almost completed brewery project in Ballarat has come to a halt for lack of funds, and that it is the collapsed Bank of Victoria which has financed the project. He thinks perhaps that he may be able to bridge the gap and finance the completion, and in return be rewarded with a major shareholding in the new brewery. To his enormous surprise, the company register reveals that the shareholders in the brewery are David and Abraham Solomon. Hawke appoints a firm of accountants to look into the affairs of Solomon & Co., and discovers the Bank of Victoria holds the combined assets of the company against the loan it has given David Solomon to build the brewery. The irony is that among the many harebrained and unlikely schemes the bank has extended credit to, this one has all the hallmarks of a sound investment. It becomes a case of the good collapsing with the bad. With its line of credit destroyed, Solomon & Co. is effectively insolvent, and will be forced to declare itself bankrupt as the collapsed bank cannot finance them to completion. They, in turn, now lack sufficient collateral to secure a loan to complete the brewery project from one of the few banks which haven't gone to the wall. David and Abraham Solomon have the makings of a first-rate asset on their hands, but for a simple bridging loan, and in the prevailing climate they have no chance of obtaining one. The liquidator for the Bank of Victoria will be most anxious to sell the collateral it holds, and Hawke finds himself in a position to make them an offer for the Ballarat brewery, and also for the entire assets of Solomon & Co. at a fraction of its true value. This will allow the bank, with the sale of all the additional collateral it owns from its other loans, to eventually pay off its own shareholders 5 shillings in the pound, one of the more creditable performances within the discredited banking community. Over the years, David Solomon has built the grain and timber business Hannah inherited from George Madden into a fair-sized conglomerate that includes wool, coal, timber, mining stock, cattle, barley, wheat, and a quite decent portfolio of Tasmanian real estate. It is an intelligent diversification, not entirely dissimilar to the one Hawke and Mary devised over the years. But whereas the potato factory has always bought with cash and never taken a loan, David's shrewd business brain has built Solomon & Co. using very little of his own capital. He has financed each new enterprise by borrowing from the banks and using his existing assets as collateral and security against defaulting. In the past, he has always retained sufficient assets to recover if a particular project should fail, in effect never putting all his eggs in one basket. Though there have been some close calls, the market has always held up sufficiently long enough for him to redeem himself. David seemed fireproof, and the bank had come to trust his business judgment and progressively extended his line of credit. However, this time David has gambled everything to build the most splendid brewery in the colony of Victoria, and has been caught well and truly with his trousers down. Hawke, in looking at the prospects for a new brewery in Ballarat, agrees that if it were to be allowed to come online, it would have taken Solomon & Co. from a modestly sized conglomerate into the big league. Instead, Solomon & Co. is effectively finished, dead in the water. Hawke is forced to speculate as to why, as an enormously wealthy and successful man in his 70s, David Solomon would risk everything he has acquired simply to own a brewery. For a man who has shown such good business judgment, it is a surprisingly naive mistake to make. Then it begins to dawn on him. It is not done out of simple greed, as he'd first supposed. The brewery represents something in David's mind of enormous emotional importance. The Ballarat project has the potential to have almost double the bottling capacity of the potato factory. The old man simply wished to show Mary Abacus before she died that he was superior. That anything the person he hated the most in the world could do, he could do better. For a businessman as astute as David, this was a childish thing to have attempted. But in some things, perhaps we never mature beyond our ability to hate. Hate fostered in the young often brings with it an enormous sense of inferiority, the need to prove oneself in order to overcome the humiliation one has been made to feel as a child. The brewery was not only to be David's ultimate triumph over the adversity of his childhood, but also to serve as a symbol of the fulfilment of his promise to his mother Hannah, that he wouldn't rest until he had wreaked her revenge on Ikey's whore, until he had beaten Mary at her own game. The day David heard of her passing, he flew into a terrible temper, breaking furniture and raging for 2 days, at one stage invading the kitchen and throwing the pots and pans about, pouring hot soup over the cat, and breaking almost all the crockery and glassware, while causing the servants to run for their lives. Iron Mary had once again robbed him, cheating him out of his moment of triumph. With the imminent collapse of Solomon & Co., Hawke instructs his accountants to act as broker and make an offer for all of their assets. While the liquidator may have made more money had he sold each of these ad hoc, the prospect of taking a large debt off his books in one fell swoop is too attractive for him to ignore, and he accepts an offer which gives Hawke control of Solomon & Co. at a bargain basement price. Within 3 months of arriving in Victoria, Hawke has achieved what he'd anticipated might take him 3 or 4 years to build or acquire. On paper, it seems to be a brilliant investment. David's assets are soundly based and simply need an injection of working capital to continue to succeed. The ever-cautious Mary had accumulated a large number of investments which could quickly be converted into liquid assets. Although Hawke is forced to use a good deal of these to make the acquisitions, he does not stretch his resources beyond anything he cannot cover if things were to suddenly go wrong. The speculative profit and loss statement shows the new brewery should be in a net profit situation in 3 years. And had the bank not collapsed when it did, the brilliant David Solomon would almost certainly have pulled off his gamble and paid back his enormous borrowing over a comparatively short period. Ballarat's beer-drinking population is underserviced, and providing the new brewery produces a beer at the right price and suited to the local palate, it is difficult to see how it will not succeed. In one major move, Hawke has established himself as a brewer of some significance in Victoria. The potato factory now owns Solomon & Co., lock, stock and barrel, and Hawke is in a position to destroy the elderly David Solomon and his son Abraham. For the second time in his life, he has David Solomon completely at his mercy. His intention is to do no such thing. At last, Hawke is able to achieve what he urged Mary to do for so long, to make restitution for the money they stole from the Whitechapel safe, with interest added. In fact, the value of the Solomon & Co. assets, if the new Ballarat brewery is included and paid for, is nearly 8 times the face value of the original fortune stolen. Hawke calculates that it is at the very least the equivalent of Hannah's 50% entitlement, with a decent interest earned on the money over the 38 years since the theft took place. By returning David Solomon's business to him, he will have fully satisfied his conscience. However, the gesture is, to Hawke's mind, too pretentious. There is yet another way, which, if taken, will still save the fortunes of David Solomon and his family, and serve Hawke's original intention to expand the potato factory onto the mainland. Hawke decides to create a new holding company to be called Solomon and Tiekleman, under which he will place the potato factory and Solomon & Co. as separate identities. The idea is to keep Abraham Solomon as managing director of Solomon & Co. and David as its chairman, while Hawke remains in the same positions with the potato factory. At the same time, he would hold the chairmanship of Solomon and Tiekleman. David and Abraham, Hinetitama and he, will own all the shares in Solomon and Tiekleman, with the combined profits of both companies reporting to it to be divided among the joint shareholders according to their shareholding. Even in this division of shares, Hawke is scrupulously fair. The potato factory is the larger of the two companies, though with the new brewery coming online, he estimates by not much more than 8%. He calculates the shareholding accordingly. He gives David and Abraham each 23% of the shares of the holding company, and then converts the 10% of the potato factory shares owned by Ben and Victoria under the trusteeship of their mother Hinetitama into 10% of Solomon and Tiekleman, and the remaining 44% goes to him. What this means, in effect, is that he is the single largest shareholder, and his shares, combined with those held in trust for the children, will always allow his side to control what has now become a giant corporate entity. As the biggest shareholder, Hawke appoints himself the chairman of the holding company. Hawke, going through David's business affairs, sees that father and son are a good combination, with David the developer and Abraham a clear thinker with a cautious mind, his steady right arm. As David Solomon is already an old man, Abraham, upon his father's death or retirement, will remain as a steady and wise influence in the company, acquiring and building its affairs so that the next generation will inherit a conglomerate on a very sound financial footing. Hawke is aware of Joshua, Abraham's 6-year-old son, and thinks how well the next generation would be equipped to take over, with Ben, Victoria and Joshua sharing the management tasks. It is all to Hawke's trusting mind a nice combination, with David and Abraham running things in Melbourne and himself in Hobart, and all of it under his own reasonably benign chairmanship. Ever the peacemaker, he has entirely forgotten the words spoken to him by Mary on her deathbed.
Never trust that bastard David Solomon.
When David learns who owns his company, he makes his previous tantrum seem like child's play.
That nigger bastard! I'll kill him! How dare he! The ignorant black syphilitic bastard! Mary, yes, Mary were a worthy opponent. I hated the bitch, but she was clever. This is the second time that Schwarzer has humiliated me. That stupid, dumb whore's son's got the better of David Solomon.
Abraham clumsily tries to calm his father. But father, he's rescued us, saved us from disaster.
Saved us? What do you mean, saved us?
The company saved from bankruptcy.
By a nigger bastard, what's going to make us eat shit? You call that saved? You wouldn't know saved if it were jammed up your fat ass.
Abraham sighs, ignoring his father's insult. No, father, I don't think you're right. He's a good businessman. He sees that it's better to save us than to let us sink. It's common sense.
What do you know, eh? That one's as cunning as the devil. He stole from us before, now he's done it again. The bastard has humiliated me again.
David drops to his knees and starts to sob. Then as suddenly he stops and throws his head back.
Fuck him! Fuck him! He screams. I swear on me grandson's life, I'll get him! Get even!
Rising, he rushes into the kitchen, then outside to the wood pile, where he takes up the axe and comes storming back with the heavy axe over his shoulder.
Out of my way! Out of my fucking way!
He snarls at Abraham and enters his study, locking the door from the inside. He remains in his study for 3 days, and with the axe he progressively wrecks every stick of furniture in it. He accepts only water pushed through a small window and refuses anything to eat. Despite Abraham's constant pleas to come out, it is only after 6-year-old Joshua, the apple of David's eye, has cried for several hours outside his study door that David finally emerges. He is weak from lack of nourishment, and the doctor is called, and he is given chicken soup and crustless bread and put straight to bed. The doctor recommends that David stay in bed for a week until he regains his strength. But the following morning at 6:30, he is up and seated at his usual place at the breakfast table beside his grandson. Since the day he has been able to sit up in a high chair, Joshua has taken his breakfast alone with his grandfather.
Grandpa, are you better now? Why did you break everything?
The child asks ingenuously.
Joshua, my boy, we have lost everything. The Schwarzer has taken everything. Your grandfather has let you down, David tells his grandson.
No, we haven't, Grandpa. I've still got the little wisdoms.
Joshua grins and shrugs.
So when I grow up, I'll be rich like you said.
The small boy laughs.
I'll give it all back to you, Grandpa.
Rich again? Wisdoms? So much for wisdoms. I am too old and you are too young. That's the only wisdoms we've got.
David brings his hands up to hold his cheeks.
Oh, my God, what shall I do?
Joshua, seeing his grandfather starting to get upset again, starts to talk.
Never borrow more than the value of your least important assets,
he declares. David can't believe his ears.
And I told you this? I should be ashamed. I don't listen to myself, he sobs.
Joshua is too young to be aware of the irony of the words he's just recited, and begins again.
When you hire a manager, ask him how much he wants. It will always be less than you expect to pay. Then pay him more than he expects in return for owning him body and soul.
Joshua continues.
Never hire a Jew in case he turns out to be smarter than you or you've married into his family. Roman Catholics have too many children, which drives the breadwinner to drink, and a drunk can never be trusted to give you a full day's work. Never do business with a handshake. A good contract doesn't have a faulty memory. The eyes in the back of your head must be constantly on the lookout for the knife aimed between your shoulder blades. Hearsay and memory are bad witnesses in a court of law. Always write everything down, and if possible, have it signed by the person with whom you are doing business, or otherwise a reliable witness.
The small boy stops.
Shall I go on, Grandpa?
Impossible, impossible! You've learned it all,
David cries, clapping his hands together, real tears now rolling down his cheeks, though he himself doesn't know whether they are from joy at the boy's cupidity or despair at his own impoverished situation. However, Joshua is enjoying the game and resumes talking.
If an employee is guilty of doing something wrong in the past, never allow him to forget it in the future. An eye for an eye is what it says in the Bible, but consider a moment, 2 eyes for an eye. When your enemy is in the dark, he can't hurt you. A bribe only becomes poor business judgment when it doesn't work. On the other hand, a bribe is only a bribe when it's done by somebody else. When you employ it, it is a gratuity in return for something you want. In business, a man is always guilty before being proved innocent. Remember, greed is the most important motivation in the human race. Forget this, and you are out of business quick smart. Revenge is a dish best eaten cold. Never trust anyone, except only maybe your mother, and even her think twice, and only act the 3rd time. If she is Jewish, the 4th.
David realizes that years of breakfast maxims have paid off. The child has learnt them as if by rote.
Enough, enough already, David cries. You are breaking my heart, Joshua.
Almost from the moment Joshua was born, these maxims and 1,000 like them have filled the intellectual space in the child's mind. David's idea has always been that when his grandson is an adult and forced to make business decisions on his own, he will have equipped him with an aphorism for every conceivable situation he might have to face. Whenever David taught his grandson a new one, he would always end by saying, "Joshua, my boy, trust nobody except your dog Spot." And now, barely stifling his sobs, he repeats the homily and waits for Joshua to complete it. The child, ever eager to please his grandfather, laughs and claps his hand.
But always leave a flea under his collar so Spot knows who's the boss.
It is at this point that Abraham enters the dining room. "Excuse me, father, but it is of the utmost importance that I see you immediately." David thinks for a moment to send him away, Joshua giving him the first moments of enjoyment since the bank collapsed. Besides, it is accepted that his time with his grandchild at breakfast may not be interrupted. But things have changed lately, and Abraham's look of concern makes him hold his temper. "What is it?" David asks, irritated. "We have a visitor." "A visitor? But it is not yet 7 o'clock in the morning. Tell him to bugger off. Come back in 2 hours." "I think you should come, Father. He waits in my study." "He? Who? Why? Never mind," David shouts, slamming his hand down hard onto the surface of the table. But then he rises from his seat and turns to Joshua. "You're a good boy, Joshua. You've made me proud." "Who is it?" he now asks Abraham. Abraham is reluctant to tell his father, afraid that David will not accompany him to his study. "Father, it is best you see for yourself." They reach his study door, and David, entering first, very nearly faints at the sight of Hawk seated on the ottoman couch. "Jesus!" he cries, physically jumping backwards at the sight of the giant black man. "What the devil?" Hawk rises, towering over the diminutive David Solomon. "I hoped we might have a few words, David," he says, extending his hand, though not expecting it will be taken. He is not disappointed, and his hand is ignored. "A few words?" David shouts. "I'll give you 2. Fuck off!" Hawk chuckles. "No less than I expected. I see you've inherited your mother's charm." David ignores Hawk and turns to Abraham. "What does the nigger want? My blood? Come to gloat, has he? Will you tell the bloody cannibal we'll have no further truck with his sort? We may be poor, but we don't have to join him in the gutter." "Father, Mr. Solomon has a business proposition, one I think may be to our advantage." "I'd like to see that when it's got its jodhpurs on," David sneers. "What's he want to do? Buy the bleeding house? He's got everything else." "I already own your house," Hawk says quietly. "Please sit, Father." Abraham leads David to a chair, and then gently pushes down his shoulders to force him into the leather club chair. David is fully dressed, except that he still wears his bedroom slippers with no hose. He slumps in the deep chair with his chin tucked into his chest, looking directly into his own lap. "Well, go on. Get on with it, nigger." "I must remind you, David, that my mother, like yours, was a Jew. That makes me a Jew as well. Perhaps a nigger Jew, but still a Jew." "And she was also a whore," David snarls. "But not a whore mistress like yours was," Hawk replies, then smiles. "I don't expect you to be happy at the thought of meeting me, but I had hoped that after all these many years our next meeting might be cordial, albeit not one filled with mutual admiration." Hawk turns to look at Abraham. "I'm pleased to say your son is not similarly discourteous. Also, I apologize that I have called on you at such an early hour and without prior notice, but I have business of some urgency to discuss, which I believe will turn out to be altogether to your advantage. Perhaps a better outcome than the last time we met." David is suddenly transported in his mind to the dark, musty pantry in London, where together he and the 15-year-old Hawk had opened the safe, only to find it was empty but for an envelope addressed to himself. Inside was a gold ring set with a handsome ruby, and a note in Ikey's handwriting. "Remember, always leave a little salt on the bread." The remainder of the fortune had disappeared, and while it has never been traced, David knows with the utmost certainty that somehow Mary Abacus and her nigger boy had contrived to open the safe and steal what he correctly believes belonged to his family. Now the nigger has beaten him again, humiliated him a second time beyond any possible endurance. Hawk destroyed his prospects as a young man, and now he has done so again at the end of his life. He has effectively rendered his entire existence worthless. "Father, Mr. Solomon has a proposition to put to us," Abraham repeats. "I think we should hear him out." "See him out, more like," David snarls. "Go on, fuck off, Hawk Solomon." Hawk sighs and removes his half-hunter from his waistcoat pocket, unclips it from its fob chain and clicks it open. "You have 5 minutes to save your company and your arse, David Solomon," he says quietly. "If after that you are not willing to hear me out, I shall leave you." I had no hand in bringing your destruction about, and take no pleasure in it, but I will not again lift a finger to help you." He removes the watch from its chain and places it on the small table beside the couch. 5 minutes, gentlemen, and then I'm off to mind my own business." A silence follows that must have continued for a good 3.5 minutes. Abraham keeps glancing at the fob watch, believing he can hear it ticking away the seconds, though he is too far from it for this to be possible. Another half a minute goes by, and unable to contain himself any longer, he calls, "Father!" With less than 30 seconds to go, David, restraining his anger, says, "Go on then, get on with it. I haven't got all bloody day." Hawke returns the watch to its chain and restores it into his fob pocket, then proceeds to outline the plan he has for the two companies. After he has completed his explanation, he emphasizes that David and Abraham would be left to run their own company, provided always it meets with its expected profits and losses, and that all major acquisitions are subject to verification from the chairman of the board of the holding company, Solomon and Tekelman. "That's you. You the board?" David rasps. "Ah, yes, a board. Well, yes, I dare say we shall have a board. The two of you, my niece, Mrs. Tekelman, and myself. But I shall make the decisions on the simple basis that I control the most shares." Hawke smiles. "We shall, of course, discuss whatever is in contention, and I shall greatly value your opinions, but the decisions will always be made on the basis of share majorities. Whoever might in the future control the majority of the shares will be chairman of the company." Hawke is thinking that he must keep young Joshua from ever taking over the new holding company. "Ha! You will be the boss," David exclaims. "Just as I thought." "Does that surprise you?" Hawke asks him. But David merely grunts. "And a woman, another damn woman in the picture." "You will find this one less trouble than the last," Hawke says. "Why, Mr. Solomon, why have you done this absurd and unnecessary act of generosity?" Abraham now asks. "Ah, it is a long story, Abraham, and I think no longer worth the telling. Let it suffice to say that I do not believe it either absurd or unnecessary. I am most impressed with the manner you and your father have built Solomon & Co., and honestly believe, while you extended your credit with the bank to breaking point, you did not deserve to lose all you have worked so hard to achieve. Quite simply, the potato factory hopes to expand its interest into the colony of Victoria, and eventually throughout Australia. But frankly, we lack the top management to do so. I admit I cannot do it by myself. It would seem stupid in the extreme to lose two excellent businessmen who understand the corporation they run simply because of some old enmity between our families. If we cannot be friends, then let us be the best of business partners. I assure you, as your chairman, I shall always try to be fair in my decisions and hear you out. But if you attempt to cheat me, you will find the outcome an unhappy one for yourselves." David suddenly looks up and glares at Hawke. "It's because of the safe, ain't it? The money you and Mary Abacus stole from our family." Hawke sighs, and for a moment wears an expression of acute exasperation. He knows himself to be as good an actor as David Solomon, and so he points to the ruby and gold ring on David's middle finger. "The only thing I know to come for certain from that safe, you are wearing on your finger." He turns to David's son, who has remained standing throughout. "Well, what say you, Abraham?" There is a moment's silence when Abraham looks at his father, who has always dominated him. He brings his fist up to his mouth and clears his throat. With his heart racing, he looks directly at Hawke. "I accept, sir. Your terms are most generous, most equitable indeed." "Accept? What? Without me?" David can't believe his ears. "Yes, father." "Jesus, me own flesh and blood!" "Well, that's it then," Hawke says, nodding towards the seated David. "I dare say we'll manage quite well without you, David." Abraham looks quickly at Hawke. No, wait a moment, please." He addresses David. "Father, be sensible, for God's sake." David does not reply, his eyes directed to his kneecaps. Abraham can see that he is near weeping from frustration and anger. While his common sense has forced him to make a final appeal to his father to accept Hawke's offer, it also gives him a curious satisfaction to see his father with his back so completely against the wall. David Solomon has always run roughshod over any opposition, including Abraham's own cautionary advice. His sheer aggression, bluff and stubbornness often winning the day, when caution would have served him better in the long run. Now this giant black man has him all tied up in knots. For once the bully has met his match, and Abraham knows it to be sinful to feel elated at his father's downfall, but he knows that he will always cherish this moment, while never again being able to admit it, even to himself. Abraham Solomon has of course heard of the existence of Hawke Solomon, but always as some dark demon, an evil force castigated with the very breath that carries his name. He had no idea that Hawke was Jewish, for David had always portrayed him as the most primitive of savages. Now this huge black man is not only extending an olive branch to his family, but also allowing them to recover from disaster, even to prosper again, and what's more, allowing him to personally regain his pride. For the second time in Abraham's life, he has opposed his father. On the first occasion, it concerned Elizabeth, Abraham's sad, disappointed, and mostly inebriated wife. When Abraham decided to bring Elizabeth home to meet his sickly mother, half expecting her disapproval, but hoping that by convincing her of his happiness she would understand his desire to marry a Gentile, he went to see his father. Elizabeth came with impeccable credentials, except for the most important one of all: she was not Jewish. She was the daughter of the third daughter of an impoverished English lord, who had married a wealthy and well-connected Melbourne financier, who boasted of being a Fitz, the illegitimate offspring of royalty, at some time in aeons past. Her father had subsequently lost all his money speculating in gold shares on the stock market, but because of his wife's lineage and his own pretensions, the family had maintained its social status among Melbourne's better bred, while at the same time living in relative poverty. Simply stating that she was a Gentile and then presenting Elizabeth's credentials to his father, he waited, expecting the worst, but for once in his life he was prepared to stand up to him. To his astonishment, David Solomon had approved of the match after asking a single question. "Is she a Roman Catholic?" When told she wasn't, but Church of England, he'd seemed unusually enthusiastic. "Splendid, my boy. A bit of Goy blood can do us no harm whatsoever." In what was a rare show of affection, he'd clapped his son on the back and asked, "Has she got big tits?" Not answering, but nevertheless encouraged by his father's approval, the following day Abraham brought his intended home. Leaving Elizabeth to wait in the conservatory, he'd entered his mother's bedchamber. To Abraham's surprise, David was seated beside his wife's bed when he entered. This came as somewhat of a shock to him, as David's habit was to spend no more than a few moments at her bedside after he'd taken breakfast and when he returned at the end of the day from his office in Burke Street. Rebecca referred to these visits as
Papa's passion. A peck in the air, a burp, a fart, and always the same greeting. "How you going? All right? Good. Eat something. Tooraloo."
He would have entered the bedchamber, reached her bed, pecked the air above her head, turned around, spoken, farted, burped, and been back out the door before she'd managed a single word in reply. It was unusual, therefore, to see David at his wife's bedside in the middle of the afternoon. Abraham had expected to speak to his mother alone, and with the presence of his father, who he assumed must have unexpectedly and untypically come to lend his support, his feelings were mixed. The previous day in David's office, he had not talked of loving Elizabeth, nor even of feeling an affection for her, but merely that he had met a girl he liked, a Christian who came from a decent family, and he hoped to gain David's blessing to marry her. Love was a word he knew not to use in front of his father, but it was his only hope of success when talking with his mother. Abraham had carefully practiced the words he would say to her, but now with his father present, he was afraid they might sound mawkish and pathetic, whereupon David wouldn't hesitate to mock him and to make a fool of him in front of his mother. Nevertheless, not one for extemporaneous invention, Abraham decided to plunge ahead with his original plea for her blessing. "Mama, I have brought someone home to meet you," he announced shyly. Then, clearing his throat, added, "Someone I love with all my heart, and who it is my dearest wish to marry. Will you give me your blessing, for I cannot do without it or her in my life?" Rebecca clapped her hands, delighted at her son's news.
Oh, Aby, what wonderful news.
She turned to David.
To think all the nice girls I've found for him, the boy chick finds one for himself. Her name, if you please?
Elizabeth, Mamma.
Elizabeth?
Rebecca frowned, thinking a moment.
I don't know an Elizabeth.
Not from the Reform synagogue, I hope. She looked immediately suspicious.
Her surname, if you please?
Abraham brought his fist to his lips and coughed. Fitzsimmons. Mamma, she's, not Jewish. Rebecca promptly refused to meet the plain-looking Elizabeth, declaring later that she would rather die than see her only son marry a Gentile. She turned and cried loudly to David,
My son, he wants me to die. I have no time left, but he wants I should die tonight.
No, Mamma, that is not so, Abraham cried. Give me a chance to introduce her to you. I know you'll change your mind.
Not enough boobs to feed a hungry mouse,
Rebecca declared out of the blue, again directing this remark to David. It was true enough. Elizabeth possessed a very small bust, but as his mother was bedridden and had never laid eyes on her, nor David for that matter, Abraham could not imagine how she could have known this. His mother was a determined woman, but she usually submitted to his father's will. He now turned to David for his help. Father, I thought...
Stop!
David shouted.
Not another word! Get rid of the shiksa, you hear? We work with Gentiles, we do business with Gentiles, but we don't marry them. Get rid of the goy.
He looked sternly at his son.
You hear me, Abraham?
David pointed to the door.
Out she goes.
Then he added,
Wait for me in my study after you've sent her home.
Abraham, deeply distressed, hesitated.
Go on, be off. Oh, and give her a £10 note for her father. Tell him to buy a revolver and use it on himself. He ain't worth a pinch of shit, the stuck-up bastard.
Thank you, David,
Rebecca cried, taking her husband's hands in both her own and clutching them fondly to her breast.
I am not long for this world. You must find a nice Jewish girl for Aby before I die. The boy knows from women nothing.
Abraham, distressed by his mother's stubborn refusal, became even more confused when, upon his return from seeing the tearful Elizabeth to her home, having attempted to comfort her and to assure her that he intended to fight for her, he marched into David's study to have it out with his father once and for all.
Father, I cannot accept your rejection of Elizabeth,
he cried immediately upon entering. But before he could continue, David held up his hand.
Shh, not so fast, my boy, not so fast. Close the door. Rejection? What rejection? You have my blessing to marry the girl, 100%.
Abraham wasn't sure he'd heard his father correctly. What? But in Mamma's bedroom you... David nodded.
She's dying. Have you no compassion for a dying woman?
But why, father?
Your sons will be Gentile, David replied simply. It is time we stopped being Jews.
Stopped? David was deeply shocked.
But we are Jews. You are, I am, your mother is, but your children won't be.
But Elizabeth could turn. She's agreed to convert. We have already discussed it. David looked unblinkingly at Abraham until his son could no longer meet his father's eye.
She could, but she won't.
But, Mamma, you said yourself it will break her heart.
That's why I wanted to see you. Your mother will be dead soon enough.
David shrugged.
So what's so hard? You'll stay stum until after the funeral.
He gave a philosophical shrug.
It's not such a long time. Just don't stop her, you hear? I want your children to be born within wedlock. Everything kosher.
Rebecca died 3 months later of consumption, much as the family physician had predicted she would. Abraham married Elizabeth, and for the first time in his life he was truly happy. When after a year there was no sign of offspring, David started to put on the pressure, demanding that the couple get on with it. When after 4 years there was still no offspring, David had had enough, and he decided Elizabeth was to blame. His son had married a barren woman.
She must go! Make a settlement, not too much. She has eaten our bread too long for too little.
But for the first time in his life, Abraham dug his heels in and stood up to his father and refused.
Father, Elizabeth is my wife and I love her. If we are not to have children, then that's God's will. God's will? God's will?
Can't you see the chick says too bloody inbred? She's all dried up inside. Look at her tits, for Christ's sake. David, accustomed to having his own way, continued to rant and rave, threatening to throw his son out of the business without a penny if he didn't divorce Elizabeth. Abraham stayed calm throughout the tirade. "Father, it's no use. You may do as you wish to me. Elizabeth is my wife, and I love her." In the end, David had no further recourse. There were no substitute heirs in the immediate Solomon family. Anne, his sister, was a spinster and gone over to the other side. Sarah had married and had 2 children, girls and both quite dotty, not suitable as heirs and unlikely to find husbands. Mark had gone bush on the mainland and was said to have taken an Aboriginal wife. Abraham remained David's only hope for a grandchild, with the unbanished Elizabeth the obstacle. David, who himself had married late in life, refused to believe that it might be his own son firing blanks. He knew that eventually he would find a way to get rid of Elizabeth. Equally, he was aware that he was already in his 60s and running out of time. His lack of an heir other than Abraham began to preoccupy him, to the extent where he grew morbid and introspective. As often enough happens with men who suddenly become conscious of the fact that their allotted time in this mortal coil is coming to an end, David began to dwell on things spiritual. In a man as iconoclastic and venal as David Solomon, this was a curious notion in itself, but his spirituality took an even more bizarre twist. His sons declaring that their lack of offspring was God's will began to obsess him. Soon he started to believe that maybe it was God's will, that he was being punished by a Jewish God for allowing Abraham to marry a Gentile. Though he was wise in the ways of the business world, he was essentially an uneducated and at heart superstitious and ignorant man. Reluctantly admitting to himself that his miserable son and his Gentile wife had for the time being beaten him, David visited Rabbi Dr. Abrahams, the rabbi of the Melbourne synagogue. Since the death of his wife, Rebecca, and the marriage of Abraham to Elizabeth Fitzsimmons, the Melbourne Jewish community had seen very little of the Solomon family, a problem of some significance as it represented a regular source of funds which had now dried up. And although Abraham's marriage to Elizabeth Fitzsimmons had created a great deal of delicious gossip among the synagogue congregation and was seen as a betrayal of the faith, Rabbi Abrahams, essentially a pragmatic man, was sufficiently worldly to know that religion of any kind cannot exist solely on the piety and pennies of the poor, and so he welcomed David warmly. "A great pleasure to see you again, Mr. Solomon. Since your beloved wife's tragic demise, we have not enjoyed your attendance at synagogue." "Too busy," David replied brusquely, and then lost no time in getting to the purpose of his visit. "Rabbi, my son Abraham has been married 4 years, and—" He paused and shrugged his shoulders. "Nothing." "Nothing? No children, eh?" The rabbi stroked his beard. "A shame. It is written, every Jew is entitled to a son." David nodded. "Yeah, well, we ain't got one," he'd snapped, and then came straight out with it. "What would it take for my daughter-in-law to become pregnant?" Rabbi Abrahams looked surprised. Witchcraft and superstition usually belonged to the poorer end of his congregation. He pursed his lips and spread his hands wide. "As far as I know, the same as always. A boy and a girl and a feather bed. The rest is God's will." David was not in a mood to share the rabbi's homely wit. Yes, he said impatiently. "That's what I mean, God's will. Can you get God to change his mind? Can you pray for a grandson, a pregnancy and a grandson?" The rabbi shrugged. "The one is impossible without the other." He thought for a moment. "You want me to pray? To ask God your daughter-in-law should be pregnant?" He stroked his beard. Certainly it's possible to ask him." The rabbi could not quite bring himself to believe a man as rich and cynical as David Solomon was so naive in spiritual matters as to expect him to be able to bring his personal influence to bear on the Almighty. On the other hand, Rabbi Abrahams knew an opportunity when he saw one, though he was not quite sure how far he could go with David Solomon. Certainly the rich old man was a gift from a merciful God, that much he knew for sure. And furthermore, one which didn't come along every day. And so he decided to hedge a little. "Mind you, in this matter, when the girl party is a Gentile, there could be complications." David Solomon was delighted. Complications he knew about. Whenever money was about to be discussed, the word complications occurred frequently. Complications? What complications? You see, it's a matter of ears, Rabbi Abraham said, thinking on his feet. Ears? Will God listen with his Jewish ear or his Gentile ear? That is the question. Both, David exclaimed. How much? Both. The rabbi looked doubtful. I must remind you, I am a rabbi, Mr. Solomon, a Jew. While I have the utmost respect for the Gentile ear of God, I am only familiar with the Jewish. He shrugged. Alas, I am permitted to pray only to one ear. One ear, David thought for a moment. How much for one ear? Rabbi Abraham smiled and spread his hands wide. We pray always that God will provide a little Jewish school we hope to attach to the synagogue, a little place of scholarship for our children. Maybe even your grandson, he suggested slyly. Send me the plans, get me a quote. David jabbed his forefinger at the rabbi. Though I warn you, I will obtain another myself. We don't want another incident like your predecessor, that villain. David paused. What's his name? Rabbi Datna Jacobson, Dr. Abraham sighed, referring to the rabbi before him, who had been publicly accused of lining his own pockets. Yes, that crook. We'll have none of that. There'll be receipts needed and shown, down to the last copper nail. The rabbi bowed his head slightly. But of course, everything must be kosher. So, what about the other ear? David now demanded. The other ear? Yes, the Gentile ear. I must have both ears, David announced. I can't take no chances. The rabbi rubbed his bearded chin once more. For a small commission, say 10% for books, you understand, in the school, I could talk to the bishop. We could maybe make a little arrangement. Arrangements, like complications, were the things David knew most about. The bishop? David shook his head. I'll not do business with the papists, with them damn Catholics, David said emphatically. Not so fast, my friend, Rabbi Abraham said soothingly. My friend the Anglican Bishop of Melbourne, James Morehouse. I could have maybe a little talk to him. And he's got the best Gentile ear? Better than, that other lot? David asked suspiciously. The rabbi clasped his hands together and brought them to his chest. After the Jews, the best, Abraham assured him. He is a good God-fearing man, who, it so happens, needs a new roof on the baptistry of St. Mark's. On the other hand, the Catholics have a brand new cathedral, and God would maybe not be so willing to listen to their needs at the present moment. 50% now, 50% when the child is born. No commission on the goy roof, but £1,000 bonus to you if it is a boy, David said, extending his hand to the rabbi. We will pray for the boy through both ears, the chief rabbi promised, accepting David's outstretched hand. It had been a rewarding day. At the very worst, half the cost of the new infant school was paid. Furthermore, with half the price of his new baptistry roof on St. Mark's guaranteed, and in the process a firm relationship established with the powerful bishop, it could do the increasingly prosperous Jewish community in the city no harm. Even if the collective prayers were to fall on deaf ears, the ledger for God's work in the city was suddenly in excellent shape. Precisely 11 months after David's visit to the rabbi, Joshua was born. Rabbi Abraham's, clearly not a man to lose an opportunity to capitalize on this wonderful act of nature, accepted David's checks together with his bonus. Carefully folding the 2 bank drafts into his purse, he addressed his source of pennies from heaven. Mr. Solomon, God has provided you with a fine, healthy boy, but there has been no bris. He has not been circumcised. He sighed. There is even some talk about, a rumor no doubt, that he is to be raised as a Gentile. David shrugged. It's your law, he replied with a dismissive shrug. His mother Elizabeth is a Gentile. My grandson is born a goy. Rabbi Abrahams had flinched at the vulgar expression. Our law, certainly, Mr. Solomon. It is true. Your grandson is technically a Gentile. He paused. On the other hand, if your son's wife, Elizabeth, is willing to convert to Judaism, The chief rabbi spread his hands and smiled. "Then it would give me great pleasure to personally instruct her in the Jewish faith. Believe me, it would be a happy occasion for the Jews of Melbourne if I could tell the members of the synagogue that the Lord God has provided Abraham Solomon with a fine Jewish son and a grandson to the illustrious Mr. David Solomon." David was unimpressed with the praise, and he thought for a moment, then announced, "No, Rabbi, we will leave things as they are. That is the best thing to do." The rabbi was somewhat taken aback, in fact, barely able to conceal his dismay, for he had fully expected David to comply with his request. "But why, Mr. Solomon? Your father, Ike Solomon, was a Jew, a member of the first synagogue in Hobart. Your mother Hannah was a Jew, also your dear departed wife. You are a Jew, your son Abraham is a Jew. God has answered our prayers. You have a grandson. Why?" David looked sternly at the rabbi. "Rabbi Abrahams, I am a plain-speaking man, and you have cost me a great deal of money. Not only have the Jews of Melbourne benefited, but I have also allowed you to kiss the arse of a bishop of the Church of England. Mind you, I am not complaining. We made a deal, as you say. I have a grandson, and you now have your school, and the Goy bishop has a new roof over the heads of his Sunday Christians." He paused for a moment, and then said, "Now, answer me this, please, Mr. Rabbi of Melbourne. How do I know it wasn't the Gentile ear of God that answered my prayers for a grandson?" That, with his son Joshua the outcome, was the very first time Abraham had gone against his father's wishes. Now, with Hawke waiting for David's answer to his business proposition, he has once again defied him. Abraham reasons that if his father, coming to the end of his life, isn't able to accept Hawke's generous rescue plan for Solomon and co., he, with the remainder of his life ahead of him, has no reason to reject it. On the contrary, he knows himself quite capable of running Solomon and co. on his own, and without the constant harassment and interference of the old man, he relishes the opportunity. Abraham can feel his ambivalence growing, but nevertheless feels duty-bound to ask once more for his father's cooperation. "Father, I have accepted Mr. Solomon's offer. I shall not relent. Will you not do the same?" It is the last time he will ask, and for the remainder of his life he will bitterly resent having done so. Ignoring Hawke's presence, David looks up at his son and bellows, "Yes, damn you! Count me in!" The task his mind has set him at this moment is to leap from his chair, cross the room and leave it, slamming the door behind him. But he is an old man, and rising from the deep leather chair is an onerous business, though he does so with as much vigour as he can muster, and crosses the room to the door, forcing his old legs to hurry. He turns at the door. "Struth! A nigger chairman!" Then, exercising his bad temper, he exits, slamming the door behind him as hard as he may. "I apologise for my father," a red-faced Abraham says. It has all come as a great shock to him. Hawke looks up at David's son. "I sensed you would have preferred him to stay out, eh? Well, never mind. It's settled then." Abraham will later recall how Hawke had clasped his fingers together and brought his chin to rest upon his hands. Then, looking down into his lap, he had given a deep sigh. "Thank God. After 38 years, he'd heard Hawke whisper." Hawke loses no time drawing up the documents, and in a month they are signed by David and Abraham and notarized. He plans to stay another month so that he might learn all he can about the new brewery, though he has learnt that Abraham is more than competent to see to its completion and seems anxious to be allowed to do so. Hawke feels they will get on well enough and intends to be home soon with Hinetitama, Ben and Victoria. He does not think of Tiekleman as family, but simply as an obese presence to be tolerated. He has since learnt that the Dutchman has left his employ, but thinks little of it. Hinetitama is well provided for, and her husband does not need to work to keep his household going. Hawke will sort out any other details upon his return. However, 2 days after the completion of the contracts, Hawke receives a telegram from Hobart. "Tinkleman dead. Hinetitama in trouble. Anne." Chapter 6. The Return of Hinetitama. Melbourne, 1914. September the 25th, 1914, the day of the big military march past, is typical of that time of the year in Victoria. It commences with a thin pre-dawn drizzle, clears up a little just as the paper boys hurry in the 6 o'clock dark to their allotted street corners, then persists foul all morning, with flurries of rain and sudden gusts of bone-chilling wind that invert umbrellas and send hats skidding along the mirror-wet pavements. It is miserable weather even for ducks, and the folk making their way from Flinders Street Station to Parliament House lower their heads into the wind and the rain, with one hand placed upon their sodden hats, the other clasping raised coat lapels tightly about their chests, their children, all except the infants, fending for themselves. If spring is just around the corner, as all the newspapers proclaim, then on a day such as this it seems in no great hurry to arrive. However, an ever-hopeful nature has already set the sap to rising in the plane trees on Burke Street, and while they still stand naked like upended witches' brooms, a more careful examination will show that the ends of the most slender branches are tipped with tender green shoots. Where other cities might bemoan a rotten rainy day, Melbourne folk take a perverse pride in its weather, fondly imagining they share a climate with England, a place which, in the current nomenclature, they refer to as home. It is as if in their minds Australia is considered their temporal abode, while England remains the destination of the heart and the true home of the spirit. Because it is claimed Melbourne has 4 more days of rain a year than does London, its citizens think of themselves as somehow more English than the other cities, with Adelaide, home of the free settlers, perhaps the single exception. So ingrained is this premise that on a February day when the temperature is as likely to soar to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the better folk of Melbourne feign surprise. It is as though they feel it unfair that the weather should turn on them so. In the middle of a heat wave, a stout Melbourne grande dame taking afternoon tea in the new Myers shop in Burke Street, and dressed up to the nines in a gown she has sent to Paris to obtain, and wearing a fur appropriate to a London winter, may bat the air with a cheap Chinese paper fan and exclaim in a superior tone, "Whatever has become of the weather? It was never this hot when I was a gal." But even the rising temperature is accommodated to the myth of an Antipodean England. The top people in Melbourne compare the sweltering heat with their notion of an endless English summer, where larks fly in a high blue sky and brass bands play in rotundas on Sunday afternoons, in a park redolent with crocuses, bluebells, lilacs and daffodils. An England of quiet country pubs, cricket matches on the village green, and small boys fishing for sticklebacks in the local pond. This sense of Englishness has been carried even further, for unlike the impetuous higgledy-piggledy stumble and tumble of Sydney, nothing has been left to chance. It is a city meticulously laid out in neat squares, the streets and avenues straight and wide, with earnest clanking trams rattling self-importantly down the centre, and generously wide pavements which boast of the city's prosperity and sophisticated demeanour. This is a change brought about by the new wealth from Ballarat and Bendigo gold, which has turned the city John Batman founded into the financial capital of Australia. However, Melbourne in the old century was not a city to make its better-class citizens proud of their rapidly expanding metropolis, the stench of urine from the back lanes being one of the more ubiquitous characteristics of street life. The Burke Street East Theatre District was used every night by hundreds of theatre-goers and citizens of the night as a common urinal. After sunset, the stench and extent of the urine running into it and overflowing its gutters made the footpath almost impassable. The smell of horse dung in every street worthy of a name was omnipresent, while the generous dumpings of large herds of cattle and sheep regularly driven through the city added to the ordure. All said and done, it was a dirty but interesting place, with a street population of German brass bands, Italian organ grinders, French hurdy-gurdy performers and Hungarian musicians, hitching posts and horse troughs and hundreds of street stalls selling every manner of wares. As the sun set, there was a migration of coffee stalls into the centre of the city, their owners trundling the strange square boxes with funnels sticking out of the roofs and pitching them in a favourite spot, where with charcoal fires blazing they appeared transformed into a welcoming and well-lit coffee stall. Hawkers were everywhere, loud and declamatory, selling the latest ballads printed on long narrow pieces of paper, clipped to a stick they held above their heads. There were cockatoo hawkers selling caged birds, hawkers selling boiled sheep's trotters, small children selling flowers late into the night, and fruit and veggie men and women. Barrow loads of crayfish were sold at 6pence a pound raw weight, or for 3pence more they came ready to eat. From December to March, the fish season and the hottest time of the year, when the dusty streets were filled with peel and debris, human urine and horse and cattle shit, the city's stench reached a malodorous crescendo with the invasion by fish hawkers. These merchants of the sea used the horse troughs to clean their fish, dumping the fish guts into the gutter, and after the plugs were removed from their barrows, oyster shells, fish scales, fish heads and slimy water flowed over footpaths and clogged city gutters in a slushy effluvium tide that damn near brought its citizens to their knees. But the Melbourne of 1914 has sobered up and dressed its city fathers in dark broadcloth, top hats and spats, and the women from the better classes now dress in unseasonable furs and ill-chosen Parisian finery, and with pinkies pointed outwards, hold bone china cups of tea and mouth the vowels of England. Neat cast-iron urinals, exact copies of their Paris counterparts, dot the clean pavements, and the City Council has erected 5 underground conveniences with closet accommodation at 1 penny a time, should the requirement be to sit down, and an extra penny for a wash and brush. Males in a standing position facing the porcelain are not required to pay. Perhaps the best example of the now repentant Melbourne is its botanical gardens, designed to be precise and orderly by the German botanist Baron von Müller. It adorns the south side of the river and is pruned, mowed and dressed in oak and elm and festooned with the shrubs and blossoms to be found in England and Europe, with a token display of the parochial flora. Only the lazy, mustard-coloured Yarra, sidling unpretentiously by, is Australian, a laconic country cousin of a river, come to visit a rich, patronising and wealthy urban relative. Despite the cold and the wet, the crowd attending the military parade and now standing 3 deep in Spring Street remain cheerful. Waving little Union Jacks fixed to lolly sticks, their hearts beat collectively for England and the Empire. Someone with a half-respectable baritone voice and accompanied by a lone mouth organ starts to sing the words to the popular refrain, "Sons of Australia," and when it comes to the chorus, the crowd immediately in the vicinity of Parliament House joins in. For Britain, good old Britain, where our fathers first drew breath, we'll fight like true Australians, facing danger, wounds or death. With Britain's other gallant sons, we're going hand in hand. Our war cry, good old Britain, boys, our own dear motherland. They have come to cheer on their troops, who are marching off to war to fight in a quarrel Mother England helped to start, but one which their colonial sons neither bother to understand nor stop to think about. England calls and we answer are the proud words on most lips. Young lads, barely out of knee breeches, fake their age and grow unconvincingly post-pubescent moustaches, hoping to disguise their callow youth and pink unshaven cheeks in their eagerness to join the fray. They carry a collective sense of anxiety that they may miss the so-called grand picnic in Europe. The Age, the Truth and the Argus all agree it will be over by Christmas, with the German troublemakers taught a damn good lesson by the British Empire. Not only do the youth answer to the bugle call of the motherland. Boer War veterans, who should know better, blacken the greying roots of their hair with a diluted solution of bootblack. A wag in the letters column of The Age notes that never has bluey been so numerous on Melbourne's streets and in the queues outside the recruitment depots as older men rinse their hair with henna. They all want to join in the mad scramble to fight for a cause more stupid, pointless, morally reprehensible than any in the long, quarrelsome history of mankind. This is a war instigated by pompous German generals with waxed and curled mustachios and their British and French counterparts, who but for the colour and insignia on their uniforms can barely be told apart. Self-important old men, accredited diplomats and posturing politicians talk of peace and reconciliation, while secretly itching to get on with it. In the weeks leading to the assassination in Sarajevo of Franz Ferdinand, the Archduke of Austria, they make and break alliances almost as regularly as the sounds of popping champagne corks are heard in their embassies, whenever they celebrate meaningless diplomatic and political initiatives. Some of these barely last longer than the fizz in the champagne they drink in their toasts to peace. Eventually, with the arcane dialogue exhausted, the pointless assassination of the Archduke gives them all an excuse to declare war. Citing insults more imagined than real as the reasons for taking up arms against each other, these pompous and vainglorious old men have their tailors fit military tunics to accommodate their paunches. If asked, their collective wives, bringing a little common sense to bear, could have resolved the shambles in a peaceful afternoon around the kitchen table. The finest, the very best we have to give of our young blood, our tall, strong colonial sons, will fight for an England they, nor their parents, nor their grandparents, have ever visited. For some, the last of their forebears to see England had left its shores on a stinking rat-infested convict ship, to arrive in Australia cowed and beaten. Now, on this cold and windy September day, to a rousing march played by the bands of the 1st Australian Division, together with the 3rd Light Horse Regiment, their 4th-generation descendants wave to their precious sons and brothers, who in this passing-out parade each received the imprimatur of trained fighting man.
CD 6.
David Solomon and his son, Sir Abraham, sit among the dignitaries on the apron directly above the first set of steps of Parliament House, some 8 feet above the crowd. David, 94 years old, is almost blind and somewhat deaf, a frail old man who must be transported in a wheelchair. Nevertheless, he enjoys the full use of his mental faculties, which are mostly employed in voluble cussing and being curmudgeonly. It has been a decade or more since he was last heard to say a good word for anyone, with the exception of his grandson, Joshua. He turns stiff-necked to his son and declares,
"Is that the band I hear?"
"Yes, father, won't be long now," Sir Abraham answers, sensing his growing impatience.
"What's the time?"
Abraham withdraws his half-hunter from his waistcoat pocket and reads the time out loud.
20 minutes past 11, give or take 30 seconds of the clock, father. "They're late. Should have passed by at 11. It's too damn cold to be sitting around."
The old man turns to face in the direction of the Governor-General, standing on the pavement below the steps, with Major General Bridges and members of the General Staff. They wait to take the General salute.
"Sloppy work! By golly, we won't win the war this way!"
he shouts down at their backs. The Governor-General turns towards David.
"Not you, sir, that fat army chappie in the uniform next to you."
He points an accusing finger at Major General Bridges, a man with a high colour and a distinctly bellicose look about him.
"Your troops, aren't they? Should be on time. Not good enough by half."
The General is clearly taken aback and turns and points at David Solomon.
"Who is this man?"
he shouts up at the Governor-General, who is also in the front row of the seated dignitaries. Then, without waiting for an answer, he turns back to David.
"Sir, you insult me!"
Despite the noise from the street below and the rapidly approaching band, the silence on the podium is palpable. Most of those present know David Solomon is notorious for his plain speaking, an old man who doesn't give a fig for the good opinions of others, and with the increasing loss of his sight, most are aware of his irascibility.
"I demand an apology!"
Major General Bridges barks, for the band is now less than 50 yards away, and the cheering of the crowd has greatly increased. David, feigning a deafness of convenience, turns to his son and shouts,
"Hey? What he say?"
Abraham leans close to the old man's ear.
"He wants you to apologize, father. We must."
He is visibly embarrassed and now takes it upon himself to rise and face the officer. Attempting an awkward little bow, he shouts,
"Sir, we apologize most profusely. No insult intended, none at all, I'm sure."
He smiles weakly.
"The cold, General. My father is a very old man and is rheumatic."
Major General Bridges, only slightly mollified, turns away. The band is almost upon them, and he must take the salute with the Governor-General, who has already risen and taken his place on the steps.
"Father, you go too far," Abraham remonstrates. "You will need to apologize officially."
David casts an angry look at his son.
"Apologize? What for?"
Abraham sighs.
"Just don't say anything more, please, father." "It's too bloody cold. I'm freezing me knackers off. How much longer must we all sit here because of his damned incompetence?"
David now says, but the band is upon them, and only Abraham hears him. He knows David will continue the altercation with the General just as soon as he can make himself heard again.
"Father, you will do Joshua a disservice,"
Abraham shouts into David Solomon's ear. His only hope is to scare the old man into silence, with the notion that his precious grandson's carefully planned career in the army might be affected by his rudeness to the general. He knows David will do almost anything to protect Joshua from coming to any harm in the war. David sniffs and jerks his head backwards as though to refute this notion, but Abraham knows he has won and lets out a sigh of relief. He will send the military man an abject note of apology, accompanied by a box of Cuban cigars, and once again plead the weather, his father's extreme age, and his non-existent rheumatic condition and decrepitude. Sir Abraham Solomon is a deeply conservative man, deficient in imagination but meticulous in business procedure, and placid enough to have always taken his directions from his mercurial father. Confrontation is not a large part of his character, and Abraham, unlike his own son Joshua, both fears and dislikes his father. Often brought to the verge of despair by the old man's unreasonableness, he secretly wishes the miserable old bastard would die, thinking him at least 20 years overdue for the plain pine coffin. Both he and Joshua have spent their lives attempting to please the old man, but with quite different results. David dotes on his grandson Joshua, who can do no wrong in his eyes, while he thinks Abraham, at very best, is an unimaginative plodder with an honest bookkeeper's mind, not at all the sort to advance the Solomon fortunes. Abraham has spent his life trying to make David proud of him. A naturally shy and retiring man with a passion for racing pigeons, he has, at David's instigation, been Lord Mayor, received a knighthood in 1910, and is now the Grand Master of Melbourne's secret order of free and accepted Masons. These are all positions which David has himself secretly coveted, but has made no attempt to achieve. Despite his enormous wealth, David Solomon is aware of his lack of education and the social graces required for public office. His bravado and brusque manner in public are an attempt to conceal a deep-seated insecurity and sense of inferiority he has felt since his early childhood. He is secretive by nature and not at all gregarious, mostly for fear that despite his wealth he might be exposed and humiliated, as so often happened to him in his childhood. So Abraham, who has been properly educated in the manners of society, has been forced by the old man to play what is essentially a surrogate role, with his ambitious father calling the shots behind the scenes, and taking advantage of the opportunities his son's public persona and position affords Solomon and Tekelman. As a consequence, Abraham has very little sense of his own worth. All his achievements have been reluctant, undertaken only to please the cantankerous old man seated beside him. He is aware that money, placed in the right places and in the right hands, has been the primary reason for his progress in civic affairs. As his father so often says, "Money will buy you everything, son, except love. The currency of love is soon spent, but the money it will cost you never ends." It is one of David's more benign sayings. As the Mayor of Melbourne, Sir Abraham had the personal satisfaction of having the Solomon family endow the city with a plot of land in St Kilda Road for civic purposes and to finance a new wing for the public library. This sort of largesse could never have emanated from David himself, but Abraham was able to convince his father that the goodwill of Solomon and Tekelman Holdings was at stake. Finally, when it was proposed that the new library wing be named the David Solomon Wing, he agreed, even though he had always thought it a crime to educate the masses. The endowment to the library in particular was a quiet source of amusement to Abraham, and perhaps the closest he would ever come to avenging himself for the hundreds of humiliations he had suffered at the old man's hands. David Solomon had never read a book in his life, constantly chastising Abraham as a child for doing so. If it had not been for the protection of his mother, Rebecca, his father would have denied him the pleasure of books, believing they softened the mind. To David, education meant sending his son to the right school, where he would meet the right people and learn the right manners, so as to be accepted within Melbourne's polite society. It never occurred to him to equate Abraham's education with intellectual progress. Business was all that interested David, and he accepted the responsibility of teaching Abraham this himself. In fact, he would later blame his son's conservative business habits and lack of a killer instinct on too much education. "Too many bloody books when you were a child, that's the problem with you, my boy." Abraham's career as a Freemason was much more to David's taste. While he himself did not join, He liked the idea of a secret society of men who scratched each other's backs and who covertly agreed not to witness against each other in a court of law. He quickly realized how this might be to his advantage, happily accepting that the price of Abraham's elevation was the unspoken promise to employ only Freemasons within the family's vast enterprises. This meant well over 2,000 jobs went to the secret brotherhood, which excluded Catholics from its membership. This suited David too, for he loathed the Irish papists with a fierce and abiding hate. His mother's de facto husband, George Madden, was an Irish Catholic who had treated David and his 3 siblings, Anne, Sarah and Mark, with a singular disdain, and often enough had beaten them, or as a punishment for some imagined misdemeanour, made them go without food for 3 days. "You English made the Irish starve, boy. Now you can do the same," he'd say. David had never forgiven the man, blaming his race and religion for their childhood suffering. Abraham is aware that his father sees him as a far from adequate replacement at the helm of the giant brewing, timber, pastoral and business empire. He knows that he is at best the temporary standard-bearer, while Joshua is being groomed for the job of ultimately running Solomon and Tekelman Holdings. Far from resenting his caretaker role, he looks forward to the time when he can hand over to his son, and he can get on with his life, free from the restraints of business. The only office he cherishes is that of the president of the Pigeon Racing Association of Victoria. Furthermore, he blames his wife Elizabeth's drinking on himself, and anticipates a time when he will be able to give her sufficient attention. With his heart still pounding from witnessing the contretemps between David and the Major General, Abraham folds his arms tightly across his chest in an attempt to crush the anxiety he feels in his gut. The band is almost upon them, with the brass and drums crashing about his ears. Abraham prepares to alert his father that the 4th Australian Light Horse follows. The clopping of 546 horses on the macadam surface of the street, and the jangle of their brasses as the mounted troopers move up to take the salute, now almost completely drowns out the departing band. Joshua will be the officer riding ahead of the 3rd Squadron. "Is he here yet?" the near-blind David cries, grabbing his son's arm. In the din and the cheering of the excited crowd, it is impossible to hear him, and besides, Abraham has previously agreed he will tap his father on the shoulder when Joshua's troop appears. David's bony fingers are surprisingly strong as they dig deep into the flesh of his son's upper arm. Abraham sees that the old man's mouth is spit-flecked with anxiety at the thought of not being ready when his grandson passes by. Joshua's troop rides into sight, and Abraham taps David on the shoulder, whereupon the old man brings his hand up to his forehead in a salute intended to be rigid, though his hand trembles so that the tips of his fingers set his ear to vibrating. Abraham sees that the old man is crying, and he reaches into his pocket for his handkerchief to hand to him when Joshua's squadron has passed by. Directly across the street from where the general is taking the salute, black as the devil himself and towering head and shoulders above the crowd, is the magnificent Hawk. He is unseen by David Solomon, but his presence with Victoria is quietly noted by Abraham. During a lifetime of malice and greed, most of it in the name of sound business practice, David has acquired a legion of enemies who would happily slit his throat if they thought they could get away with it. These men, with perhaps 1 or 2 exceptions, do not cause David to lose a moment's sleep. On the other hand, David's personal hatred for the giant black man is beyond the sum of all the others. Abraham decides his father has caused sufficient trouble for one day. Somewhat stooped, at 73, Hawk still stands near 7 feet tall, with a snow-white crop of woolly hair and the Maori Moko markings on his proud and handsome face. He provides a natural curiosity for the crowd, who try not to stare too blatantly, but occasionally steal furtive glances in his direction. The smaller children have no such reservations, and they gawk unashamedly, clutching the hems of their mothers' dresses until they are pulled away and turned about face to witness the ongoing parade. Standing beside Hawk, her small white hand in his great black fist, is Victoria, Tomo's granddaughter, who now lives with him in Melbourne. He brought her over from New Norfolk at the age of 18 to further her education. She is a handsome young woman of 25, who has served her articles and passed the solicitor's examination, but who does not possess or even wish to embrace the restrained manners expected of a girl of her social class and wealth. Victoria jumps up and down in excitement, showing her slim ankles, and every once in a while a daring glimpse of calf as the mounted troopers finally pass, and the companies of foot soldiers hove into view, their band playing the popular Skipper Francis anthem, Australia Will Be There. Among them, in the 3rd platoon from the front, is her brother Ben, whom she adores with all the considerable love she can pack into a naturally generous heart. She has observed Joshua riding by, sitting tall in the saddle and ramrod straight and as dashing as can be, with blue eyes and blonde hair, the latter inherited from his mother, Elizabeth. Victoria thinks of him as a cousin, though of course he is not a relation, and her heart skips a beat at how very handsome he is in his jodhpurs and trim tunic, with the polished leather of his Sam Brown belt. She is aware of the enmity between the two Solomon clans, but as Hawke has never dwelt on it, nor fully explained its reasons, it has not assumed any importance in her mind, and she feels free to admire the young officer on the big chestnut stallion. For an instant Victoria regrets that Ben, a magnificent horseman, hasn't joined the Australian Light Horse, but has chosen instead to become a foot soldier so that he can be with his mates. She can see Ben in Joshua's place, every bit as handsome, though darker where his Maori blood comes through, a little shorter and bigger around the shoulders, and altogether stronger looking. Whereas Joshua looks like an illustration of a British officer in Boy's Own Annual, Ben has a physical hardness about him that comes from working with his hands on the land, where he has spent the last 8 years of his life, latterly in charge of the company's hop and barley farms and pastoral properties. Although a uniform sits well enough on his strong frame, it somehow looks temporary. Ben is his own man, and no institution is likely to transform him into anonymous cannon fodder. While Joshua will gain his authority from his status as an officer, the 26-year-old Ben needs no rank to make men defer to him. He has been appointed a sergeant not because he marches any better or shoots straighter, or has, for that matter, any more experience at the business of waging war. Ben is their sergeant because they want to go to war with him at their side. Though he is enlisted in Tasmania and will rejoin his regiment before it leaves Australian shores, he has come to Broadmeadows, the Victorian military camp, to attend a special weapons training course, and so is today acting as the sergeant of a Victorian infantry platoon. It is a most fortuitous situation, as Hawke and Victoria would otherwise have been forced to take the overnight boat to Hobart to farewell him. The clatter of horses' hooves begins to fade as the Australian Light Horse passes, and the infantry brigade are now upon them, the men marching proudly, their chins slightly raised, boots striking the surface of the road, setting up a sharp rhythmic cadence, the bayonets fixed to their rifles, gleaming against the leaden sky, and their heads turned to the eyes' right position to salute the Governor-General. Hawke is consumed by pride as Ben's platoon approaches them, though at the same time silent tears run down his great cheeks. He has no romantic illusions about the war Tomo's grandson is marching off to fight. He has seen men kill men before in the Maori Wars, and has learnt that there is no glory to be found in the slaughter of humans. His heart is filled with trepidation for the lad he thinks of as his own grandson, and loves with all his heart. Victoria also weeps, but rather more from excitement, for she has no sense of Ben's being in danger. Her brother has held her hand since she was a baby, and no matter what childish disaster they faced, she always knew he would bring them through it with a self-deprecating grin and a pat on the head. Now, after showing the Germans who is the boss, he'll return to her unscathed, and with that same crooked big smile on his silly gob. They'll all be together again, Grandpa Hawke, Ben and herself. All that is left of the disparate little family Mary Abacus gathered around her during her long life. Hawke hasn't told Victoria that earlier this very morning he has come away from the Sisters of Charity Hospice for Women in St Kilda, where for several weeks he has been watching over a dying Hinetitama. In the inside pocket of his white linen jacket he holds her will, in which she, of sound mind, and in front of a Justice of the Peace, the Mother Superior, Sister Angeline, and the parish priest, Father Anthony Crosby, has given her proxy to Hawke, making him the trustee for the 10% share Ben and Victoria will now own in the giant Solomon and Teakleman Company. The voting rights on this 10%, which have been unavailable to Hawke for the 21 years Hinetitama has been away, are the difference between his side controlling a majority shareholding in Solomon and Teakleman, or David and his son doing so. Hawke promised Tomo on his deathbed that he would always care for his daughter, but when he took the boat back to Hobart in response to Anne's telegram, he arrived to find that Hinetitama had absconded. In a state of shock, he listened while Anne told him the story of how Hinetitama had taken up singing with Tekelman and was nightly to be seen drunk in one or another of the pubs around the waterfront until she was the laughingstock of the town. She told how Tekelman, in the middle of one of his famous skolls, that is, the drinking down of a pint of ale in a bout with another drinker, a competition in which he had never been beaten, suddenly dropped the tankard of ale and clasped his hands to his chest, collapsing to his knees. He was dead from a sudden and massive heart attack before his forehead struck the wooden floor. Without the giant Dutchman to take her home when she looked like making a fool of herself, and despite Anne's efforts to dissuade her, Hinetitama had been on a continual binge almost from the moment Tekelman had died. Like all alcoholics, the single glass of gin placed in her hands by the nefarious Isaac Blundstone had been the beginning of her undoing. Told, in a moment of sobriety, by Anne that Hawke was returning to Hobart, she'd that very night packed a few things into a canvas bag and disappeared. Hawke arrived in Hobart on the overnight steamer to discover that she was last seen in the drunken company of Captain Ben Blackbird Smithers of the Windjammer, the Fair Wind, one of the sailing ships still plying between the island and the mainland. Smithers, a former captain of a whaling ship, was notorious as a blackbirder, plundering the islands in the 70s and early 80s, kidnapping Kanakas and bringing them to Queensland to work in the cane fields. He was never apprehended, and like Tekelman, is a drunk and a thorough scoundrel. From that moment, Hawke searched Australia and New Zealand, even sending detectives to Canada, the new Dominion of South Africa, and the United States of America, but to no avail. Somehow, Hinetitama managed to evade him. Just before her disappearance, Hawke had concluded the deal with David and Abraham Solomon, which relied on her shares and proxy in the new conglomerate for him to be chairman. Unable to utilise her 10% shareholding, he lost his voting majority in Solomon and Tekelman, giving David and Abraham control of the giant enterprise. When David became chairman, he immediately removed Hawke from the potato factory, and Hawke was reduced to being no more than a large shareholder. Despite his untimely demise, Hawke never sought to find Hinetitama simply to regain her proxy, but because he was guilt-stricken, forced by her absence to break what he considered his sacred word to his twin, Tomo. That is, until he received a note from the Mother Superior of the Sisters of Charity Hospice in St Kilda. The Sisters of Charity Hospice for Women, St Kilda, 14th of August, 1914. Dear Mr. Solomon, Sir, it is with some hesitation that I write to you. However, after prayer, I am convinced that I have no choice in the matter, and so I crave your indulgence. In recent weeks, there has come into our hospice a half-caste woman, suffering from delirium tremens, malnutrition and cirrhosis of the liver, in all, an advanced state of alcoholism, from which the doctor does not believe she will recover. She answers to the name of Mary Gibbons, but says that her true identity is Hinetitama Solomon. I hasten to add that information obtained from alcoholics is usually not to be relied upon, except in the case of Mary Gibbons, at such times when her mind is clear. She persists in asking that we contact you as a matter of urgency. It is not usual for someone in her condition to retain such a persistent and consistent obsession, and so I am forced to conclude that it may have some validity. Sir, we do not believe that God will grant Mary much longer on this earth. If this poor demented soul has had any connection with you in the past, then I can only hope and pray that you will see it in your heart to grant her final wish some priority. I remain yours, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Angeline Denmead, Mother Superior, Sisters of Charity. Upon receiving the letter, Hawke makes the messenger boy wait, and immediately pens a letter to the Mother Superior, thanking her for the information and urging her to give her patient all the medical attention she needs without regard to the costs involved. He adds that she is to be given a private room if such exists, and asks Sister Angeline to assure Mary Gibbons that he will visit the hospice that very afternoon. With a penny in his pocket for his trouble, and the letter placed under his greasy cap for safekeeping, the lad runs off. Hawke arrives to discover that Mary Gibbons is once again in a state of delirium. He is to wait almost 2 days before she recovers sufficiently to see him. He takes lodgings at a bug-ridden boarding house across the road. leaving instructions with the sisters at the hospice that he is to be called at any time during the day or night when she comes out of her delirium. Close to midnight 2 days later, Hawke is finally summoned to the bedside of Mary Gibbons. A nun carrying a hurricane lantern leads him through the darkened ward to her bedside. She hangs the lamp on a hook suspended from the ceiling, and without a further word leaves him alone with Tomo's daughter. The lantern throws a circle of yellow light over the bed, and Hawke sees immediately that the emaciated old hag lying in the bed bears no resemblance whatsoever to the beautiful woman who forsook her 2 children all those years ago. But he knows almost at once that it is Hinetitama in the bed. On her face she carries the distinctive Moko markings of her Ngāti Hoa tribe, and attached to a cheap metal chain about her scrawny neck and resting on the coarse material of her cotton nightgown is Tomo's greenstone tiki. Hinetitama is now 54, though she appears to be at least 20 years older. She has always been small, taking her size from Tomo rather than her Maori ancestors. But now she seems diminutive, a tiny wreck of a woman, her unkempt hair white and her face deeply wrinkled. Her dark eyes are sunk into her skull, though Hawke sees at once that they are clear and follow him closely as he bends over to look into her face. She is toothless and repeatedly smacks her gums together, her once elegant Maori nose and the point of her chin almost touching to give her the appearance of an old crone. Hinetitama lifts her right hand slightly to acknowledge his approach, but it trembles beyond her control and falls back to her side.
Hello, Uncle Hawke, she cackles.
Oh, my dear, what has become of you?
Hawke cries, at once overcome. Tears appear instantly, and he reaches for his handkerchief to brush them away.
Hinetitama, what have I done to you?
He cries again in anguish.
Nothing, Uncle. I done it all myself. I could never learn to behave myself. I were always a bad un.
Hawke takes her tiny claw in his hand. Her nails are chipped and broken, and while the nuns have scrubbed them clean, the brown tobacco stains remain on the first and middle fingers of her right hand.
I searched so hard to find you. However did you escape me?
Yeah, I know that well enough. Always some bugger sniffing about, asking questions, promising rewards.
Her eyes light up and she raises her head from her pillow. Hawke sees there is still a spark of defiance in them.
But you didn't get me, did you?
She falls back exhausted.
Nah, it wouldn't have worked out. It were best I left the young'uns to you, Uncle. I was never going to be a good mother to them.
But, my dear girl, you left everything behind, the most fortunate life. You had so much to live for. Mary's shares made you a wealthy woman. Why did you not come back to claim them?
Hinetitama sighs.
Oh, them shares. They's for the brats. Had to be something good coming to them 2 little uns.
She closes her eyes, too exhausted to continue. Then in a voice not much above a whisper, asks,
How'd they turn out, them 2?
Hawke tells her about Ben and Victoria, though there is no sign that she is listening or even still conscious. Finally, at the insistence of the nun on night duty, he leaves in the early hours of the morning with instructions that he is to be called the moment Hinetitama is again lucid. Over the next week he returns home to dinner each night and leaves soon after, giving Victoria the excuse that he has business which must be conducted at night, and continues until too late to return home, which in a sense is the truth. Apart from the occasions when they are allowed to visit Ben, he remains at the boarding house, and whenever his niece has an hour or so of clarity, he visits her. Hawke slowly begins to piece together her life, though Hinetitama's mind is too far gone for him to get anything but a sense of her misery and the terribly hard life of a woman who lives rough and cannot get through a day without a black bottle cradled in her arms. To an alcoholic, one day is much the same as another, one place as good as another, and the abuse of every kind a poor, drunken woman suffers at the hands of men doesn't alter. She had been abandoned in Cape Town by the nefarious Blackbird Smithers, and drifted into a life as a sometime chanteuse, though her drinking made her unreliable as a singer, and this soon became a euphemism for practicing the oldest profession in the world. She'd lived in District 6, once the Malay slave quarter, now inhabited by their descendants, who had become a mixture of the many races of Africa, and who were known as Cape Coloureds, a people thought to be neither black nor white, and so alienated from either extreme. District 6 is its own private world. In some parts it is still a respectable Muslim community, but in others it has become a notorious slum, where violence is commonplace and Cape brandy the standard fare for its people. Tucked into a fold on the slopes of Table Mountain, the folk who lived there trusted no authority, kept their own counsel, and solved their own problems. Hine Titama, in the guise of Mary Gibbons, was as safe from discovery and the prying inquiries of any detective under Hawke's instructions as it might be possible had she disappeared into the depths of China. Starting to cough blood and thinking she was dying, she had somehow managed to persuade the captain of a Russian whaling ship bound for Melbourne, and thereafter to hunting the whale in the Pacific, to give her passage back to Australia. Gradually Hawke begins to talk to her about her will, and makes her see what she must do to ensure her shares in Solomon and Teakelman go to her children.
"It's the one decent thing I done them,"
she says over and over.
"The one decent thing."
Hawke tries to persuade her to see Ben and Victoria, and tells her that Ben is going off to the war in Europe. But Hine Titama won't be persuaded.
"Nah, they don't want to see me. An old woman what's a derro? I'd be ashamed myself, them two seeing me like this."
Despite Hawke's pleas, she is unmoved. The old stubbornness inherited from Tomo is still there. He'd seen the same willfulness emerge in the next generation, when Victoria, as a child, would stamp her tiny foot and yell at her nanny, "I won't, and you can't make me," after which no amount of admonishment or punishment would prevail against her. Now, as a young woman, Tomo's granddaughter is equally certain of what she believes, and while of an altogether sweet nature, she is not easily dissuaded once she determines upon a course of action. Ben, thankfully, is too easy-going to get into a bind about almost anything, but with Hine Titama's shares and her proxy safely in his pocket, Hawke knows that the cheerful Ben will not lead the family in the next generation, that he has neither the desire nor the kind of intellect to do so. Victoria, as Mary had claimed from the outset, has the brilliance and the willpower, and yes, the sheer stubbornness required to eventually run Solomon and Teakelman. Hawke reassures himself that Victoria, with her good looks and the wealth she will bring as her dowry, will find herself a good accommodating husband, and that this may somewhat soften her nature. Perhaps she will even marry someone capable of sharing in the running of the giant enterprise Solomon and Teakelman. In the meantime, he must keep Abraham as chairman, for he has served the company well, and Hawke bears him no animosity, knowing that his demise is entirely the work of David. Even though his father has been retired since the advent of Federation, Abraham is still unable to go against the old man's will.
"What will you tell them kids about me?"
Hine Titama on one occasion asks him. Hawke smiles.
"I told them how beautiful you were. A Maori princess, with a voice that could charm the birds out of the sky."
Hine Titama smiles.
"I could sing good. It's the one thing I had going for me."
Then she sighs.
"But the grog and tobacco took it away, like everything else."
Hawke continues, recalling the lovely young girl he once knew.
"I told them how when I visited you each year in New Zealand, we would go for long walks in the forests, and like your mother, you could imitate the birdsong of every species, and that you knew all the names of the trees and the plants of the forest, and the flowers in the meadows and along the river banks. How even at the age of 10 you could set an eel trap, or weave a flax mat or a fruit basket, and cook me a nice fish dinner."
Hawke sighs.
"You were an enchanted child, Hine Titama.
always singing and laughing and up to some sort of mischief.
What you tell them, the brats? Why I left them, eh?
Hinetitima asks suddenly. I said that you were a songbird and couldn't stay in one place for long, that you wanted to sing to all the world, and that with some people it is wrong to try to clip their wings and keep them in a cage. Hinetitima squints up at him.
And they bought that shit?
Hawk laughs. At first, when they were kids. Later, they just accepted you were gone from their lives. Hawk did not tell her that when Ben and Victoria grew older and asked him about their mother, he had been forced to tell them the truth, that she was wild and willful and drinking heavily, and simply couldn't abide the constraints placed upon her in the narrow Hobart society. That Victoria, in particular, is not the sort who can be fobbed off with a fairy tale forever. He thinks how sometimes, much to his embarrassment, she says to him, "Now I want the truth, Grandpa Hawk. Don't tell me any cock and bull story." Hinetitima smiles wistfully as Hawk talks. Then she sighs and says,
Let it be, Uncle. Let them think of me like what you said. I could sing too, she repeats. It was the one thing I've done good.
She attempts to sit up, struggling to get her head off the pillow, but she lacks the strength, and Hawk calls to a nun for help. The nun brings Hinetitima to a seated position in the bed, and continues to prop her upright, as there are no pillows with which to do so.
What is it, dearie? The nun asks.
Hinetitima doesn't reply, and Hawk watches as she slowly brings her hand up to her neck, her trembling fingers plucking at the skin, searching for the chain which hangs about it. Finally she locates it, and pulls at it to reveal Tomo's little green tiki from under her nightdress.
Take it. Give it to the boy. God knows it's done me no good, but it's kept me alive. I suppose that's something, eh? Maybe it'll do the same for him. I wore it 'cause me daddy left it to me. But a tiki is not a thing for a woman to wear.
She touches the little green idol.
Take it off, sister.
Then looking up at Hawk, she repeats,
Give it to the boy. Tell him it were his grandfather's, and now it's his own good luck.
Now, standing in Spring Street amongst the cheering crowd, waiting for Ben's platoon to march past, Hawk decides not to tell Victoria about finding her mother. The gift of the tiki amulet has taken place 2 days before the parade by special permission of Ben's company commander, Major Sayers. Ben is expecting to return to Tasmania to rejoin his regiment as soon as possible after the passing out parade, and they may not otherwise have been given the opportunity to say their goodbyes to him. Ben has completed his special weapons training course, which involves in the main the Vickers machine gun, but he has as well been trained in the machine guns of the Allies, those of the Japanese, the Belgian Browning and the French Hotchkiss. He has acquitted himself well, and has also during his time taken control of training a platoon at Broadmeadows, and Major Sayers has made it known that he is most reluctant to lose him. "It was your grandfather's, Ben," Hawk says hesitantly, not knowing how Ben will take the gift of the tiki, perhaps thinking it is a piece of jewellery a milksop might wear. "I want you to wear it and never take it off." He doesn't explain any further, and Ben, somewhat bemused, puts the tiki about his neck. "Dunno if they'll allow me to wear it, Grandpa," he says a little sheepishly. Victoria laughs at her brother's apparent chagrin. "Oh, but it's so handsome." She steps closer to her brother and takes the tiki in her hand. "It's a fat little man, such a pretty green colour too." "It's the Maori god, Tiki, the creator of life, and as he is said to have created all life, he is opposed to killing. It was given to Tomo by the Tohunga, the Maori priests, who first asked the permission of the ancestors. It will protect you," Hawk says. "I should so like one, just like it," she exclaims. "If it belonged to our grandfather, it's bound to be good luck. You must wear it always, Ben." Hawk laughs. It is not an amulet to be worn by a woman, Victoria. Tiki is sometimes thought to be the creation of Tane, a female god, who some say was the real creator of life, and that Tiki is the male... He clears his throat. Penis. Victoria blushes, but then quickly recovers.
So that's where all the trouble started, is it?
Now holding Victoria's hand in the crowd, Hawke thinks back on Victoria's innocent remark that the tiki was bound to bring good luck. Good luck was never a commodity in abundance in Tomo's life, nor in his own for that matter. With the melancholy he feels at Ben's leaving, he begins to reflect on how almost everything he seems to have attempted has in some way or another failed, or at the very least been a source of bitter disappointment to him. He has tried to be a good and honest man, yet those he loved the most he seems to have let down. He thinks about his beloved twin, Tomo, and of his failure to rescue him when he returned from the wilderness, tormented, mistrustful and broken in spirit. A 14-year-old drunk, mortally afraid of the mongrels, the spectre of whom continued to haunt him all his life, until finally he chopped off their collective heads in one horrific incident when he avenged the death of Maggie Pye. With Hinetitama's proxy votes now in his possession, this one thing at least Hawke thinks he may be able to rectify. That is, if he should live sufficiently long to train Victoria to take control of Solomon and Tekelman, with Ben there to support her against Joshua, who has always believed that he will inherit the vast conglomerate. A sense of overwhelming panic suddenly grips him. If Ben does not return, what will happen to his beloved granddaughter, Victoria? She has none of the cunning or the guile or even the knowledge to survive against Hannah Solomon's rapacious descendants. Hawke knows with a deep certainty that David's side, even with the evil old man gone, will somehow contrive to crush Victoria, to steal what Mary Abacus and he have left her. Hawke can barely embrace the thought of this final failure. He suddenly feels older, much older than the 73 years he has lived. His free hand moves to the inside pocket of his linen jacket, and his fingers touch Hinetitama's last will and testament. "Oh God, please let me be doing the right thing this time," he groans to himself. Ben's platoon is suddenly upon them, and Victoria squeals with delight when Ben, instead of his head and eyes directed to the right in a salute to the general, has turned them towards Victoria and Hawke. And while his hand has been brought up to slap his rifle stock in the traditional salute, his thumb wiggles in a gesture of recognition, and there is a great grin on his gob. A month after the parade, they will go down to Port Melbourne to see him sailing off to King George Sound at Albany, Western Australia, prior to departing overseas in a convoy. But Victoria will ever remember this moment, with the band playing Sons of Australia, and her brother's thumb saluting them. Victoria delights in the sight of her brother, the ever-cheerful, ever-optimistic Ben, marching off to war to put the Germans in their place. She is suddenly aware of being lifted as Hawke, ignoring propriety, grips her under the arms and raises her high above the crowd so that she might be clearly seen by her darling brother. After the passing out parade, they are unable to find a hansom cab, or an even rarer commodity, a motor-driven taxicab, and so return home in the tram, where they are packed like sardines in a can with weary folk, their damp clothes steaming in the hot tramcar, carrying sleeping children, returning from the parade. Hawke must bend his head awkwardly to avoid bumping it against the roof, and he is grateful when at last they arrive at their stop and are able to walk the short distance to their home. Victoria, who has hardly spoken a word on the short walk home from the tram stop, pleads a headache from the passing out parade and goes directly to her room. After the excitement of the parade, she is suddenly deeply depressed at the prospect of losing her brother without knowing when or whether she will ever see him again. A short while later, Hawke, thinking to ask her if she'd care for a cup of tea, pauses at her bedroom door, and then turns back at the sound of the broken-hearted sobbing coming from within. Somewhat heavy-hearted himself, he retires to his study, where shortly afterwards Martha Billings, his housekeeper, comes to inform him that a lad has arrived from the hospice, and presents him with the letter the boy has delivered.
"Will there be a reply? Shall I keep the boy waiting, sir?" she asks.
Hawke nods, tearing open the envelope absently. "Make him a sandwich, Mrs. Billings, and give him a cup of tea. If he's the same lad as before, he'll take some filling. He's a lanky lad, but thin as a rake."
They all looks the same to me, dirty, smelly and cheeky and always bleeding hungry, Mrs. Billings says. Then, ignoring the fact that Hawke is now reading the letter, she continues. Will you and Miss Victoria be in to tea? Again, she doesn't wait for a reply. There's only cold cuts, mind. What with all them going off in the parade, Mr. McCarthy's son, Johnny, like our Ben, is also off to fight the Germans. So without so much as a by your leave, he closes the butcher's shop and trots off in his Sunday best, to see him march in front of the blooming governor himself.
That's all right, Mrs. Billings. Cold cuts with a bit of mustard pickle will be just fine.
It's not my fault you ain't got a nice roast tonight. Wait till I see him. I'll give him a piece of me mind.
Hawke completes reading the letter and looks up at the old family retainer he inherited from Mary and then from Anne Solomon. Martha Billings is one of the many children Mary rescued from the orphan school and employed. Although young Billings was no different to most of them, hungry with a cough and perpetually running nose, Mary started her in the home and not the brewery. She commenced her employment as a scullery maid, and finally, when Mrs. Briggs passed on, took over as Hawke cook. A year later, Anne died, and Hawke, who could not bear to remain in Hobart with the potato factory no longer under his control, brought the plump and perpetually prattling, always complaining Mrs. Billings as cook and housekeeper to Melbourne. As far as Hawke knew, Martha Billings had always been a spinster, but Mary, who refused to have a butler, insisted that a cook needed authority over the other servants, and so ought to be a Mrs. She simply expunged Mrs. Briggs's spinsterhood. Hawke assumed that Martha Billings had continued this tradition, and he never questioned her about her marital status. Over time, Mrs. Billings had become so accustomed to this gratuitous addition that whenever she feels sorry for herself, which is frequently, she thinks of herself as a poor widow. At such times, the man in her imagination is Mortimer, a partner of fanciful character who combines humour, manliness, morals, conscience and kindness with generosity, intelligence and a religious conviction. All of these attributes are of such a high standard that they are well beyond the aspirations of any male who ever lived. This proves to be a good thing, for Mrs. Billings has very little admiration for the living members of the opposite sex, who, as far as she is concerned, spill food on the damask table linen and walk into her parlour with mud on their boots. Both crimes are in her mind worthy of the severest whipping, if not a lot worse. Careful not to be seen as potty by her peer group, she only talks about her phantasmagorical husband to Sardine, a tabby of no particular breeding, who sleeps 18 hours a day and will only eat minced lamb and gravy or a nice bit of raw snapper. That is, if she can wheedle a fresh one out of Cox the fishmonger, whom she trusts about as far as she can throw one of the sharks, the flesh of which she suspects he substitutes for blue cod. She has lately taken up seeing a part-time clairvoyant, an Irish woman who calls herself Princess Salome, her alter ego when she's practising her gift of the sight, but in the Daily Domestic answers to the name of Mrs. Bridget Maloney and works as a filleter at the fish markets. Bridget Maloney, alias Princess Salome, told Mrs. Billings about Cox's shark substitution and so won her trust forever. That and the fact that Princess Salome demanded the head of John the Baptist on a platter and so obviously shared her deep distrust of men. She could quite clearly imagine John the Baptist coming in from the desert, filthy dirty, his great clodhoppers traipsing dirt around the palace and spilling his food all over King Herod's clean tablecloth. A beheading was a small price to pay in Mrs. Billings' estimation. Mrs. Billings is invited by Bridget Maloney to a free trial séance, and when asked about her marital status, finds herself forced to admit to being a widow, the alternative untruth being that her husband has abandoned her, an idea which her pride will simply not permit. In no time at all she is in touch with the saint-like Mortimer. While Mrs. Billings greatly enjoys these visitations from the other world, her conscience eventually demands that she confess his non-existence to Bridget Maloney, whereupon the Princess Salome becomes quite angry with her. "Mrs. Billings, can you not see that you were married in another life?" Bridget Maloney does not wait for an answer from the bemused Mrs. Billings. "So great was your love that no other man, no matter how many lives you may live, can take your dearest Mortimer's place. Perfect love, my dear, is what every woman desires." She pauses, breathing heavily. "And perfect love is what you've had." Now she slaps her hands hard against her cheeks. "You have had the love of a man who has not been tarnished by life in this mortal world." The thought is all at once too much for her, and she abandons the voice of Princess Salome and begins to talk in her normal voice.
Oh, me God, no coming home pissed as a newt, no Saturday night leg over, no chunder on the parlour carpet, no getting a backhand when you done nothing to deserve it, no farting in bed, no gambling his wages on John Wren's pony track at Richmond, no bleeding fist fights. Then suddenly remembering her other persona, Princess Salome turns to Mrs. Billings. You have had a marriage made by God in heaven itself, my dear. Hawke has long since ceased to listen to Mrs. Billings's prattle. His housekeeper is simply a part of the background noise. Only Victoria can tell her to hush, for it is a toss-up between Sardine the cat and the young mistress as to whom Martha Billings loves the most among the living creatures of this earth. It's not that I didn't try. Friday's always a roast, Mrs. Billings persists. The tram, by the time it come to our stop, was that full with folks going to the parade that it just sailed right past, never mind a poor soul waiting in the cold. I thinks to myself I might go into town, try that new butcher in Lygon Street, the Italian. Fat chance. After 4 trams passed me by without so much as an "How's your father?" I come home bothered and all for nothing, me basket empty as a curate's purse. There's no telling what's going to happen next. Mrs. Maloney from the fish market says there's already talk of rationing and doing without. Hawke, oblivious to Mrs. Billings's prattling, now says, Miss Victoria is not to be disturbed. If she's hungry, she'll get something for herself later. He instructs without looking up. I'll leave her a nice plate. Poor little mite's had a long day of it, all that marching and drums, them horses clopping, boats sailing off. The letter Hawke holds is from Sister Angeline, to say that Hinetitama is dying, and that they don't expect she'll last through the night. It asks if she is a Catholic, and whether they should have Father Crosby come around especially to hear her confession. Hawke, who is dog-tired from the long day, is somewhat confused by this, and wonders why Hinetitama, in her lucid moments, hadn't told them herself. He'd left her religious instruction to Chief Wiramu Tamihana, who was educated by the missionaries, though never himself became a Christian. Not too impressed with the Pakeha god, his old friend probably brought Tomo's daughter up in the Maori way, with their pantheon of gods. The note concludes by asking him if he wishes to be at Hinetitama's bedside, as a comfort to her in her final hours. Mrs. Billings has turned at last, and is on her way back to the kitchen, when Hawke looks up. On second thoughts, I won't stop for tea. Will you make me a couple of the same sandwiches you made for the lad? Mrs. Billings stops and turns, one eyebrow raised in indignant surprise. Oh, you wouldn't eat what I gives him, sir. That's scrag end of mutton and yesterday's bread. I'll not be wasting good meat and pickles on the likes of a poor brat like that. The same for me, if you please, Mrs. Billings. Hawke quietly scolds her. I'm sure he's as fond of cold roast beef and mustard pickle as I am. Doubt he's ever had it, his housekeeper sniffs. Hawke fans himself absently with the letter he is holding. Oh, and tell the lad to wait. He can come with me to St. Kilda. There's no need for Brock to bring the motor. We'll take a taxi. Will you please telephone the taxi depot for one and have him waiting? Mrs. Billings, not at all happy to have been reprimanded, sniffs again. Blimey, you think it was the boy what's had a bad day? In the taxicab on the way to the hospice, Hawke unwraps the sandwiches Mrs. Billings has made for him and starts to eat one, expecting the boy to do the same. But the lad continues to hug the parcel of bread and meat he carries to his chest. Not hungry, then? Hawke asks. The lad shakes his head. No, mister. Hawke smiles. You haven't given me your name. He extends his hand. I'm Hawke Solomon. I know, the urchin says. You the biggest nigger in the world. Hawke laughs. Maybe. In my experience, there's always someone who's bigger, smarter, faster, and more cunning or more skilled, son. He takes a second bite from his sandwich and chews it a while, thinking as he does so that Mrs. Billings makes a nice mustard pickle. Well, what's the big secret? He finally asks. You know my name, you keeping yours to yourself then, lad? Billy Boy Smith, mister. Not mister. We've already been introduced. It's Mr. Solomon, if you please, Mr. Smith. Hawke laughs. Billy Boy Smith, the urchin says quickly. Yes, that's what you said, Billy Boy. No, I ain't. I said Billy Boy Smith. It's all together like. Billy Boy Smith, all one word. Not two, like Billy Boy. Hawke pauses and then says, and Smith. Nah, me mum says it's Billy Boy Smith, because she says that's the bloke she thinks she had me with, if she remembers correct.
Well, well now, I don't suppose I'll forget that in a hurry, Mr. Billy Boy Smith, Hawk says, amused.
Yes, sir, Billy Boy Smith says, then quickly adds, Mr. Solomon?
Hawk finds himself liking the urchin who has tucked himself into the corner of the taxicab. He is tall himself, a bag of rag and bones, lanky and awkward, and he knows he doesn't belong and is trying to give the giant Hawk as much space as he can so as not to be a nuisance. Hawk realises that there is nothing about the exchange they've just been through which suggests the boy is a smart aleck. He likes the way Billy Boy Smith has stood up for his correct name. "Got any brothers and sisters?" Hawk asks between another mouthful. The boy places his sandwiches on his lap and thinks for a moment, then slowly begins counting on his fingers, his lips moving. Finally he nods, satisfied, and holds up both hands with only the thumb of his left hand concealed.
9. 6 girls and 3 boys.
9, Hawk says in surprise.
The boy nods again and grins. We got 1 in the oven. There's going to be 10 of us soon.
All hungry, I expect. Your father working?
The boy shakes his head. He done a runner. They don't stay long, them uncles. They gets me mum with a bun and then they piss off. Me mum does washing for the nuns at the hospice.
It's not much to keep body and soul together, 9 mouths to feed and 1 on the way.
We all does our bit, Billy Boy Smith says proudly, then adds gratuitously. Every time we gets another one, me mum says, "Bugger me dead, where'd that one come from?" And then we all got to remember what uncle it were so we can put his name onto the baby's name.
Hawk throws back his head and laughs. You mean all 9 have a different father, a different surname?
Billy Boy Smith grins. One of me sisters is called Gertie Bell. That works good. But another one... He brings a grubby hand up to his mouth, trying to conceal his mirth. She's called Nellie Poop. He giggles. We call her Smelly Poop.
Billy Boy Smith and Gertie Bell and Smelly...
Hawk laughs again and waves his hand in a gesture of dismissal.
Billy Boy Smith, not Bully Boy Smith, I hope.
No, sir, Mr. Solomon, I ain't no bully. He pauses. But I don't take no shit neither. I can fight if I has to.
And what is it you want to do when you're older? Hawk asks.
Same as everyone, fight the Germans.
How old are you, Billy Boy Smith?
14, sir, Mr. Solomon.
I dare say it will be all over by the time you're old enough to volunteer, lad.
It ain't fair. I'd be good at killing Germans and all. I ain't frightened of no one.
Count yourself fortunate, lad. Killing isn't a pleasant business.
Billy Boy Smith looks confused. I'd be doing it for our king and for England. That's good, ain't it?
Hawk smiles, not wanting to give Billy Boy Smith a lecture on the morality of man's propensity to kill one another.
Some say I look 18 and could join up. You get 5 bob a day, they says.
Take my advice, Billy Boy Smith, and sit this one out, Hawk says quietly. He still has 2 of Mrs. Billings' sandwiches and almost half of a third. He lifts the open parcel from his lap and offers it to the urchin. Here, Billy Boy Smith. I'm not hungry. Tuck in, mate. Billy Boy Smith's eyes grow large, and he puts his own packet of sandwiches on his lap and snatches the parcel from Hawk's hands and places it on his lap beside his own. He takes the half-eaten sandwich in both hands and, bringing it up, tears voraciously at it with his teeth. It is as if he hasn't eaten for a couple of days, and in his haste to get the bread and meat down, he barely chews before swallowing. The half-sandwich gone, he looks longingly at the 2 remaining, then sighs and rewraps them carefully and places the parcels on his lap beside the other. Billy Boy Smith pushes his thin body back into the corner of the cab, and taking up both parcels of meat and bread, he clutches them tightly to his scrawny little chest. Upon his arrival at the hospice, Hawk hands Billy Boy Smith a 6pence. Billy has to put the 2 packages down to accept.
Gee, thanks, mister,
he exclaims in wide-eyed surprise, looking at the small silver coin in his hand, as though not quite believing his luck. Hawk sighs in an exaggerated manner. Mr. Solomon, if you please, Mr. Billy Boy Smith.
Ain't I supposed to be Master? Master Billy Boy Smith. I ain't growed up yet, though I could be 18 if I wanted. Billy Boy Smith pockets the coin, and snatching up the 2 parcels, jumps from the cab. Cheero, sir. Mr. Solomon, he teases cheekily. Hawk calls after him.
What's your mother's name, son? Billy Boy Smith stops and turns to face Hawk, who is having trouble squeezing his huge frame through the door of the cab.
It's Miss O'Shea.
Miss, Hawk says, surprised, then repeats. Miss O'Shea? So what's your surname, then? Billy Boy Smith nods.
I'm Billy Boy Smith O'Shea. She ain't never been married, so she's just Miss Therese O'Shea, sir, Mr. Solomon.
He grins.
It don't make Father Crosby too happy neither. But me mum says she's buggered if she's going to have a bunch of bastard kids from only one bastard, so's they grow up to be identical drunks, the each as stupid as the other. Thank you very much, but no thanks.
Billy Boy Smith, you'd better come and see me next week. See if we can find you a job, Hawk says.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Solomon, sir.
Billy Boy Smith stammers, this time overcome, and runs off.
Goodbye, sir,
he shouts from the darkness beyond the street lamp. Hawk thinks how he has deliberately preoccupied himself with Billy Boy Smith, so that he will not sink into a slough of despondency. But now he prepares himself for the vigil ahead in the little hospice where Tomo's daughter lies dying. A week earlier he had ordered a lead-lined coffin of a most impressive nature from John Allison, the city's prestigious funeral parlour, and had instructed that it must be properly sealed for travel, and its solid silver handles and other furnishings remain intact and were not to be removed. On the lid he had requested a polished silver plaque to be inscribed, Princess Hinetitama, a daughter of the Maori people. He rings the night bell and then enters the vestibule of the hospice, which, much to his surprise, is lit by a lantern hanging from the ceiling. He sees that Hinetitama's coffin stands ready within it, supported by a carpenter's horse at either end. In the dozens of times he has visited the hospice at night, he has never seen a light or a coffin in this entrance, yet death, he knows, is a daily occurrence. The Sisters of Charity are simply too poor to afford to maintain a lantern which has no practical use. Then it suddenly strikes Hawk that the nuns have put the coffin on display to show off its grandness, to give an air of dignity to their hospice. Death is such a poverty-stricken business here that Hinetitama's coffin lends them all prestige, and even by their terms grandeur, an object to brighten their selfless lives. A nun arrives carrying a candle, and Hawk is ushered into the hospice ward. The ward is in almost total darkness but for the candle she carries, and a hurricane lamp suspended from the ceiling hook above where he knows Hinetitama's bed to be located. The lamp throws a pale yellow circle of light, which extends to include a chair the nuns have placed beside the bed for Hawk's vigil. The night sister bids him a whispered good night, and retires to return to her cubicle, leaving the remainder of the ward in Stygian darkness. It is a darkness filled with the sounds of the dying. Every once in a while there is a scream or howl from some unfortunate caught in the hallucinatory grip of the DTs. The air around the bed smells of Jay's fluid, a common disinfectant, though it is mixed with the smoky, oleaginous smell of the kerosene lamp. Permeating everything is the insidious, sweet, slightly putrid smell of death. There are 15 beds in the ward, some of which Father Crosby has visited before nightfall. These are the Catholics, selected by the nuns earlier in the day for absolution, the dying who are not expected to last through the night. If these poor souls believe that with their sins confessed and absolution granted, a merciful God will yet save them from the fires of hell, then the others among the dying must feel that Hawk's huge black presence, caught as it is in the circle of light, can only be a visitation from the devil himself. The sense of panic and the sounds of fear palpably increase in the darkness around Hawk, as they catch a glimpse of the King of Hades, whose white hair and great satanic head almost brush the ceiling as he enters, and upon whose terrible face, lit by the light of the nun's candle, can plainly be seen the scratch marks of God's wrath. The devil has come to take one of their kind, but they know that they too will soon enough follow, to be drawn down to where they will be embraced in a halo of light caused by the eternally roaring flames of hell. Hawk seats himself in the chair beside the bed and takes Hinetitama's tiny claw-like hand in his own. "How you going, girlie?" he asks softly. Hinetitama is too weak to reply, but Hawk can feel the slightest pressure of her fingers as she acknowledges him. He knows suddenly that she has waited for him to come, fought to keep death at bay until he arrived. He leans forward and says into her ear, I told them you were a Maori girlie. Not Catholic or Protestant, Maori. From a tribe that's proud to claim you as their daughter, and a princess in your own right with gods of your own. Hawk pauses, trying to fight back his tears and to keep his voice even. Because you see, girlie, we're taking you back to where you belong. Back to Aotearoa, among the giant kauri trees that sweep the skies and brush the howling wind to a whisper in the forest canopy. Back to where your spirit will walk through the flowering meadows and listen to the running of clean water over pebbles kissed smooth by a million years of passing by. My sweet Hinetitama, I'm taking you back to bury you with your own people, near where little Tomo sits sleeping in a cave which faces the sunrise. Hawk gulps back his tears, his voice choked as he continues. You'll sing to him all the songs that only a Maori princess may sing. Your voice will be in the sigh of the wind, contained in the mountain echoes. It will become the soft murmur of the runnels made from the melting snow, and be heard in the sudden rushing sound of a late afternoon breeze bending the flax grass. We're taking you back to your beloved people, where you belong, my little Maori maiden, my beautiful princess. Hawk feels Hinetitama's grip loosen, and she gives a soft sigh, and the tremors in her hands stop forever. The nightmare is over. Hinetitama has gone to join Tomo in the land of the long white cloud. Chapter 7. Hawk and David, a fight to the death. Melbourne, 1914. Hawk leaves the hospice in the early hours of the morning of Hinetitama's death. He has had some weeks to reconcile himself to its inevitability, and his tears are now turned inward. Even as a poor wretch, ravaged by years of abuse, Hinetitama remained an innocent, with a heart that never seemed to have hardened to a world of grog and the life of a Darrow. Hawk tries to console himself with the knowledge that she died aware that there was someone who loved and cared about her. After placing his large hand on her brow, Hawk rises wearily from her bedside, his heart heavy, his bones aching. Tomo, I let you down. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, mate, he whispers. For the first time in his life, he feels old. Why, he thinks to himself, must I live to see everyone I love die before me? He startles the night sister almost out of her wits by handing her a cheque with the words, "There is more than sufficient in this to install an electric light system, Sister Bridget." The Irish nun glances down at the piece of paper in her hands. It is for a larger sum than she's ever seen, larger even than the amounts whispered in the most ardent prayers Mother Superior has urged them to address to the Lord to supply their needs. "Oh, my goodness," she gasps, holding the cheque to her rapidly palpitating heart. "Mercy be, to be sure, I shall faint." Hawk reaches into his purse and takes out a £5 note. "I would be most obliged if you would see that my niece is dressed in a new cotton nightgown." He pauses, then adds a little sheepishly, "Her hair is still beautiful. Will you see that it is washed and brushed? I should like it to hang over her shoulders, over the front like." The nun nods her head, still holding the cheque clasped to her bosom. I'm sure that will be a pleasure, sir," she stammers. "To be sure, I shall see to it myself." Hawk places the money on the desk beside the nun. "Thank you, sister. I shall make arrangements for the casket." Sister Bridget, now somewhat recovered, says, "You'll be wanting to see Mother Superior before you're to be going now. I shall call her if you'll wait a moment." No, sister. It is just past dawn. You're not to wake her." The Irish nun looks surprised. "Wake her? She'll be up having said her rosary and scrubbed her cell. She'll not be lying abed, you can be sure of that now." "No, really, sister. I crave your indulgence. It's been a long night. I shall visit at another time to pay my respects to Sister Angeline and to Father Crosby. In the meantime, would you thank her for the loving care you have shown?" Hawk bows his head slightly. "I am most grateful to you all." The nun, still clutching Hawk's cheque, afraid to place it down, smiles and stoops to look through the slot in her cubicle, which looks into the ward just beginning to be tinged with the light of a new day. "Electric lights. What a grand thing that will be." Hawk decides to walk home to Caulfield, a journey on foot of nearly an hour. He has a great deal to think about and sets off at a brisk pace. The sun rises soon after his departure, and he removes his jacket, but it is not long before the sweat runs down his neck, and he can feel his starched collar grow damp. It is a small enough risk that anyone who may know him will see him, or even be up and about at such an early hour, and so he removes his waistcoat as well, and loosens his tie. Comfortable in his linen shirt and braces, he strides onwards. In the weeks preceding Hinetitama's death, Hawke has done a great deal of thinking about what he should do about Solomon and Teakelman, now that he once again controls a majority of its shares. He has kept the knowledge of Hinetitama's reappearance from both Ben and Victoria at Hinetitama's request, but Victoria will want to know how he managed to regain control of the shares. He decides he must tell her and risk her anger at not being allowed to see Hinetitama before she died. More importantly, he is not sure how he will explain the situation in which they now find themselves. Victoria has never been told of his aspirations for her to succeed him, and increasingly she is being drawn to the Labour Party and sees her ultimate career in the law as a means to help the poor and the working classes. Hawke is not convinced that she will happily take to the proposition of one day running a huge organisation dedicated to making money for the already vastly wealthy. She has, of course, some years previously asked him why her surname is included in the company name. He replied that he thought Solomon and Teakelman was a name which constantly reminded everyone of the enmity between the two families, that one day she and Ben would own a large shareholding in the company, and it seemed appropriate that their surname be included in it. Victoria has accepted this explanation at the time, but she has on more than one occasion suggested that Hawke, at the annual meeting of shareholders, proposed that the name be dropped and they sell their shares to Abraham and Joshua.
"Grandpa, I am ashamed of it. People look at me when I'm introduced and say, 'The Teakelman,' some because they are impressed and others because they despise what the name stands for. Either way, I am ashamed to be associated with it, to be a shareholder."
Hawke has always resisted both requests, putting it down to youthful idealism that will modify as Victoria grows older and becomes involved with the company. But he also knows how stubborn she can be. Now that he is potentially back in control of Solomon and Teakelman, he may not be able to effectively manage it. He realises that his eventual ambitions for Victoria may be impossible to accomplish, and that he, or rather circumstances, have conspired to leave his run too late. Sir Abraham Solomon and his stewardship, though not spectacular, have been steady, and he has done nothing to harm the profitability of the two giant companies under the Solomon and Teakelman banner. The times have been prosperous, and both have simply continued to grow, finding opportunities to expand without having to seek them out, and at very little financial or decision-taking risk. Hawke is well versed in the affairs of Solomon and Teakelman, but only as a shareholder. He has been absent from the helm for more than 2 decades, and is sufficiently astute to realise that he knows little of the internal workings of the two companies, and may no longer be the right man for chairman. Or even if he is, Abraham Solomon would almost certainly retire if he attempted to take over, leaving him alone to organise the affairs of the conglomerate. Tom Pickles, who is the managing director of the potato factory, has requested early retirement. Pickles, a veteran of the Boer War, was wounded at Spion Kop and now has only one lung working effectively, a condition which is exacerbated by the inclement and unpredictable Hobart weather, and a childhood spent in an orphanage where, like most of the children, he showed a propensity for bronchial ailments. Pickles started his working life as one of Mary's orphans, and soon proved to be a cut above the usual lad or lass brought into an apprenticeship at the brewery, so that Mary picked him early for better things and trained him to accountancy. He had risen to assistant manager of the accounts department when he enlisted for the Boer War, where he was mentioned in dispatches. He returned to the potato factory a war hero and resumed his previous job. With Mary dead and Hawke replaced by Abraham, he soon again showed his original promise and was appointed as the manager of the accounts department. When David retired, Abraham elevated Pickles to the position of managing director so that he himself could assume the title of chairman of Solomon.
CD 7.
Pickles has served the company well, but increasingly is plagued by chronic bronchitis. The doctor has advised him to move to a more equable climate and has suggested Queensland. It is proposed that Wilfred Harrington, the managing director of Solomon & Co., take his place in Hobart, and that Joshua, having completed a year of learning the ropes, be given the same position at Solomon & Co. A neat enough arrangement had it not been for the outbreak of war. Hawke now thinks that it may be possible to broker a compromise. He will agree to leave Abraham as chairman, and upon his return from the war, allow Joshua to take up his position as MD of Solomon & Co., in return for the vacant position of managing director of the potato factory, and a position for Victoria as a trainee under Hawke's direction. This is not altogether wishful thinking. Hawke has some reason to believe it might be acceptable. Abraham doesn't share David's pathological hate for Hawke, and has hinted that he would be willing for him to return as the managing director of the potato factory under his chairmanship, but only after David has passed on. Hawke has never pursued this idea, thinking it prudent to wait until David is dead. However, they badly underestimated David's tenacity and physical toughness. He did not retire for lack of strength or the will to continue, but for the singular purpose of training the 15-year-old Joshua to take control of Solomon and Tekelman. Obsessed with this mission, he has managed to live through his grandson's puberty and into his adulthood. David at 94 is still a force to be reckoned with, though recently he has spoken of seeing Joshua take up his rightful role in the company, and then, in his own words, "Garking it! Being rid of you miserable bloody lot once and for all!" But just when all seemed in place, with Joshua back from Oxford, and having almost completed his mandatory year learning the practical aspects of running Solomon & Co., war is declared in Europe. David is mortified, instantly flying into one of his infamous tantrums. Lacking the strength to break things with an axe, he demands to be wheeled into the kitchen, and has the kitchen maid bring him every plate, cup and saucer in the house, and stack them beside his wheelchair. Then, hammer in hand, he has Adams the butler read the underside of each plate or piece of crockery to determine its origin. Those pieces made in England, France or Germany, he smashes. In the first hour after he has been told of the declaration of war, David renders a small fortune in Royal Doulton, Wedgwood, Limoges and Rosenthal, as well as a dozen manufacturers of lesser fame, into a colourful sea of broken crockery that covers the entire surface of the kitchen floor. Exhausted, he is put into bed, mumbling obscenities, and the doctor is called. The doctor warns him that another such conniption could bring on a heart attack, to which David shouts, "Piss off! What will you know, you stupid old fart?" David takes the declaration of war personally. He sees it as a part of the long-standing persecution he has received at the hands of Mother England. Just another part of the personal vendetta she has waged against him all his life. He tells himself that because of his advanced age, she is taking this final opportunity to put the boot in. The first time she got her claws into him was when she'd transported his mother and their little family to the utmost ends of the earth. Now she would see him dead and buried before Joshua assumes his rightful inheritance. She would rob him of this one great ambition and see him die without achieving it. David knows from the moment war is declared that not even he will be able to dissuade Joshua from volunteering to fight for the old whore. While at Oxford, Joshua has trained in the OTC, the Oxford University Officer Training Corps, under the direction of the Royal Oxfordshire Regiment. Now he is raring to return to the grand sport offered by a proper war. He has often enough hinted to his grandfather that had he not been trained to commerce, he would have liked the life of a professional soldier. It is a prospect totally abhorrent to his grandfather, and one of the very few things that has come between the two of them. David's intention in sending Joshua to Oxford was simply so that he might gain all the social contacts and background he would need as the head of an industrial empire. David knew that Joshua was unlikely to do anything of academic note, and thought to sneak his grandson in and out of Oxford without Mother England realising he was there, a colonial son making so little impression that the old bitch hardly noticed his presence. But she'd known all along of his whereabouts, and promptly set about corrupting his mind with military gung-ho and carry-on. David has over the years made generous donations to causes serving the interests of both the conservative and the radical sides of local politics, and by sheer attrition and the ultimate size of the accumulated donations, gained a knighthood for Abraham. Like everything else about his son, in his father's mind, Abraham's title is intended to bolster Joshua's credentials. The Gentile son of a Jew is a difficult concept to grasp, but in David's mind, the son of a knight of the realm, who coincidentally happens to be of the Jewish faith, is quite a different perception, and will help to bolster his grandson's credentials as a bona fide Gentile. Joshua, ever dutiful, has enhanced this claim to respectability whilst at Oxford by becoming a surrogate Englishman, a complete Anglophile, adopting the mannerisms and attitudes of the English upper class. While at university, he has managed to perfect a set of rounded vowels to match his newfound affectations. The ultimate irony is that David's grandson now considers it his patriotic duty to fight for the country for which his grandfather retains only the bitterest memories and feels the greatest antipathy. Hawke thinks the miserable old bastard will somehow contrive to keep himself alive until Joshua returns from the war, and is seen to fulfill his grandfather's ambition. He also knows that Abraham is unlikely to agree to his conditions while David is alive, and that it is the 94-year-old whom he must convince, a task which he knows will be formidable. The certain ascendancy of Joshua to chairman has also been a problem preoccupying Hawke for some years. He has never given up the idea of Victoria usurping him for the same position. Even before Hinetitama reappeared, under the terms of Mary's will, Ben and Victoria resume control of their 10% of the company's shares when Victoria becomes 30, by which time, unbeknownst to David and Abraham, Hawke's side will again own the majority of shares. Hawke knows that with his increasing age, Victoria is his only real hope of getting Solomon and Tekelman back under the control of his side of the family. Ben is essentially an outdoors man, and his bum sits more comfortably in the saddle than on an office chair. Although he seems to attract the cooperation of those around him, his is a leadership by example, and not out of a sense of being superior. This lack of ambition in Ben has also been apparent to David and Abraham, both of whom have secretly kept a watchful eye on the young man as he was growing up. They are now certain that Ben will never prove a danger to Joshua, and have forgotten about him. But Victoria is an altogether different proposition. When David first discovered that Hawke's granddaughter, then only 14 years old, used the abacus with consummate skill, he had her progress monitored and forbade his son to admit her at any stage into any aspect of the company. "She's another one," he'd rage. "Another Mary bloody abacus! She's not to be employed, not until hell freezes over, you hear me, Abraham?" "But why, father? She will one day be a major shareholder. It is as well not to make an enemy of her now. She is still a child, but will eventually be a woman, and will marry and have children and assume a woman's place in the home. Surely we have nothing to fear if when she is 18 we bring her into the company, where we will be able to keep an eye on her." "The abacus!" David shouts. "Can't you see? It's the bloody abacus!" It is almost as though in his eyes the abacus itself is an instrument potent enough to destroy them all. It becomes apparent to Abraham that to the superstitious and ignorant old man, the abacus is a dangerous, almost mystical weapon placed in the hands of a young sorceress, who through some sort of witchcraft engendered by the Chinese counting beads will triumph over them. Ignoring the fact that there has only ever been one woman and one abacus, he makes it sound as though there have been a succession of Marys since time out of mind. "You'll see," he screams. "Soon her fingers will grow crooked and her talons grow sharp as a ferret's teeth." And so Hawke, unable to place Victoria within the potato factory, has her trained in every aspect of bookkeeping and accountancy, after which she sits for her university entrance examination and wins one of the very rare places for a female student in the law faculty of the University of Melbourne. Hawke, afraid that as the only woman in the faculty she will suffer at the hands of the male students, persuades her instead to gain her articles. By pulling strings, he finds her a position as an articled clerk in the office of the prominent city law firm Slade, and Hetherington in Collins Street. There are very few women solicitors in Victoria, but Hawke thinks it would be a good training for her agile and questioning mind. This proves to be a not altogether ideal arrangement. A female articled clerk is far from welcome in a profession and a clerk's chamber dominated by males. This is even further exacerbated when the other articled clerks in Slade, and Hetherington are confronted by a young woman who is not afraid to express an opinion, doesn't know her rightful place as a female, and is a junior. They also discover that she can be inordinately stubborn when she thinks she is right, and has the audacity to possess more than a modicum of grey matter, and a logical mind to boot. The only other female in the company is the tea lady, Mrs. Wilkinson, a timid creature in her late 40s in a mob cap, who addresses the most junior clerk as Sir. Because of all these things, but mostly because she is female, Tomo's daughter is given the work nobody else wants to do. These are inevitably tasks well below her intellectual capacity, which she performs generally with her bottom lip tucked under her top teeth, but essentially without complaint. Her working life filled with tedium, Victoria is hungry for some intellectual stimulus, and is astonished when one day Mrs. Wilkinson approaches her while she is alone in the firm's library, looking up torts for a senior partner, and asks her if she would like to attend a meeting of the St Kilda branch of the Labour Party. To her amazement, after a whispered conversation, she discovers the tea lady to be far from the tepid creature she appears to be. In fact, Mrs. Wilkinson proves to be a veritable firebrand who introduces Victoria to the politics of poverty, the rights denied to the underprivileged, and the conditions of the working classes. Victoria needs little encouragement to take sides. She has already gained a dim view of lawyers in particular and the business world in general, what Mrs. Wilkinson calls the lining of fat around the hungry belly of society, meaning by this the world dominated by middle-class males who think themselves superior by dint of money, a privileged upbringing, and a stint at Melbourne grammar. For the first time in her life, Victoria hears the viewpoint of the other side, from men who wear cloth caps and women who cover their heads with cheap scarves and wear knitted jerseys with holes in them, but who nevertheless have fine minds, have read widely, and have a mission to fight for the rights of the working classes. The fact that she is among the most privileged of them all in terms of wealth never occurs to Victoria. Hawke has not let her grow up in a wealthy environment, nor mollycoddled her in childhood, nor ever allowed her to develop a sense of privilege. Brought up on one of Hawke's hop farms near New Norfolk, she and Ben have had a natural and easy upbringing, attending the local primary school. When Ben reached the age of 12 and the limits of the education locally available, Hawke brought in as his tutors Mr. and Mrs. Wickworth Spode, recent immigrants to Tasmania. Mr. Wickworth Spode, a graduate from Cambridge, was the retired headmaster of a boys' school in England and a mathematics and history teacher, while Mrs. Wickworth Spode had been a teacher of English and Latin at Rodine, a famous English public school for girls. Both were fanatical gardeners, and with a cottage of their own, all the gardening space they could contend with, and a generous salary as well, Hawke was able to attract them to the New Norfolk farm. It soon became apparent that Ben was an indifferent scholar, with his eyes constantly turned to the schoolroom window and the promised freedom of what lay beyond. But the 10-year-old Victoria, who would rush from primary school to sit in on the last hour of Ben's lessons, proved to be a naturally gifted learner, in particular with numbers. She would often confound Mr. Wickworth Spode as her little fingers blurred across the abacus to return an answer to a sum in the time it took a bemused Ben to chew a couple of times at the end of his yellow pencil. When it was Victoria's turn to come under the total influence of the redoubtable husband and wife team, they doted on her and gave their every attention to her education. It was a happy childhood, with the rigours of a sound education admirably mixed with the easygoing business of life in the country, and Hawke keeping a sharp eye on their progress when he visited them once a fortnight from Melbourne. Hawke brought Victoria at 18 to live with him in Melbourne, while Ben remained by choice in Tasmania learning hop farming, taking over the management and the general supervision of the hop farms when he turned 21. Mr. and Mrs. Wickworth Spode retired to the cottage, with Mr. Wickworth Spode doing the books for the 4 estates, and Mrs. Wickworth Spode keeping the kitchen supplied with vegetables. Despite her private tutors, and an education which proves to be well in advance of the people she meets of her own age, Victoria doesn't see herself as above her contemporaries. They know her as a young woman with a confident and outgoing personality and friendly disposition. By contrast, she constantly earns the disapproval of the senior law clerk, and even sometimes makes her opinions known in the august presence of one or another of the male partners when she believes an injustice has been perpetrated. She is also prepared to accept their rebukes if she is proved to be wrong, though she seldom lets her emotions override her logic, and so she is more often right than wrong, which doesn't endear her to any of the men. If it were not for the importance of Hawke's personal financial dealings with the firm, and the fact that her marks in the periodic law examinations are the highest in the state of Victoria, it is doubtful that Slade, and Hetherington would continue to employ her. Hawke can see that she is unhappy, and attempts to mollify her.
My dear, it is never wise to bite the hand that feeds you. They will not change their ways because you have proved them to be fools. Stay the course, bite your tongue, be patient. Your time will come.
But, Grandpa, it is not my intention to seem difficult. I wish only that they will be just and fair.
Hawke laughs. Justice requires integrity, and there is little enough of that among lawyers. They would sooner get rid of you than have to deal with their own consciences.
But it's not fair, Victoria protests. The poor are evicted from their homes so that our clients can build factories on the site, rather than find locations where electricity, gas, drainage and roads must first be built. Then they erect sweatshops in which women work for starvation wages. Victoria has already picked up the vernacular of the Labour Party.
That is just one case I am working on, she continues. What's more, they will win. They'll win because there is no one able to oppose them. Hawke looks at Victoria shrewdly.
Have you thought to find out who owned the homes from which the poor were evicted?
Of course, Victoria snorts. The rich slum landlords who sell them to developers at a huge profit, but which is still less than what it would cost to develop virgin land with all the utilities to be resourced.
Ah, there you have it, the very principle upon which English law is based, the right of property over the rights of the common man. Throughout the history of English law, the penalties for damaging property have always been greater than those for harming people. The law has always protected the haves and punished those who have nothing. It is very simple, my dear. It is the haves who have always made the laws.
But, Grandpa, they are hypocrites, and the mayor announces to the world at large that they are clearing the crime-infested slums for the benefit of the city, when their true motive is to build factories convenient to the city, the railways and the port. The mayor is one of the shareholders in their development syndicate.
And what would you have them do? Build homes for the poor with 100-year mortgages and no interest payments?
Hawke chuckles.
Ours is a profit-based society, with the upper class owning the capital, the middle class utilising it, and the working class enduring the consequences. The poor will always be among us, and while there is very little profit to a lawyer in defending a poor man's plea for justice, there is a great deal of money to be made out of helping a rich man to exploit him. That, my dear Victoria, is what you are up against, and quite frankly, I don't like your chances.
But we are supposed to be an egalitarian society where Jack is as good as his master.
In my experience, wherever there is a master and a Jack travelling along the same road, it is Jack who carries the master's portmanteau, but the master who gets paid for the wares within it. Money, not class, is the equaliser in this country, Victoria, which is perhaps better than class controlling it. No profession understands this better than those who practice the law.
Victoria looks up, appealing to Hawke. Grandpa Hawke, they are not even clever men. They think to please their clients with sycophantic advice, invitations to the races at Flemington and the cricket at the MCG, and suppers of roast beef and claret at the Melbourne Club. They are rapacious, selfish and vainglorious, and would step over a beggar rather than throw him a coin. They don't even get their Latin right, Victoria says, in a final expression of her frustration.
Spoken with all the insight of the very young, Hawke laughs. If brains and Latin were the sole criteria for success in business, there'd be a poor living in store for most of us.
Nevertheless, he is delighted with Victoria's strong sense of justice, but realises that while he shares it, his attempts to be just and honest have brought nothing but misery and failure into his own life. Victoria will often outline a case to him, in which she has acted as articled clerk, and Hawke learns that she has a capacity to see both sides of a question and draw a quick and accurate conclusion. If ever she should qualify and find herself in charge of handling a case in front of a magistrate, he knows she has a tongue that can cut like a whip, and an ability to quickly spot a fool, whether barrister, solicitor, witness, defendant, policeman or magistrate. Victoria may not be a blood relation of Mary Abacus, but she has the same uncanny ability to know what is wheat and what is chaff, what is useful and what is pure hyperbole. Perhaps it is the same instinct Tomo had as a gambler, to know what was real and what was bluff. At the age of 22, Victoria sits for her final law examinations and passes with flying colours. During the course of a celebratory dinner, Hawke, admittedly somewhat reluctantly, points out to her that there may be some future advantage in being counted among the members of Melbourne's society. He adds that while he believes himself not suitable as a black man to make her introductions, he can quite easily find the right chaperone to do so. Victoria is mortified by this suggestion. "Grandfather, how could you think such a thing? You of all people," she cries. "It is everything I am against. They are the people who exploit the workers, who cheat and lie and rob the poor, and you want me to join them?" She is barely able to conceal her anger at Hawke's suggestion.
"Not all of them, not all rich people exploit the poor," the ever-reasonable Hawke protests.
"I can't think of any who don't," Victoria snaps, letting her indignation override her logic. Hawke laughs.
"Well, I can."
"Who? They're all the same. I see them every day."
"Well, you, my dear, soon you'll be richer than most of them. You don't exploit the poor."
Victoria is scornful in her reply. "Tush! The money Ben and I get when we're 30 from great-grandmother's will won't make us rich."
"Rich enough, but the money you will inherit from me, I dare say, will make you the richest woman in the nation." But that's obscene, Victoria cries, then quickly adds, I shall give it all away. Hawke laughs again. It won't make a lot of difference if you do. You and Ben will inherit a majority share in Solomon and Teakelman. As fast as you give it away, your wealth will be renewed. But Grandfather Hawke, they are among the worst of the slum landlords and the developers. Did you know that they employ only Freemasons? Hawke nods. One of David's little innovations. It's not little. Freemasonry, as you no doubt know, requires some expense, which generally speaking is beyond a poor man's resources. So David made it a condition that anyone who works for the company must be a Freemason, and then the company pays for the regalia, and furthermore, as an incentive to join, the company pays their sick and old age benefits as well. Yes, well, I've always thought it one of the few acts of real generosity emanating from David Solomon. Generosity, my foot. You know what that means, don't you? The benefit funds are administered by the Independent Order of Oddfellows, who have strong links with Freemasonry. Grandfather, they are in each other's pockets up to their armpits. I would think that perfectly legitimate. If you're going to pay for the workers' benefits, you have every right to choose the friendly society you are going to involve. You still don't get the point, Victoria exclaims. Lots of the company's workers are poor, but they are Protestants and now Freemasons. Lots of Catholics are poor, but they are forbidden by the Church to be Freemasons. So Solomon and Teakelman deliberately picked their so-called slum areas to buy and then to clear for the building of factories, offices and middle-class homes, where the workers' cottages are predominantly Catholic, knowing that their own workers are unlikely to be sympathetic to their plight. My dear, the Freemasons are not villains. In fact, integrity, honesty, moral and social virtue are the cornerstones of their beliefs. I feel sure if they thought Abraham, as Grand Master of the Melbourne Lodge, was forcing his workers to join the Brotherhood, then they would soon enough do something about it. It is, I believe, one of the strongest tenets of the movement to render practical aid to the less fortunate members of the community. By helping the poorer of his own workers to embrace the Brotherhood, and by ensuring some sort of sinecure for them in sickness and old age, isn't Abraham doing just that? Yes, but only for his own workers. The unions are powerless to prevent them from going ahead with a particular development by utilising the only weapon they have, to bring the company workers out on strike. As Freemasons, the company employees have elected not to join the various unions. Did you know the company does not employ a single member of a union? Nor can the unions bring the workers from the outside contractors and suppliers out on strike against them, because Solomon and Teakelman are virtually self-sufficient. They largely own all their own equipment and the resources to complete a slum clearance, as they are so fond of calling it. Just for a moment, let's take the company's point of view. What have they done wrong? You call it exploiting the poor. They call it much-needed slum clearance. They are not the government. They are not required to make decisions as to what benefits the poor and what doesn't. They are not a social welfare organisation. They are an organisation working within the law to make a profit. Moreover, they can be said to have looked after the welfare of their own employees very well indeed. And furthermore, it is the collective decision of those employees not to join a union. I can see that there may be a moral issue here for you, and of course also for the unions involved. But in the purely practical sense, Solomon and Teakelman have done nothing wrong. They are, in a commercial sense, completely blameless. Victoria suddenly stops and brings her fingers to her lips. My God, I never thought of it. She points at Hawke. You're one of them. A Freemason, aren't you? She doesn't wait for Hawke's reply. That's why you're defending Solomon and Teakelman, isn't it? Hawke laughs. Freemasonry is a secret society in that it doesn't disclose its members, but you are quite wrong, Victoria. I am not a Freemason. Nor am I defending the company in which both your name and mine appears, but I do try to be a fair-minded and logical human being. But, Grandfather, what I say is true. They have completely manipulated the situation in their favour. John Curtin, the head of the Brunswick branch of the Labour Party, to which I belong, says they're virtually bulletproof. Frank Anstey, the federal MP, says the same. John Curtin says they've got a battery of lawyers ready to defend Sir Abraham's actions every time he passes wind. It's simply iniquitous, and this is a company which, in part anyway, you and I own. My name, for God's sake, is Teakelman. How can I hold my head up? How can I live with that? Victoria cries despairingly. Come now, my dear. Hawke comforts her, handing her his handkerchief, for she has begun to cry. It's not as bad as all that. There's still the potato factory under Tom Pickles, as decent a man as they come. Tom Pickles? Don't give me Tom Pickles as your example. He's master of the Grand Lodge of Tasmania. How do you know all this, Victoria? Hawke asks sternly. I heard it at the Labour Party conference last April from the Tasmanian delegates. Victoria, the potato factory has always been a strictly ethical company in its outside dealings, and the workers were always happy. It was your great-grandmother's pride and joy that she neither cheated nor lied in her dealings with others. She would say, I've done enough of that in me life and had the same done to me often enough. From now it's all on the square. Do unto others what you'd want for yourself. Victoria nods. According to the Hobart delegate, it's the same there as here. No problems within, with the Freemasonry and health benefits and pension fund thing working, but the company's outside dealings have been described as industrial rape and pillage. All kept very quiet, mind. Money and Freemasonry are a powerful combination in Collins Street, but it seems this is equally true of Elizabeth Street, Hobart. Why didn't you tell me how you felt before now? Victoria bows her head and is silent a while, then says softly, There was nothing you could do about it. She looks up at Hawke, her eyes sad. I didn't want you to be hurt, Grandfather. You and Mary Abacus built the potato factory to be a fair place, a great and good company. You worked so hard to make it the best. Now it isn't any more. Hawke remembers how when Victoria was first articled as a law clerk and started to see the lack of corporate morality and greed from the inside, and realised she was inadvertently a part of it, he wanted to tell her then that in a few years she and her brother would be the major shareholders again in Solomon and Teakleman, that she would have the power to change things if she eventually became chairman. But he held his tongue at the time, knowing that it would be 8 years before she came of age to exercise her proxy, by which time, with no experience in the company, she would have little chance of competing with Joshua Solomon. He also had to consider that he might well be dead or enfeebled, and no matter how brilliant his granddaughter proved to be, she would have little hope of fighting Abraham and Joshua on her own for control. Now, with Hinetitama's death, and his ability to assume control again, and with the declaration of war, everything has changed, and the odds have evened up for Victoria. Everything but one thing: Hawke's rapidly advancing age. He is already a septuagenarian, and knows he is running out of time. He must move quickly if he is to get Victoria up and running as future competition to Joshua. There is only one way he can do this. He must once again confront David Solomon. Hawke has no doubt that Victoria will be a match for Joshua Solomon if they compete on equal terms. As two people, they are very different. Victoria is brilliant, confident, stubborn with a sharp tongue, perhaps a bit of a bossy boots, but without pretension, loyal and honest, and much loved by her friends. Joshua, on the other hand, seems of an altogether different disposition. On a superficial level he appears somewhat foppish, and it would be easy to take him too lightly. But Hawke does not intend to make this mistake. Joshua is David-trained and Solomon-bred, and while on the surface he may seem the antithesis of his uncouth and irascible grandfather, the old man appears pleased with the job he has done on his grandson, and that is warning sufficient for Hawke. In the year Joshua Solomon has been back from Oxford, it is already established among the mothers in Melbourne's social circles that he is the big catch of the season. It seems he has no disadvantages beyond his odious grandfather, who fortuitously must leave this mortal coil at any time. They titter among themselves and count Joshua's many blessings. He will be rich beyond avarice, is blue-eyed, fair-haired and handsome as can be. He is well-mannered and utterly charming, with the affectations and speech of a young English gentleman. To the society matrons with unattached and eligible daughters, Joshua Solomon seems almost too good to be true. To their daughters, he is truly to be swooned over. To the patriarchs of Melbourne's business community, he represents the new age, the end of the gold rush mentality with its rough and ready business ways. Joshua is one of the scions who will define business in the new century, just the sort of young business leader to represent the new Melbourne. An Oxford Blue in both cricket and rugger, where he played in the 1911 Australian Rugby Tour of England and Wales, starring on the wing in the test against Wales. He now plays cricket for Victoria. He is urbane, bright, educated and informed. While his Jewish father is sufficient reason for him to be blackballed by the Melbourne club, he has been accepted with alacrity as a member of the Australia Club. Old codgers in the club, witnessing the young man playing at billiards, turn to each other and remark,
Splendid young chappie. Wish we had 10 more young members made of the same solid metal, eh?
As Hawke approaches his Caulfield home on the morning of Hinetitima's death, he knows that he must somehow force David once again into a corner so that he will be made to capitulate. Hawke knows that Joshua is the key. He must pluck David's teeth first, whereupon he will see Abraham about remaining as chairman. But first he must talk to Victoria, and then get some sleep. In the late afternoon of the day of Hinetitima's death, the butler, known simply as Adams, enters the sunlit conservatory of Abraham's Turak home, where David Solomon, wrapped in a light blanket, is dozing in a bath chair. The butler stands beside the old man and announces, "Mr. Hawke Solomon has called and offers his card. He requests that he might be allowed to see you, Mr. David."
Hey? What did you say? Speak up, man,
David shouts, annoyed at being disturbed.
Mr. Hawke Solomon to see you, sir.
The butler raises one eyebrow slightly, not that David can see this clear sign of his disdain.
A black man, sir. Hawke Solomon to see me? Tell him to go to buggery.
Sir, he apologises for the lack of an appointment, but says it is a matter of some urgency.
What, his urgency or mine? The only matter of urgency I have is to take a piss. Here, get the bloody chamber pot.
The old man brings his legs over the edge of the bath chair with some difficulty and places them on the floor. With hands trembling, he begins to fumble with his pyjama pants. He can barely see the chamber pot, which Adams now holds at the correct level.
Tell me when it's pointed in the right direction, he instructs Adams. Then close your eyes.
It's about right to proceed now, sir, the butler says solemnly. He is a big man with a pronounced belly and appears awkward as he bends to hold the chamber pot at the right height and angle. After what seems like ages, Adams hears the thin trickle of urine splashing into the porcelain pot. He keeps his eyes shut until the sound finally ceases, and then allows sufficient time for David's trembling fingers to return the fly of his pyjamas to a more decorous arrangement. Placing the chamber pot down, he lifts David's trembling legs back into the bath chair and tucks the blanket around him.
Bastard ain't worth the piss in that pot, David snaps. Is that all he said? A matter of urgency? A matter of urgency about what, man?
Just a matter of urgency, Mr. David.
Yes, you said that before,
David says impatiently. David thinks for a moment and then decides that he will take this final opportunity to spit in the face of his last great enemy.
Tell him he's got 10 minutes and damn lucky to get it.
Yes, Mr. David. Adams bends slowly and picks up the chamber pot. 10 minutes it is. David appears to be looking about the conservatory until his failing eyesight spies a large wicker chair.
Take that out! Make the nigger boy stand!
Adams, still holding the chamber pot, takes the chair from the back and drags it behind him as he leaves the conservatory.
He's not to be offered any refreshment, you hear?
David shouts at the departing butler. Clasping his rheumatic hands so as to appear completely calm and in control, he waits for Hawke to be ushered into his presence. Hawke's shadowy figure stoops to allow him to enter the doorway into the conservatory.
Ah, Hawke Solomon, you have dared to call at my house when you know you are not welcome.
Hawke smiles.
Would you have met me elsewhere, David? Certainly not.
Well then, how else would I be able to say what I have come to say?
There is nothing you can say that would interest me, so be out with it and then be gone. I am too old to waste what time I have left in the company of a nigger.
Ah, my tidings, whether from a nigger or a white man, will cause you no less consternation, David Solomon, Hawke replies evenly, not in the least upset by the outburst from the old man. He stands relaxed in front of the bath chair, towering above the supine David, who can see him as a soft image, almost a dark shadow, as if he is looking into a badly smudged mirror.
There is naught you can do to consternate me now. You have been beaten neck and crop these last 20 years. You're old, and you're useless, and you're ready to die.
Hawke's voice is suddenly sharp. I have not come to banter, David Solomon. It is you, Sir Abraham, and your grandson who have lost. We have regained the voting rights to Tomo's daughter's shares. We are in the majority again. We? Who the hell is we? David screams. Bah! The boy is not worth a pinch of shit. A bloody hops farmer. And the girlie, the little witch, she's like her mother, nothing but trouble. She and her abacus opening her big gob and wailing about the conditions of the poor. What does she know about being poor, eh? Tell her to come and see me. I'll tell her about poor. Jesus! He brings his fist up and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, as though to be rid of a bad taste. Now the boy's gone to war, you think she'll take over, do you? What to do, eh? Count the daily takings with her beads? He stabs a bony finger in Hawk's direction. Now, you listen to me, you black bastard. No old nigger and a girlie from the farm who plays with beads is going to take over Solomon and Teakleman. You've got the proxies, has ya? From that half-caste drunken whore who went walkabout and never come back. You've got her will, has ya? And her proxy. Well, well, ain't that grand? He pauses again to take breath and spit a gob of phlegm into a spittoon placed beside his chair. Then he continues. So tell me, how are you going to do it? How are you going to take over Solomon and Teakleman? You are alone and have no one who knows of the workings of the company. For Christ's sake, you've been out of it 20 years. You'll soon be dead yourself and good riddance to bad rubbish. You think that little snot-nosed solicitor girl is going to do it on her abacus? Alone? Ha! Let me tell you something for nothing. You're full of bullshit, Hawk Solomon, and I'll see you in hell first.
Ah, but before I do, I shall take over as chairman. It will be tenure long enough to destroy your grandson.
Hawk is surprised how well informed David Solomon is about Victoria. It is, he thinks, a great compliment that they should have watched her so closely. He wonders briefly which of the senior partners at Slade and Hetherington is in David's pocket. Nevertheless, the old man has instantly put his finger on the problem, and if anything has managed to gain the initiative. Hawk is forced to admire him. At 94, his mind is still sharp as a tack. The length and content of his tirade alone would have exhausted a man 30 years his junior. But David has only paused to draw breath.
You think the government will stand by and let the third biggest company in Australia with a dozen major war contracts be managed by an old fool? Allow you to put the troops in jeopardy because you want to punish a young man, an officer of the king, who has volunteered to fight for his country? You think they'll stand by and watch my son Abraham be replaced by an old blackfella who hasn't done a day's work in 20 years? Do me a favour, will you? Go away. You're fucked, Hawk Solomon.
Hawk chuckles, hiding his true feelings. It is pointless, he decides, trying to put his original proposal to the old bastard. David Solomon will not compromise, will never capitulate. To get himself and Victoria back into Solomon and Teakleman will be an enormous fight. They could be saddled with years of litigation and interference from a government bureaucracy protecting its military contracts before they eventually win. And always there is the sense of time running out for him. Hawk decides that there is little more he can do but try to bluff his way through.
All that work for nothing, eh, David? All those years teaching your grandson what you know, and Joshua will never again have anything to do with Solomon and Teakleman. Such a pity. Such a nice lad, they tell me.
Hawk pauses.
Still, you've got plenty of money. I'm sure you can buy the boy a soft job with a large income in a nice Gentile firm, a sinecure so that he might remain the darling of the social set.
But David is not a bit fazed by Hawk's taunting. He presses the electric buzzer at his arm to summon the butler.
Bah! My lawyers will have your guts for garters. Now you listen to me. We'll still be here, still running things, when Joshua returns to take his rightful place. No country bumpkin half-assed female solicitor who uses an abacus to count and calls herself a bloody socialist is going to take his place.
He cackles suddenly, genuinely amused at the thought.
A nigger and a farm girl are going to run the biggest private company in Australia?
The smile disappears from his face, and he sniffs derisively, and with a dismissive flick of his hand towards Hawk, says,
Be gone with you cheeky black bastard!
Hawk, remaining calm, ignores David's outburst, and speaks slowly, his voice raised so that the old man is certain to hear him.
I have called an extraordinary general meeting of the directors for tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp, when your son will be asked to relinquish his position as chairman, and of course I shall see that your grandson, upon his return from the war, finds no position in either company available to him.
Hawke pauses a moment before adding, Victoria Teakleman will replace him, and I dare say will eventually become chairman. Hawke allows all this to register with the old man, and concludes, It's our turn now, David. Your side is finished. As a director, I hope you will be present with your son to witness Victoria Teakleman's acceptance into the company, its latest recruit, the new Mary Abacus. But I don't give a shit whether you attend or not. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp, I shall accept your son's resignation as chairman. The butler comes into the conservatory. You wanted something, Mr. David?
Yes, you will show this impertinent fella to the door at once, Adams.
David turns to Hawke.
Be gone with you, Hawke Solomon. I do not wish ever to see you again.
Ah, but you will, I hope, David. Tomorrow.
Be gone! Damn your hide, nigger!
The old man shouts, shaking his fist in Hawke's direction. Adams steps up to Hawke. I'm afraid you must go, my good man. Come along now, we don't want any fuss, do we? The unfortunate Adams makes the mistake of reaching up to take Hawke's elbow, and Hawke, not changing his expression, takes Adams' hand in his own and begins to squeeze, so that the butler sinks to his knees, his face turning scarlet, and his jowls shaking like a jelly freshly removed from its mould. His expression is a mixture of surprise and agony, as his mouth pops open and closed like a goldfish in a bowl, as he gasps silently to be released.
What are you doing?
David demands, not able to clearly see what's going on.
He's hurting me, sir,
Adams says at last. Just a bit of good manning, Hawke says softly, and looks down at Adams. Come along now, there's a good man. We don't want any fuss, do we? Still gripping the unfortunate butler's hand in his giant fist, Hawke says to David, Tomorrow, then. Be good enough to be on time. I shall notify Sir Abraham as well. Hawke releases his grip on the poor man gasping at his knees, and bending slightly takes him by the elbow and helps him to his feet. Thank you for seeing me in, Mr. Adams. I shall see myself out.
We will have the law onto you for this,
David shouts, finally realising what has happened to his butler.
Oh yes, the law, Hawke says absently. The guts for garters men. If you think they will help you, bring all the lawyers in Christendom to the meeting tomorrow. I, for my part, shall bring only one. She should be sufficient to effectively deal with them all. That is, after first adding up their collective fees on her abacus.
With these final words, Hawke turns to depart, leaving the hapless butler to nurse the fingers of his damaged hand by means of squeezing them under his armpit.
Go to hell, you nigger bastard!
David screams, shaking his fist at the dark shadow he sees as the departing Hawke. Hawke pauses at the door and turns back to look at the old man, and sees that he is weeping, though whether they be tears of temper, frustration, or anxiety, he can't tell. But with a certainty born out of a lifetime of knowing David Solomon, he knows that they are not tears that flow from remorse. Will the wicked old man never die, he thinks, as he closes the door behind him. David, in fact, weeps for himself, despite his bravado. He is aware that Hawke is a patient but determined foe, and that ultimately his enemy will gain control of Solomon and Teakleman once more. He considers briefly having Hawke murdered, but he is too old and feeble to make the arrangements, and Abraham would not countenance any such action. Everything is suddenly falling to bits. First Joshua going off to war, and now this. He has tried so hard to make his grandson everything he himself isn't. Joshua is his alter ego, and he is going to die knowing the boy with whom he has worked so diligently and upon whom he has lavished so much affection will come to nothing. David thinks back to the day of Joshua's birth, which in his mind's eye he sees as clearly as if it were yesterday. He is standing impatiently outside Elizabeth's bedchamber, and when he hears the first mewling cries of the infant, he turns the knob on the bedroom door, determined to barge in, but it has been locked from the inside.
Open this bloody door!
He shouts. Sir, I must cut and tie the cord and wash the baby, the midwife shouts back.
Bugger that, let me in!
David throws his shoulder against the door.
Let me in, will you?
He demands again. But the midwife won't be intimidated. You'll stay there until we're ready, sir, she shouts back. It is a good 15 minutes before David hears the click of the key, and without waiting for the door to open fully, he barges into the bedroom, brushing the midwife aside. He doesn't even demand to know the newborn's gender, convinced that whichever one of the ears of God has heard his request, it has also plainly understood that a male child was a mandatory part of it. David simply walks into the darkened room and makes for the velvet drapes which keep the bedchamber in a semi-darkened state. He rips them open to expose the late morning sunlight. Elizabeth lies with her infant swaddled and held tightly to her breasts.
"Right-o, girlie, let's see him. Hold him up, will you? Take that bloody blanket off. I want to see the lot of him, all of the little bugger. See, he's got everything that should be there, and nothing that shouldn't."
The midwife tries to interfere.
Sir, she's weary. The baby is only just born. The mother is weak from the birth.
She's always been weak and bloody wearied. Look at her, no bloody tits. How's the boy going to suckle, eh? Come along, girl, hold him up. Let me see the little blighter.
Elizabeth begins to cry, clutching her infant even more tightly to her chest.
"Father, please go," she whispers through her tears. "It's my baby."
David is genuinely shocked at this idea.
"Your baby? Oh, no, you don't. You'll not pull that one on me, girlie."
He points to the swaddled infant.
"That's my child. I got him from God, and a pretty penny he cost too."
He turns to the midwife.
"You, I'm not finished with you. Hold my boy up, let me see him," he demands.
The midwife, afraid to confront the monstrous man standing in front of her a second time, takes the infant from the weeping Elizabeth, and removing the blanket that covers him, she lies him down on the counterpane, which is folded neatly at the end of the bed. The tiny infant stretches, then balls his fists, screwing up his eyes against the glare which now bathes him in the light, showing the rubbery reddish-brown colour of the healthy newborn.
"See, making fists," David says gleefully. "A born fighter already."
He inspects Joshua minutely from head to toe. Then, pronouncing himself satisfied with the front, turns to the midwife.
"Turn him over, woman. Let's see his tuchus."
Finally, having checked Joshua for birthmarks or any other defect, he looks up, pleased.
"Good," he grunts. "Wrap him up, missus."
Turning to Elizabeth, he points to her bosom.
"You'll not feed him with those, girlie. We'll get a wet nurse with big tits. I'll not have him starving to death, suckling on a couple of bleeding mosquito bites."
David leaves just as Abraham arrives, having been summoned from work. Father and son meet at the bedchamber door.
"It's a boy, and he's mine," David says to his son.
Abraham, anxious to be at Elizabeth's side, only hears the words, "It's a boy," as he hastens to be with his distraught wife. This will prove to be one of the few times when the two parents will be alone with their child. David is convinced that the child is his, prayed and paid for, and that Elizabeth is simply the delivery container, who, while she is useful, is Joshua's surrogate mother. At first, Elizabeth objects to David's complete possession of her child, but to little avail. David demands that the wet nurse feeds him in his presence, so that he is assured the baby receives sufficient milk. He stands beside the nursemaid they have employed to care for the baby, while she weighs him every 2 days, jotting down baby Joshua's weight in a small notebook. As Joshua grows older, David so totally monopolizes the child that Joshua's own father seldom gets to play with him. David sees his grandchild as an extension of himself, and from the very first day he discusses affairs of business with Joshua.
"It's the sounds, see? The sounds of the words. Course he don't understand them, but if they're the sounds he hears about him, he'll get to know them unconscious-like. Sounds of words like profit, loss, debit, credit, insurance, compound interest, percentage, negotiation, contract. Them's all sounds and words he must later think was born into his head. It don't matter that he don't comprehend yet. It's the sounds, see? Like litigation, a lovely sound, that. Litigation."
"Leave the child alone, Father," Elizabeth would cry, exasperated at David's almost maniacal preoccupation with her child. "He's only a baby."
"Alone? Leave him alone?"
David shows his astonishment.
"What do you mean, alone?" he yells at her. "I can't take no chances. It's not my fault there's only one of him around."
This last is always said accusingly. Guilt is David's speciality, and he never hesitates to use it on his daughter-in-law. Shortly after Joshua's birth, Abraham contracts the mumps, which results in him becoming sterile. Despite this explanation for the couple's infertility, David continues to blame Elizabeth at every opportunity for only producing a single male heir. You was married 4 years, he shouts, holding up 4 bony fingers in front of Elizabeth's face. 4 bloody years before Joshua come along, before I got him born. Then, only then, Abe got the mumps what made his pistol fire blanks. You and that book-reading bastard who calls himself my son could have made me 2 more grandsons at least. Instead, you was gallivanting around in the cot using them fancy rubbers.
What about you? Elizabeth objects. You had Abraham, that's only 1 child.
Rebecca was sick. Sick doesn't count, David yells back at her. 4 years you waited. You and him having a good time in the cot, eating me out of house and home, never a sick day between you, and at the expense of my bloody grandchildren. On one such occasion, when David's tormenting has driven Elizabeth to distraction, she bends down, thumping her knees with her fists, and screams at the old man. For God's sake, Father, leave us alone! Don't you realise your son can't even get it up? He never bloody could, hardly. What's that? David cries. Then, realising what his daughter-in-law has just said, adds, That's your bloody fault, girlie. Let me tell you something for nothing. There's bugger all wrong with my boy a good Jewish girl couldn't fix. Well, then find him one, Elizabeth howls. He's no use to me. David stops, not believing his ears. You'll not divorce him, he shouts. There'll be no divorce in this house, you hear? He points an accusing finger at her. You leave, and I'll cut you off without a penny, he stammers, barely able to contain his anger. You won't even find work in a brothel, girlie. I'll see you in the gutter with the dog shit. Shaking with rage, he grabs her by the arm and pushes her so that she stumbles and falls to the carpet. Standing over her, both his fists clenched, his arms rigid at his side, he screams, Joshua has got to have a mother, even if it's only to wipe his arse. Leaving her on the floor, he walks from the room, shaking his head. Jesus Christ, I should never have let my son marry out. And so, in the age-old manner of men holding women captive, Elizabeth, for lack of independent means, is rendered helpless. Nor can she hope to appeal to her husband to stand up to his father. Furthermore, by keeping Abraham busy, and in Joshua's early years frequently away on business, David prevents his son from attempting to win the child's affection. David simply wants Joshua for himself, and shortly after Joshua is weaned, his cradle is moved into David's bedchamber, with the nurse in an adjoining room and a door between the rooms. The cradle is later followed by a cot, and then a cast-iron bed. Most of Joshua's waking childhood is spent within bawling distance of his grandfather, and when he reaches puberty, and as David tells himself, needs to pull his pud in private, he moves Joshua into the nanny's old room, so that he still has direct access to his grandson at any time of the day or night. His tutors, the first employed when Joshua turned 7, are Englishmen, gentlemen fallen on hard times. All are paid well above what their vocations might normally command, as David is aware that they will not long put up with his interference, bullying and bad temper, unless the reward for their services is sufficiently high to quell their inevitable disenchantment. Even so, Joshua will have 4 tutors in all before he is finally trundled off to Oxford. Joshua's first tutor undergoes a routine which will be common to those who follow him. David interviews him in his opulent office, resplendent in the latest Edwardian style, making him stand like a naughty schoolboy in front of his mahogany desk, even though the room is amply supplied with an ottoman couch and 4 comfortable leather armchairs of similar configuration. I am not an easy man to please, Mr. Smythe, and in the matter of my grandson you will find me even more particular. Whereas you are a gentleman, you should know right off I am not. I am a rich Jew, and I wish my grandson to be tutored as though he were a gentleman and a Gentile, a rich goy. Do you understand me? Smythe, who has only recently had his impecunious financial position alleviated by David and all his gambling debts paid, is happy to agree to just about any terms the old man wants to impose. He has been promised superior lodgings and a stipend far beyond the abilities of a second-class degree at Oxford, and he can't quite believe his good fortune. I shall do my best, sir, he assures David. No, Mr. Smythe, you will do my best, which I think you will find a bloody sight better than your best. We will begin with elocution. I desire my grandson to speak like a gentleman. David deliberately adopts a harsher version of his own accent and lack of grammar. If he don't talk proper and drops his H or his G's like his grandfather, you're in for the eye jump. I shall take particular care of his speech, Smythe promises. Yeah, whatever. You look after his speech.
I want him posh, not dead common like me.
David looks steadily at Smythe until the other man is forced to drop his gaze.
What do you study at Oxford University, then?
History, sir.
History? What history?
British. The history of the British Isles.
You mean English?
No, sir, that of course, but Irish and Scottish, the Welsh as well.
Well, you'll teach the boy English history, but no Irish, you understand? No Irish!
Smythe starts to protest. Without a grasp of Irish history, it is difficult to get true perspective on England's...
You heard me, Mr. Smythe. No bloody mix. No Irish.
Smythe looks down at his toes, feeling like the schoolboy David has intended he should. Yes, sir.
And we'll have arithmetic. Addition and subtraction, multiplication and division. Reading and writing, of course, and Latin.
Smythe looks up. I'm afraid I'm a poor Latin scholar, Mr. Solomon. Never got much beyond schoolboy Latin. I had just sufficient to scrape into Oxford, he says, with disarming modesty entirely lost on David.
Well, my grandson will be a schoolboy one day. That's enough Latin for him. All he needs to know is what it says on coats of arms and the like.
In which case I feel sure we shall manage splendidly, the tutor replies.
Mr. Smythe, do you have a coat of arms?
Smythe opens his mouth to speak, and David puts up his hand.
No, don't answer that. I know you have. That's why you got the job in the first place.
David pushes himself away from the desk.
That will be all. You may go.
Thank you, sir. Smythe turns and walks from the study, conscious of David's rudeness, but telling himself he has no choice but to countenance it. David calls after him.
Oi, boy! You wouldn't know how to use an abacus, would you? A Chinese abacus. You know, for counting and doing sums.
Smythe turns to face him. No, I'm afraid not, sir.
Be most useful for the boy to learn.
David smiles for the first time.
Perhaps we can find a Chinaman to teach him, eh? Knew a whorewoman once who used the abacus. Fast as bleeding lightning she was. Had these broken hands, see, all deformed like. But you couldn't hardly see them when she worked them little black and red beads. Beat anyone hollow who was using a pen and paper to do their sums.
Remarkable, sir, Smythe replies, unable to think what else to say, though he does wonder briefly what a whore would be doing with an abacus.
Mr. Smythe, one more thing.
Yes, sir.
You will be polite to the boy's mother, Mrs. Solomon, but no more. You'll not speak to her about his progress, or, as a matter of fact, anything else. If I catch you doing so, you will be dismissed immediately. Do you understand me?
Perfectly, sir. David has so effectively sidelined Elizabeth that she eventually loses heart and spends most of her day in her bedchamber quietly nursing a gin bottle. He puts this down to the inherent weakness in the Gentile strain and is grateful that she no longer makes a fuss. He knows that his own mother, Hannah, and even the sickly Rebecca would have fought him to a standstill and most probably would have won. A Jewish mother has resources of resistance and sheer cantankerity to a depth impossible to plumb. Not that Hannah Solomon much cared about how David turned out, other than to instill in him the same hate she had for his father Ike and his so-called mistress Mary Abacus. Hannah believed that survival in a world where a Jew was considered even lower than the bog Irish depended on money and a heart filled with malice.
Vengeance is a dish best tasted cold, she'd say to him. They's all bastards, David. All greedy. Only thing you got to learn is how to be a bigger bastard and more greedy. Know what I mean, son?
David has few illusions about the sort of man he is. Given his parents, he believes he is the logical outcome of Ike and Hannah Solomon, two of the more rapacious creatures to step ashore from a convict ship. They were formidable in their capacity to create mischief or to make a shilling out of someone else's misery. Hannah had been the owner of a dockside brothel, the most vile in London. She kept small boys and turned them into catamites. Little girls, orphans from the streets of London, were trained by her for the delectation of paedophiles and the most evil of the great city's perverts and sexual predators. She would, for the right price, obtain dwarfs, nigger women, the deformed, and even slobbering idiots from the madhouse, whatever the vile preference or sexual proclivities demanded. That was Hannah Solomon, a businesswoman who didn't stop to weigh the consequences of any perversion beyond the price it might fetch in the market of the depraved. She believed that if there was a need, and if she didn't exploit it, someone else would. In this regard, she was probably right. London at the time was the greatest cesspool in the known world, and the exploitation of ragged children abandoned by their mothers to live under the bridges and in the underground sewage system was so common as to be ignored by the law. However, her 4 children were well cared for and were too young to be aware of their mother's pernicious occupation. They lived in a pleasant, even by comparison to the houses around it, salubrious Whitechapel House, and were minded by a nursemaid, usually a malnourished Irish biddy, grateful for free board and lodging and a few pennies to spend on gin on Saturdays, the Jewish Sabbath, when Hannah remained at home with her children and the maid was given the day off to get drunk. This cloistered, albeit lonely life as a child came to an abrupt end when David was 8 and Hannah was convicted of the theft of a batch of gentlemen's fob watches and sentenced to be transported with her children to Van Diemen's Land. Though the theft of the watches was no less an act of her own rapacity, Hannah believed her arrest and subsequent transportation were the result of a clever plan hatched by Ike so that he and his whore mistress, Mary Abacus, could steal the contents of a large combination safe hidden under the floor of the pantry in the Whitechapel home. People who hold themselves to be victims seldom bother to examine the evidence leading to the circumstances in which they find themselves, and Hannah was no different. How Ike might be somehow able to force open the safe from as far away as America where he'd absconded, Hannah never bothered to explain. Even after Ike was recaptured and was himself transported to Port Arthur, so that the safe remained unopened in their boarded-up Whitechapel home, she continued to blame them. Hannah's transportation and the wealth denied her became the basis for her hatred and bitterness, and as both emotions needed to have subjects for vilification, Ike and Mary Abacus remained the principals accused of her demise. It was a bitterness and hatred for his father which she nourished in her oldest son during her years as a convict, and later, when as an emancipist, she took up with George Madden, a successful grain merchant in New Norfolk.
"You must promise me, David," his mother would say, "if I should die before that miserable bastard Ike Solomon, your father, God help us, or his whore, you will avenge our little family. What we have become is because of them two, and they must pay for what they done to us. Listen to Mamma, my precious. Every humiliation, every insult, every misery that has befallen you, every moment you've suffered is to be blamed on those 2 vile creatures who put us here in this God-forsaken place and stole our money. Rich! We was, filthy bleeding rich. We could have been nabobs, kings and queens. It's them 2 robbed us, took everything what was rightly ours." She would repeat this sentiment every day of the miserable life David endured. Hannah was nothing if not persistent and persuasive, and soon David's young mind had become totally corrupted with a hatred for his father and a loathing for Mary Abacus. They were to blame for all his unhappiness, for the beatings he received at the hands of Madden, for every insult and humiliation he suffered working for him. "Mamma, I swear on your grave they shall pay," he would tell his mother earnestly. "Listen to me, David, my boy. You must learn to be a businessman like George, only better. He ain't too well, and I don't suppose he'll last much longer." She smiled and gave him a sly look. "He coughs something awful at night, and sometimes there's blood comes up. I'm happy to say he won't take physic or see the doctor neither. I know he beats you something awful, but we'll get it all when he passes on. Listen to me. Poor folk can't take revenge, only rich. That miserable whore Mary Abacus is getting rich with her brewery and what she stole from us, and she'll be respectable soon enough, and she'll come after you, you mark me words. What she done to me she'll do again to you and the others." Tears of mortification would run down Hannah's face. "We'll be rubbish, and she'll be respectable," she'd wail. "It's money what earns respect. We must get what's rightly ours and see her in the gutter again." Hannah would wipe away her tears and beckon to him. "Come here then, give us a kiss. You're a clever boy, David. I know you won't let your old mamma down. Remember, folk don't ask how you got your gelt long as you've got it. Money ain't got no conscience, nor should you have." Soon David equated the only love and affection he ever received with his ability to hate, and as he grew to manhood, he saw his business success and the subsequent wealth as the means to enable him to become a bully and to use his power to gain revenge for true and imagined hurts and insults. Throughout his long life, Mary Abacus remained the primary protagonist he must defeat. It was a promise to Hannah he was to keep better than she could ever have imagined. At the age of 28, he conspired with Hannah to kidnap Mary's adopted twins, Tomo and Hawk, in an attempt to blackmail Ike into giving her his numbers to the safe in Whitechapel.
The kidnap plan went disastrously wrong, but Hannah comforted herself with the knowledge that she'd blighted the lives of both children forever, and had somewhat evened her score with Mary Abacus, who loved the boys more than her life.
"It's no more than she deserves," she'd sneer. "Them two brats were bastards born of a fat whore. It's all the bitch could love, a whore's sons." Then she turns to him. "It's not enough, David. We cannot rest until we have taken everything from them, you hear? Everything! We must have it all!"
When Ike died, leaving his half of the combination to Mary, Hannah, borrowing the passage money from Madden, sent David to England, where the 15-year-old Hawke was learning how to grow hops in Kent. It was agreed that the two families would share the safe's contents, dividing it equally, though David and Hannah had already planned for Hawke to be followed and robbed of his share soon after he emerged from the Whitechapel house. As David lies weeping in the bath chair, he thinks how terribly he was cheated by Hawke when the safe was opened and shown to be empty. How, over the past 21 years, in the twilight of his life, he has clawed back his family fortunes and consigned Hawke and his so-called grandchildren, the last vestiges of Mary Abacus, to emotional oblivion by controlling everything the great whore built with her misbegotten gains. Now, he sobs, the nigger is back again. The perfidious bastard has come back to threaten him and his grandson, to destroy his life's work. David feels a terrible anger rising up in him. It grows more and more intense, and he knows he must release it, break something. He finds the spittoon and hurls it to the ground, though it is made of brass and simply clangs and bounces before coming to a halt. He is too weak to get out of the bath chair, and the anger grows and envelops him, until his entire body shakes uncontrollably, and he cannot find the electric buzzer to summon help. His arms, flapping about like a rag doll, are beyond his control. He attempts to shout, but his throat is filled with an anger and a panic that leaves him incapable of more than a gurgling sound. His legs are jumping wildly, and still the anger grows, until it is now beyond containing, so that his last conscious thought is that he is about to suffer a heart seizure, and suddenly there is only blackness. Almost an hour later, David is discovered lying on the floor of the conservatory by Adams. He appears to have been thrown from the bath chair. His nose has bled profusely from the impact of landing on the tiled floor. The bleeding has now stopped, but the front of his pyjama jacket is soaked in blood. His face is fixed in a state of rictus, a grimace not unlike one of his more unusually cantankerous expressions, though it appears to be permanently in place. When the doctor is called to examine the still alive but completely comatose old man, it is discovered that David Solomon has suffered a massive cerebral stroke. Hawke is not to know the news about David until a telephone call from Abraham the following morning, asking to postpone the boardroom meeting. Abraham, ever polite, simply explains that the old man has had a stroke, and that it would be most convenient if Hawke would be so good as to postpone their meeting for 2 days. Hawke offers his sympathy to Abraham, knowing that David's son would be aware that he had visited the old man, and that the confrontation may well have been the reason for David's stroke. It is typical of Abraham that he should avoid conjecture and say nothing.
"I may be implicated, Abraham. I went to see your father yesterday morning. It wasn't an altogether harmonious occasion," Hawke tells him.
There is a moment of silence at the other end of the phone before Abraham replies.
"He was very old. Something like this is to be expected. The doctor says he has no pain." "How long will he last?" Hawke asks. "According to the physician, a week. Maybe a little more, who knows?" "Then we shall postpone the meeting until after the Shiva," Hawke says.
"Thank you, I am most grateful," Abraham says quietly, placing down the phone. To everyone's surprise, the old man regains consciousness and can even sip a little broth or take a cup of tea, though he is unable to talk, and the left side of his body is paralyzed. The last known words to cross his lips are a curse for his mortal enemy, the adopted son of Mary Abacus. David Solomon dies quietly in his sleep 3 days after Hawke's visit, and not even the maid, who habitually brings a cup of tea to his bedroom of a morning, has a tear to shed for the old man.
"Missus, he's dead,"
is all she says to Mrs. Tompkins, the housekeeper, as she returns the tea to the kitchen.
"Who's dead, girl?"
the housekeeper asks.
"Oh, Mr. David."
"Oh," says the housekeeper.
"I'd better wake Sir Abraham, then."
She points to the discarded cup of tea.
"Is that still hot enough to take him with me?" "Suppose so," the maid says. "But Sir Abraham don't take no sugar."
Chapter 8. The Sons and Daughters, Victoria and Joshua. 1914. Hawke knows little of women's fashions, but senses that the drama of the occasion may be heightened when they meet Abraham, if Victoria appears to be the social equal of the sophisticated, popular and good-looking Joshua Solomon. Therefore he tries to persuade her to dress in the style that might be expected from a young Melbourne socialite, whose hair is worn in what is known as the short bob, with curls brushed forward over the forehead. A gown typical of the fashion for the very rich is one such as worn by the pretty Miss Van der Clark at an afternoon reception at the Clark home, Win Marley, for the dancer Ivy Shilling, the terpsichorean with the most beautiful legs in the world. Miss Clark wore a peacock chiffon taffeta gown, with draped bodice and tunic of soft lace and ninon, the bodice finished with a deeper tone of blue. Hawke, reading the Age, has somehow stumbled across the photograph of Miss Clark and a description of her gown, and points it out to Victoria at breakfast. "Perhaps you could wear something like this," he says casually. "You know, done up to the nines." He chuckles. "It'll fair sock Abraham and his cohorts in the eye, eh?" He stabs a finger at the paper. "Miss Clark seems to be the very height of fashion, and you, my dear, are much, much prettier than she is." Victoria, who is seldom rude, though often forthright, sends him away with a flea in his ear. In fact, she seems to have tried even harder to appear as plain Jane as possible. Tomo's granddaughter has taken to dressing in a manner you might expect to find on any neatly dressed shopgirl in Myers, wearing a plain black dress, a modest hat, and a cheap pair of gloves, except that her face is scrubbed clean, with not the slightest trace of powder, rouge, or lip colour.
CD 8.
Despite these extreme efforts to appear to be plain, Victoria has inherited the bone structure of her island ancestors, and while she is unlikely to be considered pretty by the fashions of the day, she is a handsome young woman, with her eyes being quite unusual. They are large and almost violet in colour, and have a direct gaze. It is as if they contain an innate intelligence of their own, even before she has opened her mouth to speak. They are a weapon of which she is not yet aware. As she grows older and assumes more authority, her eyes will often make people confess the truth before she has demanded or even expected it. Victoria's remarkable eyes will serve her well throughout her life. Her skin, inherited from her mother, is the lightest olive and flawless, though it is clearly not of the much-admired peaches and cream perfection usually accorded the English, and to be greatly cherished if it is possessed by a colonial femme. To the astute observer, and there are many such among Melbourne's social elite, Victoria's wheaten hair and violet eyes do not deceive them. Her naturally tanned skin shows that she is a half-breed, or among those prepared to be more charitable, at the very least of Mediterranean extract, a lineage barely considered an improvement on the part Maori she unashamedly claims to be. Victoria holds herself erect, even perhaps a little stiff-backed, with her chin at right angles to her neck, and even though she is only slightly more than average height, 5 feet and 5 inches, she appears to be much taller. While she aspires to the uniform appearance of those women increasingly to be found in the ranks of the Labour Party, her deportment, together with her slightly clipped and correct grammar and rounded vowels, both courtesy of Mr. and Mrs. Wickworth Spode, will forever stamp her as being different. In England she would be called a blue stocking. Here she is simply a misfit, neither Friday fish nor Sunday fowl, a socialist by conviction and an aristocrat by demeanour. To the labour organisers of the day, in particular those men running the trade unions, she is much too frank, clever and overqualified to be allowed to play a role beyond that of a general factotum or amanuensis. These two positions are regularly reserved for a female fellow traveller in the so-called egalitarian Australian Labour Party and its corresponding union movement. Only the notorious Muriel Haney has managed to climb further up the ranks of the unions, and it is claimed that the price she has paid to achieve this status is sufficient warning to any other female who feels she might like to attempt to follow in her footsteps. Victoria Teakleman is cursed with a quality men have never admired in a woman, and like her brother Ben, she is a natural leader. James Scullin, the Labour Prime Minister in the first 2 years of the Great Depression, was once heard to say of her, "If Victoria Teakleman had been born a man, I have not the slightest doubt that she would one day be running this country. Thank God she is a member of the opposite sex and not a member of the House." Hawke smiles to himself when Victoria emerges from her bedroom, ready to depart with him to the city. He decides that he was quite wrong to try to persuade her to pretension. She is attired in a white cotton blouse with a wide lapel, a knitted cardigan, a sensible grey worsted skirt that shows a defiant glimpse of her ankles, woolen stockings and inexpensive black boots. Her only affectation is a cheap black Chinese silk scarf, knotted in the manner of a gentleman's tie, but worn loosely with the knot well down below the neckline so that the curve of her neck is clearly visible. Her hair is drawn back severely to a bun at the back of her head. Though neatly arranged, it is not much different to a style any washerwoman might affect, and upon her head she wears a broad-brimmed Panama hat with only a simple black band. However, Victoria still manages to look very attractive. She stands perfectly straight, her chin raised to appear just a fraction defiant. Although in her mid-20s, she still looks too young to be taken seriously. Hawke suspects men will forever underestimate her, as he himself has in how she should appear at the board meeting. He wonders whether she will ever find a man strong enough to contain her, or will it be Mary Abacus all over again? In Victoria's own mind, her plain dressing and general demeanour is not an affectation. In the time she has been in Melbourne, she has come to despise the debutantes and later the prattling, empty-headed, husband-hunting young women who make up the unmarried social scene. She consciously does not wish to be included among them, even though her name and the wealth that comes with it condemns her to sit at the very top of the social ladder. It has always astonished her that the middle-class girls with whom she studied accountancy, typing and shorthand look up to these young socialites as if they were on the silver screen and are perpetually gathering scraps of gossip about them as eagerly as a magpie furnishes its nest with brightly coloured bits. It is a curious fact of life that money bestows on a woman an enhanced perception of glamour, whereas a man is accorded the bonus of a superior mind. People mistakenly think that the very rich are somehow more glamorous or intelligent than themselves. Victoria is conscious of this cultural sycophancy, and her manner of dressing is also an effort to be accepted at face value by those who see themselves as having a lower status than herself. She is similarly troubled that women from the so-called middle and lower classes are terribly self-deprecating and believe that they must be less intelligent than men, so that they dare not assume the same responsibilities or expect equal remuneration for their work. It concerns her deeply that even when women are doing essentially the same work as men, the female equivalent of the job is somehow thought to be second-rate. In the classes she attended in accountancy, where the students were a mix of males and females, the women, knowing her name to be Tickleman, seemed disappointed that she didn't live up to their exalted expectations of glamour. They seemed collectively embarrassed that she topped the class in every subject, almost as though by beating the males she was letting down their gender. It was a paradox she would live with all her life, as she urged women to slough their sense of inferiority and take the men on at their own game, and to see the male conspiracy for what it was, merely bluff and balderdash. She would argue with her female classmates, often exampling Addie Keating, the only woman department head at Myers, who ran the toy department, the smallest and most unprofitable area of the store. Miss Keating built it into one of the most profitable within the giant emporium. She was the first woman to travel alone overseas as a buyer, visiting Japan on several occasions and later Europe, where Sidney Meyer allowed her an unlimited bank draft to purchase not only children's toys, but also any other merchandise. Victoria would point out that Miss Keating came from an Irish family in Bendigo who were down on their luck, and that she'd started as the humblest fourth assistant shop girl, with no influence but a burning desire to succeed. She took on and beat the men at their own game, and earned the respect of the great Sidney Meyer, who once told his male department heads that Miss Keating was worth 2 of any of them. Victoria would become frustrated talking to her female classmates, who pathetically stared back at her blank-eyed. On one occasion, one of them gathered up the courage to say, "It's all right for you, you're filthy rich. You don't have to work. It doesn't matter if you lose your job," which brought acquiescent nods from them all. Hawke also sees why Victoria has dressed in such a severe way for the meeting with Sir Abraham and his legal and accountancy cohorts. She intends to show them that she is of equal intellectual standing, and not a dizzy young thing to be treated in the patronising and jocular manner they are accustomed to adopting with the vacuous friends of their own muddle-headed daughters. Hawke ineluctably concludes that Victoria, despite her efforts, has probably failed in both these attempts, as her youth, handsome looks and natural ebullience completely override any conscious effort of plain manliness. She simply isn't common or plain, and no uniform she chooses to adopt will make her appear to be so. Nevertheless, in a business world where young women are expected to be seen and not heard, and are usually accompanied by a pad and pencil and a competence in Sir Isaac Pitman's shorthand, Hawke silently applauds her determination not to be categorised or taken for granted. Bringing Victoria to the boardroom of Solomon and Teakelman has not been easy. In fact, the 3 days it took for David to die, and the additional 7 for the Shiva, the period of mourning whereby the family of the deceased is required to do no work and to remain quietly at home, have been very welcome. Hawke has needed every one of these days to bring Victoria around to his way of thinking. Abraham has insisted on the strictest orthodox funeral rites for David Solomon. There is no shortage of visitors to his home while the family sits Shiva. Even though David Solomon had few friends, probably not even enough for a minyan, the 10 males required to say the Kaddish, the traditional prayers for the dead, Melbourne's Jews have all come to witness for themselves that the old bastard is finally dead and buried in his plain pine box. Hawke himself attends the funeral and stands in line to offer his condolences to Abraham and Elizabeth. Abraham is aware of his presence long before they shake hands, and so has time to compose himself. "I wish you both long life," Hawke says, offering a frail-looking Elizabeth and then Abraham his hand. He can see that Elizabeth is flushed, and as he draws closer, smells her distinctly peppermint breath. Hawke hopes only that today's bottle of gin is one of celebration rather than of despair. Abraham, shaking his hand, says, "I am surprised you came, Hawke Solomon, though pleasantly or otherwise I cannot yet say." Hawke looks at him and replies, "Abraham, the orthodox burial is also a surprise to me, but your father was too big a factor in my life to be ignored in death. To do so would be to convey the impression that our quarrel continues." "Oh?" Abraham's head jerks backwards in surprise. He looks thoroughly bemused, not sure quite what Hawke means by this final remark, but certain that his mention of the orthodox ceremony means he understands that the prolonged mourning period gives him valuable time at Hawke's expense. This is, of course, its principal purpose, though there is another which Abraham will scarcely admit to himself. He knows that David would have resisted with every breath in his body the idea of an orthodox funeral. "Rubbish! It's all superstitious rubbish," he'd said often enough in life. "Waste of time! Put me in a plain box and leave me to the worms. No rabbi, you hear, and don't send a donation. That Schlemiel Rabbi Abrahams has already cost me an arm and a leg and 2 ears. He's not going to cash in on my corpse as well." Now, by going against his wishes, Abraham is consciously asserting himself, getting rid of the last vestiges of his father's influence. That he needs the time to put his legal representatives and accountants to work to see how they might prevent Hawke from taking over at Solomon and Teakelman allows him to deny this second motive to himself. When the housekeeper woke him with his usual cup of tea and quietly informed him of the old man's death, Abraham had already decided to give his father an orthodox funeral for these reasons. Putting on his dressing gown and slippers, and without waking Elizabeth, who was sleeping in an adjoining room, he took up his mother's prayer book and put it under his arm. Carrying the cup of tea, he went quietly into David's bedchamber. After David first had his stroke, Abraham had taken the precaution of finding his mother's prayer book. Rebecca, when it came her turn to die, had insisted on an orthodox funeral, and finding herself unable to trust her husband in the matters of her death, had schooled Abraham in the rituals to be observed. Abraham now recalls the long vigil at her bedside, where he and Elizabeth had taken turns to sit for 3 days and nights. How as dawn approached on the 4th day, he'd read aloud the prayer he'd been required to learn by rote. Even now he can hear his mother whispering the words, repeating them back to him as she lay dying. He also remembers how David, in his red silk dressing gown, sat with his arms crossed, looking up at the ceiling with an expression of resigned exasperation. He had refused to sit with his wife except for the briefest periods, and had to be wakened when the time came for Rebecca to say her last farewells. Although it was a long time ago, Abraham now tries to recall the ancient rituals involved in Rebecca's death. He knows he has neglected to perform the first 3, the candles, the vigil at David's bedside, and the final prayer of confession. However, he is not unduly concerned, thinking that he can make good with the candles, and when the rabbi arrives, it will be easy enough to be seated beside his father's bed, appearing to have been present throughout the night's vigil. With the prayer book at his side, or perhaps on his lap, the rabbi will assume that Abraham, even though David can't speak, has read the prayer of confession to his father. Abraham knows how important this last act of contrition is among Orthodox Jews, but privately thinks how inappropriate it would have been for David Solomon to show the slightest sign of remorse even in death. For his father to enjoy the radiance of the divine presence after death, as is promised to Orthodox Jews, seems somehow to Abraham to be a miscarriage of God's justice. Even though where a distinct lack of saintliness in life existed, provision has been made for the departed soul to undergo a year of chastisement before entering the divine presence, this too seems totally inadequate in David's case. There is a third category, where according to tradition, only the grotesquely evil qualify for and are subject to eternal damnation. However, Abraham is too honest to place his father in this truly heavyweight division on the scales of wickedness. Abraham tells himself that his conscience is clear on both counts, the vigil at his father's bedside and the final prayer of contrition. David's stroke has prevented any possibility of a confession, and as for the vigil at his bedside, David was so habitually drugged with an opiate syrup prescribed by the family doctor that he was forced to sleep soundly until well into the morning, and it is unlikely that anyone seated at his bedside would even have noticed the moment of his death. It had been different for his mother. She'd made him rehearse the prayer of confession several times during the week she correctly forecast she would die. "It is a great mitzvah to be present at the departure of a soul," Rebecca had told him. "It will be your duty to request me to confess my sins, and I hope to do so with pride." She had grown so accustomed to talking about her impending death that the whole family had long since given up protesting. Rebecca tended to get her own way in most things, and it did not surprise them that she would choose the timing of her own death. "But, Mother, isn't pride a sin?" Abraham remembers teasing her. "Believe me, in death a little pride does no harm," she'd said with great authority. "It's the English Jews got it, not those immigrants from Poland and Russia who do all that lamentation, weeping and gnashing of teeth. That lot, they got no pride." "Anyway, what sins could you possibly have to confess?" Abraham recalls, humouring her further. "Sins? Never you mind, my boy. Believe me, I got plenty. You want I should miss you saying the words so I can say them back? My very last words to my only beloved son?" she'd said accusingly. "Aren't you supposed to say them to God, Mother?" "Him also," Rebecca had snapped. Then, finding the confession in her prayer book, she'd marked it with a hairpin. Abraham now sees that the hairpin is still in place after all these years, and not quite knowing why, he opens the book and begins to read aloud the long-since-forgotten words of the Yeziat Neshama in the presence of his dead father. If Rabbi Abrahams asks whether he has performed this particular mitzvah, he won't mention the disparity in time between the death and the reading, explaining only that his father had suffered a stroke and therefore was unable to respond to the words in the ancient ritual of confession. "I acknowledge unto thee, O Lord my God, and the God of my fathers, that both my cure and my death are in thy hands. May it be thy will to send me a perfect healing. Yet if my death be fully determined by thee, I will in love accept it at thy hand. O may my death be an atonement for all my sins, iniquities, and transgressions, of which I have been guilty against thee. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one." He completes the prayer and places the prayer book where it can be clearly seen on the bedside table. Then he presses the electric buzzer 3 times to summon the housekeeper. When Mrs. Tompkins arrives, she carries another cup of tea. "Nice fresh cup of tea," she says, putting it down beside Abraham and taking up the old one. "Thank you, Mrs. Tompkins," Abraham says. "Now there are several things I want you to do immediately. I want 9 candles, well-used ones, if you please." "Candles well used? Oh dear," the housekeeper appears to be thinking. "I don't know, sir," she says. "I shall have to try and scrounge them from the servants' quarters." She suddenly brightens. "Plenty of new ones in the kitchen, mind, kept in case the electric light should fail." Yes, thank you. I shall require only used ones. The more used, the better. And don't remove the wax that's melted down the sides. Do please hurry, Mrs. Tompkins," Abraham urges. "Oh, and while you're at it, see if you can find me a chicken feather. A small one will do." "A chicken feather? Don't have chicken on a Thursday." "From a pillow, perhaps?" "That's goose," Mrs. Tompkins says. "Yes, well, a feather. Find one, please. Oh, and another thing.
Tell the maid who irons my shirt every morning to make a tear, a big tear where my heart would be, then to bring it to my bedchamber. Tear your shirt? Yes, tear it. You ain't got no old shirt, Sir Abraham. Abraham sighs. A good one, Mrs. Tompkins, a very good one, he says, showing some signs of exasperation. Mrs. Tompkins expostulates, clearly showing her disapproval. Then she turns towards the door. And tell Adams to take the motor car to fetch Rabbi Abrahams. He knows where he lives. Worn-down candles, chicken feathers, torn shirts, and Mr. Adams to fetch the rabbi right then, Mrs. Tompkins mutters unhappily as she leaves the room. With Mrs. Tompkins dismissed, Abraham walks into the reception room, where his mother always kept a silver menorah, the traditional Jewish candelabrum consisting of 8 branches. He finds it tucked away in a cupboard, and takes it to his father's bedchamber, where he places it on a chest of drawers to the left of the bed. Then he moves a chair beside the bed and leaves for his own bedroom, where fortunately the maid has not yet removed yesterday's suit for pressing. Drinking the cup of tea, Abraham waits until the laundry maid brings in the freshly ironed shirt, and when she goes to pick up his suit trousers from the carpet where he's thrown them the previous night, he instructs her to leave them. Abraham examines the shirt and discovers that the maid, though it was probably Mrs. Tompkins, has made a small, almost tentative cut around the area of the heart with a pair of scissors. Abraham gets into his vest and long johns, and pulling on the shirt, examines the tear in the mirror. Deciding that it does not appear sufficiently contrite, he rips it further to expose a goodly area of his undervest. Abraham is a modern Jew and doesn't habitually wear the tallit, the tasselled prayer shawl traditionally worn under the shirt. His mother never threw anything out, and he wonders if a little rummaging might produce the one he wore at his bar mitzvah, but then decides that Rabbi Abrahams is astute enough to know that, in his case, it would be an affectation, or perhaps even be seen as a hypocrisy. He retrieves his trousers from the bedroom carpet, and is pleased to see that they give every appearance of having been much rumpled. Abraham pulls them on and hooks the still-attached braces over his shoulders. Leaving the starched collar off the shirt, he cunningly inserts a gold collar stud into its topmost buttonhole to give the appearance of a soiled collar removed. Finally adding his waistcoat, socks and boots, he presents himself once again in front of the mirror. The total effect, taken together with the dark stain of his overnight growth, gives every impression of dishevelment, of clothes and man having endured a long night at the bedside of the dying. By the time the rabbi arrives, the candles of varying sizes that Mrs. Tompkins has scavenged from the servants' quarters are well alight and look as if they have worn their way downwards throughout the long night's vigil. Adams steps aside at the door to let Rabbi Abrahams into David's bedchamber. The rabbi observes Sir Abraham sitting slumped in a chair at the bedside with his chin resting on his chest, giving an altogether convincing imitation of someone who hasn't slept a wink all night. Abraham, who is not by nature duplicitous, is relieved when the rabbi nods his approval. "The vigil of a faithful son. I commend you and I wish you long life, Sir Abraham," Rabbi Abraham says as he crosses to where Abraham sits. Abraham rises wearily and they shake hands. "Ah, he has not been touched," the rabbi exclaims, seeing David's staring eyes and open jaw. Abraham points to a saucer on the bedside table, on which resides a rather small chicken feather. "Am I not required to wait for you to say the Baruch Dayan Cha'emet?" Abraham asks, hoping he has correctly pronounced the Hebrew words taken from his mother's prayer book. "Oh, you should have done that yourself. Then placed the feather to the lips of the deceased to ensure there is no breath coming afterwards, leaving the body untouched for 8 minutes only." Rabbi Abrahams points accusingly to where David lies with his toothless mouth gaping, his head sunk deeply into the goose-down pillow. "It is the task of the eldest son to close the eyes and the mouth," he says, reproving Abraham. "Rigor mortis has already set in. Now it will not be easy." "I'm sorry, Rabbi. As I said, I was under the impression he was not to be touched." Rabbi Abraham shrugs and sighs, and points to the candelabrum with the stubs of 9 candles still burning. "And the menorah you don't need. Only 1 candle to be lit beside the dying. 9 is an extravagance. 1 candle is all that is required to symbolize the flickering of the soul. A Jew's death is a simple affair. A rich man and a poor man are equal in death. So in God's law we keep things simple, affordable, a single candle, a pine coffin,
Death is no time to show off. I'm sorry, Rabbi. It has been too long since my mother passed away to remember all the details. That is 2 times you are sorry already. It is unseemly to allow such a distinguished man as your father, he points to the gaping jaw once again, to be like this. Abraham looks alarmed. What shall I do, Rabbi? Rabbi Abraham shrugs his shoulders. It is not for me to say. He will not be seen. It is only a private matter of respect between you and your father. I thought it important not to touch him. I did not think of rigor mortis. So now he has a big mouth to catch flies. I'm sorry, Rabbi Abrahams. 3 times now you are sorry. Perhaps next time the telephone, eh? When you know death knocks at the door, you take the telephone and call me, and I will tell you what to do. Abraham knows Rabbi Abrahams has not been fooled by his bumbling attempt to cover up. The good Reb has a reputation for both wisdom and shrewdness, and in the work of the Lord is not afraid to use an acerbic tongue when he is confronted by a sacrilegious Jew. Even David had on more than one occasion ruefully admitted that Rabbi Abrahams got the better of him, that the rabbi had managed to effortlessly loosen his tightly drawn purse strings when no other man on God's earth could have done so. Abraham, of course, knows the story of the 2 ears of God and the resultant birth of Joshua. How the rabbi took a natural and perfectly fair advantage of David's obsessive desire for a grandson. After all, it was one of the few occasions anyone can remember when David Solomon got his comeuppance, and Melbourne's Jewish community are very fond of relating the story. Abraham himself derived a fair amount of comfort from the tale, for it proved that his father was vulnerable, and it pleased him to think that David was made to look foolish for once in his life. But now he has no desire to undergo the same treatment at the hands of the famous rabbi. What shall I do? He asks the rabbi again, knowing that if Rabbi Abrahams decides to advise him, he will by this act alone have attracted a more than generous donation to the synagogue. I can show you, but I cannot help, you understand? Yes, thank you, Rabbi, Abraham says, greatly relieved. You will need a linen table napkin and a woman's stocking, and also somebody else must be here. Mr. Adams, perhaps. It is not necessary that this someone is a Jew. A table napkin and a woman's stocking. For the jaw, the rabbi explains. We must close it, force it into a closed position, then tie it for a few hours so it won't snap open again. The napkin is for the eyes, he adds gratuitously. Abraham nods. Right. Then he calls Adams, knowing that the butler will be standing outside the bedchamber door. The jowly visage of Adams appears around the lintel. You called, sir? Get a stocking from one of the maids and bring a linen towel, Abraham instructs the butler. A stocking, sir? Yes, yes, man, do hurry. Rigor mortis has set in. Hurry, schmurry, it won't make no difference. Now is already too late to hurry. The rabbi looks meaningfully at the hapless Abraham. But not too late for due care. Adams returns after a few minutes with both items, and no doubt there is much speculation and giggling taking place in the kitchen. You must stay to help, Adams, Abraham commands, glad to be in a position to assert a little authority of his own, and see that whoever is given the money for a new pair of hose. Certainly, Sir Abraham. May I offer my condolences to yourself and Lady Elizabeth? Yes, yes, thank you, Adams. Rabbi Abrahams will instruct us now in what to do. If you please, Sir Abraham, you must place both your hands on the top of Mr. David's head. The rabbi turns to Adams. And you, Mr. Adams, will push from the base of the jaw to close it. Then Sir Abraham will tie the stocking about the jaw and pull it tight to the crown of the head, where he will tie it like a bandage for a sore tooth. Do you understand? Certainly, sir. I was a stretcher-bearer in the Boer War, Adams says, a trifle smugly. Abraham is mortified at the prospect of touching the cold, staring, gap-mouthed face of his father, who in death wears an expression not unlike the one he customarily assumed when his temper was out of control, and he was looking around for something expensive to break. I say, can we not have Adams do it with someone else? Abraham now asks. Rabbi Abraham shakes his head and looks scornfully at him. It is a task for a loving son, a great privilege and an honor. But you said it was not a religious act. Not religious, no, but loving, yes. Abraham sighs, and closing his eyes, places both hands down on the cold skull of his dead father. "Push now," the rabbi instructs. "Push down." With his eyes still tightly shut, Abraham pushes down, and he can hear Adams grunting as he forces the jaw to a closed position. "Now bring the stocking," Rabbi Abraham says. "Cup it under the chin and draw it up over both ears and pull tight, then make a knot." Abraham opens his eyes and takes up the black woolen stocking in both hands, and as Adams removes his hands from David's jaw, he quickly loops it under his dead father's chin and draws it upwards, covering his ears. "Tight, pull it tight," the rabbi explains. Abraham pulls hard on both ends of the stocking and finds his hands are now a good 18 inches above his dead father's head. "Keep the strain and make a knot. Mr. Adams, bring back your hand on the jaw." Abraham makes a knot and pulls it tight, then makes another, so that an almost perfect top knot appears at the apex of David's almost bald skull. Abraham notices for the first time that the surface of his father's skull is blotched with large dark age freckles, and is in appearance not dissimilar to the skin of an overripe banana. He has a sense of having lost his dignity, and feels slightly soiled by the waxy, cold feel of the skin. The too close proximity to death is not at all to his liking. "Now the eyes," the rabbi says. He looks suspiciously at Abraham. "You will do the eyes. It is the duty of the eldest son." "No, please, no. I do not feel well." The rabbi looks at Abraham in surprise and points to the corpse. "Not so sick as him. Tradition, tradition. It is a great honor. For 3,000 years the Jews—" "No, please," Abraham interrupts him. "It is not difficult. It is very symbolic. You are closing the curtains of life." The look of scorn appears again as Rabbi Abrahams looks at Abraham. "It is a great privilege to make this gesture, to bring peace, rest, and tranquility to the dead." "No, I simply cannot do it. I can't touch him again. Not his eyes." Abraham visibly shudders. "I shall do it, sir," Adams says, addressing himself to the rabbi, "though I must remind you I am not a Semite." He glances quickly at Abraham. "But Mr. David always treated me as his son." "Yes, thank you, Adams. I am most grateful," Abraham says, ignoring the butler's remark. Like himself, Adams took almost nothing but abuse from his father. Rabbi Abraham sighs and then shrugs. It is a gesture which makes Abraham immediately decide to double the already generous donation he intends to give in memory of his father. "As you wish then, Sir Abraham. It is not a religious task." Adams stoops over the bestockinged head of David Solomon, and with a minimum of fuss gouges his thumbs deeply into the cold eye sockets, and expertly pulls the lids down over the dead man's eyes. Then, taking up the table napkin, he twirls it into a narrow strip, which he uses to bandage the closed eyelids. Abraham looks down at the now heavily bandaged head of the dead David Solomon. The tightly drawn stocking has pulled his father's jaw so far upwards that his mouth serves as a hinge, and the point of the jaw now touches the tip of his nose. Rabbi Abrahams rises. "You will, of course, cover all the mirrors in the house." He looks about him and spies a mug beside the bed. "And pour the water from all containers near the dead." He leans over to pick up the mug. Suddenly his eyes grow wide. "Oh, my goodness," he exclaims. "The teeth! We have locked your father's jaw without putting back his teeth." Abraham draws back in horror. "Oh, no, you don't. No way. That's it. I've had quite enough." "But, Sir Abraham, the jaw will collapse." The rabbi points to the dead man's face. "See, already it's not so good. It will be most unseemly. Mr. David must have his teeth. It is a matter of respect for the dead." "So let it collapse. No one will see him," Abraham shouts in panic, his voice climbing 2 octaves. "He's dead! My father's dead! He's not on exhibition! I'm not going through that again!" The rabbi shrugs. "That is true. But you are the only son. A great privilege," the rabbi protests. "No, Rabbi, you've heard me. I'm absolutely not going to do it." "It is not such a nice thing you are doing, Abraham Solomon." The rabbi smiles. "But on the other hand, I understand." "Thank you, Rabbi," Abraham sighs, greatly relieved. "I am not sure I feel well. I wonder if I may be excused." Certainly, Sir Abraham, but first I must say the prayers for the dead. It is important that you be present for these. The rabbi turns to the butler. Mr. Adams may now leave. With the ancient prayer rituals completed, the rabbi quietly instructs Abraham in his further duties. You will wrap your beloved father with a sheet and place him on the floor with his feet pointed towards the door, and then you will place a single candle at his head. Before Mr. Moshe Saperstein of the Chevra Kadisha arrives, my advice to you is to remove the bandages from his head and eyes so that your father will look the way a father should when a loving and dutiful son has properly attended to his death. Yes, thank you, Rabbi Abrahams. I am most grateful. I shall make a donation in memory of my father, if you will let me know how this might best be done. Some useful project, perhaps? Rabbi Abrahams bows slightly. Now is not the time to talk of such matters, but I am most grateful, Sir Abraham. The Lord's work is never completed. We have a great need to build a new synagogue. Thank the Lord our congregation grows. Perhaps I may visit you at some time more convenient to discuss this with you. Certainly, Rabbi. I will look forward to your call. We shall telephone for a taxi to take you home. There is a depot not far away. It will not take long. Thank you, Sir Abraham. I must remind you that the body of your father must not be left alone. You or your wife must not leave him until the Chevra Kadisha comes to fetch him. Rabbi Abrahams looks around the room and points to the menorah. I think maybe a small miracle. That is the first time I have seen candles that do not all burn down at the same rate. Then bowing his head slightly before leaving the room, the rabbi says the traditional blessing. May the Lord comfort you with all the mourners of Zion and Jerusalem. With the rabbi's departure, and Elizabeth seated facing the far wall, her back turned on the shrouded body of David on the floor, with his feet pointed towards the door, and with one of Mrs. Tompkins' brand-new candles at his head, Abraham is feeling decidedly better. Tradition, tradition, how useful it can be. Expensive, but useful. Abraham decides he will call Hawke immediately, and ask for a postponement to prepare for him and his clever little granddaughter. As he commences to wind the handle on the telephone, he thinks that David's timely death is the only true example of consideration his father has ever shown him. Hawke, putting down the telephone from Abraham Solomon, is almost as grateful as Abraham for the extra time David's death allows him. Victoria is proving extremely difficult to convince that she should work with him at the potato factory. But grandfather, you have been retired these 21 years. Why would you wish to go back? Is the first question she asks, after he has approached her with the proposition he has in mind. Not retired, my dear, removed, sacked from the chairmanship of Solomon and Tekelman. You well know the circumstances. Well, yes, but does it really matter? Victoria says, appealing to him. We are well rid of the vile company. They exploit the poor at every opportunity. She shudders suddenly. You know how very much I wish my name wasn't a part of it. But you are a part of it, Victoria, and will someday, with Ben, be its biggest shareholder. The three of us already are. It makes me feel dirty, grandfather. They are singular proof that we must have stronger unions and a government that is prepared to take away much of the power of the large corporations. Hawke sighs. The working class will certainly benefit by a stronger union movement, and you already have a Labour government, but as long as industry can be relied on to pay taxes, even a Labour Prime Minister will be reluctant to interfere. While I am all for curbing excesses, wherever they may be, it seems to me that the best way to change an organisation is from within. I should much rather work within a trade union to make the changes. Hawke laughs, applauding Victoria's quick mind. Nonetheless, he continues. Think of a corporation or company as a human with many of the same characteristics. For instance, Solomon and Tekelman is formed out of two companies, Solomon & Co., founded by David Solomon, and the Potato Factory, founded, as you know, by Mary Abacus. The two, when they came together under the same parent company, were diametrically opposed in their philosophies. In other words, they had quite different personalities. Like a husband and wife with different cultural backgrounds, who were unable to agree on almost anything. Take David Solomon's company. Selfish, greedy, unsympathetic, cunning, vengeful, and deeply suspicious of those who work for it. These are the characteristics of Solomon and Co., and are a mirror image of the man who founded it. On the other hand, Mary's company, in the light of the times, was straight-dealing, open, hard-headed, but responsible for the welfare of those who worked for it. Your great-grandmother never forgot her humble beginnings, or what it meant to be poor, and so she understood the needs of her people. Hawke pauses and looks at Victoria. Do you follow the analogy so far? Victoria nods her head. Yes, but... She knows better than to interrupt, but simply cannot contain herself. Yes, but what, my dear? Hawke asks, a trifle irritated at being interrupted, when to his mind his explanation is progressing along so nicely. The bad swallowed the good. Evil triumphed, as it always seems to do in big business. David Solomon won, didn't he? Hawke shakes his head. I know it looks that way. But David's control came about by a series of unfortunate circumstances which allowed him to take control, rather than what was originally intended, that someone who believed in the Mary Abacus approach should be at the helm. You mean, of course, yourself? Aye. I failed to ensure my control of Solomon and Teakelman. Because our mother left without giving you her proxy, is that why? Hawke nods again. It wasn't evil triumphing over good. It was my own stupidity. I should have been more sensitive to the emotional needs of your mother. I'm afraid I'm a clumsy and sensitive fool when it comes to that sort of thing. Her restlessness was there for me to see if I'd been looking. David Solomon obtained control by default, or if you like, because of my own lack of foresight. And so he proceeded to create both companies in his own image. Grandfather Hawke, Victoria protests, you are not clumsy, and you are the least fool of any man I've ever known. You are the most fair-minded, honest and sensitive person I know. Victoria pauses, then lowers her voice. But after all that's said and done, that's my very point. What is? Hawke asks. To his surprise, he finds himself slightly on the defensive. That you think me weak and David strong? Victoria sighs. No, fair-minded, honest and sensitive doesn't mean weak. But you would be the first to admit that they are characteristics largely missing in big business and deeply scorned by the capitalists. You must see the enemy for what they are. They are not going to change willingly, but must be dragged kicking and screaming to the negotiating table. Victoria takes a breath. And if they won't come, they must be punished. Spoken like a true disciple of Labour, Hawke teases. The dialectics are fair enough, though the wording a little too revolutionary for my taste. Capitalism as a system has many advantages, but it is essentially based on the very human need that most of us have to want more. Greed being perhaps the most primitive of our many human urges, the capitalist system works very well for those who have the money to exploit it. But greed has no right to exist in a modern society. We are no longer primitive. There is enough for us all. We must learn to share our wealth. Unfortunately, right at this moment, the capital on which the system is based is in the hands of those new Australian money aristocrats. The Clarks, the Armitage family, the Fairbairns, Hentys, McKinnons, Manifolds and Sargoods, to name but a few. And indeed David Solomon and yourself, my dear. With the exception perhaps of the Clarks and ourselves, who have been generous in their public donations, they all have every intention of having as much as they can get and sharing as little as they can get away with. But they must be made to share. Well, perhaps, but remember they were prepared to take the original risks to acquire it. Taking risks should not go unrewarded, or no one would take them. Sidney Meyer-Baevsky was once a hawker, a poor Russian Jew who spoke no English when he arrived, working the small country towns for his living. He endured daily ridicule. Young boys would throw rocks at him and shout, Jew boy, take a piece of pork and put it on your fork." 3 months ago, as all of Melbourne witnessed, he opened his new emporium in Burke Street, the greatest and grandest shop in Australia, and few better in the world. All this in 20 years, and achieved by taking countless risks. You could say that he deserves the reward of the risk-taker. Must he also be punished? Hawke does not wait for Victoria to reply. David Solomon was yet another who started out with virtually nothing. Men such as these, Poor boys, Irish, Jews, Protestants, all took risks, and some were successful while others failed. It only becomes a problem when the risk-takers are so successful that they control most of the capital, which means they are the only ones who can reasonably capitalize on the essentially risk-free and truly big opportunities that occur in a growing economy such as our new federation. As capital expands, it gains more and more power. Money and power is a heady mixture which very easily leads to corruption.
So you agree with me? We need a strong counter-system to control these rich families and consortiums, these money aristocrats.
Well, yes and no. Alas, it is my observation that counter-systems, as you call them, tend to acquire the same characteristics and many of the bad habits of the systems they oppose, and are therefore often counterproductive. What's more, they are essentially more difficult to remove than big business, because they do not have to survive in a risk-taking world or answer to shareholders.
That may be unreasonable speculation, grandfather, but the unions do have the government of the day to restrain them.
Perhaps not as far as you think. Let me give you an example, and one I personally experienced. Though I confess it was a little too early for the union movement, it was the start of worker dissent in factories. A workers' deputation, as they called themselves at the time, claiming membership of several factories and workshops in the Hobart area, visited Mary Abacus under the leadership of a Scotsman named Hugh Kirk. Kirk was a small-time firebrand, and his movement one of many which preceded unionism as we know it today. He had visited Melbourne, where he became acquainted with a newly formed group who named themselves the Brewers Employees 8 Hours Association, and returned home to aim his sights at the Cascade Brewery and ourselves, urging the workers to unite against the bosses and join the association. He was a popular speaker among the working classes, and had gained some real success in recruiting members, as I remember, by calling 1 or 2 day strikes and frightening some of the smaller workshop owners, but not, it was claimed, without a fair bit of heavy-handed coercion involving several broken heads among those workers reluctant to join. The potato factory was his first incursion into the big league, and with his new Melbourne association, Kirk demanded that Mary allow his movement to operate within the brewery.
"Righto," says Mary. "If that's what my people want, then they can have it with me blessing." Victoria laughs despite herself, for Hawke brings his great-grandmother alive for her. He continues. Mary points her crooked finger at Hugh Kirk. "But first, let's ask 'em straight. You talk to them. Tell them whatever it is you wish to say. You know, exploitation of the working classes, snot-nosed kids begging for pennies on street corners, wife dying in childbirth, father of consumption, leaving 10 starving kids behind, all the stuff what's been going on for hundreds of years, and all now blamed on big business. I promise I won't say nothing. I'll keep me gob shut tight as a possum's bum. Then we'll have the vote. Let 'em decide for themselves. Fair enough, Mr. Kirk?"
"Fair enough, missus," Kirk says reluctantly. Well, Mary calls for the works foreman, Ernie Conahan.
"Mr. Conahan," she says, "stop the brewery. Close it down the old box and dice. We're having a meeting of the workers this afternoon."
Ernie Conahan looks like he can't believe what Mary's just said. "Can't do that, Miss Mary. We'd have to steam clean all the pipes, get the yeast vats started from scratch, build up the fermentation vats. Take us all night to get underway again. Cost a fortune in lost production. What's more, you know it's impossible to close the malt house. Barley's piling up as it is with no place to store it." "That's all right, missus. Maltsters don't belong in the association," says Kirk. "You hear that? Cost a fortune, Mr. Kirk. My money, not the workers." She turns to Ernie Conahan. "No matter. Do as I say, Ernie, Mr. Conahan. Mr. Kirk here is from the... What did you say you were again?" "Brewers Employees 8 Hours Association," Kirk replies. "Yes, well, them. He wants to spruik to all the workers, except the maltsters and the clerks in the front office, whom he don't consider the first brewers and the second to be workers, them wearing stiff collars and all." Mary now turns to Kirk. "So what's wrong with the clerks? You got something against clerks, Mr. Kirk? I was a clerk once. Still am, as a matter of fact, only a bit better paid than most." "Clerks can become bosses, missus. Can't trust a clerk." Hawke grins at the memory. So we close the brewery down except for the malt house and the front office, and all the workers assemble in the dray yard to hear Mr. Hugh Kirk. I have to say he does a damn fine job. telling the workers how they are exploited by the owners, blah, blah, blah. He's of a fiery Scots temperament, and he works up quite a sweat socking it to the bosses, who in this case is Mary and myself, both of us sitting on a dray cart with our arms crossed, listening. Then he says, "Right-o, we'll take a vote, like the boss said. All who wants to stop the exploitation by the bosses by joining the association and getting an 8-hour working day, raise your hands." "Oi, just a bleeding moment," Mary shouts. "We'll have none of that, Mr. Kirk. A vote you shall have, fair and square, but it will be by secret ballot. Our people will vote with their consciences, not with their bleeding hands. Only them and God is going to know who they are and how they voted." "That's not how it's done, missus," Kirk objects. "We like things to be kept in the open, like. Democratic, know what I mean?" "Democratic my arse," Mary says. "Sure you want it open so you'll know the names of those who are for you and then what's against. All for the future records, eh? Very handy, if I may say so myself, being a clerk and all. Well, I tell you what I'll do. I'll exercise my own prerogative as a boss and put democracy to work. I'll allow a secret ballot to determine whether the people at the potato factory want an open vote, a show of hands, or want a conscience vote. Now, what say you to that, Mr. Kirk? Ain't nothing says that's against the rules, is there?" Hawke spreads his hands. Well, the potato factory workers voted in Mary's ballot that they wanted a secret ballot to decide whether to join Kirk's association or remain as they were. Then they used the secret ballot to say they wished to remain as they were.
"You mean your workers didn't vote for an 8-hour day?" Victoria asks, incredulous.
Indeed they did not, but they got it anyway 2 months later.
"Well, Mr. Kirk's visit did some good then. But, Grandfather, the potato factory was an exception. Other companies did and still exploit their workers," Victoria challenges. "The intimidation from the bosses experienced by the workers during the shearers and the maritime strikes proved once and for all that the capitalists could not be trusted, that a strong labour movement had to be in Parliament, that unionism was essential if the workers were ever to be free of what virtually amounted to a system of bondage."
Perhaps, but let me make my point. Perhaps as a consequence of this single incident with Mary, for Hugh Kirk was later to become a very big figure in the Tasmanian and Australian union movement, the unions never allowed secret ballots. Today, coercion and standover tactics are more than common in our trade unions. So you see, my dear, power and corruption are not such a long way away in any organisation. We all want control. The bosses have it by owning the means of earning wages, and the unions have it by owning the workers. Mark my words, secret ballots are outlawed by the union movement, and the next thing they will do is to make joining a union compulsory. In other words, a worker will not be able to find employment without a union card, and as a registered member, they will not be allowed to vote according to conscience, for fear of repercussions, not from their industrial bosses, but from their own union bosses. Furthermore, industry will not be allowed to employ non-union labour.
"But the union officials will be serving in the interests of the workers, gaining advantages and better conditions for them. Why would they vote against such laudatory pursuits? Besides, Mr. Curtin says it is a matter of brotherly trust, that a worker must show where he stands at a union meeting, that secret ballots are sneaky and unmanly."
Ah, well said, Mr. Curtin. How very convenient to the cause.
Hawke gives Victoria a rueful smile.
But in the end, my dear, it is a matter of freedom of choice. But it is interesting, is it not, that those who have been elected to the House of Representatives achieve this by secret ballot. The so-called common worker must enjoy the right to choose without fear or favour.
"Oh, I see, the age-old system of divide and conquer. Turn the unions against themselves. Is this then to be the new management weapon?" Victoria snorts. Hawke looks amused, enjoying both Victoria's lively mind and her strongly held convictions.
"You have the makings of an excellent union leader, my dear."
Victoria appeals to Hawke. "But I am a member of the Labour Party, and I do truly believe they are the solution to the terrible exploitation of the working classes in our country." Her eyes are sad, as though disappointed that he might not feel the same way. "Surely you also believe this?"
Hawke smiles. "Of course. Capital and labour must both be seen to coexist, to be a viable part of our economy. Both must benefit if we are to prosper as a nation. But there is an ingredient which is essential if each side is to have its rightful share of the good life.
And what is that? Victoria asks.
Goodwill, Hawke replies.
Victoria looks genuinely shocked. You're not serious. Goodwill? You said yourself people are greedy and can't be trusted.
Well, take Sidney Meyer again. He has established a pension fund for his workers. He is a Jew, but allows the staff to hold Christian services in the shop at lunchtime. He has a choir, a Friday night get-together for his staff, annual picnics, and now he has introduced what is called a spiff. That is, his salespeople are paid a penny and the pound commission as an incentive. Is this not the beginnings, at least, of a caring company?
Victoria looks appealingly at Hawke. You're going to say when a generous person controls a company and is in a position to make the right decisions, management and trade unions don't necessarily have to be at each other's throats. Is that it, grandfather?
Very good, my dear. If you were to join Solomon and Tekelman and rise to the top, it would be a great opportunity to show your character, to show how things might be different.
Well, what about Joshua? He has been groomed to run Solomon and Tekelman virtually since birth.
We have the majority now, Victoria. We have the say.
Victoria shakes her head. How could you say that? How is that fair? If he were better than me, I wouldn't want to be chairman. I would hate that.
Better? How can he be? He is the product of his grandfather. He will run the company much as his grandfather did. There is very little of Abraham and a whole lot of David Solomon in that young man. He would be the devil you know and want to be rid of, Victoria.
But I would always have to fight him. He'd never give in.
Aye, that's true. If you were a union official, you'd always have to fight him and he'd never give in. The proposition I hope, with your permission, to put to Abraham is that he remains overall chairman, that I become the chairman and managing director of the potato factory and take you with me to train you to eventually run it. Then, upon Joshua's return from the war, he will take over Solomon & Co., whereupon I retire and you replace me as managing director of the potato factory.
Hawke shrugs.
After that, it's your personal Donnybrook with Joshua.
I see, him with one company, me with the other. So that I can learn to practice what I preach, our ideal of a fair-minded company, and Joshua does it his way. The performances of the two companies may then be compared. What if his is better, and greed and bullying proves to be better than sharing the wealth?
Well, that's for you to find out. I didn't say it would be easy. If it's a disaster, you could always resign and join the trade union movement, he teases Victoria. A little wiser in the ways of the world by then, I dare say.
But, grandfather, you do believe that fairness and honesty will win the day, don't you?
I have always tried to be honest and fair in my dealings in life. And to be perfectly frank with you, my life has been a failure. But that doesn't mean you will fail. The very predicament we find ourselves in at the present, with David having snatched control of Solomon and Tekelman, was because I wanted to be fair-minded.
You mean you don't think I can do it? Victoria challenges.
No, I didn't say that. I said that I had not been successful. But Mary Abacus was. So why not you? Hawke replies.
I have never understood why you wanted to join with David and Abraham in the first place, if, as you say, their way of doing things was so very different from yours. You didn't need to do it. You were already a huge success, and as I understand it, they were in financial trouble. It's never made any sense to me.
Hawke sighs. Because out of something rotten came something good, and then out of that something good has come something rotten again, and I am stupid enough to believe it might yet come to something good.
Whatever can you mean? Victoria says, puzzled.
Ah, it's a long story, and one I would only wish you to hear if you decide to come into the company so that I might train you. If you don't, I will not burden you with it. It is too long and painful, and not worth the telling unless it ultimately helps your determination to succeed where I have failed.
Grandfather, that is so very unfair, Victoria protests. You want me to make a decision without knowing its entire purpose.
Nevertheless, I want you to decide using your own free will. Whatever you decide to do, I shall accept your decision. If I were to tell you my reasons for wanting you to take your rightful place in the company you own, you may well be persuaded by your emotions, and not by your own reasoning. I should not want that to happen. Victoria spends the next 2 days alone, taking her meals separately, then announces that she wants to talk to Ben, who hasn't, as expected, returned to Tasmania. 4 days after the passing out parade, he was told to report to Major Sayers, his Victorian company commander. The Major, a scouse, comes straight to the point. "Look, Sergeant Teagleman, we need you here. I've spoken to your CO in Hobart and he's agreed you can stay with us, though in fairness, I have to say he put up a fair bit of fuss. No more than that, he was bloody angry." "But why, sir? It was clearly understood that I'd be allowed to return to my own regiment, to my mates." The Major shrugged. "Hard luck, lad. We need another instructor on machine guns. Sergeant Fry's, the chief instructor, has been diagnosed with cancer. He won't be going overseas with us." "But, sir, there are 10 other sergeants, all of whom did the course with me, all of them Victorians." "It's damned hard luck, I know, but there are other considerations I am not at liberty to divulge, like." He points to the ceiling. "Made higher up." Shortly after Ben's instructions that he is to stay with the Victorian regiment, it is announced that the troop ships which are to take the Victorians and Tasmanians to King George Sound in Albany will be delayed 3 weeks. There are no official explanations for this, but a major story in The Age speculates, as it turns out correctly, that it is because the Prime Minister and the War Cabinet do not want to send the convoy ships to Western Australia without the protection of the battleships HMAS Sydney and HMAS Melbourne, in case the German Navy decides to hunt in Australian waters. Victoria contacts Ben at Broadmeadows, and he requests and is granted 48 hours leave. She books 2 rooms overnight at a small hotel in the Dandenongs, so that she might talk undisturbed with him about Hawke's proposition. Victoria arrives home at 10 o'clock in the evening of the second day, and goes immediately to Hawke's study to tell him that she accepts the challenge he has given her. "I am delighted, my dear," Hawke says, rising and embracing her. "But now you must tell me why. I cannot believe that my arguments alone have persuaded you."
"Well, no, not entirely. It was Ben."
"Ben?" Hawke says, surprised. "I didn't think Ben took much interest in business matters."
"No, he doesn't, but he's got an awful lot of common sense." Victoria smiles.
"Sissy,"
he said after I told him how I felt and what you'd said.
"the bloody unions are never going to let you rise high enough in their ranks to really change things. Grandfather Hawke is probably right. There are just as many crooks, greedy and corrupt blokes protecting their asses in the unions as there are in big business. The army's the same, full of bullshit artists that don't know their ass from their elbow. What's more, how far do you think you're going to get as a woman in the Labour Party, eh? You ain't going to get into Parliament, will you? A woman in Parliament, heaven bloody forbid. She might take her knitting into debate. Do a pair of baby booties when the House is in session." Victoria is a fair mimic in her own right, and she has Ben's soft drawl down pat. But look at it this way, sis. If you join Solomon and Teagleman and you go against Joshua and you beat him, you can do things your way and make a bloody big difference, possibly change the way business is done in Australia. Grandfather Hawke is right about money and power. Mind you, round this bloody place there's no bloody money, it's just power. But it doesn't always have to make you corrupt, does it? Victoria concludes.
"Well, that's what he said, anyway."
"He said that?" Hawke exclaims, impressed. "And that's what made you decide?"
Victoria nods. "Now, will you tell me all I must know about the past?"
"First, you must eat something. Mrs. Billings has left a plate in the oven for fear you'd return and starve to death on boarding-house food."
Hawke imitates the housekeeper.
"She'd be a shadow, that one, left to her own. Can't even boil an egg, too busy doing sums on them bloomin' beads. Young girls these days got nothing in their heads what's useful. I don't know what the world's coming to, her going off and staying in a boarding house."
Hawke then adds in his own voice, "Better eat something, though, or we'll never hear the end of it."
It was a perfectly lovely little hotel, and we had a scrumptious lunch before we left, but little supper would be nice. "Will you sit with me, Grandfather? Have a cup of tea?" Victoria smiles. "I can make a cup of tea."
It is nearly 2 before they finally rise from the table, and Hawke has told Victoria the whole story of the 2 families, and the bitter conflict which has always existed between them and the reasons for it. He leaves nothing out. Finally he tells her of Teagleman's death and Hinetitama's demise, until she returned to die in the St Kilda Hospice, and that with her proxy they once again control Solomon and Teagleman. When Hawke has completed the story, they both remain silent for some time. Victoria weeping softly. It is not too late to decide against joining Solomon and Tekelman. I would completely understand if you were reluctant to carry the burden of such a past. Though Abraham Solomon is a reasonable man, Joshua has been bred to commerce by his grandfather, and he may prove equally recalcitrant and unforgiving. Victoria looks tearfully up at Hawke and sniffs.
No, I've made up my mind. I want to be with you.
Well, then there is one last task, though more a pleasure than a task. He rises and goes to his desk, and taking a small key from his pocket, he opens a drawer and takes out Mary's Waterloo medal attached to a thin gold chain. Your great-grandmother asked me on her deathbed to give this to you. It was her talisman, her great good luck. It was only removed from her neck on 2 occasions, when it was stolen on board the convict ship she came out on by the assistant to the ship's surgeon, and when she died. Will you wear it? On the back it says, "I shall never surrender." 4 words which made everything possible for Mary. Will you take it for yourself, the medal and the words? Victoria gasps as she is handed the medallion.
Oh, I know it was wrong, but I was so envious of Ben when he received our grandfather's tiki. I would so much have liked it for myself.
Victoria, already emotionally exhausted, bursts into tears as Hawke takes the medallion back again and places it about her neck.
I shall treasure it all the days of my life, Grandfather Hawke. Thank you. Thank you, she says, barely above a whisper. I shall wear it with the same pride as did Mary Abacus.
She goes to bed in the small hours of the morning, exhausted but unable to sleep, her pillow wet with tears for the sad past of her family. She sees the dawn light growing through her window, and hears the call of the currawongs, always the first of the birds to greet the new day. And then the next thing she knows, Mrs. Billings is shaking her.
It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, lovey. Mr. Hawke says to bring you a nice cuppa. I've got a nice bit of fish for your tea, and some new taties, and them baby beans you likes. I don't know what his nibs thought he was doing, keeping you up so late, you coming home after such a long journey like that. That's men for you, don't think, do they? Does what they wants. Never mind the feelings and welfare of others, especially us women folk.
Victoria smiles, sipping the tea. Her whole life seems to have changed in the last few days, but the whinging rock of Billings can be relied upon to remain ever the same. It was my fault, Mrs. Billings. He was telling me the story of our family.
I could tell you a thing or two myself, but I won't. It's not for me to say, being in service and all.
She points to the Waterloo medal about Victoria's neck.
Give you that, did he? That were her most precious possession. Never mind the money, it were that she treasured above rubies. Always knew when things were not going good, she'd sit on the porch in her rocking chair, holding the medal in her broken fist, waiting for them birds.
Yes, Grandfather Hawke told me it was her talisman and her great good luck.
Yes, that and them blooming parrots. Did he tell you about them green parrots, that were also her great good luck, she'd say?
Victoria shakes her head, trying to recall if Hawke said anything about green parrots. No, I don't think so.
Well, you saw them yourself. You was 3 years old.
I don't remember. What about the green parrots?
Miss Mary, she'd sit on the porch of the big house in Hobart to watch the parrots come past. They'd fly over the roof, go into their roost higher up the mountain. Here they come, my great good luck, she'd shout for one and all to hear as they passed over.
Mrs. Billings warms to the story, happy to be a part of the family legend.
Your great-granny, she loved them birds. Well, the day she died, the very minute she went to her piece, the parrots started to come. But they didn't fly over like always. They settled in the garden, on the roof, in the trees. There was more green parrots than there was leaves on the gum trees. Hundreds of thousands of them. They made so much racket you couldn't hear nothing. Everything was vibrating green. They stayed an hour, then they took off, all of them together. It were like the roaring of the wind, just their wings, and the screeching fair blow the ears off your head. Well, next morning at sunrise, I'm in the kitchen garden, hanging out the tea cloth like I always does first thing. I looks up to the porch, expecting to see Miss Mary, her in her favourite chair, waiting for the parrots to pass over. But of course she ain't there this particular morning. She's dead, ain't she? But it's time for the parrots to fly over, so I waits. remembering the strange thing what happened the night before. I waits and waits. You could time them birds on a clock, you could. Always 10 minutes after sunrise. But they didn't come, didn't fly over. Not that morning, not ever again. The parrots never come back again. And if you think I'm lying, I'll swear it on a stack of Bibles, Mrs. Billings says. She looks at Victoria darkly. The luck's run out, see? That's what happened to Mr. Hawke. There's no more luck. It's all been spent by Miss Mary, used up. Oh, I don't believe you, Mrs. Billings. That's just superstitious nonsense, Victoria cries. You mark me words, young lady. The luck's run out with the green parrots. Hawke and Victoria arrive at the head office of Solomon and Teakelman on the dot of 10 o'clock, having waited in the motor car around the corner for 5 minutes so that they wouldn't appear over-anxious by arriving early. They are met at the door by Abraham's secretary, a tall, dour man of whom it is claimed that he has never been seen to smile. There is a greyness as well as a mustiness about him, as though he has been locked in a cupboard for several years, never seeing the sunlight. Sir Abraham is expecting you, sir, he says to Hawke, while managing to completely ignore the presence of Victoria. Good morning, Mr. Phillips, Victoria chirps brightly, but receives no response. Hawke is impressed. She has done her homework and knows the name of Abraham's private secretary, whom he is certain she cannot have previously met. I don't believe you've met my granddaughter, Phillips, Hawke now says. Victoria, this is Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, this is Victoria, he says, smiling. He can sense that Victoria is more amused than upset by Phillips's original rebuff. How do you do? Victoria smiles, extending her hand. How do? Phillips mutters, averting his eyes and pushing forward a limp hand which scarcely touches the tips of Victoria's gloved fingers before being withdrawn. Follow me, please, sir. Sir Abraham Solomon is seated at the head of the table as Hawke and Victoria enter the boardroom. There are 3 men around the long mahogany table, and another is seated away from the table, in the corner furthermost from the door. They all rise. Abraham, in his 50s, is a balding, corpulent, clean-shaven man, dressed in a well-cut 3-piece dark navy woolen suit. He wears a black tie and gold tie-clip, and his starched collar seems to cut somewhat into his jowls. Everything about him, right down to his highly polished black boots, starched shirt cuffs, and gold cufflinks, bears the hallmark of those who do business in the big end of town. Good morning, Hawke. Good morning, Miss Teakelman. May I introduce you to my colleagues? Abraham turns towards the 3 men standing. Hawke Solomon you already know. This is his granddaughter, Miss Victoria Teakelman. Miss Teakelman at the far end is Sir Samuel Sopworth, then Mr. Bramwell Cumming, 2 chairs up on the right, and next to him Mr. John Miles. Not joining us at the table is Mr. Parkin, who will be taking notes as an observer. Victoria has heard of 2 of the men, Samuel Sopworth, who is a famous accountant, and Bramwell Cumming, a notorious barrister, known in labour ranks as the scourge of the union movement. John Miles, whom she hasn't heard of before, has the pinched and fussy look of a successful lawyer, a type with whom she is all too familiar. Parkin is an unprepossessing-looking man in a suit one might expect a clerk to wear, a misfit, and doesn't appear to belong to the same world as the 4 other men. Though somewhat older, he has a quite startling resemblance to one of the members of her Labour Party chapter, who is a clerk in the railways office in Flinders Street. Then suddenly she remembers that he is also named Parkin, George Parkin, and has on several occasions boasted of his older brother, who he claimed worked in trade and customs, and with the previous month's election of the Andrew Fisher Labour government, has been made head of department under the Honourable F.G. Tudor, Minister for...
CD 9.
Hawke has moved to shake each man by the hand, leaning across the table to do so, and when he has completed greeting each of the men around the table, he walks over to Parkin and shakes his hand before returning to Victoria. The men remain standing, and Victoria looks at each of them in turn, and smiling says, How do you do, gentlemen? Please call me Victoria. It will be easier on us all. Perhaps we can all be seated now, Sir Abraham. Yes, yes, please, Abraham says anxiously, indicating the 2 vacant chairs on the side nearest the door. He is a little taken aback by Victoria's unexpected poise. Abraham thinks what an attractive girl she is, despite the plainness of her attire and her well-scrubbed complexion. He has grown accustomed to the flighty and fashionable young women Joshua brings home from time to time, and thinks to himself that Victoria Teakleman is far more the type of young lady he would prefer to see on his son's arm, unlikely as that is. The four men resume their seats, and Hawke and Victoria take up theirs. On her small notepad she writes, "Mr. Parkin, Government," and puts the pad and pencil down in front of Hawke, as though she is handing him his notepad. She sees him casually glance down at it. There is a sudden silence around the table, and then Sir Abraham Solomon clears his throat and seems a trifle nervous, glancing first at the two lawyers and then at Sir Samuel before returning his gaze to Hawke. "Well, Hawke Solomon, what have you to say for yourself?" Clearly it is an opening line he has practised carefully, though his voice lacks the casual arrogance needed for such a statement. Hawke thinks how much better David Solomon would have used such an opening remark, bringing to it sufficient vitriol to make it hiss like spittle on a hot stove. Hawke smiles. "Well, firstly, Sir Abraham, I wish to offer Victoria's and my own condolences on the passing of your father. Although we didn't get on, he was in many ways a remarkable man. We wish you and your family a long life." "Thank you, he had a good innings," Abraham replies, and turns and speaks directly to Victoria. "Thank you, Victoria. I shall pass your kind remarks on to my family." Victoria looks directly into his eyes, and Abraham cannot help but feel that there is something quite different about Hawke's granddaughter, though he is about to find out just how different. Abraham, of course, has a clear idea of why Hawke has called the meeting. When Hawke called on him to make the original appointment, he'd been out of his office, and so Hawke had simply conveyed, through the dour Mr. Phillips, a request for a board meeting the following morning, preferably at 10, simply stating that it was on a matter of critical